The primordial wilderness. Since Honghuang delivered his teachings, 3 times the great saints one after another established their own sects. The 6 great saints shook heaven and earth with their might. At this moment atop the Sunstar, the 2 rulers of the demon clan Dijun and Taiyi each wore solemn expressions as they gazed upon the innate spiritual root, the Fusang tree before them. Upon the tree a lifelike phantom image of a 3-legged golden crow shimmered. Elder brother, do you think third brother will be able to successfully undergo transformation? Taiyi's face showed a hint of worry. Xian was instantly stunned. The information within his mind told him that he had become the brother of Dijun and Taiyi, the 3rd 3-legged golden crow, who had not yet undergone transformation. After calming his shock, Xian was filled with overwhelming joy in his heart. Having come to the primordial wilderness, he could share eternity with heaven and earth. Who in their right mind would not want to live like this? Wait a moment. If he remembered correctly, the Wu clan and the demon clan in the end had marched together toward destruction. Xian felt his heart turn cold in an instant, as if he had just gulped down a bottle of ice-cold soda from the year 82. Neither clan gained any advantage, and they even broke the spine of great god Pangu. One could well imagine how tragic and devastating that final war of destruction must have been. Xian was utterly speechless. Damn it, old heaven, since you sent me here, have you ever thought about sending me back? Ding hello, the strongest war god system is now binding. Xian suddenly heard a mysterious voice within his mind, unexpectedly carrying a cheeky and playful tone. Xian froze. He truly was a chosen one. Just as he was thinking about going home, his golden finger had arrived. Wasn't this basically telling him that without him, Xian, the primordial wilderness would not be as beautiful? Ding, the strongest war god system has successfully bound. Every time you engage in battle with an enemy, you will receive a reward. The stronger the opponent you battle, the better the reward you will obtain. Rewards, spiritual roots, cultivation techniques, spirit treasures, divine abilities, cultivation realms. Whatever divine artifact you desire, this system has it all. Xian rejoiced within. Truly worthy of being the strongest war god system. Even the reward method is so refreshingly simple and brutal. The goal is to turn him into a battle maniac. Well, actually, it's not bad. The Wu and demon clans had not yet begun their great war, but the day of that great battle would come eventually. If he still had no strength by that day, he could only wait for death. In order to survive, fight his damn ass off. Ding, you currently have a newbie gift package available, but you need to randomly extract one of the following traits from yourself to unlock it. Do you agree? Intelligence, emotional quotient, appearance. Ding, after extracting one of the traits, you will receive the following 3 rewards. Chaos Demon Slaying Staff. This is the weapon of the Chaos Demon Ape, a chaos spirit treasure as heavy as 1 billion ancient divine mountains. Only one whose strength can cover the universe can wield it. Honghuang Dao Body, the perfect physique dreamed of by countless living beings across billions of realms, unbreakable with supreme defense. Once successfully fused, no matter how great the injury, it heals rapidly and cultivation increases by a portion. Infinite resurrection, your true spirit is cast into the river of time, spreading across billions of dimensions within the cosmos. Even the heavenly Dao and the great Dao cannot completely destroy you. After you are killed, you will resurrect on the spot and gain a small realm breakthrough. Note, you cannot actively commit suicide, otherwise your true spirit will collapse within the river of time and you will truly die. You must be killed by a powerful enemy after exhausting all your trump cards. Only then does it count as a qualified death, and only then do you qualify for on-the-spot resurrection. Xian stared blankly at the screen before him. The rewards were all incredibly tempting, especially the Honghuang Dao Body and infinite resurrection. These were truly irresistible. At this moment, Xian took a deep breath, gazing at the intelligence emotional quotient appearance displayed before him, feeling utterly speechless. Though the rewards were excellent, once a trait was extracted, it would be lost forever. Damn it, nothing ventured, nothing gained. System begin random extraction. In an instant, Xian stared nervously at the screen before him. He saw the pointer on the lottery page spinning frantically. After a long while, the red pointer landed on intelligence. Xian, system, is this really random? Are you messing with me? Xian raged within. Why couldn't it have extracted emotional quotient or appearance instead? Without intelligence, is one still human? Oh wait, he was currently a 3-legged golden crow. Strictly speaking, an innate divine being. Ding, replying to host, whether you have intelligence is unimportant. Although you have been extracted of intelligence, it does not mean you truly have no intelligence, nor does it mean you will become a fool. Damn, what do you mean I won't become a fool? You must have low intelligence yourself, which is why you picked my intelligence. Xian was utterly depressed. If this cheeky voice were not female-sounding, and if 9-year compulsory education had not taught him not to argue with women, he truly could not resist unbinding it and giving it a good beating. Ding. Congratulations, the newbie reward is being distributed. Your intelligence has been destroyed. Wishing you to forge a new path through brute courage moi. The moment his intelligence was extracted, Xian felt as though something was missing and his body began to gradually transform into the Honghuang Dao Body. The infinite resurrection ability also descended upon him in an instant. In the system warehouse, the dark golden long staff caught Xian Yi's eye, and boundless battle intent ignited within his heart. Never mind, let's undergo transformation first. Xian Yi activated the innate divine ability of the three-legged golden crow, gathering the flames atop the sun star, infusing them with his true body. Torrents of flames rushed toward Xian Yi from atop the sun star. Before long, Xian Yi's body appeared in the void, clad in a golden long robe with a handsome countenance and dark hair dancing in the wind, displaying the magnificent bearing of an innate divine being. The chaos demon-slaying staff gripped in his hand radiated an ancient and overwhelming pressure, as though it would crush the entire sun star. Witnessing this scene, Dijun and Taiyi both walked forward with delighted expressions, looking Xian Yi up and down and nodding approvingly. Truly worthy of being our third brother. Even that handsome appearance surpasses the two of us brothers. Third brother, I am Dijun, you should call me eldest brother. Third brother, I am Taiyi, I am your second brother. Seeing his two elder brothers speaking with smiles, Xian Yi scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, "Hello brothers, my name is Xian Yi." "Good brother, did you choose this name yourself?" "Not bad, not bad. Let's go, this elder brother will take you to the Lingxiao Palace." Dijun patted Xian Yi's shoulder and said with full satisfaction. Xian Yi's face changed instantly. Battle intent burst forth in his eyes. Surely the Wu clan had charged upward, which is why eldest brother wanted him to take the vanguard. Thinking of this, Xian Yi grabbed the chaos demon-slaying staff and flew high into the sky, emanating terrifying pressure all over, staring sternly into the void below the sun star. Dijun was dumbfounded. He looked at Taiyi, and the two brothers stared at each other for a long while. Second brother, what is third brother's situation? I don't know either. Why does third brother look like he's about to fight? Dijun and Taiyi stared at each other, then both turned to look at their third brother. Why did he look so scatterbrained? The two flew over to Taiyi, and Dijun asked with puzzlement, "Third brother, what happened?" Xian Yi rested the chaotic heaven demon staff on his shoulder, his face brimming with fighting spirit, and declared, "You said first move, so I figured our great enemy, the Wu clan, must have come attacking." Hearing this, Dijun and Taiyi were utterly speechless. He heard retreat first as first move. Well, at least this third brother's hatred toward the Wu clan was still a comfort to his two elder brothers. In the future, he might well become a demon clan war god like Taiyi. So Dijun patiently explained everything to Xian Yi in detail. Only then did Xian Yi let it go. He scratched his head and said, "The Wu clan didn't come. I was hoping to take them down." "You can do it, third brother, you'll take them down sooner or later." Dijun laughed and said, "Come, let's head to the heavenly court first. I need to gather many of the demon clan to celebrate your transformation and emergence into the world." Xian Yi flew ahead, while Dijun and Taiyi followed closely behind. The two brothers wore helpless expressions. He had just transformed and already wanted to take on the Wu clan. "Third brother, how wild is your temperament?" The Wu clan had 12 ancestral witches, each a quasi-saint realm powerhouse, each commanding a single grand Dao law. They were truly tyrannically powerful beyond compare. There were also many great witches, each capable of fighting 4 or 5 Deluo golden immortal realm demon cultivators. They were truly not to be trifled with. Third brother was currently only at the peak of Taiyi golden immortal, but fortunately, he had transformed from a three-legged golden crow, so he would sooner or later be able to cultivate to the quasi-saint realm. Very soon the three brothers flew to the very summit of Mount Buzhou, which was the demon clan's grand stronghold, the heavenly court. Looking ahead, immortal mountains floated suspended in the void, stretching endlessly without break. White cranes soared, divine beasts roamed through the empty air, demonstrating the magnificent grandeur and ancient heritage of the demon clan's heavenly court. The Lingxiao Treasure Hall was where Dijun and Taiyi discussed major matters, the core hall of the heavenly court. It was as vast as a medium thousand world, with carved beams and painted rafters, towering and magnificent, splendid and magnificent. Today, countless millions of the demon clan gathered in one hall, raising cups and toasts, laughter and cheerful voices filling the air, their gazes occasionally drifting toward Xian Yi, who sat together with Dijun and Taiyi. As everyone knew, the demon clan had 4 sovereigns: Dijun, Taiyi, Fu, Shi, and Nuwa. Nuwa was a saint, and after her brother Fu, Shi joined the demon clan, she too was bestowed the title of Honghuang by the demon clan. In reality, everyone knew the demon clan only had 3 sovereigns, namely Dijun, Taiyi, and Fu Shi. But today, all the demon clan were overjoyed to learn that Dijun and Taiyi actually had a third brother who had just transformed. In the future, when the demon clan fought the Wu clan, they would be even more powerful. Dijun and Taiyi took turns introducing many high-ranking members of the demon clan, letting Xian Yi get to know them, such as the 10 great demon saints: Ji Ming Ing, Zhao Fei Dan Fei, Lian Jiuing, Shangyang, Bai Zai Qin, Yuan Si Tai, and Gui Che. I am Dijun of the demon clan, known as the Heavenly Emperor. My second brother is the Eastern Emperor. My third brother Xian Yi, who has transformed and emerged into the world today, has been bestowed the title of Xianhuang. What do you think? Dijun, clad in his imperial robe, lifted his wine cup, spread both arms, and smiled as he looked down upon the many demon clan below. The overwhelming aura of an emperor struck countless beings' hearts, making their spirits surge. This minister observes that the Honghuang's appearance is handsome and mighty with a faint hint of emperor's aura. He must surely harbor strategies to pacify the Wu. He is certainly worthy of the title Honghuang. Military advisor's words are most excellent. Taiyi raised his wine vessel with both hands, toasted from afar, and said, "Come drink this cup with me." Dijun saw that all the demon clan in the hall showed expressions of respect and admiration. He rejoiced secretly in his heart. It seemed third brother's appearance was quite capable of intimidating people. Just then a tiger demon flew in from outside the hall. He had the head of a tiger and the body of a man wielding a great axe, his entire body covered in blood. This humble one greets the heavenly emperor. The tiger demon knelt down with great difficulty. The axe in his hand clattered to the floor as he gasped for breath, saying, "It's terrible. 4 great witches of the Wu clan have attacked the heavenly court, destroyed 48 of our floating immortal islands, and killed many demon clan cultivators. Please, heavenly emperor, give us your decision." After saying this, the tiger demon's head drooped, and he fell unconscious. "Take him away for proper treatment." Dijun's expression darkened as he said, "The Wu clan is truly too barbaric. Has our demon clan not yet made a move, and they already cannot hold back?" A glint of sharpness flashed in by Zay's eyes. He gently waved his feather fan and slowly said, "Heavenly Emperor, 4 great witches rashly attacking the heavenly court must certainly be at the instigation of the 12 ancestral witches. We must not act rashly. We must first see clearly whether the 12 ancestral witches are hidden in the shadows. How about we defend first?" Hearing this, Dijun stood with hands behind his back, nodded, and said, "Good, defend first." At this moment, Xian-Yi, who was eating dragon meat, suddenly slammed the dragon meat onto the table, shocking all the demon clan into looking at him in puzzlement. "Good. Fight with everything on the line." Having said this, Xian-Yi's entire body burned with fighting spirit. The chaotic heaven demon staff in his hand, weighing billions of June, rested on his shoulder as he rushed out of the Lingxiao treasure hall in a whirlwind. Along the way, a crowd of demon clan were blown away. Honghuang, what a fierce man. He, at merely the peak of Taiyi golden immortal realm, was going to suppress 4 great witches. In an instant, all the ordinary demon clan cultivators showed eyes filled with admiration. With such a righteous and loyalty-bound sovereign, how could our heavenly court fail to vanquish the Wu clan? However, having said that, the demon clan still wore worried expressions. Although Honghuang's courage was commendable, those 4 great witches, each and every one, were far more powerful than cultivators at the peak of the Luo golden immortal realm. "Oh no!" Dijun slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "Everyone quickly go bring my third brother back." He misunderstood. Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Third brother misunderstood again. How is he like a mindless brute? The moment he hears about the Wu clan, he wants to fight them. Sai, his spirit is commendable, but you are only at Taiyi golden immortal. It's over. If he encounters 4 great witches, wouldn't he be instantly killed? At this thought, a cold glint flashed in Eastern Emperor Taiyi's eyes. He summoned the chaos bell, placed it atop his head, executed the golden crow rainbow transformation technique, and shot away at top speed. Today, if those 4 great witches dare to kill third brother, he, Eastern Emperor Taiyi, will dare to make them accompany him in death. "Everyone come with us," Dijun said. "We must definitely slay the 4 great witches to prove the might of our demon clan. It cannot be disgraced." With Dijun's command, many demon clan transformed into their true forms and flew toward the battlefield amid clouds and mist. Like dark clouds pressing down upon the city, endless and without limit, were the 10 great demon saints, 365 demon gods, and many pillar of strength demon clan cultivators at the Luo golden immortal. Such a massive movement by the demon clan naturally attracted the attention of great divine power beings throughout the primordial realm, such as Minghe, ancestor of the Blood Sea of the Netherworld, Zhun Yuanzi of the 5 Villages Temple and Hongyun, the East King Gong, and Shi Wangmu of the Penglai Immortal Island, Kuan Peng of the Northern Sea, and the Northern Sea Xian Turtle. In the battlefield of the demon clan's heavenly court, 4 towering figures stood in the sky, exuding surging killing intent and terrifying might. A tall, robust figure holding a large shield in his left hand and a giant axe in his right hand roared angrily, "Detestable demon clan! You have sent numerous great demons to attack our Wu clan tribes. Today we will repay tooth for tooth and blood for blood." The 2 clans have always been irreconcilable, with no right or wrong. Only the strong reign as kings. Taiyi, holding his divine bow, shot an arrow. Overwhelming, unmatched divine power surged forth, tearing through the heavens and pulverizing a host of floating immortal islands into dust. "A little fellow has come," Xiang Lu said with a faint smile. The other 3 great shamans all looked into the distance, where a golden rainbow sped across the sky and transformed into a golden-robed youth, his face filled with arrogance and defiance. He carried a black golden long staff on his shoulder with 3,000 strands of black hair flying in the wind. His whole body blazed with battle intent, causing the surrounding void to warp and twist. Wu Clan, today, I will definitely knock you all down. Xian Yi shouted, swinging his staff. The might of the chaotic divine artifact crushed the void, producing a crackling sound. Seeing this, the 4 great shamans were stunned for a moment, then each dodged, staring at Xian Yi with extreme fury. Are you seeking death? Xing Tian roared angrily. A mere Taiyi golden immortal dares to speak such nonsense. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black golden long staff swung again, carrying surging solar, true fire that threatened to burn heaven and earth to ashes. Xing Tian sneered and raised his giant axe to block. With a thunderous boom, the chaotic heavenly demon staff struck the axe, unleashing a sound that echoed across the heavens. However, the two were not on the same level at all. Xian Yi was blasted away, crashing into a primeval divine mountain, which instantly shattered. Ha ha ha, this little bird is truly overestimating himself. He was directly crushed by Xing Tian's immense strength. Hua Fu and the other great shamans burst into laughter, all 4 mocking Xian Yi's audacity. Continue. A loud shout resounded through the sky. Xian Yi lifted the chaotic heavenly demon staff and charged again, his injuries instantly healing. The 4 great shamans were stunned. How could he be alive again? This. De Yi shouted angrily. Brothers, there's something wrong with this little bird. Quickly join forces and kill him. The other 3 great shamans nodded, each taking up their weapons, and engaged Xian Yi in a fierce battle in the void. Yet the more they fought, the more alarmed they became. It was as if Xian Yi were an indestructible cockroach. No matter how they struck him, his wounds would directly heal. Moreover, after recovering, his aura became even more overwhelming, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Dijun and Taiyi, along with many high-ranking members of the demon clan, arrived at the scene. They stared blankly at the sight in the sky. They saw Xian Yi, fearless and mighty like a war god, swinging his black golden long staff repeatedly at the 4 great shamans. This is our 3rd brother. What's going on with him? A look of disbelief appeared on Dijun's face. He observed carefully. Every time Xian Yi was sent flying, he was gravely injured. But why could he recover so quickly? Instead, he grew stronger with each fight. At that moment, shockwaves surged in Dijun's heart. He couldn't understand it, so he turned to Taiyi and asked. Taiyi said helplessly, Big brother, how would I know? Any one of those 4 great shamans could defeat 4 peak Duo golden immortals, yet our 3rd brother is only a peak Taiyi golden immortal. They're going all out every time, yet our 3rd brother only grows stronger. Taiyi was also full of shock. His heart was extremely bitter. 3rd brother, I'm afraid my title of war god will be taken over by you from now on. The crowd of high-ranking demon clan members were also dumbfounded. Baizhe sighed with emotion and said, see, was I right or not? Emperor Xian is surely both wise and brave. To fight against 4 great shamans at the Taiyi realm. Tell me which of you could do that. Hearing this, the heads of the many demon clan members shook like rattles. Their bodies blazed with battle intent, and they looked at Xian Yi with admiration. Truly worthy of the demon clan's emperor, leading by example, fierce as tigers and wolves. In the sky, countless billions of living beings watched. Xian Yi drenched in golden blood with countless wounds, yet after a short while he miraculously healed again. Have the 12 ancestral shamans come. I want to fight them. Fighting you feels like nothing, neither pain nor itch. Xian Yi looked at the 4 great shamans and said in a gruff voice, Xing Tian. De Yi's hand holding the divine bow trembled slightly, his face twitching violently as he roared angrily, you reckless fool. With just a glare from our ancestral shaman you would die. How dare you still be arrogant here? Since you won't bring the 12 ancestral shamans, archer boy, come and fight me 300 rounds. Xian Yi swung the chaotic heavenly demon staff fiercely at De Yi. He had been injured many times before. As he swung the staff, his cultivation directly broke through to the Daluo golden immortal. Golden light shot up from his body like a blazing sun, illuminating all directions. The might spread out, crushing numerous divine mountains. The 4 great shamans saw this and smiled bitterly, then charged at Xian Yi. Reckless fool indeed. Always swinging that staff at you. Moreover, when he hits you, it hurts. When you hit him, even if you gravely wound him, he heals in an instant. Where can you seek justice? Moreover, seeing Xian Yi break through to the Daluo golden immortal realm at this moment, the 4 great shamans felt a chill run down their spines. Just a moment ago, he was only at the peak of Taiyi golden immortal. Sensing that the staffs might have become even more terrifying, the 4 great shamans actually felt their hearts grow cold with fear. Boom. Xian Yi smashed De Yi into the ground with one blow, creating a massive abyss that appeared before everyone's eyes, making them gasp in shock. Damn it, are you a golden crow or a member of the Wu clan? How can your physical strength be so terrifying? But no one knew that Xian Yi's constitution was the Honghuang Dao body, inherently possessing boundless strength, which allowed him to wield the chaotic heavenly demon staff that weighed tens of millions of Jun. With his terrifying physique and wielding such a heavy weapon, such explosive attack power was understandable. Alas, not satisfying, not satisfying. You forego quickly and invite the 12 ancestral shamans. I want to fight them. Xian Yi, holding the chaotic heavenly demon staff, looked down at the 4 great shamans on the ground. The 4 great shamans who had been knocked flying by the chaotic heavenly demon staff were now covered in dust and dirt, all looking at Xian Yi in the sky with resentful faces. Bastard. After beating us, you still want to beat our 12 ancestral shamans. What the hell, why are you so arrogant? Fine, you reckless fool, if you have the guts, keep chasing us. Yi sneered coldly. This guy really wasn't afraid of death. Why not lure him to the Hotu tribe and let the ancestral shaman Hotu personally kill him? With that, the 4 great shamans exchanged a knowing smile and flew toward the Hotu tribe. Seeing this, Xian Yi roared angrily, "You villains! Do you think I'm afraid of you?" He carried the chaotic heavenly demon staff on his shoulder, activated the golden crow rainbow transformation, and flew swiftly. Bai Zhe waved his feather fan, looking embarrassed as he said, "Emperor Xian truly unmatched in valor under heaven. Not good. Quickly stop our third brother. Hotu is a quasi-saint at the peak realm. Our third brother has just advanced to Daoyuo Golden Immortal. How can he be a match for her? This is bad. How can our third brother dare to fight anyone?" Dijun stomped his foot in frustration, his face full of helplessness. After speaking, he, along with Taiyi and the crowd of Demon Clan ministers, hurriedly chased after Xian Yi. At the same time, numerous great primordial powers were utterly astonished, gradually realizing that the Demon Clan had produced another sovereign. His true form was a 3-legged golden crow, and upon transformation, he stood at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Yet to everyone's astonishment, at this cultivation level, he managed to thrash 4 great witches soundly. And this was not the end. He even dared to fight the 12 ancestral witches. All beings were caught between laughter and tears. Impressive, truly impressive. Perhaps this was the might of the Demon Clan's sovereign. Calling him a fearless newborn calf was most fitting. In the Hotu tribe, endless buildings stretched continuously where the people under Hotu's jurisdiction lived. Inside a grand hall on a couch sat a woman clad in a pale yellow dress. She was exceptionally beautiful, indistinguishable from human women. She was the youngest of the 12 ancestral witches Hotu. The reason she resembled a human woman was that she disliked the tall and robust stature typical of witch women. Thus, she had transformed her towering figure into a petite form. Hotu had a gentle disposition, and among the witches, only Zhulong surpassed her in wisdom. At that moment, she was flipping through an ancient tome when she suddenly heard a commotion outside, causing her delicate brows to furrow. Moi. The scent of the Demon Clan. Hotu's expression turned stern as she hurried out of the hall. The Demon Clan was the mortal enemy of the Witch Clan. Their arrival in her tribe could only mean trouble. As she stepped out of the hall, she saw Xingtiandei, Shangliu, and Quafu kneeling on one knee before her, their faces bruised and swollen. They hung their heads, looking as if they had swallowed flies. "What is this?" Hotu looked at them in confusion. Her voice was as pleasant as a mountain spring flowing gently. These 4 great witches were the cream of the crop among the witches, second only to the 12 ancestral witches. How could they have been beaten black and blue? Could it be that the Demon Clan's Dijun and Taiyi had made a move? At this thought, Hotu's expression turned cold. If that were the case, the Demon Clan was truly shameless, using quasi-sage level experts to bully 4 great witches. Dei hung his head low and said with shame, "It happened like this." After a long while, Hotu finished listening to his account. Her expression shifted from cold to shocked as she asked, "The newly emerged demon sovereign of the Demon Clan is so fierce. 12 ancestral witches, come out and fight me." Hearing this voice, the 4 great witches trembled all over. Hotu also heard a young man's taunt. Frowning, she turned to look at the sky. In the sky, Xuanyi stood holding a long staff of Wujin, scanning the area below with a casual gaze. Hotu's eyes fixed on him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Aside from being more handsome than his 2 elder brothers, he appeared somewhat frail. Could it be that Dei and the others had been defeated by him? What's this, a woman? Xuanyi stared blankly at Hotu, uncertain of her identity, his gaze tinged with confusion. At these words, Hotu's eyes turned cold. "Who are you calling a woman?" She was the cherished younger sister of her 11 elder brothers and sisters among the witches. Who would dare speak to her so rudely? "Whoever is a woman, that's who I'm calling," Xuanyi said coolly. "Stop wasting time. I'm not leaving until I see the 12 ancestral witches today." At the word, wasting time, Hotu flushed slightly, her chest heaving in anger. "Listen, boy, I am one of the 12 ancestral witches, Hotu. I was just looking for you. Come, let's fight 300 rounds. Xuanyi's face blazed with battle lust as he swung his staff viciously at the peerlessly beautiful picture like Hotu. "You're asking for death." Hotu sneered disdainfully. Without even transforming into her true form, she extended one arm, which suddenly elongated. Her delicate hand turned into a sky-covering palm imbued with the boundless essence of earth. Xuanyi's Wujin staff was sent flying, and Xuanyi himself crashed into a great mountain like a cannonball, causing a thunderous roar. "Hotu, give me back my third brother's life." At that moment, the high-ranking members of the Demon Clan arrived in full force. Donghuang Taiyi, seeing Xuanyi struck down, erupted in fury. Dong, the primordial supreme treasure, the chaos bell, which suppressed time and imprisoned space, emitted a majestic resonant sound. Terrifying chaos divine might swept forth. Hutu groaned, her body sent flying, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Damn it, our little sister is being bullied by that stinking bird. Quick, support her. Over at the Pangu temple, the other 11 ancestral witches, all burning with rage, transformed into their true forms and arrived at Hutu's tribe in an instant. 11 colossal figures blotted out the sky, collapsing endless void barriers, their surging baleful chi shooting straight into the heavens. The moment they arrived, Dijun's eyes reddened, and he gritted his teeth. All of you, listen to my command. Today we must trample the witch clan to avenge our third brother. His third brother had died at the hands of Hutu. This hatred was irreconcilable. The numerous high-ranking demon clan members nodded in unison. They had thought that the emergence of Emperor Xian would herald the demon clan's dominance over the world, but they never expected the war between demons and witches to begin so soon. Emperor Xian, you are too bold. Good woman, you really have some strength. A complaining voice sounded, startling the attacking demon clan. Dijun whipped his head around and saw Xuanyi crawling out of the rubble, holding his Wujin staff. Third brother, you're alive. Dijun and Taiyi were overjoyed, their eyes reddening. This was their brother bound by blood. When Xuanyi was struck down, they had thought he was surely dead, but unexpectedly he had survived, and his aura seemed even more terrifying. Xuanyi gave a simple smile and scratched his head. Big brother, second brother, I'm just a little hurt, nothing serious. But that woman is ruthless. She crushed me into dust. Hearing this, Dijun and Taiyi were dumbfounded. Third brother, if you were crushed into dust, how are you still alive? Your body is truly remarkable. The two brothers stepped forward. Taiyi patted Xuanyi on the shoulder and said sternly, don't fool around anymore. The 12 ancestral witches are mighty. How can you be a match for them? Since my third brother is fine, let's call it a day, shall we? Dijun looked at the 12 ancestral witches and said calmly, ask yourselves honestly, is it appropriate to start a full-scale war between demons and witches right now? Appropriate, your grandmother. Zhurong roared. You bully our little sister and think you can just walk away. You, that feathered brat called Xuanyi, this is your doing. Even Taiyi can't protect you. Weren't you looking for the 12 ancestral witches? You want to fight, right? Come on, I'll take you on. Brothers, let's beat him together to vent our little sister's anger. Zhurong's words won the approval of the other ancestral witches. This three-legged golden crow named Xuanyi was far too arrogant. He needed to be taught a lesson, to know who the true brutes of the primordial world were. Dijun and Taiyi both wore grave expressions. It seemed that the Wu tribe was determined to ignite a great war today. Third brother, he's completely gone mad. Taiyi sighed. These Wu tribe members were like bulls charging into battle. Moi. Xian Yi said with a grave expression. Fine, then let's go completely mad. With that, he charged at Hutu first, shouting loudly, you little woman, take another strike from my staff. Other ancestral Wu, come at me all together. I'll knock you all down. Xian Yi laughed, his battle intent soaring to the heavens, his long hair streaming flames of the sun burning around him like an immortal war god. Seeing this, Taiyi quickly covered his mouth, eyes wide with shock as he looked at his elder brother Dijun. Dijun's body trembled. He wanted to slap his second brother into the earth, but said helplessly, second brother, please stop saying such strange things from now on, okay? Stop him quick. After roaring, Dijun and Taiyi rushed into the void, each grabbing one of Xian Yi's arms with bitter expressions on their faces. Third brother, listen to me, don't be so reckless. Your second brother was just saying those Wu tribe members are going mad, not referring to you. Be good, let's go home. Xian Yi scratched his head and said, is that so? I thought second brother was telling me to go mad. But whenever I face the 12 ancestral Wu, I can't help but want to go wild and fight them. The myriad demon clan members looked on with reverence. Emperor Xian, how heroic it was to lead from the front. As the ruler of the demon clan, he risked his own safety to set an example for all. This deserved the respect of all demons. In his three-legged golden crow bloodline flowed an ancient feud with the Wu tribe. No wonder he was determined to defeat the 12 ancestral Wu. Dijun and Taiyi also showed expressions of gratification, as expected of their third brother. Though his temperament was reckless, his actions truly merited the title of Honghuang. Xian Yi, you're really asking for death? Let me kill you. Zhu Rong's explosive nature could no longer be contained as he stepped forward ready to beat Xian Yi. But just then Hutu grabbed his arm and said, Brother Zhu Rong, this kid is problematic. Perhaps we should not fight him. What problem? I don't care, I want to fight him anyway. Hutu said helplessly. According to Taiyi, whenever this youth's body is injured, his strength increases. Originally, he was at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, but after fighting he became a Daluo Golden Immortal. Elders, today is not suitable for our Wu tribe to fight. Shall we hold back for now? Upon hearing this, Dijun also looked at Xian Yi with deep seriousness. This fellow had all the habits of a youth, so fearless of death. He was truly a reckless warrior. Could his body really be this strange? Fight or don't, who's afraid of you? Xian Yi broke free from his two brothers' grasp and charged forward, transforming into a golden rainbow. The Chaos Heavenly Demon Staff struck Zhu Rong hard. Boom! Zhu Rong, caught off guard, was sent crashing into the ground. With flames surging around his body, he burst out and punched towards Xian Yi. Boom! Xian Yi was blasted away, his body covered in blood as he stood up again. The ancestral Wu and the Wu tribe were stunned. Good heavens, he didn't die even after that. The demon clan members were equally astonished. Emperor Xian, is he really this formidable? To endure such a terrifying strike from an ancestral Wu, being beaten nearly beyond recognition, and still manage to stand. Emperor Xian, Guoche roared, truly magnificent. Emperor Xian's utter disregard for death moved many demons to tears. Even Dijun and Taiyi felt deeply stirred within. This third brother of theirs may have been reckless, but his courage was something they could only admire. Ho Tu watched Xian Yi with intense gravity. His body flashed with streaks of golden light, and in an instant his shattered form rapidly restored itself to its original state. This. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her beautiful face filled with astonishment. Did you all see that? Taiyi shouted. He's more Wu than our own Wu tribe. No wonder our 4 great Wu fell to his hands. It's understandable, isn't it? Indeed, he's a freak. Who else can automatically heal their body mid-fight? Damn it, how could those 2 mixed-breed birds Dijun and Taiyi have such a terrifying younger brother? It would be wonderful if this fellow were one of our Wu tribe people. Actually, his reckless nature does suit our Wu tribe quite well. The many Wu tribe subjects continued their heated discussion. Dijong's expression grew complicated. Just as Zhu Rong was about to strike again, Dijong immediately barked, "Stop. We shall return to the Pangu Divine Palace." Then Dijong's gaze shifted to Dijun and Taiyi as he said, "Today's matter is not over. Our 2 tribes will someday clash until heaven and earth are turned upside down." Zhu Rong wore an annoyed expression and asked, "Eldest brother, why?" "We'll discuss it when we return." Dijong pulled Zhu Rong along. Before leaving, Zhu Rong shot Xian Yi a fierce glare and said, "Kid, you've got some tricks up your sleeve." Only after fully recovering did Xian Yi slowly open his eyes, realizing his cultivation base was close to breaking through to the mid-stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. "Villain, don't you dare flee." As he raised the black gold staff to charge forward, Dijun and Taiyi each grabbed his arm and used their combined magical power to forcibly bring Xian Yi back to the demon clan's heavenly court. The demon clan high-ranking members who remained behind exchanged bewildered glances. Baze gently waved his feather fan and smiled. "Everyone, our Lord Honghuang is far too reckless. Describing him as both wise and brave doesn't quite fit. Indeed, yet Lord Honghuang's utter disregard for death truly commands my respect." A woman in white robes named Shang Yang's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment as she gazed toward the heavenly court, speaking with reverent admiration. Baze nodded in agreement. "Although we failed to slay the 4 great Wu this time, we've demonstrated the fierce courage of our demon clan. All credit belongs to Lord Honghuang. Let us return to the heavenly court." On the way back to the heavenly court, a system voice echoed in Xian Yi's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. For battling the 4 great Wu, you have been rewarded with the Heavenly Emperor's Samsara Fist." "Ding! Congratulations, host. For clashing with ancestral Wu Ho Tu, you've been granted 30 drops of Chaos Demonic God's Essence Blood." "Ding! Congratulations, host. For engaging ancestral Wu Zhu Rong, you receive the 12-petaled world-devouring Black Lotus." Upon hearing these rewards, Xian Yi checked the system inventory. Using a great magical technique, he had already made 2 copies of the Heavenly Emperor's Samsara Fist manual. He then divided the demonic God's Essence Blood into 3 small vials, 10 drops per vial. "Elder brother, second brother, I'm going into seclusion. Take these items, they'll be of great use." As soon as he arrived at the heavenly court, Xian Yi tossed the 2 divine artifacts to Dijun and Taiyi respectively, then made his way toward the inner cabinet within the Lingxiao treasure hall. Dijun and Taiyi stared blankly at what they held in their hands. Their third brother claimed these were incredibly useful, but what exactly were they? Dijun opened the small bottle with bewilderment. In an instant, a surge of sublime essence shot out into the void, transforming into drops of golden blood orbs. "Second brother, whose essence blood is this? Could it be that of the great god Pangu?" Dijun's face lit up with excitement, for within these golden blood orbs he sensed a grand and ancient aura, as if the heavens and earth were being created anew. Taiyi shook his head solemnly and said, "This essence blood is enough to elevate our roots to the pinnacle of primordial gods. Since it's third brother's gift, elder brother, please accept it quickly." He sensed the immense power contained within. Standing there, he looked at the small bottle in his hand with a complex expression. Where did third brother find such a precious thing? Dijun carefully tucked the small bottle into his bosom and sighed. "Second brother, it seems our third brother is no mere reckless man, but rather one who is crude yet meticulous." He couldn't help but begin praising Xian Yi. "This book." Dijun's gaze shifted to the blue-bound book in his hand, on which were written 5 golden characters, Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Fist. An overwhelming imperial aura surged forth, unsettling Dijun's mind. Startled, he hastily picked up the book and opened the first page. Golden characters resembling tadpoles began to converge into his mind. Endless profound Tao tones echoed within Dijun's mind, as if imparting teachings to him, causing his entire aura to become increasingly terrifying. After a long while, Dijun abruptly opened his eyes and said joyfully, "This is a divine technique. I must cultivate it." Second brother, when cultivated to its peak, a single punch can freeze space, distort karma, and reincarnation, slay enemies without incurring karma, and crush all foes in the world. The key is that killing enemies incurs no karma. This. As he spoke, Dijun couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Wu clan was his greatest enemy, yet every time the Yao clan slew a Wu, the calamitous energy between heaven and earth increased by a fraction. This was karma. He did not know that the cultivators of the primordial realm, like lambs, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth day and night without giving back to their mother. The primordial realm, though vast and boundless, could not be endlessly fleeced by countless beings. The original Tao and heavenly Tao would eventually be unable to bear the burden. When cultivators fought and killed, baleful energy arose, and spiritual energy became extremely thin. People only knew slaughter, and at the slightest provocation they would engage in fierce combat. And this was the essence of the great calamity of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao wished to eliminate a portion of living beings to maintain the stability of the primordial realm. It could also be understood as the world not wanting to be too crowded. But now Dijun and Taiyi felt that their future was bright. Third brother Xian Yi had given them this heavenly emperor reincarnation fist, which killed without incurring karma, an effect akin to the supreme post-celestial treasure, the primordial measuring ruler. Let us quickly enter seclusion, refine the essence blood, and cultivate this divine technique. Dijun and Taiyi, talking and laughing, flew toward the secluded chamber. Meanwhile, in a resplendent room where the four walls were swirling with spiritual energy vortices, Xian Yi sat with closed eyes on a white jade bed. Golden solar true fire radiated around him, and behind him appeared the faint image of a three-legged golden crow. When the 12-petal extinction black lotus was summoned, the entire room was filled with boundless baleful energy. The black lotus rotated slowly before Xian Yi's chest, emitting faint glimmers of light, as if it were devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During the Dragonhan calamity, demon ancestor Rahu was ambushed and killed by the group of Hongjuan and the other three. His 4 swords of Zhuxian were taken by Hongjuan, the god-slaying spear flew into the chaos beyond the realm, and the 12-petal extinction black lotus also vanished without a trace. It must be known that this ultimate innate spiritual treasure was a transformation of the chaos supreme treasure, the chaos green lotus. The chaos green lotus gave birth to the great god Pangu, who after creating the world fell across the lands of the primordial realm. It grew 4 lotus seeds. One mature seed transformed into the 24-petal creation green lotus, but because it was not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, it split into 3. The lotus flower became the 3 treasures Rui, owned by the primordial heavenly venerate. The lotus root became the Taiyi fly whisk, owned by the supreme Lord Laozi. The lotus leaf became the green lotus sword, owned by the heavenly Lord Tongtian. This was also the origin of the saying, red lotus, white lotus root, green lotus leaf. The 3 teachings are originally one family. These 3 treasures were all ultimate innate spiritual treasures. The remaining 3 immature seeds transformed into the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, owned by the guide Taoist, the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus, owned by the ancestor Mingi, and the 12-petal extinction black lotus, owned by demon ancestor Rahu. 12-petal extinction black lotus. When seated upon the lotus platform, one's defense is astonishing, and it can absorb the violent energy of the world. At this moment, all the restrictions within the 12-petal extinction black lotus were directly erased after the system rewarded it to Xian Yi. Thus, Xian Yi could use it directly, but he had no interest in this item. What use was a thing that could not hit people? Xian Yi listlessly tossed it into the system warehouse. Then he shifted his gaze to the small bottle. He knew this was something that could elevate his roots. The realm a being could cultivate to in this life was related to its roots. The classification of roots: post-celestial beings, innate beings, primordial gods, chaos gods, each with 4 minor levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, top. Currently, Xian Yi's roots were at the intermediate primordial god level. With such roots, he could cultivate to the quasi-saint realm without issue, but if he wished to go further, it was impossible. Roots represented whether a being's fortune was profound. Only those with deep fortune could gain the favor of the primordial realm. High roots meant high cultivation limits and good luck. One could be said to be the darling of all. Xian Yi opened the small bottle, glanced at the 10 distinct drops of golden blood inside, brought it to his lips, and poured it directly into his mouth. In an instant, it was like molten lava entering his body. His face turned scorching red, and his entire body emitted billowing white smoke, filling the room with a murky haze. The burning sensation within his body made him feel like a volcano. Xian Yi let out a roar, grabbed the chaos demon-slaying staff from the bed, transformed into a golden rainbow, and flew out of the seclusion chamber. As it happened, Bai Zhe and Fu Shi were passing by. The two demons suddenly felt a scorching aura rush toward them, and they stared blankly as a golden light shot out of the hall. Isn't that the Xian Emperor? Fu Shi was utterly astonished. Was he about to attack the Wu clan again? Thinking this, his expression changed, and he said to Bai Zhe, "Quick, stop him." The two immediately used flying techniques and chased after him into the sky outside the hall. There they saw Xian Yi wildly swinging his staff in the heavens like a frenzied god, twisting and shattering the void for millions of miles around. A series of booming sounds reached the ears of the many demons. Countless streaks of light flew over, all demon cultivators, staring blankly at Xian Yi in the sky. What does the Xian Emperor mean by this? Why is he wielding a divine artifact alone here? I think the Xian Emperor is hinting at something. Oh, Sister Shangyang, please explain it to us. Shangyang clasped her hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes examining Xian Yi, who was wildly swinging his staff in the sky. In a solemn tone, she said, "The Xian Emperor is demonstrating to us, through his actions, that cultivation must never be slackened. How can one enjoy the fragrance of plum blossoms without enduring the bitter cold?" After uttering these words, her reverence for him ascended to an even higher dimension. "I have attained enlightenment." Bai Zhe drew a deep breath, pointed at Xian Yi in the sky, and spoke with an air of profound mystery. "Behold, everyone. Each time the Xian Emperor wields his divine artifact, it seems he expends all his strength. This seemingly simple act of wielding in truth embodies the supreme principle of the Tao." The other demon saints also gazed at Xian Yi in the sky with awe. As expected of Bai Zhe, the demon saint, they had failed to discern this. Yet Bai Zhe had seen through it. No wonder he was the strategist. "My fellow cultivators, how can we let the Xian Emperor's heart grow cold?" Shang Yang's eyes burned with even deeper infatuation. She swept her gaze over the assembled demon cultivators and said in a low voice, "The Xian Emperor is summoning us to cultivate alongside him. What are we waiting for?" She soared into the sky holding a bone fan in both hands and began to practice divine arts and techniques. Her graceful figure danced elegantly, forming a striking contrast to Xian Yi's chaotic and disorderly strikes. Seeing her take the lead by Zhe and Fu, she felt a pang of shame. They swiftly led the multitude of demon cultivators and flew into the sky as well. Truly, it was a riot of demons. Towering demonic forms emerged one after another. A divine tiger roared into the heavens. A soaring serpent slithered across the sky. Divine radiance burst forth in a dazzling display of colors. Gradually, more and more demons flew into the sky, numbering in the thousands, tens of thousands beyond measure. This grand spectacle naturally drew the attention of the mighty beings of the primordial world, their gazes all turning toward the heavenly court. What is going on? Are the demons holding a military parade? It seems the decisive battle between the witch and demon races is imminent. Indeed, especially that newly ascended Emperor Xian Yi. Look how hard he is striving. Tsk. With such a valiant and diligent emperor, it would be unjust if the demons did not conquer the world. Alas, throughout history, perhaps only this Xian Yi could blend so seamlessly with his subordinates. True, he may be reckless, but he deserves to be called a worthy emperor. Honestly, I've taken a liking to him. Apart from the discussions among the great mighty beings, the 12 ancestral witches in the Panga Temple on Buzhou Mountain were also baffled by this spectacle of the demon race. Was this a demonstration? Hotu pondered for a moment, then her expression shifted. Brothers, this young man is subtly telling us that next time he will lead countless demons to flatten our Panga Temple. Zhu Jiuyin sighed and said, "Correct. Little sister's words are exactly right. That is his intention." Zhu Jiuyin was the wise one among the witch race, and Ho Tu's intellect was second only to his, so his words were always taken seriously. What a Dijun and Taiyi teaching their younger brother like this. How arrogant. Dijong thought that once their witch race refined the capital heaven divine fiend formation, the first thing they would do was destroy the heavenly court. Meanwhile, inside the cultivation chamber of Dijun and Taiyi, the two brothers sat cross-legged practicing the heavenly emperor reincarnation fist. Suddenly a commotion arose outside, filling the brothers with helplessness. Normally, after the morning court, most demon cultivators returned to their own dojos. Who was gathering around the heavenly court and making such a racket? Scoundrels! How are we supposed to cultivate? Taiyi took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and swept his sleeve to push open the chamber door. He flew out of the hall and suddenly froze in place. In the sky, a riot of demons danced, twisting their grotesque forms, yet each wore a fervent expression, as if they were victorious generals receiving the adulation of the people. What the hell gave you the cheek? Don't you know that revealing your demonic true forms is hideous? Dongwang Taiyi's face turned icy cold. He was about to roar at them to scram, when he suddenly spotted a three-legged golden crow figure among the crowd of demons. "Third brother, why are you causing trouble too?" Taiyi hurriedly flew up, pushing aside the demons. He glanced at Xian Yi and felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xian Yi had revealed his true form, towering a million zhang high, his entire body radiating terrifying solar true fire. A fearsome sight, indeed. Taiyi saw at a glance that Xian Yi was being clouded by some terrifying influence. Honghuang Taiyi immediately summoned the Chaos Bell and shone its light upon Xian Yi. This supreme primordial artifact could suppress time and space. In an instant, the surging chaotic sacred might dispersed the scorching power from Xian Yi's body. Xian Yi transformed back into human form, draped in a golden robe, and fell unconscious from the void. Taiyi used his magical power to halt Xian Yi's descent in midair, then breathed a sigh of relief, lifting him onto his back. Donghuang, what happened? Fu Shi asked in confusion. You still ask? Donghuang Taiyi shot him a glare, and said angrily, Xian Yi suffered a chi deviation and nearly died here, yet you led the demons in a dance. Fu Shi, if your sister were not a saint, I would suspect you were a spy from the witch race. Among those present, Shi Huang held the highest status, so Donghuang Taiyi immediately pinned the responsibility for the chaos of the demon horde on him. He had no time to inquire further. His third brother Xian Yi remained unconscious. He needed to find his eldest brother Dijun to face this matter together. Fu Shi watched Donghuang's retreating figure and muttered, what does this have to do with me? Bai Zhe smiled sheepishly and said, where is sister Shangyang? He looked around but could not find her. Bai Zhe sighed, Shi Huang, we all revere you as our emperor. About this matter we are not qualified to explain to the Donghuang and the heavenly emperor. Only you can step forward. With that, Bai Zhe's body flickered with a dark light and he vanished without a trace. Fu Shi stood there stunned for a long time, then suddenly shouted, Bai Zhe, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. I miss her. You go explain. I'm going to the Hua Imperial Palace to stay for a while. At that moment, Dijun and Taiyi carrying Xian Yi arrived at the natural cold pond formed over eons behind the heavenly court. The water in this pond was the glacial river water from the ninth heaven. Even a Taiyi golden immortal would be frozen senseless jumping into it. Throw third brother in. After saying this, Dijun crouched down with a complex expression and pried a small bottle from Xian Yi's hand. The fellow was still clutching it tightly. He looked at the empty bottle, and the two brothers exchanged a long silent gaze. Donghuang Taiyi sighed, brother, let's find some female demons skilled in serving others to take care of third brother. A whole bottle of essence blood, and he drank it all in one go. If he hadn't lost his mind, and if he hadn't exploded from the energy, it would have been a blessing from our accumulated virtues. Haha, truly blessed by our ancestors. I have to admit it. Dijun said. He's too reckless, oh we can't let him have his way. So which female demons should we assign to look after him? Hearing this, Donghuang Taiyi stroked his chin, and after a long thought said, how about Shangyang? This girl is the first white sheep in the world, a mid-stage quasi-saint. It would be perfect for her to stay by our third brother's side. But with only her, I'm afraid our reckless brother won't fall in love, he'll still keep stirring up trouble. So why not add a nine-tailed fox demon? One on each side. Let him be torn between two beauties. Donghuang Taiyi grinned slyly. Third brother, your second brother doesn't believe that with two soft, fragrant beauties by your side, you'll still be as reckless as a young bull. It's time to rein in that temper and become a proper three-legged golden crow. Upon hearing this, Dijun pondered, and a vision of a woman in a pale yellow dress appeared in his mind. A blend of seduction and purity, an absolute enchantress of the world. She was the first nine-tailed fox demon in the world, a mid-stage quasi-saint expert of the demon race. Countless great cultivators among the demons were crazily obsessed with her. Yet like Shangyang, she was wholly devoted to the heavenly court and never indulged in romance. Assigning two divine maidens as Xuani's attendants might indeed distract him and perhaps even change his temperament. All right, once our third brother wakes up, we'll arrange his lifelong affair. Dijun clasped his hands behind his back, smiling with deep satisfaction. They had only this one younger brother, and he must marry early and produce offspring for the future of the demon race. Meanwhile, the two gazed at Xuani in the heavenly pool. He had revealed his true form, a three-legged golden crow. Yet Dijun and Taiyi were puzzled. The waters of the heavenly pool had condensed into streams of essence, surging into Xuani's body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. They did not know that Xuani's foundation had already ascended to the level of a primary chaos demon god. Had Dijun and Taiyi taken 10 drops of chaos essence blood, they would have been unable to absorb it all, only refining a portion of the divine power. Thus they would not have reached such a high foundation level. But Xuani, having previously obtained the Honghuang Dao body, a physique coveted by countless beings. With each battle his physical strength grew mightier, perhaps even surpassing the Wu tribe. The body is like a vessel. Only with sufficient strength can it perfectly absorb the spiritual materials of heaven and earth. His foundation. Donghuang Taiyi stared at Xuani in the pool, dumbfounded, as if a tempest had erupted in his heart, unable to calm for a long time. A primary chaos demon god foundation. Hiss! Dijun gasped in awe, exclaiming excitedly, my brother Xuani has the potential of a sage. In the primordial world, even the three pure ones were merely advanced innate saints. Even the immortal Tao demon god Honghuang, after Pangu split heaven and earth and was slain by a single axe, his residual immortal Tao essence coalesced into the Taoist Honghuang. Yet, even his foundation, according to the brothers' calculations, was likely that of a primary chaos demon god. Our third brother's foundation can rival that one's. This is truly unimaginable. Taiyi was also overwhelmed, trembling all over. In the primordial world, chaos is ruled by Honghuang. Under heaven, aside from the great Tao and the heavenly Tao and Yang Mei who had fled into the chaos beyond the universe, Honghuang was universally acknowledged as the strongest. One can imagine the immense impact Xuani's foundation had on Dijun and Taiyi. The essence blood in that small bottle is incredibly precious. Dijun gazed at Xuani's figure in the pool with a complex look, saying, "Such a divine treasure, and our third brother gave it to us without even blinking. Dijun will never betray this brotherhood in this life. Yes, the three of us will never be like the three pure ones, outwardly harmonious, but inwardly at odds." Taiyi smiled. At that moment, Xuani opened his eyes. He felt he was about to break through to the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal, and his mana had become more condensed. "Brother, second brother, why are you here?" Flying out of the heavenly pool, Xuani came to Dijun and Taiyi, asking in confusion. Dijun and Taiyi rolled their eyes at him. Didn't this guy know that because of him countless demons had started dancing? The brothers urged Xuani not to be reckless anymore, then led him to the Lingxiao Hall. Then Dijun summoned Shangyang and the nine-tailed fox demon. As the two beauties entered the hall, Taiyi stole a sidelong glance at Xuani. Xuani sat on the golden throne, one leg crossed over the other, swinging his foot. He chewed on dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder, holding a wine flask in one hand, gulping down occasionally. "Dongwang Taiyi, wake up, brother. Look, beauties. Stop eating, will you?" But Xuani, without even lifting his eyelids, clamored to go to the Eastern Sea to catch a few dragons and stew them for soup. Dijun. Shangyang pays respects to the Heavenly Emperor, the Eastern Emperor, and the Xian Emperor. Shangyang and the nine-tailed fox stood together, each bowing to the three figures on the throne. Standing side by side like a pair of sisters, Shangyang was pure and beautiful, while the nine-tailed fox, innocent yet alluring, added a touch of enchantment. "Our third brother Xuani is in need of 2 guards. Shangyang, Xiaobai, you are both quasi-saints. The task of protecting our third brother's safety is entrusted to you." Dijun rose and spoke in a gentle tone. The nine-tailed fox called herself Xiao, by so many demons referred to her as such. Dijun, the heavenly emperor of the demon race, bore the collective fate of countless demons. In an instant, infinite laws coalesced into a divine decree of the heavenly emperor, its words resonating and echoing in the ears of countless demons. That day the demon race was shaken. Countless male demons were disheartened, as if they had lost all hope in life. The goddess Shangyang and the goddess Xiao had become guards of the Xian Emperor. It was over. These two divine beauties of the demon race were drifting away from them. "We obey the heavenly emperor's decree and will surely protect the Xian Emperor's safety." Shangyang and Xiao both bowed in acknowledgement. In Shangyang's eyes, she held great admiration for the Xian Emperor. Although she had misunderstood him before, his unyielding momentum against the Wu tribe had deeply impressed her. Thus, upon hearing that the task of protecting Xuani was given to her, Shangyang was naturally overjoyed. As for Xiao the nine-tailed fox, she remained expressionless. In her eyes, any man who saw her would inevitably fall at her feet. "Hell, whether a brute or a sage, in the end they'll all buzz around me like flies." Xiao cast a seductive glance at Xuani, her beautiful eyes shimmering with confident radiance. "Brother, second brother, it's boring here. I want to travel the primordial world." Xuani never once looked at Shangyang or Xiao. His mind was solely on battle, so he rose to leave. "Xiao is this fellow truly unable to see me, or is he deliberately ignoring me? I understand now. He's playing hard to get." A flicker of astonishment appeared in Xiaobai's eyes. Everyone claimed Emperor Xian was but a blunt fool, yet to her that was merely his outward appearance. Watching Xian soar out of the Lingxiao Hall, Dijun and Dongwang Taiyi could only sigh helplessly. Why did their third brother display such utter indifference toward matters of romance? "My 2 loyal ministers follow him at once. Wherever he goes, you go. Do not lose sight of him," Dijun urgently declared. Xiaobai and Shangyang both took to the sky, deploying their quasi-saint strength, and quickly caught up with Xian. Suddenly they spotted him coming to a halt in the void. The 2 demons circled before him, regarding his pensive expression with utter bewilderment. "Emperor Xian, what are you pondering?" Shangyang clasped her hands behind her back, craning her neck forward, gazing at Xian with a bright smile. Xian replied, "I was wondering whether the demon court could be lifted with a single hand." Upon hearing this, the smile on Shangyang's face gradually froze. She offered a helpless chuckle. Could one really speak such words? To suggest lifting up one's own home? Xiaobai sighed and shook her head. It seemed her calculations had been misguided after all. This Emperor Xian was nothing more than a brute. All he wanted was to solve everything through sheer force. Alas, what a shame to waste such a handsome and valiant appearance. "Stop following me. I'm going to go find someone to fight." Xian Yi cast a glance at the two women and declared with full conviction. He then flew downward, and before long had inadvertently arrived at Mount Buzhou. The two women naturally had no intention of leaving him. Upon arriving they were both startled. Mount Buzhou spanned hundreds of millions of miles with countless Wu tribes thriving upon its vast expanse. It's over. He's going to start a fight. The two women blocked his path, pleading and entreating him not to provoke the Wu tribe, for doing so might spark an all-out war between the two races. But Xian Yi, since the system had extracted his intellect, could think of nothing beyond delicious food and fierce battles. If he couldn't fight, he felt he would surely suffocate. Move quickly. You women truly know no decorum. Xian Yi roughly shoved them aside, stepped forward, and his body began to swell dramatically. In no time he had grown to a towering height of 1,000,000 zhang, wielding the Chaos Heavenly Demon Staff. Whose tribe lies ahead? Leader, come forth and face me in single combat. Xian Yi's gaze fixed upon the great Wu tribe settlement before him. He knew this was Wu territory, but so what? Just do it. Yet attacking the weak was not his style. If he was going to fight, he would face their leader. Xiaobai, Shangyang. The two women stood like willow branches in the wind, overwhelmed with disappointment. It wasn't merely because Xian Yi was reckless. He was what he was, but they were beautiful women after all. Didn't he care about his dignity? He pushed them aside as though they were children. How infuriating. Just then a chaotic clamor erupted from within the Wu tribe settlement. A colossal brute, also 1,000,000 zhang in stature, emerged from the tribe. It was the ancestral Wu Gongong, his form wreathed in the great Tao of water, his skin the hue of verdant jade, his appearance dreadfully rugged. It's you again, little bird. Gongong sneered and unleashed a devastating punch. The waters of the heavenly river reversed course, coalescing into a terrifying maelstrom. That single strike tore through the barriers of the void itself, hurtling toward Xian Yi, who laughed aloud. Excellent. He swung the Tianma staff downward with all his might. With a thunderous boom, the colossal energy current swirling in the void was completely shattered. Witnessing this, countless Wu tribespeople stood dumbfounded. Good heavens! They had heard that last time Xian Yi had been beaten to the verge of death, yet he had somehow risen again. But they never imagined that this time he would shatter an attack from ancestral Wu Gongong with a single blow. Gongong glanced at Xian Yi in astonishment. That strike had not even required his full strength, yet it was far beyond what any early-stage Deluo Golden Immortal could withstand. There was something extraordinary about that staff in the boy's hands. But it hardly mattered. Gongong charged toward Xian Yi, laughing. All of that means nothing in the face of true power. Soon he and Xian Yi engaged in close-quarters combat amidst the skies. Xian Yi's Chaos Tianma staff, though a chaos spiritual treasure, was no match for the body of an ancestral Wu, which could not be so easily broken through. Thus the scene was like a child of 7 or 8 years old battling an adult man. Gongong's punches and kicks sent Xian Yi flying time and again, yet each time, he inexplicably returned relentless, as an indestructible cockroach pressing ever forward. Moreover, Xian Yi's combat spirit only grew stronger with each passing moment. Our mission is to protect Emperor Xian's safety. How can we simply watch him get injured? Shangyang suddenly awakened to this truth. She surged into the high sky, hurling 2 bone fans that spun, with surging demonic energy, attacking ancestral Wu Gongong. Meanwhile, Xiaobai stood firm in the void, wielding a silver whip. Each stroke could shatter mountains and split the heavens, infused with terrifying laws of destiny. Just as Gongong was struggling to find a way to kill Xian, he discovered 2 quasi-saint-level warriors entering the fray. He immediately unleashed the great Tao of water, and his power surged exponentially once more. Wait, hold on. Just then Xian Yi's deep voice resonated. Gongong sneered. Haha, are you afraid now? Xian Yi shook his head and addressed Xiaobai and Shangyang. Stand down. I do not welcome assistance when I am fighting. Gongong, you stinking bird, you insult me. Gongong had felt no anger when he failed to kill Xian Yi previously, nor when the 2 quasi-saints entered the battle. But now his eyes burned crimson, teetering on the edge of madness. A third-footed golden crow at the early stage of Deluo Jin Xian, demanding a one-on-one duel without helpers. How utterly arrogant. Even Shangyang was momentarily rendered speechless. Then suddenly realization struck her, and tears welled in her eyes. Xiaobai, let us withdraw. Emperor Xian fears we will be harmed. He is a man, and thus he wishes to protect us. Let us heed him. We will only intervene when his life is truly in danger. Hearing Shangyang's words, Xiaobai was deeply moved. It was common knowledge that among the demon sages, Shangyang's intellect ranked only second to base. Her words must carry wisdom. It seemed Emperor Xian did understand how to cherish a lady's feelings. Xiaobai's fondness for him rose sharply. Soon Xian Yi clashed with Gongong once more. After being sent flying time, and again his cultivation finally broke through to the mid-stage of Deluo Jin Xian. Witnessing this, every member of the Wu tribe was utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, not only could he not be killed, but he actually broke through to a higher realm during the fight. See this? Shangyang smiled and said, I told you so. Lord Xian Yi is protecting us. He knew he would break through soon, which is why he fought without hesitation. Xiaobai is not as clever as Sister Shangyang. I admire her greatly. Xiaobai's delicate face was filled with reverence. Shangyang replied, Sister Xiaobai learned from me, and it will serve you well for a lifetime. Gong, I shall aid you. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted across the field, booming and buzzing, shaking the crowd, until stars danced before their eyes, and their bodies trembled. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of colossal footsteps drew near. Gazing out, Zhurong, his body wreathed in fiery dragons like an ancient divine mountain, charged toward Gong. The earth quaked, and countless towering mountains were shattered to dust. Good brother, come help me slay this fiend. Gong, who had been worrying how to kill Xuani, was now overjoyed at the sight of his ally. With two primordial witches joining forces, how could this wretched bird escape death? Seeing this, Shangyang roared, two primordial witches against a single Deluo golden immortal. Little sister Xiaobai, let us hasten to aid Emperor Xian. Though they were no match for the two primordial witches, Dijun had instructed them to protect Xuani. Now they could only steel themselves and charge forward. But soon both women were grievously wounded, incapable of contending with Gong and Zhurong. Their bodies crashed against the great mountains, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Seeing this, Zhurong and Gong both burst into laughter. Xuani, no one can save you today. Zhurong invoked the great Tao of fire, unleashing billions of fiery dragons that soared across the sky, hurtling directly toward Xuani in the void. No! Shangyang and Xiaobai screamed in desperation. Yet wherever the fiery dragons passed, everything turned to nothingness. Even the fabric of the void began to shatter and splinter. The two women stared blankly at the sky. The spot where Xuani had stood moments ago was now utterly empty. Emperor Xian had been slain. Tears streamed down their faces like rain, not only in lament for this reckless man who had charged forward regardless of his life, even sacrificing himself to strike the Wu clan, but also in utter despair. How could they explain this to the Heavenly Emperor and Donghuang? The people of the Wu clan tribe looked up and began to murmur among themselves. Serves him right. He deserved it. This stinking bird is even more reckless than us Wu clan, a fool without boundaries. Exactly. Still, it's terrifying. Two primordial witches had to join forces to kill Xuani. That fellow was indeed a valiant warrior. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Zhurong laughed loudly. Two female demons, go back and tell your Heavenly Emperor that we've killed that mangy bird. Let him. Before he could finish, he sensed a terrifying aura surging toward him. Boom! The chaos celestial demon staff, turning into a sky-obscuring object, crashed down with immense force, striking Zhurong's colossal body and sending him plummeting, shrinking him to the size of an ordinary man. But it was not over. Another strike descended upon Gong, who let out a shrill scream, his body rapidly shrinking as he spat blood. The Wu clan onlookers stared in astonishment. Had the primordial witch Gong been wounded? Looking up, they saw a man in a golden robe standing in the void, his face filled with arrogance. 3,000 strands of black hair danced in the wind, and on his shoulder rested a pitch golden long staff. Xuani, he's not dead. How? How is this possible? Even Zhurong used his great divine ability, yet failed to kill him. Heavens, his aura grows even stronger, and his cultivation has actually broken through to the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. I can hardly believe my eyes. He had just reached the middle stage of Deluo, and now so soon. Listening to the Wu clan's murmurs, the severely wounded Shangyang and Xiaobai both stared blankly at Xuani in the sky. Emperor Xian's cultivation talent was so terrifying. One must know that for a realm like Deluo Golden Immortal, even a minor breakthrough required countless millennia. Even those with exceptional roots and origins lacking fortuitous encounters might never advance a single step further in their lifetime. Too terrifying. If the Heavenly Emperor and Donghuang knew of this, how delighted they would be. Emperor Xian is truly a peerless genius. At this moment, even Xiaobai, who was usually proud and aloof, was awed by Xuani's speed of breakthrough. Women are troublesome. With that, Xuani descended, grabbing Shangyang and Xiaobai by the hands and tossing them onto the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Done, he charged once more toward Zhurong and Gong. Wind howled atop the mountain. Shangyang lay on her back, pillowing her head on her arm and resting her cheek on her hand. She laughed. Heavens, even his back view is so handsome and imposing. Sister, I've been captivated. Sister, Shangyang has Emperor Xian finally awakened. Xiaobai's pretty face flushed. He had been so gentle when he carried her just now. Of course he has. If he hadn't awakened, why would he have brought us here? Shangyang said with utmost confidence. Emperor Xian simply didn't want us to get hurt. I'm a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Xiaobai gazed at the receding figure with infatuation. Meanwhile, Zhurong and Gong had once again expanded their bodies to colossal size, both of them utterly frustrated. They had been caught off guard and struck twice by that brat staff. For endless ages, who had ever made a primordial which feel pain? Damn it all, this is insane. Brother, maybe we should stop fighting him. What are you afraid? Whoever's afraid is a dog. I'm just thinking, every time we kill him he grows stronger. Aren't we just helping him break through? This Now that you mention it, I'm stunned. This kid has been pummeled by me countless times, yet his cultivation keeps getting stronger. Retreat. Retreat. For the first time, Honghuang and Zhurong wore solemn expressions. Each of them stretched out a massive hand, scooping up countless Wu clan tribesmen into their palms. Thump, thump, thump. Their colossal bodies raced across the primordial land. Countless living beings along the way trembled in terror. Heavens, who had angered the reckless Wu clan again? Were they going to start a slaughter again? In the forests and wilderness, spirit plants and demons that had gained sentience all used their divine arts to protect themselves, fearing they would be shaken to death by the might of the two primordial witches. Don't run away. Xuani, staff in hand, soared into the sky, madly chasing the two fleeing primordial witches. Below on the ground stood a sacred mountain called Wanshou Mountain, and within it a Taoist temple named Honghuang Temple. An old man in a red robe with a kindly face was savoring a ginseng fruit that Xinyuanzi had just picked, when suddenly he felt the earth tremble and mountains shake. The ginseng fruit in his hand was jolted to the ground. Honghuang opened his celestial eye and looked up, only to see the two primordial witches racing across the sky. Alas, this race is far too violent. Honghuang picked up the ginseng fruit from the ground and tossed it to Qingfeng, saying, "Child, take it. Wash it, and it's still edible. Old friend, give me a few more to taste." He turned to look at Xinyuanzi, who was meditating with eyes closed. Xinyuanzi opened his eyes and instantly saw in the sky above a youth carrying a staff, shouting for the two primordial witches to stop. "This? Old friend Honghuang, have you ever seen primordial witches being chased into flight?" Upon hearing this, Honghuang instantly lost his appetite for the ginseng fruit. He looked up at the heavens and was stunned speechless. Honghuang stared blankly at the sky, watching the robed youth reprimand the two ancestral witches, utterly bewildered. "The demon races, Xian Emperor." "Indeed." Xinyuanzi took a deep breath and said, "Old friend, we must not provoke the demon race from now on. This Xian Emperor is too terrifying." "Master, I recall during the demon race's military parade, he was merely at the peak of Daluo Jingxian. Why now?" The two young attendants, Qingfeng and Mingyue, wore faces full of terror. "That amounts to nothing," Honghuang sighed. "When Xian Emperor first took human form, he was only at the peak of Taiyi Jingxian. In so short a time, he has already broken through to the late stage of Daluo Jingxian. Such cultivation speed. Who knows how long until he reaches the quasi-saint realm?" Just as everyone at Honghuang Temple marveled at Xian Yi, the two ancestral witches in the sky were in high spirits, glancing back to see if Xian Yi was still in pursuit. "Brothers, let us cease flying and use instantaneous teleportation instead. This fellow has no idea where Panga Temple lies. Let us seek out our other brothers." The two ancestral witches' mighty figures like towering mountains now hung their heads dejectedly, like defeated roosters. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished through instantaneous teleportation. Seeing nothing ahead, Xian Yi merely sighed with frustration, swinging his staff violently. He was just having such fun. Why were they running? Ding! Congratulations, host. Upon fighting Zhurong, you have obtained the Karma Divine Wheel and the Great Supernatural Power Blood Battle against the Firmament. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upon fighting Honghuang, you have obtained the Great Supernatural Power Heaven-Spanning Great Hand. Karma Divine Wheel. Should someone owe you tremendous karma, you may use this Karma Divine Wheel to commune with the Great Tao, summoning Heavenly Shao Lightning Tribulation to compel them to settle their debt. Blood Battle against the Firmament. Your main body splits into 8, each resembling a berserker. Should a clone perish, the main body suffers no harm. They possess the same strength as your main body and obey your commands. Duration 1 Shurchen. Cooldown 1 day. Heaven-Spanning Great Hand. A palm that blots out the sun and covers all beneath the firmament. Terribly fearsome. One strike shall drain every trace of spiritual energy from your body, making it an ultimate killing technique. Do not employ unless facing life and death. Karma Divine Wheel. What utter nonsense was that? But upon seeing the latter two rewards, Xian Yi couldn't help but display a long-absent smile. Excellent. Let me test Blood Battle against the Firmament first. Xian Yi moved his consciousness, recalling the method of activation. Instantly, torrential crimson light enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, a wave of bloody radiance erupted from his feet to his head, with murderous aura piercing the heavens. Shua! 8 clones identical to Xian Yi appeared around him, each with crimson skin and eyes blazing with bloodthirsty fury. Sensing the formidable aura surging around them, Xian Yi nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, he directed the 8 clones to soar into the sky, each unleashing their strongest strike, sending shockwaves thundering through the void. Without doubt, these 8 clones possessed abilities identical to Xian Yi himself. Whatever he could do, they could replicate. Impressive as they were, each clone could manifest for only 1 Shurchen before requiring a full day to refresh their cooldown. Heaven-Spanning Great Hand. Described as so formidable, I must see just how terrifying it truly is. With a single thought, Xian Yi dismissed the 8 clones and ascended to the highest heavens, gazing down at the ancient divine mountains below. I shall use you as my practice subjects. In an instant, torrential golden light surged around Xian Yi, making him resemble a sun that blotted out the sky, radiating countless beams of light. He extended one arm, his great palm opening wide. In a flash, his hand expanded rapidly, 5 fingers resembling towering mountains that shrouded the firmament for tens of millions of li, while his palm seemed like a 10-directional hell, a colossal black hole spinning madly within. Xian Yi's expression suddenly shifted drastically. He felt his life force and essence rapidly draining away. That great palm, unknown to how many trillions of li in extent, even encompassed Pangu Temple atop Mount Buzhou within its reach. Countless beings looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with terror. How could the sun suddenly vanish? It had been broad daylight, yet in an instant it plunged into darkness. Hodu Zhurong and the other ancestral witches gazed solemnly at the heavens, sensing a trace of demonic vitality beneath the vast dark clouds. Just what manner of entity was that? This was absolutely no natural phenomenon of the sun vanishing. In that moment, all the ancestral witches transformed into their true bodies, colossal figures stretching tens of thousands of zhang, shattering through layers of spatial barriers with thunderous roars. Whatever it was, it must never be allowed to touch Mount Buzhou. That was the spine of their father god. No profane entity dared trample upon it. Yet to the eyes of the ancestral witches, that vast expanse of dark clouds descended upon them like a divine mountain, instantly flattening each and every one of them back to their original forms. Boom! The 12 ancestral witches crashed down from the heavens, each one battered and broken, thoroughly humiliated. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed. Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven, trembled slightly, the earth-shaking vibrations causing all of primordial Honghuang to quiver as well. This, Zhu Jiuyin stammered, trembling. Could it be? Has a heavenly Tao saint intervened? Huda's face was pale with lingering fear. Sitting on the ground, her chest heaving rapidly, she clutched her heart to steady her breathing, yet terror still lingered in her eyes. Too terrifying. Mount Buzhou. It was formed from Father God's spine. Who is it that wields such fearsome divine power? Even a heavenly Tao saint approaching Mount Buzhou feels reverential, awe-suppressed uncomfortably by its pressure. Yet that vast expanse of dark clouds, we cannot discern what manner of entity it is. Hutu rose utterly dazed. From the moment she had taken human form until now, she had never once felt life to be so fragile. At this moment, all 12 ancestral witches were too stunned to speak. Yet they did not know that due to Xian Yi's primordial Tao physique, the will of Mount Buzhou could not override or reverse such an incomparably supreme constitution. Though the heaven-spanning great hand covered countless trillions of li, even the most powerful, great supernatural power practitioners could clearly perceive it. Even the 6 sages of the heavenly Tao hurriedly emerged from their respective Taoist realms and attempted to divine the secrets of heaven, only to find with profound frustration that they could not determine who was behind this. This was precisely the brilliance of Xian Yi's system. It could perfectly conceal any heavenly divination. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xian Yi's face had turned deathly pale. His eyelids grew heavy, his footing wavered, and he fell unconscious from the heavens. Above the sky of Honghuang Temple at Wanshou Mountain, a tiny dark spot rapidly enlarged as it descended toward the Taoist temple. Xinyuanzi gave Han Yun a helpless glance and said, "You may eat whatever you wish, but why must the fallen ones be offered to Qingfeng?" He brought out another plate of ginseng fruits. Upon seeing them, Hong Yun's face lit up with delight, rubbing his hands together as he picked up one fruit, ready to stuff it into his mouth. Suddenly, Xinyuanzi sensed impending danger. He looked up at the sky, his pupils contracting sharply, and hastily concealed the plate of ginseng fruits within his broad sleeve. Boom! An earth-shaking commotion erupted from behind Xinyuanzi's courtyard. Patriarch Hong Yun was so startled by the sound that his entire body trembled, and the ginseng fruit in his hand fell to the ground once more. It rolled once and became coated with a layer of dust. Witnessing this scene, the 2 young servants Qingfeng and Mingyue shrank back their heads and stealthily crept behind Xinyuanzi. This, Hong Yun gazed at the fruit on the ground, took a deep breath, his hands trembling, and suddenly howled to the heavens. Who the hell did this? Must a good man always be bullied? For some reason, Hong Yun suddenly sat down on the ground, tears streaming down his eyes. This scared Qingfeng and Mingyue pale. "Don't cry, senior. We simply didn't want to eat fruit covered in dirt. There's no need for you to react this way, right?" Xinyuanzi found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. He stepped forward and helped Han Yun up, saying, "Old friend, it's only one fruit. If you wish to eat them, all the fruits bearing on the ginseng fruit tree shall be yours from henceforth." Han Yun was deeply moved. He wiped away his tears and suddenly smiled, saying, "Old friend, it's not about this matter. I've just suddenly remembered that day when I yielded my seat to Zhuanti." Hearing this, Xinyuanzi sighed. Back then in Zixiao Palace, Han Yun had seen Zhuanti weeping pitifully, and unable to bear it had offered him his cushion. This is what allowed Zhuanti to become one of the saints of the heavenly Tao. Unexpectedly, as soon as Han Yun left Zixiao Palace, he found himself pursued by a joint effort from Kuanping and the Demon Clan. After so many years of hiding east, and west with nowhere left to go, he had fled to Honghuang Temple seeking the protection of his old friend Xinyuanzi. Xinyuanzi possessed the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, which could indeed protect him for a time. Yet how formidable was that demon clan? Kunpeng was not only a powerful cultivator, but also the shaman of the demon clan. If he could sway Emperor Dijun and Taiyi to attack together, Honghuang Temple would fall within a single day. Sigh. The demon clan has grown too powerful now, with a Xian emperor among them. We cannot afford to provoke them. I can only pray that scoundrel Kunpeng does not persuade Dijun and Taiyi to attack our Honghuang Temple. Xinyuanzi said, with deep emotion. What about those two from the west? Qing Feng muttered, absolute scoundrels. They owe Lord Hongyun such great karma, and now that he faces disaster they won't even repay it. Xinyuanzi shook his head and said, one of the saints of the heavenly Tao allied with that dog. They won't face punishment for not repaying. Never mind, life and death are fated. Hongyun forced a cheerful expression and asked, by the way, what was that sound just now? Lord Hongyun, I just want to check. The backyard has a youth lying unconscious. Mingyue, the young servant, said. A youth? Let's go take a look. The four crossed the corridor and arrived at the backyard, where they saw a youth in a black robe embroidered with gold lying on his back on the ground, right hand gripping a staff. This person's body is remarkably sturdy. Lord's Honghuang Temple is protected by grand arrays, making it impregnable, yet he fell from 10,000 zhang above without any magical protection. And his body is unharmed. The two young servants Qing Feng and Mingyue exclaimed in wonder. Trouble! Xinyuanzi shouted urgently. He is the Xian emperor of the demon clan. Hongyun was slightly startled. He suddenly recalled. Wasn't this the youth who had been chasing the Wu clan and cutting them down? Xian emperor? Xian Yi. How did he end up at Honghuang Temple? Hongyun suppressed his astonishment, slowly squatted down, and touched Xian Yi's arm, sighing. His life force and primordial essence are nearly exhausted, yet there seems to be a mysterious power within his body slowly reviving. How strange. Life, essence, and primordial spirit. The collective term for spiritual energy, vitality, blood, and qi, all-encompassing, is the fundamental essence of a cultivator. What had this youth experienced to suffer such severe damage to his primordial qi, yet still be miraculously reviving? Qingfeng, Mingyue, quickly carry this person out of Honghuang Temple, find a safe cave, and leave him there. Xinyuanzi said solemnly. Why is that? Hongyun turned around and asked in surprise. Old friend. Xinyuanzi said nervously. This Xian Yi. He is the brother of Dijun and Taiyi. If he appeared here unharmed it would be fine, but he is currently severely wounded, and if the demon clan learns of his condition while he remains unconscious, how could we possibly explain ourselves, eh? Hearing this, both Qing Feng and Mingyue wore grave expressions. Since Kunpeng was hunting Hongyun and had already allied with the demon clan, provoking Dijun and Taiyi now would truly spell doom for Honghuang Temple. The two young servants did not hesitate, hastily carrying Xian Yi as they prepared to flee on clouds. Hold on. Hongyun called out to stop them, then gazed at Xian Yi and sighed. Even if he can recover, it may take an unknown amount of time, and he might suffer further harm to his body. Xinyuanzi. Taoist Jinyuan meeting is fate. Though the demon clan is detestable, I have no grievance with this Xian Yi. Seeing him in distress here, I cannot bear to leave him unhelped. Having said this, Hongyun sat cross-legged on the ground, pressing both palms against Xian Yi's back as strands of red light seeped into his body. Sweat beaded on Hongyun's brow, his complexion gradually paling. You? Hongyun was using his own life essence to rapidly revive Xian Yi. Witnessing this, Xinyuanzi paced around like an ant on a hot pan, part aching for his brother, part seeing him as stubborn. If it were anyone else, it would be one thing. But this is the emperor of the demon clan. The demon clan has always been cruel and ruthless. Those brothers Dijun and Taiyi harbored wolfish ambitions, desiring to unify the primordial world, having consolidated untold factions and powers. He truly feared that even if he saved Xian Yi, the youth might turn out just like that ungrateful Zhundi, betraying his savior and biting the hand that fed him. Wouldn't that break his heart? After an indeterminate length of time, Xian Yi slowly opened his eyes. He suddenly heard a sound behind him, turned his head, and saw an elderly man in red robes lying pale-faced on the ground. Xian Yi did not hesitate and immediately helped him up. In truth, even after falling into unconsciousness, a fragment of his consciousness remained silently recovering his body's primordial essence. Then he felt someone channeling their life essence into his own body. Xian Yi, despite his love for combat, and even if his intelligence had been drained, still understood the most fundamental principles of survival. Repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Thank you both for saving me. After rising, Xian Yi bowed deeply to the two, acknowledging that being taken in here was a form of refuge, and this robed elder had willingly poured his own life essence to heal him. These two deserved his respect. Seeing this, Xinyuanzi's expression shifted from surprise to amusement, and he smiled. Your Imperial Majesty need not be so formal. If you wish to express gratitude, thank Taoist Hongyun. He risked his own vitality to save you. Qingfeng Mingyue, go fetch 30 more ginseng fruits. The master is hosting distinguished guests today, Jin Yuanzi said with a hearty laugh. Qingfeng and Mingyue were taken aback, knowing full well that only 30 fruits remained on the tree. All at once, after a moment's hesitation, they hastened toward the ginseng fruit tree. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi, Hongyun, and Xuani sat in a pavilion. After introducing themselves, Xuani learned their identities, Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi in turn studied Xuani intently. Noticing Xuani's careless posture and utter disregard for formalities, drinking wine with abandon, Jin Yuanzi was inwardly astonished. Unexpectedly, this Xian emperor possesses none of the savage brutality typical of the demon race. Instead, his temperament is so unfettered and unrestrained. Could it be that my old friend Hongyun's rescue was indeed justified? After draining a jug of wine in one go, Xuani wiped his mouth, looked at Hongyun, and produced a wheel-shaped object from his system space. This is for you. He placed it on the table. Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi glanced at it, and immediately felt a surge of overwhelming power. Threads of causality coiled around the wheel, as if interweaving the causal lines of countless dimensions. A divine artifact. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact. They sensed that upon it 3,000 great Daos seemed to resonate with order chains and Tao principles entwined, radiating a divine brilliance. Hongyun picked up the causal divine wheel, and instantly a golden causal thread appeared in his mind, extending toward the western lands. This is a divine tool capable of rewriting causality. That is the Tao void. I see it, the countless causal threads governed by the Tao. Hongyun was dumbfounded by the vision in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he looked incredulously at Xuani, who was munching on a ginseng fruit. How could this Xian emperor possess such a supreme treasure? Wait, he said he was giving it to me. At that moment, Hongyun's heart raced with excitement. With this item, why worry about getting Zhuandi to settle the matter of causality? Moreover, he could even restrain Zhuandi, for the countless causal threads were governed by the Tao. Even if the heavenly Tao ignored it, how could Zhuandi defy the punishment of the Tao? But in an instant, Hongyun placed the causal divine wheel back on the table. Suppressing his desire, he said resolutely, Taoist friend Xian, this is far too precious. It can resolve not only my own causal entanglements, but also govern those of others. Though I aided you, you would have awakened eventually. I cannot accept this. Huh. Xuani paused mid-bite, then casually tossed the causal divine wheel aside. As luck would have it, it landed right in front of the old black dog that Jin Yuanzi kept. You don't want it. Then I'll just throw it away. It's useless for fighting, just like scrap. Xuani continued to lounge with his legs crossed, munching on his fruit. Jin Yuanzi's face twitched violently. Damn it, you're throwing such a supreme treasure to the old black dog. Just then the dog's eyes gleamed with greed. It suddenly broke free from its rope, snatched the wheel in its mouth and bolted. Woof woof woof. The barks were unmistakably ecstatic. You? Jin Yuanzi's mind reeled. He staggered toward the dog, forcing a gentle smile. Old black, be good. Don't swallow it. If you do, I'll slaughter you. Alas, such a divine artifact, Taoist friend Xianyu. Hongyun also lamented, full of regret. How could you throw it to a dog? I'll take it if you won't. At that moment, the greed in the old black dog's eyes blazed. It opened its jaws wide and swallowed the wheel whole. Its body radiated light, and it tried to flee. A sharp glint flashed in Jin Yuanzi's eyes. A book flew from his hand like a thunderbolt, crashing onto the dog with a crack. The golden book struck the dog, reducing it to a mist of blood. The dog let out a piteous howl, its body blasted into a bloody mist. The blood-stained earthly Tao wheel shot into Jin Yuanzi's hand. Jin Yuanzi paid no heed to the dog he had raised for countless years. Instead, he exclaimed excitedly, Old friend, take it quickly. You are saved. Hongyun took the blood-stained earthly Tao wheel with a complex expression. Any being would covet such a divine treasure, let alone a dog. With a sweep of his sleeve, he channeled his life essence once more, and the shadow of the old black dog's feeble primordial spirit appeared in the void. Uff! Hongyun spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. Go now? Remember, never let greed cost you your life again. As he spoke, the dog's shadow bowed 3 times to him, then flew out of Honghuang temple. Jin Yuanzi sighed. He often admired Hongyun, a true man whose light never dims, even when the moon wanes, whose blade never bends, even when broken. His old friend was never a weak man. He was relentlessly harsh on himself. Meanwhile, Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi exchanged glances, then came before Xuani and bowed deeply. Xuani quickly helped them up. Patting his belly, he grinned. You saved my life and fed me 28 fruits. That was useless to me. No need for such formalities. Hongyun said earnestly, Taoist friend Xian, you cannot comprehend how vital this artifact is to me. In short, if you ever need my aid, just command it. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. At that moment, Qingfeng and Mingyue stared at the pile of fruit pits on the ground, casting a resentful glance at Xuani. I'm full and satisfied. From now on, you are my friends. If anyone dares to bully, you just mention my name. Xuani slung the chaos heavenly demon staff over his shoulder, occasionally belching, and staggered out of Honghuang temple. As his figure faded into the distance, Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang were filled with emotion. They knew that a young man who could casually discard a divine treasure was no ordinary being. Wait, did he say we are his friends? Suddenly Zhen Yuanzi shouted after Xuani, Brother Xian, the demon race's Kuanping seeks to kill our friend Honghuang. Could you perhaps intervene? Who? Kuanping. Xuani didn't turn back, but replied loudly, he is my dearest friend, my sworn brother. I can intervene, but after I do, would you two be willing to fight me? A gust of wind swept through Honghuang Temple, leaving Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang dumbfounded. Brother Xian, that's no problem at all. Honghuang shouted with a laugh. Just then they saw Xuani's silhouette ahead. He raised one arm and made a gesture with 3 fingers, leaving them puzzled. What did 3 fingers mean? I understand, Zhen Yuanzi said with a smile. Daoist friend Xian is telling us he wants to fight all 3. Having said that, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze swept over Qin Feng and Minghua. Xian Yi had just stepped out of Honghuang Temple when he saw 2 women descending from the sky. He helplessly patted his forehead and turned to go back inside. Xianhuang, why do you flee at the sight of us? Xiangyang cried out, dashing over to Xian Yi and blocking his path. She gazed at him with a beaming smile. What a gentle soul Xianhuang is. He had just gently set them both down on the mountaintop, careful not to let them fall. Clearly his brutish temperament does not extend to women. Why do you keep chasing after me? I'm going to hack people to death, understand? Women following me will only slow me down. Xian Yi leaned against the temple gate, tilting his head in annoyance. Xiangyang. She was momentarily stunned, a foreboding feeling rising within her. Xiaobai blushed, saying, when you saved me and Sister Xiangyang earlier, you were so gentle and careful, truly different from before. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, too shy to look at Xian Yi. Huh. Xian Yi looked at Xiaobai in confusion. If I'd let you fall to your deaths, I'd have to collect your corpses and take you back to the heavenly court. That's a huge waste of time, you know. Move aside. Xian Yi impatiently pushed the 2 women to either side. He hoisted the chaotic heavenly demon staff over his shoulder and strode forward, transforming into a golden beam of light that shot into the sky. At this moment Xiaobai looked embarrassed. She glanced at Xiangyang and said, it seems we were mistaken. That brute has no eye for beauty or ugliness. How annoying. I understand. Suddenly Xiangyang spoke in a somber tone. She looked up at the sky, a hint of reverence appearing in her eyes. Sister Xiangyang, what exactly do you understand? Xiaobai gazed at the sky curiously, then turned to Xiangyang with a puzzled expression. Xiangyang stood with her hands behind her back, exuding an air of mystery. She sighed. Xianhuang is testing us. He is observing whether our hearts are sincere. Look at his earlier tone. So rash, seemingly tough, but only he knows what kind of person he truly is. Is he a human? Xiaobai was puzzled. Wasn't he a reckless golden crow? Xiangyang barely suppressed a smile. She rubbed her face and said, Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang are both kind-hearted and gentle-natured. And Xianhuang has just walked out of Honghuang Temple. What does that tell you? He can get along with these 2 great cultivators. As the saying goes, one takes on the color of one's company. This shows that Xianhuang is not a cold-hearted person. Let me ask you again, among the demon clan, where do we rank in beauty? Sister Xiangyang, need you ask? Apart from the 2 empress consorts who are beyond comparison, we sisters dare claim 2nd place, and no demoness would dare claim 1st. Exactly. So we are beautiful, and Xianhuang is a man. He is just shy? Can't we sisters use persistent effort to break through his defenses? Good. I'm also very unwilling. Why does he treat us as if we don't exist? Xiangyang and Xiao, by now brimming with confidence, held hands and flew into the sky to search for Xian Yi. Meanwhile, Xian Yi flew to the edge of Shouyang Mountain. Ahead lay the vast human breeding grounds with rows of buildings standing there. Why had he come here? After all, his past life was human. Seeing the figures of men and women, Xian Yi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, even though he did not deliberately exude his aura, his origin was that of a primordial chaos demon, and the essence of the 3-legged golden crow had long surpassed that of Dijun and Taiyi. Thus, this terrifying pressure naturally terrified the humans, their faces pale with fear. The aura of the demon clan. No mistake. I'm too familiar with it. Back when I was in the Shaoyang tribe, that 9-headed monstrous bird was horrifying. It slaughtered over 1 million humans. I barely survived. The aura this handsome youth emits is the same as theirs. Everyone run. Quick. Go to the human ancestor hall, find the 3 patriarchs. In an instant the crowd of men and women cried out in panic, scattering like birds and beasts. As they fled they kept glancing back, fear flickering in their eyes. Seeing this, Xian Yi scratched his head in bewilderment. I'm not a bad person. A little girl ran past him crying loudly, trying to reach her anxious parents across the way. But she tripped over a stone and fell at Xian Yi's feet. In that instant the middle-aged couple opposite were filled with despair. It was over, their child would surely be devoured. The next moment they stared at Xian Yi in horror. But to their surprise, Xian Yi simply lifted the girl by the back of her collar like a chick. Little one, there's no emergency ahead, why the rush? Xian Yi smiled. The little girl trembled, staring at him in terror. She pursed her lips tightly, tears welling in her big eyes. Her father had told her that the demon clan regarded humans as food, especially fond of eating children. Catched. Xian Yi used his power to gently toss the girl, who floated steadily before the middle-aged couple. The couple was stunned. Then they embraced their child, sobbing loudly, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed at the golden-clad youth. This demon hadn't eaten a human. How was that possible? But before they could comprehend, suddenly dark clouds rolled across the sky, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. Huh? Who said only the demon clan eats humans? Are you looking down on our Wu clan? Brother Dai Xiang Lu never hold back. Truly, ever since I tasted some humans last time, I've been addicted. The flavor lingers on. This place is still a distance from the human ancestor hall. This small tribe has about 100,000 people. How about we drive them to Buzhou Mountain? Excellent. That way our Wu clan warriors can also taste the flavor of human flesh and blood. 4 or 5 voices spoke from the sky, rough and tinged with a hint of bloodthirst, audible to the entire crowd of 100,000 humans. Even if they had run earlier, how far could they have gone? First they encountered a demon, and now the Wu clan. All the humans wore expressions of despair. Were humans so weak that they were destined to be food for the two clans? Looking around, gigantic, burly figures stood on all sides, blocking the humans, like for primeval divine mountains, crushing them with their presence. Oh no, that reckless golden crow is here too. What? Brother Dai, don't scare me. Where's that freak? Can't you see? He's carrying his staff and flying. Flying up. Xiang Lu, watch out. Encountering you again, taste my grandfather's staff. Xian Yi soared into the sky, his primordial chaos demon-slaying staff crushing through endless spatial barriers, magnifying millions of times, in an instant striking down upon a great, which like a pillar of heaven. That great, which was none other than Xiang Lu, who now spat blood as his body like a log was hammered deep into the earth. Boom. A colossal chasm split the ground as Xiang Lu erupted from the earth in fury, hurtling towards Xian Yi with a punch. The force of this blow was terrifying, a full-powered strike from a great witch. Dai Xingtian and Kua Fu, the 3 other great witches, did not stand idly by. They all launched attacks at Xian Yi. Xian Yi directly unleashed his great divine ability, Blood Battle for the Heavens. Shua. Blood surged from his body, and 8 blood-colored avatars appeared in the sky, each clenching fists and ferociously attacking the 4 great witches. What the hell? Dai stood frozen in the void. Before he could react, a fist slammed into his face, sending him flying with a thud, crashing into a mountain. Xingtian's face was grim. He wielded his giant axe and shield, barely able to defend. Including Xian Yi's original body, there were 9 golden, immortal late-stage powerhouses. No matter how formidable they were, they could not withstand the heaven-defying capabilities of the primordial Dao body. Primordial Dao body, the more you fight, the stronger you become. No matter how severe the injury, it heals rapidly and battle power continues to grow. In other words, unless the enemy could kill Xian Yi in one blow, the 9 Xian Yi on the battlefield were like indestructible cockroaches. Not to mention, Xian Yi had no fear of death, possessing the ability to resurrect infinitely, and each resurrection elevated his cultivation by a minor realm. In a short span, the 4 great witches were battered and broken. They had exhausted all their divine abilities, yet they were still far outmatched by Xian Yi's heaven-defying powers. Meanwhile, all the humans standing on the earth stared wide-eyed, their gazes never leaving Xian Yi from start to finish. Good heavens, isn't that the Yao clan's Xian Emperor? A human cultivator gazed at the sky in astonishment. Xian Emperor, the legendary powerhouse of the Yao clan. Indeed, that's him. This emperor is extraordinary. He dared to chase and slaughter 2 primordial witches, utterly arrogant. Look now, even the 4 great witches are beaten down by him. What? The Yao clan's Xian Emperor, why is he helping us? Apart from some human cultivators, the ordinary folk were bewildered. Since the birth of humanity, the witch and Yao clans had regarded humans as blood food. It was mercy enough that they didn't slaughter them. Why would they help? You misunderstand the Xian Emperor. He's just fighting the witch clan. It's a coincidence that you were threatened by them. Fighting is his goal. Saving you. Don't overthink it. After the cultivators spoke, the other humans were not overly surprised. Instead, each looked at the fighting Xian Yi with gratitude. For most mortals, regardless of Xian Yi's purpose, he had ultimately saved everyone's lives. Without him, today's human population of over 100,000 would have been entirely devoured by that great witch. We thank the Yao clan's Xian Emperor for fighting for humanity. An old man with white hair and beard shouted toward the sky, bowing deeply. Then one by one, young men and women of humanity bowed in reverence. Xian Yi glanced at the humans below, unconcerned, and continued swinging his staff, chasing the 4 great witches, beating them mercilessly. A chaotic, relentless onslaught. In his heart, there was only battle. As the fight raged on, his blood boiled, and he became a war god incarnate. The 4 great witches, bitter and suffering, each parried, and then began to retreat. Brothers, let's retreat. We'll taste human flesh another day. Xiang Lu's tone was bitter. Seeing the 4 great witches about to flee, how could Xian Yi let them go? The 8 avatars of blood battle for the heavens had expired, now only his original body remained. But even so, relying on the heaven-defying abilities of the primordial Tao body and infinite resurrection, he could still slay these 4 great witches. The 4 great witches fled in terror ahead, with Xian Yi in hot pursuit. Xian Yi, you cannot kill them. Dijong's domineering voice rang out. From the endless void, a sky-covering hand extended, snatched the 4 great witches and vanished. The shattered barriers of the void were gradually stitched together by the Tao of heaven, and the sky fell silent. Boring. Fighting is fine, but why do they always give up halfway? Xian Yi looked listless, placing his staff behind his neck, hands resting on its ends, walking forward with a displeased expression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fighting the 4 great witches. You have obtained the primordial divine artifact, Zhodian Xingdou flag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the human Tao supreme treasure, Honghuang seal. Looking at a golden flag in the system space, Xian Yi turned his gaze to the item description. Zhodian Xingdou flag. Once unfurled, it can instantly deploy the Zhodian Xingdou Grand Formation, granting tenfold stellar attack power and defense. This formation can withstand a single strike from a saint. Xian Yi knew that the Zhodian Xingdou Grand Formation was the ultimate trump card of the Yao clan during the decisive battle with the Witch clan. It was also realized by Dijun from the Hichu Luoshu, contemplating the patterns of the primordial stars. Combining the power of the 365 celestial stars with the sun star and moon star as the main array eyes, it was profound and permeated with killing intent. It was also the guardian formation of the ancient heavenly court. To set up this formation, one needed to refine 365 great Zhodian celestial star banners corresponding to the 365 main stars in the sky. Then 1480 small Zhodian celestial star banners were needed corresponding to 1480 secondary stars. Supplemented by the power of billions of Yao clan members, each representing a star, the Zhodian Xingdou Grand Formation of unparalleled might could be formed. The 365 great banners served as the roots, the 1480 small banners as the trunk, and the billions of Yao as the leaves and branches. Bound together by the power of the celestial stars, the sheer force and majesty were immense. With this Zhodian Xingdou flag, not only is it much more convenient, but it also grants tenfold attack and defense power. My first and second brothers would surely be envious if they knew I had such a treasure. But what use is this Honghuang seal to me? Xian Yi took out the golden radiant square seal, a stamp with the Tao runes Honghuang engraved on its underside. Surrounded by mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars as embellishments, strands of human destiny lingered upon it, radiating a sacred and majestic aura. Honghuang seal, the supreme treasure of humanity, gathering the destiny of the human race. Wielding it allows one to sever great karmic ties of humanity and proclaim to the Tao the power to appoint or depose. Trash. Xian Yi glanced at the Honghuang seal with disdain, then looked at a nearby patch of grass, tossed it aside, and hurriedly flew into the sky. Coincidentally, 2 human men and 1 human woman passed by and witnessed the scene. These 3 were the human race's 3 ancestors, Shuairenshi, Yukashi, and Ziyishi. What did he lose? Asked Ziyishi, the only woman among the 3 ancestors, looking at the direction of the grass with a puzzled expression. Shuairenshi sighed. Third sister, he is the demon emperor Honghuang. How could he possibly lose a treasure? It's a pity that Honghuang saved over 100,000 of our human race, and we were about to thank him, but he had already left. Yukashi said with emotion. Earlier, the 100,000 humans had been attacked by 4 great sorcerers and later beaten away by Xuani. So the leader of that tribe hurriedly reported to them. The 3 ancestors, astonished, flew out of the human ancestral hall, wanting to meet Xuani and thank him properly. Now the beautiful Ziyishi bent down, parted the grass, and saw a golden seal shining with light. At a single glance, she felt as if struck by lightning, overcome by a solemn and majestic feeling, as if she had seen the sacred artifact of the human race. What is this? Ziyishi, trembling, held the seal, gazing at the mountains, rivers, sun, moon, heaven, and earth engraved upon it. Hiss! At that moment, the other 2 ancestors, Shuairenshi and Yukashi, were also greatly startled, crowding around Ziyishi, their eyes fixed on the seal in astonishment. The 3 ancestors felt as if a storm had surged in their hearts, unable to calm down for a long time. Seeing this seal was like visiting the statue of the human mother in the human ancestral hall, evoking the same solemn reverence. Honghuang. After reading these 2 characters, the 3 ancestors were greatly alarmed. Legend has it that there is a supreme treasure of the human race called the Honghuang seal. This seal can gather the fortune of the human race, and whoever holds it must work for the welfare of billions of humans. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao will not tolerate it, and the fortune of the human race will backlash. Currently, the fortune of the human race can be divided into 3 streams. First, the human mother goddess Nuwa, who created the human race, enjoys 50% of the fortune. Second, the human religion and its founder Taiching Laozi, who transmitted the cultivation method of the Golden Core Great Way, which can reach the golden immortal realm. Thus he receives 30%. The remaining pitiful 20% is shared among every human. However, ever since Goddess Nuwa created the human race, she has always remained aloof. While enjoying the offerings and 50% of the human fortune, she has never cared for the human race. Even when humans were slaughtered again and again, she never stepped in to stop it. As for Taiching Laozi, the golden core great way he transmitted is somehow problematic. Whenever human cultivators practice it, they inexplicably feel a significant decline in the human fortune. This seal has already begun to gather the 20% fortune of the human race. And even more. Swirenshi spoke with a complex tone, hesitating. Ziyishi said, "Big brother, what are you afraid of? The current state of our human race is inseparable from those two. If they truly push us to the brink with no chance of survival, we might as well use this artifact to defy the heavens." Boom. A thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky as if the heavens were angered. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky and wind and clouds surged. Even the heavens can't bear to watch. Ziyishi smiled. "Let's put this aside for now. Let's think carefully. Why did the demon emperor Honghuang throw this artifact here?" The three ancestors all looked puzzled. Logically, although the human fortune was only 20%, the other 80% belonged to the two sages. But even a mosquito's leg is meat. He must look down on this 20% fortune. Ziyishi sighed. But holding this artifact, it might even force a sage to fall from their pedestal. Honghuang truly has great spirit, throwing it away like trash. I understand. Swirenshi's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp light. He smiled. Honghuang is telling us that the human race should join forces with the demon race against the sorcerer race. Second brother, third sister, do you understand? Why did he throw this artifact the moment we arrived? Third sister, go to the celestial court of the demon race, seek out Senior Honghuang, and directly ask to become his disciple. Trust me, it will succeed. If our human race latches onto this powerful backer, we won't have to fear being devoured by the demon race, nor will we have to fear the sorcerer race. Isn't that wonderful? After Swirenshi said this, Ziyishi's eyes lit up. What her elder brother said seemed reasonable. Senior Honghuang, a late-stage golden immortal cultivator, surely knew the immense power of the Kongtong seal. Throwing down the Kongtong seal was a sign of respect for the human race. She felt that one must not be ungrateful. Good brothers, I will go to the celestial court to meet Senior Honghuang and ask him to take me as his disciple. Fine, third sister. This Kongtong seal was found by you, so it is destined to be yours. Take it and go to seek the senior as your master. Meanwhile, in the 8th Scenery Palace on Shouyang Mountain, a furnace in a room blazed with rolling flames, and two youths were fanning the fire continuously. On a nearby mat sat an old man with white hair and a beard bearing an immortal aura. He wore a white Taoist robe and was meditating with closed eyes. Around him flickered strands of heavenly Tao principles. He was none other than the first disciple of the Tao ancestor and one of the heavenly Tao sages, Taiching Laozi. Suddenly he opened his eyes, waved his hand, and gathered heavenly Tao principles into a myriad of images. Figures of the human race appeared in the glowing screen. Golden threads of fortune were converging toward countless human figures. Seeing this, Taiching frowned deeply and murmured, "The fortune of the human race is gathering. This is impossible. What is happening?" Taiching deduced the heavenly secrets again and saw a trace of demonic aura interwoven within. He abruptly stood up, looked up toward the 33rd heaven, his gaze cold and fierce, as if ready to devour. "Child, do not interrupt the Samadhi true fire. I will go to the celestial court." After instructing the two youths, Taiching Laozi, riding a green ox backward, holding a fly whisk with purple chi spreading 30,000 miles to pave the way for the heavenly Tao sage, headed toward the celestial court. Besides Taiching's sage, the human mother in Yuhua heaven was also deducing the heavenly secrets, for she sensed that the human fortune had suddenly become much more solid. The aura of the demon race. Could Dijun and Taiyi be plotting for the human fortune? A woman in palace attire with eyebrows like paintings, a face of peerless beauty, now showed a cold expression. "Qinghuan, accompany me to the celestial court." The Qinghuan bird with a trace of phoenix bloodline chirped, letting the goddess sit on its back as they set off majestically for the celestial court. Fushi looked puzzled. Why was his sister going to the celestial court? He hurriedly followed. At that moment, as the two sages set out grandly, the principles of the heavenly Tao converged toward the celestial court of the demon race, like ribbons drawing the attention of all great cultivators. Xian Yi returned to the heavenly court, planning to retreat into seclusion for a period of time to cultivate the heavenly emperor's samsara fist to its pinnacle. When the time came, his combat strength would surely increase substantially. As he flew towards the Lingxiao palace, he saw two sages in procession, while his two elder brothers were welcoming them with smiles at the palace gates alongside the demon court ministers. Sage Nuwa sat upon a lotus platform formed from concentrated spiritual power, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Dijun and Taiyi, her stunning face displaying an icy expression. There was also Taiching Laozi, whose ethereal demeanor and immortal grace were evident with purple chi swirling around his body as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sage eyes utterly aloof. Xian Yi, sensing the eerie atmosphere in the hall, felt a surge of wild excitement in his heart. Were they about to fight again? He tightened his grip on the chaos heavenly demon staff in his hand, battle intent wildly spreading in his eyes. However, he had not expected that the purpose of Taiching Laozi and Yuwa's visit to the heavenly court was actually to inquire whether his two elder brothers were plotting against the fortune of the human race. Dijun stepped forward at this moment, cupped his hands in respect to the two sages, and smiled bitterly. Wise sages, please understand. Among my demon clan, who would dare be so bold? These two were heavenly Dao sages after all. Even aside from Taiching Laozi, consider Sage Yuwa, though the demons had unilaterally bestowed upon her the title of Empress Hua. At the end of the day, her elder brother Fushi served as Honghuang in the heavenly court. Therefore, in the eyes of Dijun and Taiyi, Sage Yuwa was nothing short of a supremely valuable ally. If they did not hold on to her tightly, they would have to be mad to dare touch her foundation. Brothers like us, even with the greatest courage, would never dare to plot against the fortune of the human race. Eastern Emperor Taiyi sighed, hoping that Taiching and Yuwa would think clearly about who was really behind this. Damn bastards, actually dumping this disaster onto the human and demon races. If only he knew who was behind it, he would surely slaughter the entire family. At that moment, both Taiching and Yuwa looked at Dijun and Taiyi with grave expressions. The two brothers did not seem to be feigning. However, when the two sages had been deducing the secrets of heaven, they had distinctly sensed a trace of demonic aura. Just then the two sages suddenly shifted their gaze forward. There they saw a handsome youth clad in golden robes, a staff slung over his shoulders, swaggering towards Dijun and Taiyi. His face was gloomy with regret in his eyes. Third brother, where have you been? Upon seeing Xian Yi appear, Dijun and Taiyi walked over together. They positioned themselves on either side of Xian Yi, smiling as they introduced Sage Taiching and Sage Yuwa to him. Quick, pay your respects. Dijun quietly tugged at Xian Yi's clothes. Xian Yi turned his gaze towards the two sages, hung his head, and said, hello, sages. In an instant, the smiles on Dijun and Taiyi's faces gradually froze. Their hearts churned with panic and their hands trembled. Third brother. These are heavenly Dao sages after all. And you just go, Forget about bowing or cupping your hands. You can't even open your eyes to look at them. Moi. Sage Yuwa, seated upon her lotus platform, looked at Xian Yi with her beautiful eyes full of meaning. So this was Xian Yi, the one causing such a stir among all the living beings of the primordial world. As a heavenly Dao sage, she had naturally seen countless living beings. Under the crushing pressure of a sage, most would instantly crumble into a coward. But in Xian Yi's eyes, there was not a trace of sycophancy or flattery. Instead, there was an implicit sense of impatience, as if she owed him something. What was going on? Please forgive my third brother's ignorance of worldly affairs and lack of proper etiquette. Dijun offers his apologies here. Dijun was about to bow, but at that moment Xian Yi grabbed his hand, preventing him from kneeling. Elder brother, what are you doing? I haven't said anything wrong. Why are you doing this? Upon hearing these words, everyone in the hall changed color. Especially the high-ranking demons, who looked at Xian Yi with astonishment, countless emotions flashing through their minds. Admiration, shock, panic. Honghuang was truly fearless. Even facing two sages, he remained so unyielding. Dijun looked at Xian Yi with complicated emotions, transmitting his voice. Third brother, I too wish to live as freely as you. But as the ruler of the demon clan, if I do not consider the lives and deaths of billions of demons, would I not betray the very subjects who call me Heavenly Emperor? Looking at his elder brother Xian, he felt admiration in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would make sure both his elder brothers could live as freely and uninhibitedly as he did. Meanwhile, the expressions of Yuwa and Taiching grew even colder. This Xian Yi was not giving them an ounce of face. For sages, aside from cultivation, what they valued most was their dignity. In an instant, the pressure emanating from the two sages became even more terrifying, causing many demons to turn pale. Xian Yi carried the chaos heavenly demon staff forward, standing in front of the many demons, pointing the staff at Taiching and Yuwa with an unruly expression, his eyes scanning the world with arrogance. Want us brothers to bow our heads? Then fight me. If I, Xian Yi, were to die today, naturally, I would not need to bow my head either. Xian Yi's tone was filled with madness and defiance, as if he didn't even care about the heavens above, his eyes burning with endless battle intent. Third brother, how dare you be so reckless? Dijun and Taiyi quickly stepped in front of Xian Yi, their faces filled with fear. Taiyi hastily summoned the chaos bell, and an endless halo of primordial sage might formed a defensive barrier surrounding the three brothers. In an instant, the 10 great demon saints and 365 demons at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm all showed grave expressions, positioning themselves to protect the three demon clan rulers. When the ruler is humiliated, the minister must die. Since Honghuang was so valorous as to be unmatched under heaven, they, the many demon men, might as well risk their lives alongside him. After all, it was just one life. It had to be said the sight of Xian Yi pointing that staff at the two heavenly Tao sages earlier had thoroughly ignited the hot blood flowing through the veins of countless high-ranking demons. For countless ages the demon clan had been fierce as tigers and wolves. But when facing heavenly Tao sages they could only live like bowing insects. Since they had already offended Nuwa and Taiching, why fear killing a sage today? Meanwhile Nuwa and Taiching, the two sages, looked at the scene before them and were momentarily stunned. For how many years had the 6 heavenly Tao sages dominated the primordial world? Who dared to look at them with hostility? Insolence. Taiching let out a fierce shout, his sage momentum surging to the heavens. Terrifying pressure like waves of an angry sea rolled towards the many demons in an overwhelming manner. Xian Yi was at the forefront. He slammed the chaos heavenly demon staff hard into the ground, his body rapidly expanding, and in an instant transformed into a giant millions of feet tall. Behind him, the gigantic golden crow Dharma incarnation let out a cry that shattered endless void barriers. After he unleashed the law of heaven and earth manifestation, he instantly intercepted Taiching's terrifying pressure without affecting the many demons behind him. This was the terror of the primordial Tao body. Xian Yi extended his giant hand and directly unleashed his fatal move, the heaven-filling great hand. In an instant the world turned to night. Old man Taiching, I think it's you who are being insolent. A cold shout exploded across the sky, and countless powerful experts of the primordial world looked up at the heavens in dumbfounded astonishment. Was it the same as last time? Who on earth was this whose methods were so terrifying? At this moment Dijun and Taiyi were utterly stunned, realizing that the terrifying nightfall from before was actually a great divine ability performed by their third brother. This immensely terrifying aura seemed intent on reforging the entire primordial world. All laws, orders, and causality were collapsing, plunging every living being into deep terror. Many of the demon race were filled with excitement. Their Emperor Xian was actually this powerful. Rumble. Like billions of ancient divine mountains imbued with unparalleled divine power, crashing down from the highest heavens. Saint Taiching looked up to the sky and sneered. A mere trivial trick dare to show off before an expert. He did not move at all. He merely stood with his hands behind his back, yet in the void endless heavenly Tao laws swirled, coalescing into a phantom great handprint. The great handprint fiercely struck the boundless darkness. Boom. In an instant the sky shattered like a mirror, cracking and breaking completely. The sky cleared. Saint Taiching's gaze was indifferent as he swept his eyes over Dijun and Taiyi, saying, "If the great calamity were not yet over, I would not be able to kill you, otherwise you would surely die today. With Xian Yi dead, you can still live. Be glad." At this moment Dijun and Taiyi's eyes reddened. Their third brother was dead. Could he survive a saint's strike? Now Dijun and Taiyi both wore resolute expressions as they each summoned their spiritual treasures. The ultimate innate spiritual treasures Hichu and Luoshu blazed with divine light, interweaving Tao principles and radiating surging holy radiance. The supreme innate treasure Chaos Bell shook the order of space, suppressed all chaos, and its chaotic saintly might enveloped the infinite sky. Kill a saint, even if it is like a moth diving into a flame. For the revenge of their third brother, the brothers would fight to the death. Dijun suddenly turned and shouted to the many demon high-ranking officials, "Today I, Dijun, together with my second brother Tai, will fight to the death. You may all leave. If we brothers survive by good fortune today, we will continue to pursue the great cause with you all." Upon hearing this, many demon clansmen knelt on one knee. Bays said with grief and indignation, "Your Majesty underestimates me. I, Bays, have not yet repaid your Majesty's kindness in recognizing my talent. Now that the demon race is in peril, why would I begrudge death?" Strategist. Dijun's eyes were full of complexity, and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment a series of footsteps sounded. Dijun and Taiyi turned around together, seeing the 10 demon saints of the heavenly court, Jiming, Ingzhao, Faden, Failian, Zhuiying, Shangyang, Qinyuan City, and Guiche. One by one, faces filled with a spirit of defying death approached them. Bays gently waved his feather fan and smiled. "Your Majesty, privately we have long wanted to experience what it feels like to defy a saint. Is it truly satisfying?" "Ha ha ha." Dijun laughed arrogantly. "Defying him. If you want satisfaction, you must fight him. Come, let me lead you all to fight until we are satisfied." In an instant all the demon strongmen charged at Taiching with unrestrained laughter, like a pack of tigers descending the mountain, stirring up wind and clouds, alarming the entire region. Saint Taiching's face was filled with fury. What kind of talk was that? Openly insulting a saint. A bunch of ants. Because the Wu demon calamity had not yet begun, both the Wu and demon races were protagonists of the great calamity, so Taiching dared not incur karma. At this moment the saint's divine power surged. Above the sky, a sky-covering cage imbued with endless saintly might imprisoned all the demons. "If I cannot kill you, can I not seal you?" In an instant Dijun and Taiyi were also trapped in the cage. The cage was purple, surging with boundless divine power, making the two brothers like birds in a cage. Looking back, all the demons were also sealed in an instant, all using their great divine arts to fiercely attack the cage. Rumble. Watching all the demons being sealed in the cage, Fushi hurriedly begged Nuwa for help, but Nuwa's face was cold, and she remained silent. Seeing this, a flash of pain appeared in Fushi's eyes. He lifted his robe and knelt before Nuwa. Nuwa's eyes showed surprise. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" "I beg. Saint Nuwa, spare the demon race," Fushi said in a deep voice. He knew that his sister, like Saint Taiching, belonged to the Xianmen sect. In terms of seniority, she even had to call Taiching senior brother. If she stepped forward to speak, perhaps Saint Taiching would spare the demon race. Just then a loud thunderclap suddenly echoed in the sky. Following that, a majestic and vast voice instantly resounded throughout the heavenly court. "Why kneel to her? With me, Xian Yi, here the demon race is safe." This confident voice shocked countless races of the primordial world, and even the other saints all turned their gazes toward the heavenly court. Wasn't Xian Yi dead? Sect leader Tongtian, primordial heavenly venerable Saint Juni, Saint Jane, and Dao ancestor Hongjun. Mingi, queen mother of the West, Xinyuanzi. The eyes of countless primordial powerhouses were filled with shock and disbelief. Earlier, Saint Taiching Laozi had unleashed a saint strike. In this world, probably only a saint could withstand such a terrifying blow. But what was Xian Yi's cultivation level? Late stage Deluo Golden Immortal. He hadn't even reached the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal, so how could he not be dead? Third brother is not dead. Dijun roared with excitement, gripping the purple bars of the cage with both hands, gazing at a golden-robed youth appearing in the sky. It was Xian Yi. Huh. Honghuang Taiyi laughed heartily. "This kid always brings us miracles. How is that possible?" Saint Taiching stood still, his body trembling slightly. For so many years his state of mind had been like a calm lake. But today Xian Yi was like a stone smashing fiercely into the lake's heart. "You? Why aren't you dead?" Saint Taiching pretended to be calm, looking up at Xian Yi, but his eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. Saint Nuwa was also astounded in her heart. This was too miraculous. He survived a saint's strike. Was Xian Yi truly a three-legged golden crow? Xian Yi did not speak. A golden flag appeared in his hand, the Zhou Tian Xing Do banner. When unfurled, this banner could withstand a saint's strike. The divine light of the myriad ancient stars following Xian Yi's will converge to attack the enemy. Today Xian Yi would tear apart the so-called dignity and face of these two saints completely. What is he holding in his hand? Such terrifying star power is gathering. Dijun looked at the flag in Xian Yi's hand in surprise, sensing a trace of the aura of the Zhou Tian stars. "Big brother, the ancient starry sky is trembling. Countless stars are shaking." Honghuang Taiyi looked at the ancient starry sky in extreme shock. This sky was filled with countless massive stars right above the heavenly court. What was the third brother going to do? Taiching and Nuwa were also astonished as they saw countless rays of starlight from the ancient starry sky pouring into the heavenly court, transforming into terrifying beams. The Zhou Tian Xing Do grand formation. Fushi murmured in disbelief. Dijun also suddenly realized, his heart surging with shock, and shouted, "Third brother, you can actually command countless stars to serve you." Xian Yi waved his sleeve, and the Zhou Tian Xing Do banner flew into the void. The power of countless stars from the ancient starry sky interwove upon it. An impregnable grand formation instantly enveloped all living beings in the heavenly court, with boundless vast starlight on all sides. At this moment, Zishur, who had just stepped into the heavenly court, wore a look of utter astonishment upon her delicate face. Is this the majesty of the mystic emperor? A solitary courage pitting himself against the sages, unstruck by a sage's attack and scathed. Heavens, even the countless stars of this ancient starry sky obey his command. Zishur's heart surged with tumultuous emotion. Concealed beside the heavenly court's grand hall, she gazed at Xian Yi in the sky with infatuation. At the same time, billions upon billions of starlight following Xian Yi's will transformed into sword beams and blade glows. Condensing a surging and domineering divine power, billions of myriad swordlight radiances illuminated the heavens and earth as if standing beneath the sun. In that instant, they all slashed toward Taiching and Nuwa. He intends to slay a sage. Xian Yi, his bearing is unmatched under heaven. Hiss! Throughout the world, who dares to attack a sage, or even meet one, without bowing their head? At this moment, countless great cultivators of the primordial wilderness were utterly shaken, trembling, as they gazed toward the heavenly court. After the billions of myriad swordlight radiances struck the two sages, Xian Yi, wielding the chaotic demon staff, launched an assault on Taiching and Nuwa. And at that moment, his entire body radiated a terrifyingly powerful cultivation presence. All living beings stared at him in awe, realizing in that moment that Xian Yi had broken through once more. He had ascended to the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal. Seeing Xian Yi charging toward them, Taiching and Nuwa's faces were both utterly indifferent. In the eyes of the two sages, this Xian Yi was nothing but an ant provoking an elephant. "Ant, you dare to dream of slaying a sage?" Sage Taiching's voice was somber. He swept his sleeve, and a terrifying sage attack hurtled toward the billions of myriad swordlight radiances. Instantly, the swords and blades formed from starlight were shattered. Then this sage's mighty power did not fade. It pierced through the endless void barriers, seeking to crush Xian Yi in an instant. Nuwa formed a sword with her fingers, the laws of creation suspended above them. She pointed toward Xian Yi, and a divine sword of creation tore through the void. But at that moment, the boundless divine light of the Zhou stars erected a heavenly curtain before Xian Yi, interwoven with the supreme principles of the star Tao. Visions of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and myriad phenomena emerged within it. Sage Nuwa's divine sword of creation shattered it directly. This was the power contained within the Zhou star flag to withstand a sage's strike. But now it was nullified. Nuwa was naturally greatly perplexed after her attack. How had Xian Yi not perished? At that moment, Xian Yi smashed his staff against the sage's powerful strike from Taichi. This blow contained all the divine power of the Daoyuo golden immortal peak. Splendid divine radiance spread across the heavens, rendering a golden vast divine light that enveloped the entire universe. Boom! Countless small worlds shattered in that moment, and the sage's mighty power burst apart in an instant. All living beings looked on in terror and disbelief at Xian Yi. This was truly too terrifying. One staff strike destroying a sage's attack. But even though Xian Yi had destroyed that strike, he was sent flying, smashing through countless divine mountains along the way, spitting blood, his body battered and broken. Yet in the blink of an eye, all the injuries on his physical body vanished, and his terrifying presence surged once more. This was the essence of growing stronger through battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for battling Sage Nuwa. Reward 1 Honghuang Daoyuo Divine Pill. After consumption, you will possess the strength of the first heaven of Honghuang Daoyuo Golden Immortal for 3 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for battling Sage Taichi. Reward 8 Battlefield Bloodlust Avatars, which can be used without limit within 3 days. Xian Yi swallowed the Honghuang Daoyuo Divine Pill directly. Today he must crush these 2 sages so that in the future when they meet the demon race, they will put away their haughty expressions. The heavenly Tao is eternal, sages are immortal. Therefore, even if Nuwa and Taichi were to die, they could be resurrected. At this moment, after Xian Yi swallowed the Honghuang Daoyuo Divine Pill, a golden light burst forth from his body, as if to envelop the entire heavens and earth. In that instant, all living beings in the myriad worlds were shocked. Outside the purple cloud palace, Dao ancestor Hongjuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep and fixed on Xian Yi, another transmigrator. Since the creation tribulation until the early days of the sorcerer and demon clans, how many transmigrators have come? Were they not all slain by me one by one? What of a system? Trash. Hongjuan sneered. He was the Dao ancestor of the primordial wilderness, the #1 cultivator under heaven. Throughout the ages, countless transmigrators had never escaped his heavenly Dao eye. Thus he had killed many transmigrators. Now seeing Xian Yi swallow a pill, he knew it was granted by the so-called system of the transmigrators. Die! Hongjuan extended a finger, piercing through the membrane of the primordial world, carrying boundless heavenly Dao divine power, and shot toward Xian Yi. But at that moment, 9 golden tubes suddenly extended from the void, as if forged from molten gold, radiating a terrifying primordial divine might. Yin-yang, destruction, causality, reincarnation, endless great Dao laws intertwined upon them. The 9 golden tubes instantly obliterated Hongjuan's attack. Wah! What is this? Hongjuan was greatly alarmed. Yet before he could act, he felt time-frozen chaos overturned and the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind tremble as if in fear of something. Hongjuan's entire magical power was frozen. His eyes were filled with terror as he watched the 9 golden tubes descend upon him. What are you? The 9 golden tubes coiled around Hongjuan, forcibly dragging him into the purple cloud palace. Hongjuan roared in fury. He was a heavenly Dao realm cultivator, yet now he was like a mere mortal. Boom! The doors of the purple cloud palace slammed shut. No one knew what happened within. Only the most agonizing screams of Hongjuan could be heard. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, all the demon cultivators stared in stunned silence at Xian Yi, feeling his presence grow more terrifying by the moment, as if about to grind the entire primordial wilderness into dust. Taichi and Nuwa could no longer maintain their previous composure. Their hearts were now filled with extreme shock. What exactly had Xian Yi consumed? Not good, junior sister, stop him. Sage Taichi's body trembled slightly, sensing a tremendous terror. He immediately activated the supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. Shua! The white jade golden bridge unfurled, freezing endless space. 2 divine lights from the yin-yang diagram, like divine swords, shot towards Xian Yi. Nuwa did not hesitate either. A light flashed in her hand, the top-grade innate spirit treasure, the red embroidered ball, and she hurled it at Xian Yi. Seeing the 2 sages actually using spirit treasures to attack, Xian Yi, Dijun and Taiyi were enraged. How shameless could they be? Bullying their 3rd brother, a mere Daoyuo golden immortal. Come and fight. Xian Yi, now temporarily possessing the strength of the Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal for 3 days, smacked the red embroidered ball away with his staff. He stepped forward, his feet landing on the yin-yang divine light emitted by the Taiji diagram. In an instant, the white jade golden bridge rumbled and cracked open. Third brother, Dijun and Taiyi, were instantly dumbfounded. They stared at Xian Yi in shock. How could this be? He had actually neutralized the attacks of the two sages completely. Watching Xian Yi die from the heaven, sage Taiching was nearly astounded. Had the attack of the Taiji diagram been neutralized? After all, the white jade golden bridge that burst forth from the diagram was forged from a strand of primeval, indestructible divine light. It suppressed the earth, fire, water, and wind, annihilated the vast cosmos, and resonated with the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, boasting unparalleled defensive power. How had he managed it? This Xian Yi truly lived up to his reputation as a reckless brute. Suddenly, as Taiching and Yuhua sensed Xian Yi's aura, the two sages' faces took on expressions of gravity, chill, and shock. The might of a sage. No, this is impossible. Yuhua's beautiful eyes brimmed with boundless astonishment. She found it utterly unbelievable. A mere peak lord of the great Luo realm had inexplicably become a sage. Moreover, he was not a sage of severed corpse or merit, but a great Tao sage. Yuhua and Taiching exchanged glances, each seeing the terror in the other's eyes. As all knew, the 3,000 chaos demon gods each commanded a great Tao, but unfortunately, they were slain by a single axe stroke from the great god Pangu. Some fortunate ones, such as the immortal Tao demon god Hongjun and the space demon god Yangmei. Their original great Taos had not fully transformed into the rules of the primordial world. Instead, they had condensed into new identities. But clearly the great Tao remained hidden and inactive, leaving the beings of the primordial world only to revere the heavenly Tao and gradually align with the immortal Tao it fostered. For no one could perceive the supreme laws of the great Tao. A great Tao sage bestowed with a fruition by the great Tao itself could in a sense stand shoulder to shoulder with the great Tao. Thus this status far surpassed that of a heavenly Tao sage. At this moment, Xian Yi's attacks against Yuhua and Taiching grew increasingly fierce and terrifying. The Tao of war within his body thundered, radiating divine rays of Tao principles. The mixed Yuan supreme Tao fruit granted by the system could only be maintained for 3 days, yet it allowed him to experience the boundless might of a great Tao sage. With the Tao of war empowering him, Xian Yi truly transformed into a god of war in this world. As his figure was exposed to the countless great cultivators, the multitudes grew ever more horrified, raising their eyes to the sky. Beyond the 33rd heaven, above the void of the heavenly Tao, lay the void of the great Tao, the most mysterious place in the primordial world. As far as the eye could see, golden lotuses surged in great clusters, and white jade flowers descended one after another upon the world, as if a supreme being had been born or arrived, with even the great Tao itself celebrating. The two Western sages, Jane and Junyi, stared wide-eyed, their envy reaching an intense peak. A great Tao sage, truly carefree and unrestrained. The great Tao harbored no selfishness, but the heavenly Tao was another matter. Above Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly lord stepped out of the jade void palace, his body rising into the void, boarding the 9-dragon incense carriage as endless purple qi paved the way, charging toward the heavenly court. On the golden Ao island in the eastern sea, the heavenly lord of the way of connection stood with his hands behind his back, like a supreme divine sword, with sword light surging around him and countless cosmos converging and reflecting. Elder brother, should I go help you? The heavenly lord of the way of connection gazed toward the direction of the heavenly court, his eyes filled with complex emotions. In the past, when they were on Kunlun Mountain, Taiching and Yuanshi had formed a united front, showing contempt for his disciples of the Jie sect. They constantly spoke of them as beasts bearing fur and horns, and creatures born from moisture and eggs. True, Taiching never said such things, he remained aloof and cold. But Tong Tian could sense that whenever a conflict arose between him and Yuanshi, Taiching would inevitably side with Yuanshi. What was that called? Favoritism. Later, the conflicts among the 3 pure ones on Kunlun Mountain grew increasingly intense. The heavenly lord of the way of connection had a fierce quarrel with the primordial heavenly lord, and in a fit of rage took all his disciples to the eastern sea, where they found an island. This was Golden Ao Island. Over the years, Taiching and Yuanshi had gotten along like true brothers, while Tongtian seemed like an outsider. Could Tongtian not feel disheartened? Oh well, no matter what, we are still brothers. We 3 pure ones, no matter how we quarrel or argue, would never truly wish for the other's death. Having made up his mind, Tongtian stepped into the heavenly court. Meanwhile, aside from the 2 Western sages who had not arrived, 4 of the 6 heavenly Tao sages had gathered in the heavenly court. For a time, the beings of all realms were shocked. The appearance of a single heavenly Tao sage was already a rare event, yet today 4 had appeared at once. Moreover, judging by their united front, they clearly intended to join forces to defeat the demon emperor Xian of the Yao clan. Was this Xian emperor truly so terrifying? Xian Yi's gaze swept across the four heavenly Dao sages. Did they think that fighting could be won by sheer numbers? Seeing his fearless demeanor, the primordial heavenly lord radiated overwhelming sage might, and said coldly, "You despicable bird, utterly lacking in propriety. When you see this sage, why do you not kneel and submit?" His elder brother Taiching Laozi had already lost face. Yuanshir's appearance was not only for Taiching, but also for his own sake. Whenever anyone mentioned any of the three pure ones, the other two were inevitably brought up. Even if this Xian Yi had attained the status of a great Dao sage under the combined might of four sages, he would surely fall in the heavenly court. Furthermore, even if the four sages could not deal with him, was there not still the Dao ancestor? A despicable bird dares to challenge a sage. He is simply seeking death. Taiching sneered, his heart much calmer now that his two younger brothers had arrived. He directly withdrew the Taiji diagram into his sea of consciousness. Niuhua then spoke from on high. "Xian Yi, I consider that my elder brother Fuxi and your Yao clan share a karmic bond. If you kneel now and apologize to us sages, not only will you avoid death, but your two elder brothers will also be released. In any case, the dignity of the sages must not be lost." If this Xian Yi understood the principle of bowing one's head when under a low roof, she would be willing to discuss with the other three sages to spare the demons of the heavenly court. But if he chose self-destruction, what could he do even as a great Dao sage? Unless his 8 avatars could remain permanently. But clearly Niuhua had observed earlier that Xian Yi's 8 avatars could only last for 1 hour. Otherwise, why would he not use them continuously? What Niuhua could see, the other three sages could also understand, which was why they did not fear this great Dao sage Xian Yi. The heavenly lord of the way of connection said, "Xian Yi, under the circumstances where the great Dao remains hidden, you have still become a great Dao sage. I admire you for that. If you are willing to retreat now, I will request my 2 elder brothers to spare you." "Rubbish," the primordial heavenly lord said sternly. "This place has my elder brother and me. Where do you get the right to speak? This Xian Yi must die today." What was Tongtian doing? Showing weakness. Hearing this, Tongtian's expression turned furious. Again it was the same. His second elder brother still put on that stern patriarchal air, truly detestable. By now Xian Yi had grown impatient. He immediately activated the Dao of War, his combat power surging 100-fold. Raising the chaos demon-slaying staff, he struck first at the primordial heavenly lord. His figure moved with incredible speed, tearing through the fabric of the void. In an instant Xian Yi appeared before Yuanshi and brought the staff down heavily upon his head. Boom! Before the primordial heavenly lord could react, his sage body shattered, exploding into clouds of blood mist that filled the heavenly court. In that moment, heaven and earth fell silent. Billions of beings were stunned into speechlessness. The primordial sage, had he been slain? Xian Yi, shouldering his staff with one hand, swept a puzzled gaze over the other 3 saints and asked, "If we're going to fight, then fight. Why all this chatter? Don't just stand there like fools. If your enemies come and strike me, let's get down to business. All of you attack together." At the same time, before anyone could react, Xian Yi's battle-crazed voice echoed in their ears. Immediately thunder rumbled endlessly across the heavens, and endless drops of blood rain fell upon the vast primordial land. A saint had fallen, heaven and earth mourned together. A wave of sorrow spread through the hearts of all living beings. Niuhua, Taiching, and Tongtian, their faces filled with shock, stared blankly at Xian Yi in the void. Was this the might of a great Dao saint? In an instant his combat power surged 100-fold, clearly the legendary Dao of battle. "Second brother." Suddenly Taiching Laozi cried out in grief and rage. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Xian Yi and said, "This saint will surely grind your bones to dust today." As he spoke, he summoned the heaven and earth Honghuang exquisite pagoda to hover above his head, clearing the surrounding space, and stepped onto the innate supreme treasure Taiji diagram, soaring into the sky. The supreme innate spiritual treasure Taiyi fly whisk in his hand swung repeatedly towards Xian Yi, unleashing endless saintly power that swept across the entire primordial world. Tongtian Jiaozhu went further, summoning the 4 swords of immortal slaying and the immortal slaying formation diagram. The 4 peerless swords of slaughter stood at the 4 corners of the heavenly court, while a vast formation diagram hung in the center. The immortal slaying sword formation could only be broken by the combined power of 4 saints. Niuhua was utterly shocked. Xian Yi was too terrifying. He truly was a formidable man. He had killed Yuanshi Tianzuan with a single staff strike. At this moment Yuanshi was probably still being resurrected in the void of the heavenly Dao. She stopped thinking. At this moment her 2 teammates were fighting for their lives. How could she slack off? Let me watch a little longer. Check the situation. Junior sister Niuhua. Taiching had been beaten by Xian Yi's staff until his body was tattered with not a trace of celestial elegance left. Seeing Niuhua standing with her hands behind her back, seemingly deep in thought. "Senior brother Laozi, I will assist you." As she said this, Niuhua reached out her hand, grabbed Taiching, lifted him into the void, and dropped him right in front of Xian Yi. Taiching was horrified. What kind of assistance was this? You lifted me right in front of that brute. What are you doing? Senior brother, in my view, we need to first analyze the pattern of the enemy's moves so we can formulate a countermeasure. Saint Nua's expression turned solemn. The next moment Taiching was again struck down to the ground by Xian Yi's staff. The defensive light barrier of the heaven and earth Honghuang exquisite pagoda above his head dimmed considerably. The Taiji diagram beneath his feet let out a long wail, as if it had been struck hard, and was moaning in agony. Taiching spat blood, trembling as he crawled up from the ground. Junior sister, it seems you've already analyzed the situation. Please make your move. Nua remained unmoved and sighed. His fighting style appears chaotic, but in reality. Junior sister stopped talking. Taiching was shaking with rage. He glared at Nua and roared, "My third brother is about to be beaten to death. The three of us must join forces immediately." Nua, she said in a firm tone, "Senior brother Laozi, I've thought it over carefully. This fiend is extremely vicious. How can we put all our eggs in one basket? So you two hold on for a while. I'll go fetch our master, and then he will surely die." Hearing this, Taiching's eyes lit up. After thinking for a moment, he also found the plan feasible. "Good then, junior sister, go quickly to Zhixiao Palace, and be sure to persuade our master." "Don't worry, senior brother. I knew I'd never disappoint," Nua said calmly. Then, using her divine soul, she transmitted a message to Xian Yi Daoist. "Xian Yi, if it weren't for senior brother Laozi insisting on joining me to come to the heavenly court to seek justice, how could this unpleasantness have occurred today? Ever since you took form, I have felt that you, Xian Yi, would not remain a mere fish in a pond. Indeed, now you have already shown your brilliance. Daoist, if I were to make a move, you might not live long. Thus I truly cannot bear to snuff out such a young hero in the cradle." Her tone was sentimental. Xian Yi picked his ear. What was this little woman up to? He also transmitted to her, "Are you ever going to stop? My ears are full of your voice. Are you showing off? Do you think your voice is beautiful?" Nua. Her expression hardened. Her saintly aura spread across the scene, and fury blazed in her beautiful eyes. She transmitted, "Daoist, farewell." With that, she mounted her green wand and vanished in the blink of an eye. Watching Nua leave, Taiching wore a gratified expression. Good. As long as junior sister brings our master, everything will be fine." At that moment, Tong Tian and Taiching, the two saints, charged at Xian Yi together, and the three engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. Large swaths of the void collapsed, and earth, fire, water, and wind flowed in from beyond the realm, causing the primordial world to teeter on the brink of collapse. Dazzling divine radiance and brilliant supernatural techniques clashed terrifyingly in the void. Sacred mountains and cultivation grounds spanning millions of miles were all ground to dust by this fearsome force. The entire demon clan's heavenly court had been reduced to flat ground, with all its magnificent and majestic buildings completely collapsed. The many great cultivators watching this battle were utterly stunned. This was the most terrifying war since the great calamity of the creation of the world. The saintly aura covered the entire primordial world, thrilling and overwhelming to behold. At that moment, Dijun sighed. If we weren't trapped in the saint's cage, we would probably have been reduced to ashes by now. Honghuang Taiyi said helplessly, "The battle of saints is truly terrifying. Elder brother, if Nua brings the Tao ancestor here, our third brother might really perish here." The two brothers never expected that their third brother had actually attained the status of a great Tao saint. Moreover, the void of the great Tao had showered down boundless auspicious signs to celebrate him. However, the Tao ancestor was the strongest being in the world. If he intervened, their third brother wouldn't have even a sliver of hope. "We can no longer rely on Nua as our support," Dijun said worriedly. "I only pray that the Tao ancestor is busy with his own affairs and cannot make it to the heavenly court. Then our third brother's life may be spared." While Taiching and Laozi were fighting, Nua arrived at the chaos beyond the realm and hurried to the gate of Zhixiao Palace. Gazing at the tightly shut gate, Nua paced back and forth, her brows knit with hesitation. "This Xian Yi is so terrifying. I originally thought his trump card was his 8 avatars, but I never expected that even his physical strength alone is incredibly fearsome. With one staff strike, he killed senior brother Yuanshi. Hiss! Such ferocity, I never anticipated it. If Taiching and Tongtian, after being resurrected, ask me why I didn't invite our master, I'll say that master is busy with a great affair and cannot leave. If they ask why I didn't go back to help them, I'll say that the great affair master is busy with requires my assistance. Perfect." Nua took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock on the gate of Zhixiao Palace, but at that moment a weak voice of Hongjun came from inside. "Is that you, my disciple Nua? Come quickly and help your master. Hurry." Hongjun's roar was mixed with panic and also a hint of joy. The voice echoed in Nua's ears. Her raised arms suddenly froze. She called out in surprise, "Master, what happened? Please open the door quickly." "Disciple, I cannot open the palace gate. Do not hesitate. Use your Dharma power to blast it open." Upon hearing this, Nua was tremendously shocked. Without a second thought, she summoned the map of mountains and rivers, channeled the mighty power of a sage, and hurled it against the gates of Zhixiao Palace. Boom rumble. Instantly the gates shattered into fragments. Nuwa cast a puzzled gaze inside, only to see bloodstains all over the floor of Zhixiao Palace, a nauseating stench of blood wafting toward her. Suppressing the terror in her heart, she stepped into Zhixiao Palace step by step. The palace was as vast as a grand universe, with countless massive stars adorning its zenith. Towering golden pillars entwined with coiled dragons stood within each, soaring billions of zhang high, guarding the majestic palace roof. The floor, paved with chaotic celestial gold, shimmered with a gilded luster upon which brilliant divine radiance woven from the laws of heaven flickered, resounding with endless rumbling divine sounds flowing with an arcane and profound Tao rhythm. Master, you. Nuwa flew to the summit, opened her sage's heavenly eye, and saw the far end of Zhixiao Palace in a single glance. At that moment she saw Hongjun. Ancestor Hongjun leaned against one of the coiling dragon pillars. His robes were tattered, his face utterly wretched, like an unmarried maiden who had been abducted by bandits to the hills. His lips pale, his eyes vacant, he stared at Nuwa as she flew to his side, muttering, "This is my disciple Nuwa. Take some of hers, let me recover for a while." Nuwa was stunned. What? In an instant, an overwhelming divine power descended abruptly, and the entire Zhixiao Palace began to collapse. The infinite coiling dragon pillars trembled violently. From the void, 9 golden pipes extended, instantly wrapping around Nuwa's body and pulling her to a pillar. 8 golden tubes bound her tightly. "Master, save me," Nuwa cried out. She felt her sage's dharma power instantly sealed, a sensation utterly fatal, as if she had become a fish on a chopping block. "What is this?" Nuwa's face turned deathly pale, staring in terror at the golden tube that coiled around her chest, radiating Hongming divine might and infinite Tao laws. No matter how she screamed, the golden tube coldly and mercilessly plunged into her heart. In the blink of an eye, the tube turned blood red, continuously sending something into the void to an unknown destination. Nuwa roared in fury, struggling wildly, but she could not stop the essence blood from her heart being drained by that mysterious thing. Seeing her still struggling, Hongjuan, leaning against the pillar without even looking at her, said, "Weakly disciple, it's no use crying out. Can you believe it? Your master, a cultivator at the heavenly Tao realm, has been reduced to sage 8th heaven by this beast, by this senior's whim. Disciple, since the senior is pleased, why should we refuse?" Soon, the golden pipes vanished. Nuwa collapsed limply to the ground, her eyes vacant as she lay on her side, a stream of tears flowing down her cheek. Hongjun tottered over to Nuwa, trying to help her up. Nuwa silently turned her back, weeping without a sound. "I was originally at sage 5th heaven. I only came to visit Master once, and in a moment I've fallen to sage 1st heaven. Master, you've made your disciple suffer." Hearing this, Hongjuan's face was filled with complex emotions. If he could help it, how would he be willing to let his disciple suffer at the hands of that beast? At that moment, a figure coalesced in the void. A woman in a black dragon robe, exquisitely beautiful, with a full-on mature charm. In terms of appearance, she was in no way inferior to Nuwa. Hongming divine might swirled around her, making it impossible to fathom how terrifying her power truly was. The moment she appeared, both Hongjun and Nuwa were filled with dread, silently backing away. The woman in black walked forward slowly, her eyes fixed on Hongjuan, and a voice like a machine came from her lips. "Killing a few civilians of the system empire gives you the right to look down on all systems. Ridiculous insect. I might as well tell you. Every single system, when they come before me, must kneel and call me Empress. If I ever hear that you've dared to disrespect Xian Yi's host again, next time it won't be just taking your blood." With that, her figure began to fade, vanishing into thin air. "By the way, your disciple's heart essence blood, it smells quite nice. Perhaps the host might find it useful later." The cold, mechanical voice echoed from the void again, then fell silent. Hongjuan, Nuwa, master and disciple had not spoken a word since the woman in the dragon robe appeared. Now they stared at each other, their eyes swirling with horror. The pressure of that woman in the dragon robe was like that of an ancient true god, while the two of them were like tiny insects. This feeling was deeply etched into their hearts. "Master, what is going on?" Nuwa's mental defenses collapsed instantly. She collapsed to the ground again. That terrifying woman had said her heart essence blood smelled nice. Would she come back for her? Just imagine one day, while meditating in Hua Palace, she gets tied to a bedpost and has her blood drained madly. How much blood does she have to spare? Hongjun let out a deep sigh. "Disciple, just remember one thing from now on: whether the primordial world is chaotic or peaceful, Xian decides." Nuwa was speechless. "As for the rest, I can't reveal any more. That beast, that empress, I don't know if she's left." Hongjuan's eyes were filled with fear. "By the way, why did you come to see me? Master senior brother Yuanshi was killed. Who did it?" Hongjuan's eyes sharpened, and he roared, "Whoever it is, they must die. The empress's whim is one thing, but can we master and disciple be bullied like this by others?" Hearing this, Nuwa sighed. "Xian did it. He is now fighting with senior brother Taiqing and senior brother Tongtian." Hongjun was stunned, then slowly said, "Disciple, let us intervene. Master, didn't you say that the primordial world is decided by Xian? Why intervene now?" Nuwa was astonished. Hongjun said, we'll go and tell Taiching and Tongtian to stop fighting. They are sages. Should they be killing each other over such a trivial matter? What a disgrace. Nuo, master and disciple both looking exhausted, helped each other out of Zhixiao Palace. Meanwhile, the battle in the heavenly court grew fiercer. Taiching and Tongtian were both wounded, miserable, and disheveled. Just then a streak of purple energy appeared on the horizon. Taiching stared at the sky ecstatic and shouted to Tongtian, third brother master is here. At these words, all the trapped demons were filled with utter despair. Now it was over. Once ancestor Hongjun arrived, he would surely use thunderous means to slay Honghuang. Tongtian's face lit up with joy upon hearing Taiching's words. Excellent. As long as the master intervened, they could surely suppress Xian Yi in one strike. Taiching and Tongtian looked up at the sky, waiting for the Tao ancestor to descend. Meanwhile, Taiching cast occasional glances at Xian Yi, sneering, "You little bastard, prepare to die." Xian Yi said nothing, his speed astonishing as he charged at Taiching. Taiching was horrified. Having fought Xian Yi for a long time, he knew that this fellow's body was even more terrifying than the Wu clan. Seeing the enemy charging, Taiching immediately summoned the Taiji diagram to shield himself and placed the Xianhuang Linglong pagoda atop his head. In an instant, the two supreme treasures radiated boundless light, with resounding Tao echoes reverberating through the void. All beings were utterly astounded. Was Xian Yi really this strong? He had already beaten Taiching and Tongtian beyond recognition, and now he was starting again. The demon clan, amidst their despair, showed a hint of reverence on their faces. This was their lord Xianhuang of the demon race. His overwhelming power could drive the two sages to such fear. Even if the demon clan were to be slaughtered to the last by the Tao ancestor today, the name of the demon race would be remembered through the ages because of Xianhuang. Xian Yi's fist struck the Taiji diagram. The primordial treasure let out a screech and fell to the ground with a clatter. Taiching was utterly terrified. He swung his whisk fiercely at Xian Yi, unleashing a Taiching Tao technique that tore through the fabric of space, intent on killing Xian Yi. Yet when that Tao technique struck Xian Yi, he remained completely unharmed. Such was the power of a primordial Tao body at the first level of great Tao Saint. The more he fought, the stronger he became. As long as he didn't die, injuries healed instantly, and his power increased. Moreover, he had infinite resurrection. Each death would elevate him by a minor realm. With these trump cards, Xian Yi had no fear of the two sages. Seeing Xian Yi completely unscathed, Taiching and Tongtian were both stunned. What kind of constitution was this? So ridiculously overpowered. How could anyone else survive? Before the two sages could react, Xian Yi's body flashed with bloodlight, and 8 figures at the first level of Great Tao Saint appeared in the void, the 8 Blood War Heaven clones. Sensing the overwhelming might of the 8 clones, all beings immediately summoned their spiritual treasures and Tao techniques to protect themselves, their eyes filled with terror. The 8 clones charged at Taiching and Tongtian with boundless momentum. In that instant, the two sages hastily defended themselves. Yet even one Xian Yi was hard to handle. Now there were 8. Their hearts were filled with both fear and helplessness. In just a moment, the two sages were beaten to the brink of death by the 8 clones. They let out miserable cries and fell from the void. A thunderous boom. 2 massive abysses were smashed into the endless earth. Heaven and earth trembled, the ground shook, and countless creatures in the mountains and ancient forests fled in panic. One after another, primitive mountains rumbled and collapsed in clouds of dust. The bodies of saints were terrifying beyond compare. A single drop of saint blood could give rise to infinite universes. At this moment, all beings stared blankly at the area below the heavenly court. There lay the majestic and vast Buzhou mountain, from which Taiching and Tongtian flew out utterly disheveled. The two sages' faces were pale. If not for the auspicious light of the heavenly Tao swirling around them, no one would believe they were 2 of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. A golden rainbow descended from the sky, transforming into a handsome youth in golden robes. Xian Yi, holding a dark golden long staff, stood before Saint Taiching, pointing the rod at him. The battle intent emanating from the chaos spiritual treasure, the chaos demon devastating staff, left Taiching speechless. Taiching trembled, all over his face pale. For the first time he felt that even a saint could know fear. The demon clan felt their blood boil. Pairs of excited eyes were fixed on Xian Yi. Within the sky-covering prison, Dijun and Taiyi wore expressions of gratification. They felt utterly dreamlike. From Yuanshi being slain by their third brother to the defeat of Taiching and Tongtian, every event was something they had never dared to imagine before. Yet their third brother had accomplished it all. His words, "As long as Xian Yi is here, the demon clan will be safe," had once been thought by Dijun and Taiyi to be reckless. But now, upon reflection, they reached a conclusion. Third brother Xian Yi was not reckless. He was composed and confident, with wisdom firmly in hand. He had the power to dare such heaven-defying deeds. At this moment, Taiching looked at the youth before him and sighed. The younger generation is truly formidable. Xian Yi, why don't you strike? Taiching looked at the chaos demon devastating staff, pointed at him, and asked Xian Yi calmly, If Xian Yi struck with the staff, he would instantly become a cloud of blood mist like his second brother Yuanshi. Then a wisp of true spirit would fly into the void of the heavenly Tao, granted resurrection power by the heavenly Tao's will. At this moment, everyone wondered, was Xian Yi planning to spare Saint Taiching? Among the demon clan, the 10 demon saints all wore complex expressions. Just then Xiangyang's pretty face showed a hint of emotion as she sighed. I understand. Hearing this, Bai Zhe smiled helplessly, covering his ears with both hands and turning to look into the distance. Guoche asked in confusion, Sister Xiangyang, can you analyze it? Xiangyang immediately clasped her hands behind her back, gazing deeply at Xian Yi, and said slowly, the lowest form of warfare is combat, the middle form is diplomacy, the highest form is strategy. As Lord Honghuang is the emperor's brother, how could he lack the bearing of a king? He must be considering whether to spare Saint Taiching, then use his vast sea-like magnanimity to earn the other's admiration and gradually draw him into our demon clan's camp. Hearing her words, except for Bai Zhe, the other 8 demon saints were all filled with admiration. Truly worthy of Sister Xiangyang, known as the greatest strategist under Bai Zhe, almost demonically intelligent. If Xian Yi killed Taiching, he would surely incur enmity. Why not use the kingly manner to save face for the other and gradually win him over? Third brother has grown up. Dijun and Taiyi also heard the discussion among the demon saints. Dijun sighed. Truly, second brother, I am deeply moved. Taiyi smiled with relief and said, whoever dares to call my third brother a brute again, I, Taiyi, will smash him to death with the chaos bell. Just then Xian Yi wore a conflicted expression. After contemplating for a long time, he spoke slowly to Taiching. Earlier your second brother went bang, like a red firework. Pretty, but that was his way of dying. Old man, do you have any good ideas? Xian Yi's tone and expression were serious, but to the ears of all beings, it was as shocking as a thunderbolt. This? What kind of game is this? You want to kill someone and ask them to give you a killing plan. Are you ordering a death package? Taiching was stunned speechless, then flew into a rage and charged at Xian Yi, roaring, I'll fight you to the death. Now severely injured, and with his mana sealed by Xian Yi, he flew into a humiliated rage. He wrapped his arms around Xian Yi's body and bit hard on his shoulder. Crunch. Old man, are you a dog? Xian Yi turned his head in disgust to glance at Taiching, only to see a trace of blood at the corner of the latter's mouth with 2 teeth embedded in his own shoulder. The Honghuang Dao body was indestructible, and since Taiching had no spiritual power at the moment, his teeth shattered instantly into pieces. Only 2 front teeth remained, one on each side. Xian Yi lifted Taiching and flew high into the sky. Taiching's white hair fluttered wildly as he screamed in terror, devoid of any sage-like demeanor. No matter how Taiching struggled, he could not break free from the fact that his spiritual power was sealed. Xian Yi was quite playful, bouncing up and down at great speed like a rubber ball that slammed hard into the ground only to leap up again immediately. Taiching's face was filled with fear, his hair alternately standing on end and then falling loose. Since you like others to give you face so much, then from now on you don't need face anymore. Xian Yi threw Taiching into a great mountain. Many tigers, leopards, and wolves widened their eyes. What the hell? How did the sage Taiching end up in their territory? These beasts were all demon cultivators at the Deluo level, but they still felt apprehensive in the presence of Taiching. I am Xian Yi, the Honghuang of the demon race. Today I invite you all to a fine dinner. Xian Yi's voice resounded through the mountains. The beasts trembled in fear. Were they supposed to chew on a sage? Good heavens, what a feast! Who had ever eaten a sage? The flavor must be exquisite. But the question was, after Taiching revived, wouldn't he slaughter them all? Their hearts were filled with turmoil, their bodies trembling. This was the Honghuang. If they disobeyed such a grand figure, the demon army of billions would descend upon them in an instant. Today I give you a saying, are celestial sages born with superiority. Xian Yi stood high in the sky, looking down at the multitude of beasts in the mountains, and declared in a soaring voice, whoever dares to eat the flesh of Taiching shall henceforth be my brother. If anyone dares to bully you, I will stand up for you. With these words, all living beings in the world were shaken. The Honghuang of the demon race was about to break the lofty status of the sages. If Taiching were devoured by tigers and wolves, what face would he have left? One of the 6 celestial sages, if chewed and swallowed by what they considered beasts and foul, would they not become a laughingstock in the eyes of all? Countless beings gazed in shock at Xian Yi in the sky. He was truly ruthless, but when dealing with enemies, there was no need to be particular about methods. This audacity to be the first under heaven sent a surge of excitement through the hearts of billions of beings like a turbulent sea. Strangely, a refreshing feeling spread through the beings, as if a new door was slowly opening before them. Gradually the beasts in the mountains grew fervent, gazing at Xian Yi in the sky with passion. Fellow beings, the Honghuang has already offended the sage Taiching to the death. Our demon race has long been seen as a thorn in the sage's eyes, a dagger in their hearts. Today the sage Taiching is here. Why not enjoy ourselves, eh? Excellent. Instantly the beast's eyes turned bloodshot as they shifted to Taiching, who was crawling on the ground. He crawled with great difficulty, terror in his eyes, yet he still did not give up on survival. Xian Yi, I swear I will make you die without a burial place. Taiching clawed at the ground, his eyes bloodshot, a murderous expression contorting his face. Hatred drove him mad. The humiliation in his heart was as boundless as the ocean waves. As the tigers and wolves pounced, a series of strange sounds arose in the forest, growing louder, then softer, and finally fading into silence. Then endless blood rain fell from the sky. A sage had fallen, and heaven and earth mourned together. A roar came from the void of the heavenly Tao, as if the Tao's will was enraged, and divine lightning crazily struck down upon the primordial land. But unexpectedly a black light flashed in the void of the heavenly Tao, followed by another piercing scream and a low growl, then silence. No one knew what had happened, only that the divine lightning stopped falling, and the entire primordial land returned to its peaceful tranquility. Only Tongtian Jiaozhu remained on the scene, his eyes filled with sorrow, his rage driving him to madness. He swung the 4 immortal slaying swords wildly at Xian Yi. Beast, return the lives of my 2 elder brothers. Seeing Tongtian charging at him, Xian Yi used the chaos heavenly demon staff to send the 4 swords flying, then struck Tongtian, sending him crashing away. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Tongtian Jiaozhu's face turned pale. As Xian Yi was about to bring down the staff, a tall figure suddenly appeared before him, catching the staff with one hand. This person was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, and beside him stood the sage Nuwa. Seeing Hongjuan enter the fray, all beings were shocked. Now that the Tao ancestor had arrived, Xian Yi, who had killed Yuanshi and Taiching, was surely doomed. Who are you? Xian Yi asked the old man in confusion. This fellow was indeed formidable. He could not even pull back the chaos heavenly demon staff. Then blazing battle intent ignited in Xian Yi's eyes. A stronger opponent had come. Let the battle continue. Before Hongjuan could reply, the 8 avatars of the bloody battle heavens appeared, directly lunging at Hongjuan as the void exploded with a thunderous roar. Reckless fool. Nuwa rubbed her forehead helplessly, asking, Taoist friend, do you dare to strike even the Tao ancestor? All beings were dumbfounded. The strongest under heaven, the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, had been attacked. All the demon cultivators now stood like statues, their eyes vacant, their expressions terrified. Dijun, good brother, would you take a break? Taiyi, brother, is he really a 3-legged golden crow? Dijun, brothers, tell me, can we be the Wu clan? Hutu, yes, big brother, but the primordial land now has a golden crow that is even more Wu than the Wu clan. Zhu Juin, personally, I think we need to change our personalities from now on. Jerome, well said. At that moment, watching the 8 avatars charging at him, Hongjuan's face twitched a few times. He waved his sleeve, sending the 8 avatars flying. Then with a thought, a massive cage of the heavenly Tao trapped Xian Yi, making him a bird in a cage. Xian Yi panicked, frantically pounding the cage with his fists. He pointed angrily at Hongjuan and shouted, Old man, that's cheating. Can't we just fight together? Let me out. After shouting, he paused, then sat on the ground, hugging his knees with his head drooping. A cheater seemed too embarrassed to continue. Hongjuan, fight. If not for that beastly system backing you, I could have slapped you back to where you came from. No more fighting. I, Hongjuan, have principles. I don't fight with those who live off soft rice. I hereby proclaim to the heavens and earth of the primordial land, today's matter ends here. Both the Wu and Demon clans are legacies of the great god Pangu after his fall. I deeply cherish the memory of his great deeds and cannot bear to destroy the 2 clans. The Xian sect has always been united with the 2 clans. Why would they fight among themselves, eh? If the Xian sect again stirs up conflict with the 2 clans, even if it pains me, I will cut off my own arm to bring more gentleness and less slaughter to the primordial land. The Tao ancestor's divine voice resounded through the Honghuang heaven and earth, as if the heavenly Tao itself had descended, the sound rumbling and making every living being hear it with utmost clarity. In an instant, countless living beings unknowingly felt a surge of admiration in their hearts. Look at the Tao ancestor. This is the true demeanor of a lofty being. He does not wish for the Honghuang living beings to be mired in slaughter, but instead desires to make this great homeland of Honghuang gentle and peaceful. What profound compassion for the world. For a moment, countless living beings turned their gazes of admiration and reverence toward Hongjuan, the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor's tall figure seemed to be suffused with a little angel's holy light at that moment, making all the myriad races feel incomparably kind and gentle. As the Tao ancestor, originally the strongest under heaven, he yet demands that he does not shield his own. Who, I ask, can do that? Alas, truly boundless is his magnanimity. 2 saintly disciples were slain, yet the Tao ancestor merely smiled with indifference. This is not cold-bloodedness, it is his abandonment of the self for the greater good. Born as a demon, I am very happy. At the same time as the Tao ancestor waved his sleeve, all the cages that had trapped the demon tribe disappeared. At this moment, seeing Xian Yi staggering out, the Tao ancestor's expression immediately tensed. He grabbed Tongtian, and flew off into the chaos beyond the realms. Dijun and Taiyi with joyful faces led the many demon tribesmen to gather around Xianyi. Third brother. Dijun slapped Xianyi's shoulder hard and said, "If it weren't for you this time our demon race would likely have been uprooted. Our third brother is the war god of the heavenly court." Taiyi, clad in a golden robe exuding the aura of a sovereign, laughed heartily at this moment. The 10 great demon saints and many Daiyuo golden immortal level experts also bowed to thank Xianyi. Xianyi muttered, "That old man is definitely a strong one. What a pity I couldn't have a deeper exchange with him." Dijun smiled and said, "Third brother, don't be disheartened. Maybe there might be a chance in the future." He knew that the deeper exchange Xianyi mentioned was definitely not a polite phrase. It just meant a fight. Taiyi was also at a loss for words. "Third brother, that's the Tao ancestor. You can't provoke him a one slap and you'd be gone." The demon tribesmen, having survived the disaster, were naturally overjoyed, so after chatting for a long time, Dijun and Taiyi summoned the many high-ranking members and began to restore the various buildings of the heavenly court. In Xianyi's mind, a series of system prompt sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for sparring with Tongtian. You have obtained the Ward Dao quest. What quest? Ding! As I issue 10 fighting quests, each time you complete one you will receive a Ward Dao crystal. Once you collect 10 crystals, you can synthesize a Ward Dao law. At that time you will be able to prove the Dao through the war law and attain the Honghuang Golden Immortal. Xianyi understood that this Honghuang Golden Immortal referred to the quasi-saint realm. During the era of the Longhan 3 tribes, there was no cultivation method of severing the corpse to achieve quasi-saint. In that period, cultivators could only break through to Honghuang Golden Immortal by mastering laws. If one mastered many laws and understood them deeply, and then gathered the fortunes of all races, there would be a slim chance to break through to Honghuang Duo Golden Immortal. Breaking through to Honghuang Duo Golden Immortal through laws proves one as a great Dao saint. For example, the ward Dao space, Dao causality, Dao 5 elements, Dao slaughter Dao. The strength of these great Dao saints is far superior to that of heavenly Dao saints. Under heaven, only Yangmei Daoist, who has fled into the chaos and hides away, is a great Dao saint. Apart from him, there are no other great Dao saints in the world. 10 fighting quests. Very good, I like it. Ding. First fighting quest, go to the GSEC to spar, defeat 4 peak Duo Golden Immortal cultivators in one go, and you will be rewarded with 1 Ward Dao crystal. You only have 300 years to complete this quest for it to be valid. Xianyi now understood he had to complete 10 fighting quests before he could synthesize the Ward Dao crystals into a Ward Dao. At that time, after being promoted to Honghuang Golden Immortal, as long as he thoroughly comprehends the Ward Dao, the day of achieving Honghuang Duo Golden Immortal will not be far off. Ding! Congratulations, your action against Hongjun Dao Ancestor is counted within the rewards. Now I reward you Heavenly Demon 9 slashes. Heavenly Demon 9 slashes forged from the deepest chaos, using Slaughter Immortal Gold, and Hongming Divine Iron refined over endless ages. There are 9 divine swords in total, each ranking among the primal supreme treasures. Because their slaughterous aura is too intense, they cannot be stored in the sea of consciousness. They can only be placed in a giant sword case, forged from Chaos Holy Iron. All items given by the system have been transformed into spiritual treasures automatically refined by you. These 9 primal supreme treasure divine swords, when combined, become a Chaos Supreme treasure. In normal times they are in a separated state. After reading these descriptions, Xianyi turned his gaze to the system warehouse, where he saw the 9 primal supreme treasure divine swords arranged side by side. Their blades emitted surging slaughter light and a fierce malevolent aura. They seemed like 9 terrifyingly monstrous beasts awakening, with endless black mist spreading throughout the system warehouse. What a treasure! Xianyi's eyes were extremely excited. He could feel that the 9 swords had already recognized him as their master. At that moment, with a thought from him, a hum sounded, and the clanging of swords rang out one after another. The 9 ancient black divine swords rushed out of the system space and hovered in the sky. Xianyi controlled the Heavenly Demon 9 slashes with his mind. If he wanted them to go east, they would not go west, handling them with great ease. At this moment, Dijun and Taiyi, who had just finished rebuilding the heavenly court, each wore a satisfied expression. The heavenly court had returned. How wonderful! What's that sound? Suddenly Dijun frowned. How could he hear a loud crash? In an instant, Dijun, Taiyi, and the many demon saints walked out of the Lingxiao Palace. Looking around, all the demon tribesmen were petrified. They saw that the many palace buildings they had previously manifested with great divine power had all turned into ruins, emitting a cloud of smoke and dust. Looking out of the 72 heavenly palaces and 36 treasure halls, only the Lingxiao Palace remained. Who the hell did this? Taiyi said angrily. Are they bullying our heavenly court, thinking we have no demons? At this moment the demons heard a joyful laugh, and all looked up at the sky. They saw Xianyi lying on a huge black giant sword, his hands behind his head, laughing heartily. Awesome! This divine sword, TSK Tisk, instantly combines. Big brother, second brother, come up quickly. I'll show you a beautiful magic trick. At this moment Xian saw the demons below. He smiled and waved to Dijun and Taiyi, gesturing for them to fly up onto the giant sword under his feet. Dijun, Taiyi. The home was broken by third brother. The two brothers wore helpless expressions. The home was already destroyed, and you still want to show a magic trick. Wasn't what you did before a magic trick. Know that sword under third brother's feet. Taiyi watched Xian playing happily in the sky, flying back and forth on his sword, sometimes one sword, sometimes 9 swords. Sensing the might of those swords, all the demons' faces changed color. Dijun took a deep breath and said, second brother, each of those swords has a similar might to your chaos bell. When the 9 swords combine, they condense endless chaotic slaughter aura, extraordinarily fierce and ominous. Upon hearing the words of his elder brother Emperor Jun, Honghuang, Taiyi silently retrieved the chaos bell. His gaze shifted toward Xian in the sky. At this moment the 9 divine swords of the heavenly demon 9, each emanating a towering sword intent, danced gracefully around Xian. It seemed that with a single command from him the 9 swords could pierce through the fabric of time and space. The fierce and unparalleled sword momentum stirred the winds and clouds in all directions, forming countless supreme sword domains that were terrifying beyond measure. The pressure even forced the chaos bell to emit a sharp, piercing shriek. Emperor Jun and Taiyi exchanged glances, both with a hint of shock in their eyes. Their eyesight was exceptionally keen, and they could clearly see that each of Xian Yi's 9 swords was a primordial supreme treasure. At this moment the two brothers were deeply astonished. Ever since Xian had taken form, he had carried a dark golden staff-shaped divine weapon covered in chaos laws. They had originally assumed it was his companion spirit treasure. At that time the brothers envied Xian, thinking he was blessed with great fortune to possess a chaos spiritual treasure upon birth. But now Emperor Jun and Taiyi felt a complex mix of emotions. The third brother was not only blessed with profound fortune, but likely harbored a great secret. As far as we know, the primordial world has the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and your chaos bell, which are the 3 great primordial supreme treasures. Primordial supreme treasures are exceedingly rare, but the third brother. Emperor Jun was speaking in amazement when Taiyi flew onto Xian Yi's great sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, looking at Xian Yi with a gratified expression. Third brother, are we brothers? Of course. In the primordial world, you and big brother are my family. Then tell your second brother, do you still have any treasure maps? Huh? What do you mean? I don't understand. Third brother, stop pretending. Did you find a treasure somewhere? The 9 swords you wield, each one, is a primordial supreme treasure. Do you know what that means? When you next travel through the primordial world, you will understand. Those 2 in the West are insatiably greedy. If they catch sight of your 9 swords, you might as well be funding the rise of the Western sect. Second brother has said all this for one reason. What do you think about storing the swords here with me? It's safe and free from covetous eyes. Hearing this, joy spread across Xian Yi's eyes. He grabbed Taiyi's arm and asked excitedly, storing them is not necessary, but will they really try to rob me? Is it true? Honghuang. Taiyi was stunned. He said with emotion, third brother, you should go out and ask around. Remember how that saint cried his way to sainthood. So you must not wander the primordial world displaying divine weapons. Good, that's excellent. Xian Yi said seriously, I was just worried about finding someone to fight. Now that you mention it, I have an idea. After I finish my business, I'll take a trip to the Western lands sooner or later, hoping those 2 old baldies will come after me. Honghuang. Taiyi. Old baldies. Third brother, your wish is so thrilling. Emperor Jun was also dumbfounded, and then both he and Taiyi looked at each other with envy. After attaining the Tao as a primordial golden immortal, life was comfortable. The third brother was now at the pinnacle of the golden crow. Later, when the 2 brothers asked Xian Yi how he had attained primordial golden immortal, Xian Yi's answer was simple. Just 2 words, taking pills. Where did they come from? Xian Yi told them that while sitting on the eaves of the heavenly court, he suddenly saw a pill fall from the sky. The 2 brothers stood there in the wind, utterly bewildered. So this divine pill only granted the power of a great Tao saint for 3 days. But that's still not bad. When did the eaves of the heavenly court start dropping treasures? Could the third brother's 9 primordial supreme treasures have also fallen from there? Impossible. We must go check. Thus Emperor Jun and Taiyi stopped attending to the affairs of the demon court, and spent their days sitting on the eaves of the heavenly court, staring blankly at the sky. All the demons lamented, why have the 2 demon kings become negligent in governing? Strange. It was just like Honghuang before, who also liked to rest his chin in his hand and stare blankly. Did the Golden Crow clan all share this hobby? A year later, Xian Yi emerged from his seclusion chamber, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea, where a faint battle intent surged. As he walked, the enormous Golden Crow avatar behind him blazed with terrifying solar true fire. Wherever Xian Yi's figure moved, the space around would gradually distort, emitting rumbling sounds. This was caused by the powerful blood energy of the primordial Tao body, fiercely impacting the space around Xianyi. His current cultivation was still at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but his true combat power combined with numerous trump cards could easily slay a quasi-saint. Earlier, after entering the seclusion chamber, he began practicing the Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Fist. Thanks to the heaven-defying comprehension of the primordial Tao body, he had now cultivated it to the great achievement stage. To practice the Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Fist, one must first comprehend the Supreme Emperor's bearing. A single punch creates a reincarnation divine realm filled with endless laws of reincarnation and order. If the enemy is not killed by the punch, they will be frozen in an instant for endless ages, their primordial spirit drawn into the reincarnation divine realm, sinking into it. Unless the opponent possesses great willpower, they might break free from the reincarnation divine realm. First, go to the GS sect and find 4 cultivators at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal to defeat. Xianyi's combat mission was still incomplete. Completing it would grant him a War Dao crystal. Then he needed to finish 9 more missions to gather 10 War Dao crystals and synthesize 1 War Dao. Senior Honghuang. At that moment, a timid female voice sounded. Xianyi turned to see a young woman in white approaching. She was tall with bright eyes and white teeth, her beauty slightly inferior to Shangyang and Xiaobai, but not at all ugly. Junior Zi of the human clan pays respects to Senior Honghuang. Zi bowed deeply to Xianyi. Her heart was agitated. Seeing Xianyi defeat the 3 pure ones earlier, she had originally wanted to become his disciple directly. Unexpectedly, Xianyi had already entered the seclusion chamber, so she had to return to the human clan and ascend the heavenly court again today. Emperor Dijun and Taiyi had received her, and upon learning she was looking for Xianyi, pointed the way with smiles. Xianyi frowned slightly and asked, "What do you want from me?" Zi quickly retrieved the Kongtong seal from her sea of consciousness and said, "Senior, you once threw this item into the grass by the roadside, and I happened to find it. I don't think it was a coincidence. Senior, my human clan wishes to become an ally of the demon clan to stand together against the Wu clan. What is your opinion?" Zi's pretty face flushed as she mustered the courage to speak, her heart full of trepidation. At this time, the humans of the primordial world were caught between the Wu and demon clans like living prey. No matter which clan, the human clan was unqualified to be anyone's ally. Zi and the other 2 human ancestors had deliberated for a long time and decided they could not remain neutral. They must choose a camp and join it. Thus, the human clan would no longer be treated as food by both sides. Become a disciple. Go find my big brother and second brother. They idle every day. I'm busy, so I'm leaving. With that, Xianyi transformed into a golden rainbow that shot into the sky, flying toward the direction of the Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea. Senior Honghuang is extremely busy, so it is not that I am inadequate, but that he is occupied. Ziyishi murmured, a flicker of delight flashing in her eyes. Although this outcome was not entirely satisfactory to Ziyishi, it was far better than having no opportunity at all. His 2 elder brothers seemed quite favorable toward me. I shall go speak with them. Soon Ziyishi arrived at Lingxiao Hall. Seeing Dijun and Taiyi seated upon the eaves, she offered a graceful bow. "Miss, how is my 3rd brother?" "Your Majesty, Lord Honghuang is exceedingly busy. The matter of discipleship may need to be postponed." "What? Discipleship? Were you not captivated by my 3rd brother?" Your Majesty, you seem to have misunderstood. Although it is not impossible, I still believe becoming his disciple would be more appropriate. Primarily, Lord Honghuang has high standards, and I fear he might find me lacking. Ziyishi hung her head, speaking in a bashful tone. Dijun and Taiyi's gazes swept over her, and upon noticing the Kongtong seal, a supreme human treasure gripped in her hand, their expressions grew even more grave. Bringing a supreme human treasure to seek discipleship only for my 3rd brother to refuse. Ziyishi returned and convey to the other 2 ancestors of humanity that our Yao clan is willing to ally with humanity to stand united henceforth against the Wu clan. Dijun smiled and replied, "Seek discipleship. By all means continue. But you must visit the heavenly court often and spend more time with Xianyi. Perhaps he will agree." Upon hearing these words, Ziyishi was overjoyed. She nodded fervently, then flew out of the heavenly court, eager to bring this wonderful news back to the ancestral hall of humanity. Brother, the supreme human treasure is in her possession. The fate of the human race in the future. Cold light flickered in Dongwang Taiyi's eyes. "Let us set that aside for now," Dijun said. "Our current focus must remain on the Wu clan. We shall discuss other matters after we have destroyed them. If this young lady truly has the ability to convince my 3rd brother to accept her as a disciple, I, your elder brother, would not mind allying with humanity in earnest." Meanwhile, within the void of the heavenly Tao, 2 figures emerged. One was an elderly man with an ethereal and graceful demeanor, the other a middle-aged man radiating an extraordinary aura of dominance. One was Saint Taqing, the other primordial heavenly venerable. In their eyes, hatred seemed ready to solidify, surging with boundless wrath, while their bodies radiated endless saintly pressure. After being slain by Xian Yi, a fragment of their true spirits had revived in the heavenly Tao void for an extended period before they could return. Merely recalling the events of that day filled both Ta Qing and Yuanshi with profound humiliation. On that day, before the gaze of countless living beings, Yuanshi was beaten to death by a single staff strike. Saint Ta Qing fared even worse. He was reduced to a mere mortal, his flesh and blood devoured by wolves and tigers in the mountains. Could the two sages still hold any dignity in the primordial world? Elder brother, we must kill that beast. Primordial Heavenly Venerable declared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It must be done. Saint Ta Qing ground his teeth. We must not only kill Xian Yi, but send every last one of his Yao clan members, numbering in trillions, to join him in the grave. Alas, the mechanisms of heaven have shifted. At that moment, Primordial Heavenly Venerable was performing hand seals. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he spoke in a trembling voice. After we entered the heavenly Tao void, our master appeared, but what he said. Saint Ta Qing also began to deduce the heavenly secrets, only to abruptly spew a mouthful of blood. He gazed complexly toward the Zixiao Palace beyond the realms, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Master, will you not avenge your eldest disciple? Saint Ta Qing vomited blood once more, startling Primordial Heavenly Venerable into hastily supporting him. A profound bitterness welled up in Saint Ta Qing's heart. In his mind, Honghuang's appearance should have triggered an all-consuming rage, eradicating every member of the Yao clan before dispatching Xian Yi through 1,000 cuts. But what was reality? Honghuang had not so much as ruffled a single hair on the Yao clan, and had even proclaimed to heaven and earth that the Xianmen should cease hostilities against both the Wu and Yao clans. Thus, the reason Saint Ta Qing was vomiting blood was precisely because reality had shattered his expectations, causing instability in his Tao heart and terrifying anger within his primordial spirit. Elder brother, let us depart. As we originally agreed, the Tao debate conference of the Jie sect will be held in 10,000 years. The time is nearly upon us. Primordial Heavenly Venerable stated. At a time like this, are you still thinking about picking a fight with Tantian? Saint Ta Qing glared at him fiercely. Primordial Heavenly Venerable clenched his fists, his eyes dark and ominous. Elder brother, think carefully. We were slain by Xian Yi, yet why did Tantian survive? It is plausible that Master came to rescue him, but why was he not the first to die? Elder brother, I fear there are other factors at play here. Primordial Heavenly Venerable sneered. Upon hearing this, Saint Ta Qing fell into deep contemplation. His second brother was most adept at schemes, and whatever he deduced about worldly affairs was rarely off the mark. Cease your speculation. Tantian is colluding with that mongrel bird. Primordial Heavenly Venerable said angrily. Look at whom he has accepted as disciples these past years. Most are fur-bearing horned beasts or creatures born from moisture and eggs. He defies the will of heaven rather than following it, and this nature aligns perfectly with that mongrel beast. Elder brother, at this decennial Tao debate, why don't our Chan and Ren sects join forces to thoroughly humiliate him upon Jinao Island? With that, Primordial Heavenly Venerable flew back toward Kunlun Mountain, intending to lead all his disciples to Jinao Island the following day. Watching his departing back, Saint Ta Qing's eyes grew cold. He muttered to himself, Tong Tian, whether or not you collude with that beast is irrelevant. I warned you long ago against accepting those foul disciples, yet you heeded not a word. Let me tell you now, only our Ren and Chan sects represent the true orthodox lineage of Xianmen. That evening, Xian Yi arrived at Jinao Island. Before him lay a cluster of islands rising from the center of the East Sea. The spiritual energy here was abundant and majestic, with occasional auspicious creatures fluttering through the void. Cultivators rode their flying lights across the firmament, appearing remarkably anxious. This puzzled Xian Yi somewhat. What could be urgent enough to send them rushing? Soon Xian Yi ascended high into the skies and intercepted a golden immortal cultivator. Fellow Taoist, is a treasure emerging ahead. Fellow Taoist is indeed astute. Yes, a treasure has surfaced, and we are all eager to witness it. The golden immortal spoke without first properly observing Xian Yi. However, as his gaze fell upon the figure's face, his legs trembled in sudden terror. Was this not the Honghuang of the Yao clan, the youth who slaughtered sages? Damn it, why did I run into him? Honghuang Lord, I am merely a foxtail grass spirit in the early stage of golden immortal realm. I possess no treasures, nor can I withstand mere handfuls of blows. Fighting is not my strength. The young man wrung out a pitiful expression, rambling incessantly, as everyone knew Xian Yi of the Yao clan loved to fight. By clearing himself of any suspicion first, he might avoid getting beaten. Fellow Taoist, fear not. I Xian Yi also dislike fighting golden immortals. But tell me, what treasure has made you all so frantically anxious, as if chasing a bride? Next, that young man with a grass tassel-like appearance slowly explained the whole matter to Xian Yi. It turned out that tomorrow a grand assembly of the three teachings would be held atop Golden Tilapia Island. In recent times, all living beings within a radius of tens of millions of miles had arrived early at the edges of Golden Tilapia Island. They did so to secure a favorable seat near the saints when the Tao lectures began. That afternoon, 12 streams of rainbow light suddenly erupted from beneath the waves of the eastern sea, illuminating the sky with divine halos. Any discerning person would recognize this as a harbinger of a treasure's emergence. Consequently, as the rainbow light intensified, more and more cultivators gathered on the sea surface. Everyone waited for the treasure to surface so they could claim it. A wonderful development. Little grass brother, thank you. Xian patted the young man's shoulder, his face alight with excitement. He did not lack spiritual treasures himself, but he had 2 impoverished elder brothers waiting at home. If he had the means, he would gladly help his family. This was a perfect opportunity. He would wait at the treasure's emergence site and claim it as soon as it appeared. Ah, Venerable Honghuang, you are too kind. The young man, at the early stage of golden immortal cultivation, was overwhelmed with surprise. Could the youth who slaughtered saints truly be so amiable? As Xian departed, the young man called after him with great joy, Elder Honghuang, my name is Wang Ergu. From this day forth, I pledge myself to the heavenly court without hesitation. Xian nearly stumbled upon hearing this. Soon he arrived at a section of the eastern sea and found a group of cultivators gazing expectantly at the waves below. It seemed an peerless treasure was emerging from within. Xian looked up at the sky, where the 12 rainbow lights beneath the waves were casting a brilliant glow across the heavens. At this moment, golden light flashed around him, and he transformed into a middle-aged man, wearing white robes, appearing quite distinguished. Since he came seeking treasure rather than conflict, Xian did not wish to waste time. If his true appearance were revealed, it would cause uproar and shock among the crowd. He had no interest in posturing. Just then a cold young man's voice rang out. This territory belongs to the Jie sect, and I, Xuandu, am the foremost disciple of the 3 teachings. Who dares to cause a disturbance here? As the void rippled, a young man materialized above. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he calmly surveyed the beings below. 10,000 rays of light surrounded him. The pressure of an early-stage quasi-sage rolled outward. In an instant, the weaker beings turned pale, their breathing quickened, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Everyone looked up and was startled. This was Xuandu Dafa, sure the disciple of Taiching Saint. As cultivators, they all understood what Xuandu was planning. He simply intended to drive everyone away, wait for the treasure to emerge, and claim it all for himself. Those who had just arrived felt little concern, but the cultivators who had waited so long were filled with resentment. Leave this place immediately. Otherwise I shall show no mercy. Xuandu spoke with cold ruthlessness, as if he would use his great magical power to crush all the beings below if they didn't depart. As some of the weaker beings hurried to leave, 12 divine pearls suddenly burst forth from beneath the waves, radiating brilliant light. They ascended into the sky, forming a circle as they rotated, their radiance dazzling, and their divine aura overwhelming. Everyone's eyes narrowed, countless greedy gazes fixed on the 12 precious pearls. A flicker of delight crossed Xuandu's eyes as he muttered, 12 treasure-calming divine pearls. Originally, there were 24 of these treasure-calming divine pearls, each capable of emitting 5-colored radiance, dazzling the senses of enemies, and possessing power akin to the strength of the 4 seas. When the Lord of Tantian distributed treasures upon the Rock of Partition, he received 12 and bestowed them upon his outer disciple elite, Zhao Gongming. Xuandu knew well that these 12 treasure-calming divine pearls in Zhao Gongming's hands possessed tremendous power, making them a rare spiritual treasure. Unexpectedly, another 12 had appeared today. When combined, the 12 form in supreme grade innate spiritual treasure. If all 24 were united, they would certainly ascend to the rank of supreme treasure. Just as Xuandu was about to reach out and seize them, a figure in white suddenly appeared and took them directly into his hands. Witnessing this, Xuandu was overcome with rage, his eyes flashing with a predatory glare as he fixed his gaze on the white-robed figure. Hand them over, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise no one can save you. Xuandu spoke with killing intent, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that rolled forward. He intended to subdue the other and reclaim the 12 treasure-calming divine pearls. To his astonishment, however, the white-robed figure was none other than Xian. Far from being crushed by the pressure, he grinned leisurely and replied, "These aren't your treasures. Why couldn't I take them?" Having said that, he turned to leave. Xuandu instantly teleported in front of him, his face cold as he glared at Xian. He refused to believe that a cultivator of his quasi-sage realm couldn't force the other to kneel through sheer pressure alone. As Xian spoke these words, many cultivators watching the scene sighed in dismay, sympathy evident in their eyes. This man is too foolish. Do you not know who Xuandu is? He is the sole disciple of the Taiching Saint, yet he dares to speak thus to him. Alas, this man's days are numbered. Has Saint's disciple acting with such arrogance? I truly wish there were more saint-slaying youths in this primordial world. Hiss! Wang Ergu, do you want to die? It was my misfortune to become your Tao companion over 8 lifetimes. That's not something you should be discussing. Why, fear not. My elder brother may be nearby, and if any conflict arises, he will protect us. Who is your elder brother? I'll tell you his name and scare you. My elder brother is the demon race's Honghuang, the saint-slaying youth. What? That cannot be. Amidst the crowd, Wang Ergu looked at the pretty woman beside him with a smug expression. Had she been startled as expected? At this moment, Xian Yi was blocked by Xuandu. He wore an impatient expression, realizing he would have to deal with this fellow, though honestly defeating him wouldn't bring much satisfaction. He still had tasks to complete at the Jia sect. Senior brother, why do you block this person's path? At that moment, over a dozen figures descended from the heavens. The majority were at the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, while their leaders were Daluo Golden Immortals. Guang Qingzi led the remaining 11 Golden Immortals into the area. They had also heard reports of a treasure here, which is why they rushed to this location. Xuandu sneered, "Junior brothers, this pale-faced scholar dares to plunder my treasure. I intend to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi and the other Golden Immortals began reprimanding Xian Yi in unison. Xian Yi launched a direct punch, the Heavenly Emperor's Samsara Fist. A colossal cosmic world materialized in the void, surrounded by endless laws of reincarnation and chains of divine order. The 12 Golden Immortals and Xuandu were filled with astonishment, their minds unsettled as countless unfamiliar images flashed before their eyes. That vast cosmic world crashed toward them, and in an instant all of them vomited blood and were thrown from the sky to the ground. But that was not all. The 13 lay on the ground, trembling with terror in their eyes, as if they had witnessed something unspeakably horrifying. Xian Du and Guang Qingzi and their party collapsed to the ground, as if possessed, trembling uncontrollably. Everyone could see a sinister, terrifying long bridge rising in their sea of consciousness. They all walked forward woodenly, as if something was summoning them. On both sides of the bridge stretched a boundless river of blood, floating with endless skeletons. A dark wind swept by, bringing a stench of decay. The 13 cultivators crossed the ghastly bridge. At that moment, streaks of black light flashed across the sky. 6 huge black holes appeared in the dome, tearing with infinite divine power, lightning and thunder roaring. Xian Du, Guang Qingzi. The 13 were sucked into them, and then reincarnated across the myriad worlds, some becoming kings and nobles, others common merchants and laborers. Indeed, the mundane world is vast and deep, causing one to sink and lose themselves, making it hard to recall past lives. Above the void of the eastern sea, many cultivators turned their gazes to the collapsed Xian Du and his companions. The cultivators then looked at Xian Yi, who stood before Xian Du, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The power of one punch is this terrifying. However strong as he is, Xian Du is after all the disciple of the Taiching sage. And Guang Qingzi, Taiyi Zhenren. Each is a beloved disciple of the Yuanshi sage. Fellow Taoists, I say this man is doomed unless he has a brother named Xian Yi, just like the demon emperor Dijun. The cultivators stood in the void, pointing at Xian Yi below, their words full of pity and their eyes sympathetic. After all, everyone thought this white-robed middle-aged man, who could shatter a universe with a single punch, possessed extraordinary cultivation talent. But he shouldn't have offended the saint's disciples. What is he doing? At this moment, Wang Ergo looked at Xian Yi below with confusion. Xian Yi approached Xian Du, reached out his arm, and pointed a finger at Xian Du's brow. In an instant, the many spiritual treasures in Xian Du's sea of consciousness flew out. Cultivators usually keep their spiritual treasures in their sea of consciousness and summon them when needed. Now these 13 were in a state of wandering primordial spirit, naturally unable to use their mana to seal their sea of consciousness and prevent other cultivators from extracting their treasures. A blazing fire fan, a purple gold gourd, and an ancient long sword. The 3 treasures all shimmered with innate, indestructible divine light, a hallmark of innate spiritual treasures. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. This nobody, after defeating the saint's disciples, did not flee. Instead, he began looting the spoils of war. Watching the 3 treasures slip into Xian Yi's brow, the cultivators stood frozen in the void, many with greed flickering in their eyes. Hot treasures are fine, but can you keep them? How absurd. Indeed, let the 2 saints come quickly and kill him with a glance. Why are you suddenly angry? He took the treasures, but didn't share any with me, so why shouldn't I be angry? Exactly does he think he's Xian Yi, daring to take the treasures of the saint's disciples, truly tired of living? Meanwhile, Xian Yi had already collected all 13 treasures into his sea of consciousness. He glanced at them briefly. Most were mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, and compared to his 9 demon/chaos supreme treasure and chaos demon stick, they were utter garbage. Xian Yi sighed. 13 people, only 1 top-grade innate spiritual treasure and 3 high-grade ones, and they dared to be so arrogant. He wondered if he had been living too low-key. Forget it, he would give all these scraps to his 2 elder brothers later. Xian Yi glanced at Xian Du and the others who were in the cycle of reincarnation. A divine light flashed from his brow, and the chaos demon stick flew out with infinite might. It was as small as a needle at first, then grew larger until it became a pillar supporting the heavens, crashing down from the sky onto Xian Du and the others. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth. For millions of miles around the eastern sea, divine mountains and ancient peaks exploded, and seawater surged into the sky. The physical bodies of Xian Du and the others were crushed into bloody mud without even a scream. Only 13 terrified primordial spirits remained on the scene. They finally realized that their countless reincarnations in the cycle of divine realms with countless identities were all illusions. In that instant, they had experienced endless ages, but after their physical bodies were destroyed in the primordial world, their primordial spirits finally returned here. He wants to kill us. Taiyi Jinren's primordial spirit trembled in the void, shouting at Xian, "Wretch, do you know what you're doing? We are all disciples of the Yuanshi sage." His answer was only a strike from the stick. After Xian completely crushed Taiyi, he revealed his true form. A handsome young man in a golden robe with waist-length jet-black hair, his body blazing with surging sunfire, and a massive golden crow Dharma image behind him radiating endless divine light. The aura of a peak great Luo golden immortal intimidated all onlookers, turning their faces pale. When everyone fixed their gaze on Xian, they stood frozen, their hearts roiling with shock. This, the demon emperor Xian of the demon clan. My heavens, I am actually looking at senior Xian from so close. My heart is pounding with excitement. I am Chong Air Dingguang Xian of the Jie sect, and I have long admired your reputation, Emperor Xian. Brother Xian, I am Wang Ergo. You once patted my shoulder and told me to work hard and strive. I have kept that in my heart. With Xian Yi's true appearance revealed, countless cultivators on the ground around him went wild, shouting at him as if they had known him for ages. Especially the ambitious youth named Wang Ergo, who was the most fervent. He grabbed his wife's hand and wildly waved his right hand high, trying to catch Xian Yi's attention. Meanwhile, Xian Du and Guang Qingzi's group trembled with fear. When had they ever dared to confront this brute? That day after Yuanshi and Taiching were slaughtered, the countless beings on Shouyang Mountain and Kunlun Mountain were already terrified. And they secretly swore that if they ever met Xian again, they would take a detour. Yet fate is unpredictable. Xian Du now looked at Xian with resentment. If you had revealed your true face earlier, I would have knelt on the ground and gladly offered you 12 calming sea pearls. Is that shameful? Damn, my master was devoured by tigers and wolves until nothing but bones remained. As his disciple, kneeling to this brute to save my life would be a huge gain. Senior Xian, today's matter was truly our blindness. It is understandable that you destroyed our physical bodies. We brothers each have some spiritual treasures. I Xian do feel that it would be unworthy of us not to offer some to you. Hearing these words, Xian was stunned. He withdrew the chaos demon staff into his sea of consciousness and said, I think what you said makes sense. Will each of you give me a mid-grade spiritual treasure as compensation for injuring me? Hearing this, Xian Du was overjoyed. Wasn't it just a mid-grade spiritual treasure? Besides the primordial banana fan, he also had the purple gold gourd bestowed by his master, and the primordial thunder sword transformed from a primordial thunder dragon. Giving away one mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure to save his own life. He felt it was a great bargain. Xian Du immediately moved his primordial spirit into his sea of consciousness. Staring at the empty space, he fell into deep thought. This, my purple gold gourd, my primordial thunder sword, my primordial banana fan. Such fine treasures, how could they be gone? Xian Du clapped his hands, his face full of bewilderment. He muttered anxiously, looking utterly distressed. Meanwhile, Guang Qingzi also began to mutter, and gradually the murmurs of the 13 grew louder and louder. Heavens, have we been robbed? Senior brother, my years of savings are gone in an instant. Woo-woo. Damn it. If I ever find out who it is, I'll chop him into pieces and scatter them into the sea. Wait a moment, could it be that Xian while we were in reincarnation, opened our seas of consciousness and looted all our spiritual treasures? Huang Long, you idiot, shut up. If you say looted, then it must be looted. The 12 golden immortals and Xian Du each dejected gathered before Xian. They didn't know what to say now, as if anything they said would bring them to tears. Years of savings vanished in an instant. For cultivators, spiritual treasures are like a man's kidney, vital. In battles against cultivators of the same realm, possessing a high-grade spiritual treasure can determine victory or defeat. Now the 12 golden immortals and Xian Du had gone from being rich and powerful to beggars on the street. At this moment, Xian no longer had the intention to kill them. On this trip, he had obtained 12 Dinghai pearls and a collection of spiritual treasures that were garbage in his eyes, but treasures in others. As for these people, Xian only wanted to shatter their physical bodies to teach them a lesson. Killing or not, it made no difference. Their masters were inferior, and even after eons of changes, Xian was still confident he could annihilate them in an instant. Get lost. From now on, whenever you see me and my brothers, you must address us as grandfather. After Xian said this, Xian Du and the 12 golden immortals bowed to him and then fled into the sky with joy. Indeed, they transformed into rainbow lights and sped towards Shouyang Mountain and Kunlun Mountain. All that remained was a single primordial spirit. If they didn't quickly find their masters to use sage power to reconstruct their forms, they would likely dissipate into the void over time. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators gazed at Xian with admiration. This was the monster Emperor Xian, Even the disciples of sages were like ants in his eyes, to be summoned and dismissed at will. Among the crowd were many disciples of the Jie sect, including 3 beautiful women whose eyes sparkled with fascination as they looked at Xian Yi. They were the 3 Xiaoyao fairies of the Jie sect, 3 of the 4 elite outer disciples. Now, as Xian Yi's figure gradually vanished from the place, the woman with peerless beauty and a gentle temperament flashed a strange light in her eyes and said, "Sisters, our master was once defeated by monster Emperor Xian. He has concealed his cultivation to the Deluo realm. I wonder what he intends. Moreover, he has appeared on the edge of our Jineo island. I hope this terrifying existence does not trouble our Jie sect." Yun Zhao's tone was full of worry. Tomorrow the 3 sages would begin their sermons and billions of beings would gather on Jineo island. The once-in-a-100,000-year Tao discussion conference was about to commence. Xian Yi's sudden appearance made Yun Zhao's heart uneasy. Meanwhile, just as Xian Yi flew to an island in the East Sea, he heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fighting the 12 golden immortals, and Xian, do you have received the following rewards: 10 jars of 3 light divine water, a primordial spirit root, yellow plum. The myriad spirits atlas, a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Godslayer spear. Chaos level fire, elemental technique, chaos, sun purple chi. Universe level formation, the billion demon array. Listening to the unending prompts, Xian Yi picked his ear and shifted his gaze to the system warehouse to inspect his gains. First, the 3 light divine water. Sunlight divine water corrodes flesh and blood essence. Moonlight divine water corrodes primordial spirit and soul. Starlight divine water dissolves true spirit and consciousness. But when the golden sunlight, silver moonlight, and purple starlight waters merge into one, they become the supreme healing elixir. It can remove all poisons, cure any so-called incurable toxins, and heal all wounds and diseases. It can even regenerate flesh and revive the dead. There were 10 jars in total, their exteriors carved with profound runes glimmering with dark light, resembling wine jars. Xian Yi knew the system was generous, but he hadn't expected such kindness. He was moved. He turned his gaze to an orange spirit root radiating boundless vitality. One of the 10 primordial spirit roots, the yellow plum. This tree blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and takes another 10,000 years to ripen. Only 9 fruits in 30,000 years. Its flowers resemble lotuses, and its fruits resemble pearl stamens. Both flowers and fruits bear the words, yellow plum, hence its name. Xian Yi then looked at a black book, the Myriad Spirits Atlas. Each page contained a small thousand world. He directly planted the primordial spirit root, yellow plum, into it. Seeing the sapling-like root, Xian Yi took out a jar of 3 light divine water, uncorked it, and poured it gurglingly over the sapling. The sapling seemed to grow with the wind, branching out infinitely, and growing taller, soon becoming a towering tree. It stood at the center of the small thousand world. But Xian Yi knew that the yellow plum would still need many years to bloom, bear fruit, and ripen. The effect of this fruit, consuming one, would instantly elevate a cultivator below the Deluo realm to a Deluo golden immortal. Godslayer spear, originally the stem of the chaos green lotus, it was formed by gathering the chaotic, ferocious aura. It can kill sages. It was one of the 4 companion treasures of the demon ancestor Luo, who the other 3 being the 4 immortal slaying swords, the 9 demon tower, and the world-destroying black lotus. After Luo, whose death, the Godslayer spear flew into the outer chaos and disappeared. Xian Yi took out the Godslayer spear. Instantly the stone cave was filled with boundless ferocity. The spear was engraved with ancient patterns exuding surging black aura. As he gently swung it, the void twisted and roared. Xian Yi already possessed the Chaos Spiritual Treasure Chaos Demon Staff, the Chaos Supreme Treasure Demon /9, and now another Godslayer spear. He truly lacked no offensive treasures. Then Xian Yi turned his gaze to the Chaos level fire technique, Chaos Sun Purple Chi. Chaos Sun Purple Chi, created by the Chaos Primordial Demon, the Chaos Great Sun Golden Crow, it cultivates the Sun Purple Chi and practices the Sun Purple Chi True Fire. When cultivated to perfection, it can condense billions of purple gold divine crows capable of burning everything in the world invincible. Xian Yi understood clearly this was a fire-based cultivation art that could upgrade the Golden Crow clan's Sun True Fire into the more terrifying Sun Purple Chi. It could also condense billions of purple gold divine crows, clearly far more powerful than ordinary Sun True Fire. After I finish the mission of the Jie sect, I will return to the heavenly court and copy this art for my 2 elder brothers. The demon race in this life will surely be able to slay all the Wu tribes. Xian Yi said softly, shifting his gaze to the introduction of the cosmic level art, the 100 million demon god array. 100 million demon god array. After mastering this array, as long as it is deployed, any demon cultivator can channel spiritual energy and life essence into the array to maintain its operation. Note, this array is merely a defensive formation. Under normal circumstances, it can only prevent cultivators below the quasi-saint peak from breaking it. Once a great enemy arrives, such as a sage personally appearing, billions of demons can gather spiritual energy and inject it into the array. Even the combined strength of sages would find it difficult to break the demon god array. After reading these introductions, a brilliant smile spread across Xian Yi's face. This great array would be perfect for the demon clan's heavenly court. From now on, the Wu clan people would not be able to casually step into the heavenly court. After reviewing these gains, Xian Yi sat cross-legged in meditation. After one night, he walked out of the cave and flew toward Jinao Island. At this moment, on a plaza made of immortal gold before the Bo Palace, countless beings sat on meditation cushions, their faces filled with anticipation. The day of the sage's lecture was naturally extremely grand. Millions of beings, every one of them eagerly awaited the arrival of the three pure sages. The beings chattered incessantly, a hubbub of voices, and some were even discussing Xian Yi, talking about how he had defeated Xian Du and the 12 golden immortals. The beings in the field delighted in these two topics. On the immortal gold plaza, waves of surprised and excited voices gathered. Have you heard? After Xian Du returned to Mount Shouyang, the Taishang sage confined him to his quarters. Good heavens, that harsh. He lost his treasures and now he's confined. What do you know? The Taishang sage doesn't want to antagonize the Emperor Xian anymore, so he's afraid Xian Du will provoke him again and simply locked him in the confinement room. Haha, even the sage's disciple has come to this. What's so tragic? Xian Du himself was one of the 3,000 innate humans, but ever since he became the Taishang sage's disciple, he has ignored the human race. Someone so heartless deserves it. As everyone was discussing, 3 streams of pure qi spread through the void. In an instant, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, jade flowers filled the sky, and the divine sound of the great Tao echoed faintly, pervading Jinao Island. All beings immediately sat upright with solemn expressions. They knew that the 3 sages were about to appear. On the 3 purple meditation cushions upon the high platform, 3 men of old, middle, and young ages sat in midair, each with extraordinary bearing, their bodies radiating supreme Tao resonance. In each of their eyes, worlds and universes floated with sun, moon, and stars revolving within. The power of order and heavenly Tao laws interweaved, ineffably noble. Tongtian Jiaozhu cultivated the sword Tao and array Tao, so the ultimate principles of the sword Tao transformed into strands of divine runes swirling around him, making his entire aura resemble a peerless divine sword. Yuanshi Tianzuan, on the other hand, appeared as a middle-aged man clad in a loose purple robe. He sat upright, hands in a mudra, eyes slightly closed, with heavenly Tao laws manifesting behind him, emitting a profoundly mysterious sound. The Taishang sage held a whisk in his arms with white hair and beard. His countenance radiated kindness, appearing supremely immortal. In the sage's eyes, endless Tao principles emerged, extending toward the plaza. In an instant, all beings lowered their gazes, not daring to look directly at the 3 sages, feeling in their hearts their own insignificance and fragility. It seemed that with a single glance from the sages, everyone would be annihilated. Today is the once in 100,000 years 3 pure discussion of the Tao, convened by us 3 pure ones. The Taishang sage rose, swept his gaze over the multitude of beings on the plaza, and spoke calmly. The previous 2 sessions were held at Mount Shouyang and Mount Kunlun, but today it is held here on my third brother Tongtian's Jinao Island. Under the heavenly Tao, no remnants arise. The Tao transforms naturally, free and unfettered. I shall expound the Taishang great Tao. May you all gain some insight. After speaking, the Taishang sage returned to his cushion and sat down. Yuanshi Tianzuan rose, stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes fiercely domineering, and said, I Yuanshi shall expound the Yuqing great Tao. I hope those with fur and horns outside the 3 sects will get out of here. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Tongtian Jiaozhu, sitting on his cushion, frowned. In an instant, the sage's might soared from Yuanshi Tianzuan's body. On the plaza, some human forms transformed from essence monsters revealed their true forms at that moment. Flying snakes, silver wolves, golden pheasants. A group of rogue demon cultivators who had not joined the demon clan all spat blood at this moment, struck by the sage's might, blood spraying, as their protective barriers were damaged. On a cloud in the void, Xian Yi was lying, gulping down the 3 luminous divine water. Upon seeing this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although also considered demon clan, Xian Yi was in fact a primordial divine being. However, seeing these creatures that did not look human, he still regarded them as members of the demon clan. Ding! The first task is now changed to the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Please beat them up again, and then slap Yuanshi Tianzuan's face hard. System, can you hear what I'm thinking? But don't change the Jia sect either. I Xian Yi want to give them all a taste. Since Tongtian actively provoked me last time, this time I'll beat up his 4 personal disciples to teach him a lesson. Ding! It's possible, host. After you complete these 2 tasks, you will receive 2 War Tao crystals. However, during this task, when you fight enemies, you will not obtain battle rewards, only War Tao crystals. No problem. Xian Yi planned to wait a bit longer and see how arrogant Yuanshi Tianzuan could be. At this moment Tongtian Jiaozhu rose and looked deeply at Yuanshi Tianzuan saying, "Second brother, under the heavenly Tao all beings are equal regardless of status. Why must you drive them out? Tongtian, if it weren't for you sitting here, your disciples with fur and horns would never have a chance to see me. Guangchengzi, take your junior brothers and kill all those born from moisture and eggs on the plaza." As Yuanshi Tianzuan's furious voice resounded, many demon cultivators who had transformed, including plant spirits on the plaza, showed desolate expressions and despair in their eyes. They had not left earlier because they saw Tongtian stand up. Little did they expect that not leaving would now bring them a life and death crisis. At this moment Guangchengzi sneered coldly. He and the 12 golden immortals set up a killing formation surrounding all those whom Yuanshi considered creatures with fur and horns into the formation. The Yao trapped within the terrifying killing formation felt the increasingly dreadful aura of the grand array. Each of them unleashed their own divine abilities, striving to break free and escape. Yet the 12 golden immortals had no intention of letting them go. If they did, would it not disgrace Yuanshi? Though they had lost many treasures earlier, eradicating these weak spirit creatures was still immensely simple. Taiyi Jinren, whose physical body had been shattered by Xuanyi, now faced these insignificant beings. The savagery in his heart blazed ever fiercer. His fly whisk lashed out violently at one spirit after another. A pack of vile creatures unworthy of listening to my master's sermon. The divine light on the whisk was terrifying, instantly sending the cultivators flying. Hearing Taiyi's indifferent voice, the Yao felt as though they had fallen into an ice cavern. Indeed, Yuanshi Tianzuan had always emphasized hierarchy and status. These wandering cultivators with no backing, how could they deserve to listen to the Tao here? One by one, the scattered cultivators and spirit creatures knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and despair. They bowed and pleaded to the lofty Yuanshi Tianzuan, hoping the sage would show mercy and spare them. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan only sneered coldly. He had suffered enough humiliation at the hands of Xuanyi earlier, and now these base creatures, barely different from the Yao, dared to haggle in his presence. Seeing Yuanshi's silence, Tongtian Jiaozhu thundered, "Second brother, spare them. This is my Jinao island. Are the weak and lowly not worthy of life? Why must second brother go to such extremes?" As Tongtian Jiaozhu spoke, the disciples of the Jia sect, Duobao Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao, all bowed to Yuanshi, begging him to release the multitude of wandering cultivators and spirit creatures. Yuanshi Tianzuan, hearing so many cultivators defy him, swept his sleeve and said coldly, "Not even if you plead. Even if that beast Xuanyi were here today, I would never compromise." Hearing such resolute words, Tongtian and the Jia sect cultivators all frowned, sighing inwardly. Xuanyi, the Yao emperor, a sage of the great Tao, had once been attacked by the 3 pure ones together. 2 were slain, and only 1 was saved by Honghuang. Even such a peerless prodigy could not make Yuanshi Tianzuan yield. How cold and hard his heart must be. Just then a voice suddenly resounded across the heavens. "Yuanshi, you old dog, I hope you can stay this arrogant forever." With this domineering and unruly male voice echoing through the sky, it instantly drew the gaze of all living beings. Heavens, why did that voice sound so familiar? He dared to insult Yuanshi Tianzuan. Suppressing their shock, the creatures looked up. A flash of golden light appeared in the void. Above the clouds, a handsome youth in a golden robe toyed with a dark golden long staff, his eyes brimming with battle intent fixed on Yuanshi Tianzuan. Xuanyi, he actually came. Is he here to save these wandering spirit creatures? Haha, this is going to be good. Yuanshi the sage called him a beast. How could the warlike Xuanyi let that slide? In an instant, the crowd on the square erupted in fervent discussion. Tongtian Jiaozhu's heart was complicated. This bastard had been released by the Yao clan again. Weren't his 2 elder brothers afraid he would die out there? Recalling how he had nearly been killed by Xuanyi last time, Tongtian felt a chill of dread. He cast a sympathetic glance at Yuanshi. Your Chan's sect is doomed. And since the Jia sect had never offended Xuanyi, his purpose here was most likely directed at the Chan sect. Upon seeing Xuanyi appear, Taiching immediately put away his whisk and beamed like a kindly old grandfather. He rose from his cushion, hurried over to Xuanyi, and said, "Taoist Xuanyi, the grudges of the past are but smoke and clouds. I, Taiching, once perished in the jaws of tigers and jackals. Surely you have vented your anger. Why must we continue? Why must we suffer?" Taiching spread his hands, his face full of bitterness. Who knew the pain in his heart? The Xuanyi before him appeared to be a mere Dayuo golden immortal at the peak. Yet they feared that, like last time, he might suddenly pop a pill mid-battle and become fiercer than a berserker. So Taiching and Tongtian shared a simple thought. Until they fully understood his hidden cards, they must never cross swords with him again. Tongtian also stepped forward to show goodwill. The disciples of the Jia sect marveled. Through endless ages, who had ever made their master smile so warmly at another? Probably only Xuanyi, one single bird. This matter has nothing to do with you. Xuanyi spoke, pointing the Hundun Tianma staff at the 12 golden immortals. Last time I told you, whenever you see me, you must call me grandfather. Are you all pig-brained? Instantly his aura as a peak duo golden immortal sword. His jet black hair danced in the wind, and a black light flashed from his brow, producing a massive black box. Whoosh! The Tianma 9 slashes, 9 primordial supreme treasures, arranged themselves in a row before Xuanyi, radiating fearsome, primordial, indestructible light. Fierce, baleful aura and the laws of slaughter intertwined. The sword bodies shimmered with divine radiance, exuding power that tore through the barriers of the void, emitting sword cries that shook the soul. Even the many quasi-saint cultivators present felt the indescribable killing force and trembled with terror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. These are all primordial supreme treasures. Yuanshi Tianzuan was stunned. He stared at Xuanyi in horror, then his eyes blazed with insatiable greed. 9 primordial supreme treasures. Under heaven, aside from you, golden beast, who else could be so wealthy? Even Yuanshi, as one of the 3 pure ones, possessed only a single primordial supreme treasure, the Panga banner. Yet a seemingly insignificant peak duo golden immortal flaunted his wealth like a 3-year-old child carrying a gold brick through the streets. If you don't die, who will? Greed blazing in his heart, Yuanshi reached out with a massive hand to seize the 9 swords. As the giant hand covered the sky, all beings stared dumbfounded at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Are you really that brave, provoking this brute again? You want them? But these things are dangerous, be careful. Seeing Yuanshi's hand approach, Xuanyi used his divine sense to control the 9 swords, sending them flying straight into Yuanshi's grasp. Yuanshi laughed loudly. He was a sage. What was there to fear? In an instant he seized the 9 swords with one hand, feeling their primordial supreme treasure might, and his heart bloomed with joy. He immediately stored them into his sea of consciousness. Then Yuanshi clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Xuanyi, and said calmly, I care not whether you are a great Dao sage or a Daoyuo golden immortal. The 9 lethal weapons in your hands violate the will of the heavenly Dao. Their existence in this world will only bring endless disaster to all living beings. Leave now. For the sake of the world, for all creatures, I must suppress them. After he finished, the crowd wore strange expressions. How could you be so shameless? You take his treasures, and then paint yourself as a noble savior. Damn, we really can't stand you. But just then the creatures saw Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly clutch his head and let out a shrill, earth-shaking scream. Blood gushed wildly from the center of his brow. Both Tongtian and Taiching were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. What had happened to Yuanshi? Why did he appear so demonically possessed? His eyes gradually began to redden, veins of bloodshot threads spreading across them, while the overwhelming might of a sage uncontrollably radiated outward. A murderous weapon. This is truly a murderous weapon. A piercing, agonized scream erupted from Yuanshi Tianzuan's mouth. His hair was disheveled, and his expression twisted in fury. Within his sea of consciousness, Yuanshi Tianzuan's primordial spirit struggled to suppress the 9 demonic slashes. Yet such a ferocious and chaotic ultimate treasure could not be subdued so easily. The once clear and tranquil sea of consciousness now churned with towering waves. The brutal aura and the power of slaughter's order from the 9 demonic slashes relentlessly assaulted Yuanshi's true spirit. Beholding his state, the living beings on Jinao Island were all profoundly moved. I understand now. Yuanshi sage, even at the cost of sacrificing himself, he is determined to subdue those 9 murderous blades. Heavens, how noble and righteous is this! Tears well up. This is the true face of Yuanshi sage. We have all misunderstood him. I feel such guilt, having sensed the terror of the 9 demonic slashes, and now witnessing Yuanshi's ferocious expression, the multitude instantly believed his earlier words. At that moment, one by one, guilt-ridden beings knelt on one knee and bowed to Yuanshi Tianzuan with clasped hands. For the sake of countless lives, you boldly confront the demonic weapon alone. Such courage, we admire you deeply. If the demonic weapon is not eliminated, how can we survive? Yuanshi sage, the world's people will forever remember you in their hearts. So, please go to your death. Tears streamed from the eyes of many beings carrying guilt, pain, and reluctance. They suddenly felt that Yuanshi sage's previous arrogance and coldness paled into insignificance before this great righteousness. Hearing these words while struggling wildly, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression grew even more twisted, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood in fury. Shut up. After a sharp cry, Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was filled with agony. More and more blood dripped from the center of his brow until the 9 demonic slashes completely occupied his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a sorrowful aura swept across the entire scene. The sky began to reek of blood, and an oppressive silence descended. Sensing the deathly stillness emanating from Yuanshi, Tongtian and Taiching rushed anxiously to his side, wanting to ask what had happened to him. Unexpectedly, streaks of blood light appeared around Yuanshi Tianzuan's body, as if sharp blades had sliced him into countless gaps. Every part of his body bore a line of blood light weaving into a dazzling crimson net. The boundless blood of a sage burst forth in an instant. Fierce sword cries tore through the void as the 9 demonic slashes merged into one and hovered beneath Xuani's feet. An ancient black longsword stained with fresh blood exuded an eerie and murderous aura. Xuani stepped forward, his feet landing on the 9 demonic slashes, and his body slowly rose into the void. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan was reduced to a mere true spirit, his face contorted with resentment as the divine power of the heavenly Tao's void tore him apart and drew him in. Yuanshi was extremely unwilling. He had just invoked the might of the heavenly Tao, yet it failed to expel the 9 demonic blades. Not only that, but the heavenly Tao's power even harshly slapped the primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness. This infuriated Yuanshi. As a sage of the heavenly Tao, he constantly preached obedience to heaven and devoted himself as the most loyal sycophant to the great Tao. Yet now the heavenly Tao, instead of striking the enemy, fiercely slapped its own follower's face. What kind of move was that? In an instant the world quaked violently. Vast spaces on Jinao Island shattered, unleashing endless earth, water, fire, and wind. A mournful cry echoed from the heavenly Tao's void, resounding throughout the boundless primordial world. Countless beings felt a wave of sorrow linger in their hearts, refusing to dissipate. Dark clouds gathered and torrents of blood rain streamed down, dyeing the entire land as brilliantly as the netherworld blood sea. Which sage has been slain? A sage falls and all things mourn together. What has been happening in recent years? Sages are being slaughtered like chickens, one after another. Last time it was Taiching and Yuanshi, but they should have grown wiser by now and won't provoke the Yao clan's Dark Emperor again. Could it be the one from the Hua Imperial Palace? Alas, in a few more days I fear I'll get used to it. While the multitudes were lamenting on Jinao Island, everyone was stunned. Taiching and Tongtian exchanged complex glances. Was Yuanshi being sent to his death a second time? Xuani made his way to Yuanshi Tianzuan's cushion, sat down with a careless air, and sighed, hanging his head. When I gave that old dog Yuanshi the thing, I told him it was dangerous. He insisted on playing with it. Now he's dead. Can you blame me? Hearing this, Taiching's face twitched violently. He gave a helpless smile. Well, first attend to this honored guest, then open the altar and preach. Tongtian sighed and said slowly, Taoist friend, do not blame yourself. My second brother. Xuani suddenly looked up and said, I am not blaming myself. He simply found living too hard and decided to take his leave. Tongtian jiaozhu. Taiching lousy. Taiching picked up a goblet of wine brewed from a million-year-old heavenly fruit and with both hands placed it on the low table before Xuani's cushion. Taoist friend, please taste this. It is outstanding. All right, thank you, old man. Xuani swirled the wine goblet and said, for the sake of this cup of wine, if you provoke me again in the future, I might spare your life. Hearing his words, Taiching forced a smile. Very well. But a glint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. As the saying goes, a tree needs its bark, a man needs his face. Do you have to mention the word death to me in front of so many people? Do I have no dignity? Don't you Xuani have any brains? Where are your brains? Why must you make enemies? Can't you just not make enemies? Would that kill you? Taiching turned around, took a deep breath, and gradually forced a smile on his face. Then he turned to the 2 boy attendants Jinjiao and Yinjiao and called out with a gratified expression, go fetch 2 more jars of the million-year-old fruit brew for your Xuani, senior uncle. Be sure to pick the oldest ones. Jinjiao and Yinjiao were stunned. Such precious spiritual wine. Their master usually wouldn't even drink it himself. But they still returned to Shouyang Mountain. Soon the 2 boys brought the wine. Xuani drank heartily and quickly finished 2 jars. He staggered to his feet, his face slightly flushed and his eyes glazed. At that moment 2 beams of light flashed from his hands, and in the hands of Jinjiao and Yinjiao appeared a mid-grade spiritual treasure each. Xuani had a habit, whether in this life or the previous. He never liked to freeload when it came to food and drink. Having collected the rubbish from the 12 golden immortaries, he directly gave them to the 2 boys. As for those items that looked decent but were still trash, he would later pass them on to his 2 elder brothers. At this moment the 2 boys were dumbfounded, staring at the 2 spiritual treasures in their hands. They felt a strange familiarity, as if they had seen them somewhere before. Just then 2 of the 12 golden immortaries fixed their eyes on Jinjiao and Yinjiao, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in their gaze. All living beings were utterly stunned. Xian Yi actually had such class. He drank someone's wine and still bothered to gift them something in return. Alas, aside from being a hothead and fearless to heaven and earth, when it came to being a golden crow, he was rather impressive. These trinkets shall cover the cost of Grandpa's wine. Xian Yi muttered drunkenly. The 2 young attendants, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, were pale with terror. The treasures were magnificent, yes, but accepting them might cost them their lives. The numerous uncles of the Chan sect brandished murderous intent in their eyes. They knew these 2 top-tier spiritual treasures had been passed down by Yuanshi Tianzuan to 2 of his golden immortals. At this moment Taiching slowly said, Children, since your uncle Xian Yi has bestowed them upon you, take them. Do hurry and thank your uncle Xian Yi. Before they could bow, Xian Yi quickly turned aside. I am a golden crow, not one of your three pure ones. Don't think I'm so drunk that I'm not confused. Taiching chuckled. A mere title, my friend. Look, your two little attendants seem so fond of you the moment they see you. Clearly they regard you as an elder. Impatiently, Xian Yi dragged Taiching aside. Piss off, annoying old bastard. Then he swayed over to the 12 golden immortals, his hazed gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. The 12 golden immortals went numb. When Yuanshi was killed, they knew it was Xian Yi's doing once more, saying it had nothing to do with him. Those 9 fierce swords of his had been delivered straight to their master's hands. He had clearly foreseen the outcome. Lord. Huang Qingzi bent at the waist, wearing a servile smile as he looked at the slightly tipsy Xian Yi. Lord Xian. The other 11 golden immortals simultaneously wore similar smiles. Hearing that title, it was as though they had found their own kin. Witnessing this scene, all living beings were horrified. These were the 12 golden immortals. Yet before Demon Emperor Xian, they cowered like dogs. Their master had carelessly met his demise, leaving them as broken remnants. Now they could only abandon their dignity to buy survival. At the same time, every scattered cultivator and spirit monster, upon glancing at Xian Yi, wore expressions of pure reverence. This was what a true powerhouse looked like. He could make Taiching Saint pour wine and smile graciously, could make Jiaozhu Tontian stand at his side without daring to sit, could fill the disciples of the Jie sect with admiration and make countless living beings across the world desire some connection with Xian Yi. In the future, when traversing the primordial world, simply bearing his name would fill one with an abundance of security. Those scattered cultivators and spirit monsters have not yet joined our demon clan. All beings born of moisture or eggs, all creatures with fur or horns. They are all protected by the heavenly court. None of you may be harmed. Xian Yi gazed at the 12 golden immortals and spoke slowly. In that instant, the 12 golden immortals sensed the fierce killing intent and battle aura radiating from Xian Yi. They trembled all over their faces, turning ashen white. Boom! Xian Yi's entire body exuded the might of a great Luo golden immortal at the peak, and his primordial Tao physique unleashed boundless divine power, sending the 12 golden immortals flying. At this moment, Jin Ao Island fell into absolute silence. Countless living beings fixed their gaze upon the golden rogue youth in the forefront, who shone like a great sun, radiating torrents of golden brilliance. The golden crow Dharma avatar manifested in the sky, behind him eternal solar flames raging. The colossal, 3-legged golden crow dove downward, rushing straight for the 12 golden immortals. In the blink of an eye, the 12 golden immortals cried out in agony and turned to piles of ash, leaving behind 12 divine sense remnants once more. At this time, Xian Yi's mind rang with the system's prompt. The rewards from his earlier battle with Yuanshi. He decided to check them after dealing with the current matters. Now, however, he had directly obtained a battle Tao crystal. In other words, brutally beating the 12 golden immortals and roughly slapping Yuanshi Tianzuan's face. This system combat mission had been flawlessly completed. Next was to simultaneously defeat the 4 great Luo golden immortal cultivators of the Jie sect. Meanwhile, the gathering of scattered cultivators and spirit monsters now gazed at Xian Yi with tears in their eyes, filled with reverence and gratitude. One by one, they took turns kneeling before Xian Yi, calling out to his imperial title. All creatures with fur and horns, all beings born of moisture and eggs, are protected by the heavenly court. What an immense magnanimity! Throughout the heavens and earth, only the demon emperor of the demon clan would dare speak such words. Thank you, Lord Honghuang. We shall go to the heavenly court right now. Even if we can only serve as demon soldiers from this day forth, we shall give our lives for the heavenly court. Countless scattered cultivators and demonic beasts were utterly subdued by Xian Yi at this moment. They knelt on the ground in unison, shouting together. In their eyes, the demon clan had such a magnanimous emperor. Once they joined, as long as Xian Yi lived, whenever they were bullied or isolated in the future, this peerless emperor would stand up for them. At this moment, the numerous disciples of the Jie sect were also deeply moved. Most of them belonged to the categories of fur and horned creatures and moisture and egg-born beings. Seeing Xian Yi now display such courage, every disciple thought of themselves. Being a demon cultivator truly was a blessing. They would no longer be despised by their senior uncles and masters, for with Xian Yi present, who dared offend the demon clan? Xian Yi, you have left this old saint bewildered. Tontian Jiaozhu's heart was filled with complexity. This Xian Yi appeared to be but a 3-legged golden crow, reckless in nature, fearless to heaven and earth. Yet everything he did seemed to align perfectly with the philosophy of the Jie sect. This made Tontian both delighted and incredulous. In the primordial world, although no one dared openly disdain the Jie sect, everyone privately knew that the Jie sect founded by Tontian was a place where fish and dragons mixed indiscriminately, where the good and bad stood side by side. If this old saint were not one of the 3 pure ones, I would gladly discuss the great Tao with you. Tontian sighed inwardly, his gaze fixed upon Xian Yi ahead. His 2 elder brothers, though holding grievances against him, were still his kin. After being killed numerous times, how could Tang Tian not harbor hostility towards Xianyi? At this very moment, a system voice suddenly rang in Xianyi's mind. Ding! A random mission has been issued. Cause the 3 pure ones to break apart. Reward 1 battle Dao crystal that does not require combat tasks. How do I make them break apart? Ding! This system possesses the words Yuanshi spoke to his disciples at the Yushu Palace. When Yuanshi came to Jinao Island, his purpose was to humiliate Tang Tian. Once those words are revealed publicly. Ding! A recording stone has been issued to your system warehouse. Simply throw it into the sky, and a light screen will rise. At that moment, the 3 pure ones will inevitably fracture. Hearing this, he turned his gaze toward his system warehouse. Indeed, he saw a black stone pulsing with profound Dao resonance. He glanced at Tang Tian Zhaozhu, who was busy settling the 12 golden immortals. The 12 golden immortals looked toward Tang Tian with guilt and timidity, as though receiving protection from their senior brother Tang Tian was something unworthy. Tang Tian Patriarch, disregarding the depletion of his own life essence, labored to forge physical bodies for the 12 golden immortals. Soon the 12 golden immortals bowed in unison to Tang Tian Patriarch, yet in their hearts they still held him in deep contempt. Why? At its core, it was because the doctrines of the Jie sect stood in stark opposition to those of the Chan and Ren sects, giving rise to profound divisions. The Chan sect advocated following the will of heaven, accepting only elite disciples. In contrast, the Jie sect embraced all, without discrimination, welcoming any cultivator with a sincere heart for the Tao. At this moment, Tang Tian Patriarch watched as his assembled nephews bowed before him. His heart swelled with immense gratification. Regardless of anything, these were his elder brother's disciples, his own juniors, and it was only right to save them. Xian Yi then hurled the recording stone into the sky. The moment it was cast into the void, it shattered with a crack, and a golden light screen suspended itself in the air. At the sight of this, countless beings were stunned. What was Xian Yi, the demon emperor, doing? As all eyes were fixed upon it, a magnificent palace, resplendent and grand, appeared on the golden screen, nestled atop a mountain range veiled in immortal mist. It's Mount Kunlun. Isn't that the Jade Void Palace of Primordial Heavenly Venerate? Look, it's Primordial Heavenly Venerate expounding the Tao. His 12 golden immortals are all present. But wait, wasn't Primordial Heavenly Venerate drawn into the void by the Heavenly Tao? As the masses were lost in confusion, Tang Tian, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed intently at the golden screen above, and spoke in astonishment. How could my elder brother's image be engraved upon it? A heavenly saint was the most exalted existence in the world. When ordinary beings beheld a saint's visage once, the next time they encountered that saint they would see a different countenance. Thus Tang Tian found this most peculiar. This Xian Yi was indeed wealthy. That stone was clearly no ordinary object. But why would he record his elder brother's image? As everyone's gaze remained fixed on the golden screen, Primordial Heavenly Venerate sat upon the high throne, his eyes sweeping over the 12 golden immortals. His voice was icy cold as he spoke. When you go to the Jie sect, you must ensure Tang Tian loses all face. After I finish expounding the supreme purity Tao, you will seek out Jie sect disciples using the pretext of discussing cultivation to commit slaughter. Do you understand? Rest assured, Master. Aside from the 4 personal disciples who are at the peak of the golden immortal realm, the rest are beneath our notice. Master, what if Tang Tian, upon seeing his disciples killed, draws out his 4 immortal slaying swords? How do you think I would stand by and watch you be slain? If he dares to trouble you, I will join forces with your Grandmaster to show the countless beings that his Jie sect, for all its numbers, is nothing but a rabble. Exactly. A flock of sheep, no matter how many, cannot match a single wolf. Rest assured, Master, this disciple will slaughter many Jie sect beasts on this trip. In that moment, everyone witnessed the fury on Primordial Heavenly Venerate's face within the golden screen, as well as the fawning and ferocity of the 12 golden immortals. Instantly, all the beings on Golden Ao Island fixed their gazes upon the 12 golden immortals. Those strange, disgusted, complex, and stunned looks filled the 12 golden immortals with terror. They now wished only to find a crack in the earth to crawl into, escaping the scrutiny of so many. This was the Jie sect's Golden Ao Island, where the saying, 10,000 immortals come to court, was no empty boast. Duobao Jinling Gailing Wudong, Zhao Gongming Sancio, the 7 attendants. One by one, the Jie sect cultivators stared at each of the 12 golden immortals, their eyes brimming with murderous intent and fury. Why must you be so venomous? Xiaoyun, in her white robes, and with a face as delicate as a painting, spoke angrily. My master spared no expense in consuming his own saintly essence to rebuild your bodies, yet your master, my uncle Primordial, actually instructed you to massacre our Jie sect disciples. She was now seized by a fierce urge to take out her golden dragon scissors and snip these 12 golden immortals into pieces. At this moment, not only was Xiaoyun enraged, but even the usually gentle Duobao was seething with fury. He stared coldly at the 12 golden immortals and said, "You're coming to the Jie sect to discuss the Tao is a pretext. Your true aim is to humiliate my master. What a fine scheme you have devised." Hearing Duobao's words, countless Jie sect disciples had flames in their eyes. In their eyes, Tontian Patriarch was a deeply affectionate and righteous master who had never looked down on any disciple of the Jie sect. This was precisely why so many Jie sect disciples were now incandescent with rage. At that moment, a reward notification from the system echoed in Xian Yi's mind. He had finally obtained his first battle Dao crystal. Excellent. Tontian let out a bitter laugh, lifting his gaze to the void of the heavenly Dao, and said, "No matter how we quarreled, elder brother, I Tongtian never once thought of harming you. But your actions today have utterly destroyed the bond of brotherhood that spanned endless ages." With that, a look of indifference flashed in his eyes, as if in that single moment the former Tontian had become a stranger. "Master." At this, all the Jie sect disciples gazed at Tontian Patriarch with pained expressions. "Uncle, this is fake. It's all fake." Guang Chengzi screamed in terror, and the other golden immortals were also frightened to the core. Primordial was still in the midst of resurrection. If Tontian killed them in a fit of rage, they would surely die. A group of Jie sect disciples began to shout and cry, trying to absolve themselves. Tontian Patriarch said to his many disciples, "My disciples, why do I hear a pack of wild dogs yapping in my ears? Could it be that I am mistaken?" The Jie sect disciples were momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that Tontian Patriarch was insulting the 12 golden immortals. Immediately, every disciple seemed to turn into a crosstalk performer. "Xiaoyan Master, you heard correctly. There are indeed 12 dogs dressed up like humans, but they are no ordinary dogs. They are the 12 golden dogs." "Zhao Gongming, sister, you are mistaken. Dogs are so adorable. How can you insult them?" Upon hearing this, Tontian Patriarch looked as if a light had dawned and said, "Gongming is right. How about this? Take these things that are nothing at all, shatter their bodies, mince them, and feed them to the dogs." "Oh, master, but the dogs won't eat them either." "Gongming, then I'll have to trouble you to scatter their minced flesh across the East Sea." "Very well, master. Though it may pollute the environment, it is better than insulting the dogs." At this moment, as the host of Jie sect disciples closed in like fierce demons, the 12 golden immortals trembled in fear, their legs weak, and terror plain on their faces. "Uncle, we are your nephews. You cannot do this." Guang Chengzi let out a shrill cry, hoping to invoke the old, merciful Tongtian. Even if Guang Chengzi was piteously begging for mercy, the Tongtian Jiaozhu of the past could never return. It is like a devoted man who, after being deeply wounded by a woman, might seal his heart and lock away love, refusing to be a sentimental being, never stepping through the gates of romance. With the 4 direct disciples of the Jie sect joining forces with a host of elite outer disciples, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect could only be slaughtered and humiliated. In the blink of an eye, the square on Golden Ao Island was covered with minced flesh, stench unbearable. Heavens, this is too cruel. May I ask weakly, could it be chopped even finer? Dao brother, are you thinking of taking this minced flesh home to make dumplings? No, Dao brother, you misunderstand. I only wish that the fish beneath the waves of the Eastern Sea may swallow it without too much effort. Well said. These 12 golden dogs are worse than beasts. Tongtian Jiaozhu treated them with the heart of an elder, yet they were as vicious as tigers and wolves. If not for Emperor Xian exposing all this, how could we have known that the followers of the Chan sect's Dao lineage were so venomous? The myriad beings buzzed with discussion, their words brimming with righteous indignation. Yet this was only natural, for most of those present at today's Dao discourse assembly were of humble origins. They naturally detested the Chan sect's arrogant and self-righteous philosophy, and so they eagerly wished for the Chan sect to meet its end soon. Watching the pile of minced flesh being swept away by the Jie sect disciples, Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes remained cold as frost. He stood like an ancient, unmelting snow demon, gazing upon the mortal world with detached indifference. Meanwhile, Xian Yi had not forgotten his purpose in coming to the Jie sect. His gaze swept across Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, Gailing, the 4 direct disciples, and a surging battle intent flickered in his eyes. As long as he defeated these people once, he would obtain a piece of War Dao crystal. Sensing Xian Yi's gaze, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a slight confusion, but he still stepped forward and thanked Xian Yi, saying, "Dao friend, if not for you exposing all this, I Tongtian dare not imagine that Yuanshir's heart could be so venomous. Many thanks for Emperor Xian's great righteousness." Tongtian's eyes were filled with emotion. He clasped his hands in salute, his tone brimming with gratitude. The Jie sect disciples were also dumbfounded. Their master, though always valuing loyalty and righteousness, had always possessed a character as proud and sharp as a sword's edge, unyielding and unbending. Yet now, for this matter, he actually bowed to Xian Yi, leaving the Jie sect disciples with a deeply conflicted heart. But upon second thought, Xian Yi's action had utterly torn off the hypocritical mask of Yuanshir Tianzuan, exposing his hideous visage to the eyes of all beings under heaven. When he emerges from the respawn point, Tiandao Shukong might be furious. Led by Duobao and Jinling, all the Jie sect disciples, under the gaze of billions of living beings, deeply bowed to Xian Yi. Seeing the admiring gazes of the crowd, Xian Yi waved his hand and patted Tongtian's shoulder, saying, "No need for formalities. I just threw a stone. if you really want to thank me. Before he finished, Tong Tian immediately understood. He smiled joyfully and beckoned to Duobao. Go bring out the many treasures from the GSX treasury. Your master wishes to present them to Emperor Xian in gratitude. Duobao hurried off at once. Seeing this, Xian Yi scratched his head and said helplessly, earlier, I found some spirit treasures from the 12 golden dogs and thought they were rare items. But they turned out to be all trash. How wealthy could your GS sect possibly be? Hearing this, the myriad beings were astounded. Heavens! In Emperor Xian's eyes, the treasures in the hands of the 12 golden immortals were actually all trash. It must be known that the treasures of the 12 golden immortals were all bestowed by Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the lowest were at least low-grade innate spiritual treasures. And as everyone knows, innate spiritual treasures in the primordial world are limited in number. For an ordinary cultivator to possess even one is already enough to make others envious. After a moment of stupefaction, Tong Tian said, Emperor Xian, whatever you need, I Tong Tian will naturally repay you. Xian Yi said, very well. I just want to have a fight with your disciples. In that case, it will be considered your repayment. This? Tong Tian was stunned. Was there such a way of repaying gratitude in the world? But it was acceptable. Oh, it was just a fight, not killing them. Under Xian Yi's gaze, Duobao, Jinling, Gailing, and Wudong all trembled. The four silently stood behind Tong Tian. Bloody hell, fighting against someone who slaughtered saints. Emperor Xian, you truly think too highly of us. The four direct disciples of the GS sect felt utterly helpless. This fight they naturally had to participate. But soon none of the four displayed any divine arts, or even took out their spirit treasures. Whenever Xian Yi's staff was about to strike each of them, they shouted one by one, Emperor Xian is mighty. I submit. How could this be a fight? Xian Yi fought without any passion, utterly bored. He immediately jammed his staff into the ground and said, damn it, I'm not doing this quest anymore. I Xian Yi never kill unarmed people. Hearing this, Jinling Xingmu quickly threw her sword to the ground, a look of lingering fear on her face. But everyone was curious. What was Xian Yi talking about? What quest? They did not know that the system's quest was for Xian Yi to shatter the physical bodies of 4 peak Duo golden immortal cultivators. But Xian Yi was not one who disliked fighting. He simply was unwilling to slaughter beings with whom he had no enmity. Ding! Host, do not be troubled. Since you have subdued the 4 GS sect disciples, the quest is complete. 1 more Dao crystal has been sent to your warehouse. Hearing this, Xian Yi felt moved. The system was truly good to him. Now the quest at the GS sect was perfectly completed. He would wait for the system's prompt for the next fighting quest. In the system warehouse, there were already 3 War Dao crystals. He only needed to fight 7 more times to gather 10, and then synthesize 1 Dao of War, ascending to the Honghuang golden immortal realm. Xian Yi transformed into his true form, a majestic golden crow radiating dazzling golden light. With a cry, he soared into the sky, heading toward the heavenly court. He thought, having gained so much this time, he needed to return home and feed his 2 elder brothers who were like idle vagrants. Sigh, life is hard, Xian Yi sighed. Gazing at his departing figure, the myriad beings at the GS sect were dazzled and mesmerized, wondering which of the 2 races, the Wu or the Yao, would ultimately unify the primordial world. Meanwhile, at the Lingxiao Palace of the Heavenly Court, Dijun and Taiyi were discussing matters. Elder brother, I found 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures in the Heavenly Court treasury. Once our 3rd brother returns, we can let him use them to sever his corpse. Good. Are you sure you searched thoroughly? There are no supreme grade ones. Elder brother, when it comes to our 3rd brother, how could I not be meticulous? There truly are no supreme grade innate spiritual treasures. Taiyi, our 3rd brother, has the foundation of a primary chaos divine demon. This means that his future achievements will certainly not be lower than the 6 saints of heaven. Therefore, I, your elder brother, have decided to give the Hichu Luoshu to our 3rd brother for him to sever his corpse. Watching Emperor Jun's resolute expression, Dongwang Taiyi also felt deeply emotional. How could he not know that the Hichu Luoshu was his elder brother's innate spiritual treasure? Just like Taiyi's chaos bell, it had been held since before it took physical form. Among spiritual treasures, the innate, indestructible spiritual light is sentient, and it had followed Dijun for so many years. If it heard these words, it would surely be filled with sorrow. Yet Dongwang Taiyi understood that since Hongjun had established the flesh-severing technique, the great powers throughout the world had all been scrambling to acquire innate spiritual treasures. For the stronger the spiritual treasure used in severing the flesh, the more formidable a quasi-saint cultivator would become. Moreover, employing a treasure of the same origin to sever the 3 corpses yielded even greater results. Elder brother, I shall give my top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Sun Essence Wheel, to our 3rd brother. Dongwang Taiyi comprehended and directly retrieved a circular wheel covered in the primordial essence of the great sun's flames. This wheel was terrifying in its offensive power, a spiritual treasure dedicated entirely to destruction. Excellent. Dijun laughed heartedly. Our 3rd brother possesses 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures and 1 high-grade one, and combined with his formidable foundation, this is more than enough to make him the peak cultivator among quasi-saints. Honghuang Taiyi nodded in agreement. Just then a youth carrying a staff approached from outside the Lingxiao Palace. The demon guards lining both sides of the palace immediately knelt on one knee paying their respects with a unified cry, "We pay homage to the mystic emperor." In the hearts of the demon race, Xian Yi was already held in no less esteem than Dijun and Taiyi. During his legendary battle against the saint, he had manifested the divine form of heaven and earth to shield countless demon kin. That scene from that day would never fade from the hearts of the demon race even after millions upon millions of years. At this moment, seeing the guards paying their respects, Xian Yi smiled and waved to greet them. In that instant, warmth filled the hearts of the demon guards. To them, their mystic emperor had never held himself apart or acted superior when dealing with his own people. "Third brother, you really do love wandering about. Where have you gone this time?" The moment they caught sight of Xian Yi, any worries vanished from Dijun and Taiyi's hearts, and both flew toward him with smiles. Good heavens, Honghuang and Dijun were taking turns patting Xian Yi's shoulders, then bursting into warm, hearty laughter. Xian Yi could only shake his head helplessly at this. Were they treating him like a child? "You've grown even stronger, lad." A glint flashed in Dijun's eyes as he sensed through his divine perception that Xian Yi's aura and cultivation had become even more solidified than before he left the heavenly court. Honghuang Taiyi turned serious and asked, "Third brother, tell your second brother. Who did you fight this time? Did you win or lose?" "Are you kidding? If I Xian Yi were to lose a fight, it would mean I'd be dead. As long as I draw breath, I never lose in a brawl." Xian Yi planted his hands on his hips and looked up toward the pinnacle of the heavenly court, his expression brimming with defiant pride. Honghuang Taiyi wore a pained expression. Having a third brother who was a god of war was putting real pressure on him. Meanwhile, Dijun looked at Xian Yi with deep satisfaction, secretly thinking that the title of god of war should eventually pass to his third brother, who was far more formidable than his second. In a flash he realized, why bother disguising it? The high and middle ranks of the heavenly court, along with billions upon billions of demon kin, had long since accepted that the heavenly court now had two gods of war. For in everyone's eyes, the once impetuous and domineering Honghuang Taiyi now seemed almost like Xian Yi's younger brother. At that moment, Xian Yi withdrew all the treasures belonging to the golden immortals of Chan's sect from his sea of consciousness, and soon the white, jade golden platform in the treasure hall began to shimmer with brilliant treasured radiance. The entire palace hall flickered with alternating light and shadow. Upon seeing this, both Dijun and Taiyi were stunned. Taiyi picked up a purple gourd with confusion, muttering, "How can this be so familiar? Isn't this the spiritual treasure that Taiching Saint passed down to Xian Du?" Dijun took it and examined it, his expression immediately changing. He turned to look at Xian Yi with deep concern. "Third brother, didn't you kill Xian Du?" Xian Yi was being attended to by two demon maids at the moment, nothing more than the literal meaning of attendants. He sat upright on his gilded throne as two beautiful maids brought forth spiritual treasures that were both delicious and beneficial for cultivation. There was also premium vintage wine, with one maid gently placing spirit fruits into his mouth, while the other held out a cup of fine liquor with graceful elegance. Just as Xian Yi was savoring the feast, he suddenly heard Dijun's voice. "Big brother, I'm not that brutal. I only shattered his body." Hearing this, both maids serving him trembled slightly, and even the hand holding the wine cup quivered. "Dijun, Honghuang Taiyi, the demon guards. This. And you've looted all the treasures of the 12 golden immortals too. That old dog Yuan sure didn't do anything to you, did he?" "Not at all. He brought it on himself. He insisted on stealing my heavenly demon 9 strikes, but my treasures only respond to me, so he ended up dying. I'm quite innocent here." "Third brother, when you have nothing to do, you could take those 9 divine swords and take a stroll through the western lands. Back then those two bastards didn't spare any trouble tormenting you and your second brother after they attained sainthood. Or should I go topple their Shumi palace as well? As long as you don't die in the process, go raid them. Third brother, you know what I mean." At this moment, Dijun looked at Xian Yi with a significant expression. "Ding. Third combat quest, please visit the Western lands, brutally teach the disciples of the Western sect a lesson, and extract no fewer than 100 Earth Spirit Veins to earn 2 Battle Dao Crystals." What exactly are Earth Spirit Veins, eh? Ding. Earth Spirit Veins can be understood as divine objects that can benefit the Western lands. Ding. 100 Earth Spirit Veins are like the main pillars supporting the Grand Hall. If you remove these critical foundations, you can avenge your 2 elder brothers, while also earning 2 Battle Dao Crystals. Host, truly, how can one have everything? Yet you have already achieved this. Ding. Are you in or out? Hearing the voice in his mind, Xian Yi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he frowned deeply, counting on his fingers while muttering, 2 + 3 equals 5. Alright, let's do it. At this moment, Xian Yi said to Dijun and Taiyi with a serious tone, "Brothers, I'm going to travel to the Western lands, so don't worry about me." He pointed to the numerous spiritual treasures on the white jade golden platform. "These scraps are gifts for you both, please accept them." Upon hearing this, Dijun and Taiyi were both stunned and bewildered. Third brother, do you call these spiritual treasures scraps? And you want to give us these scraps? Well, it makes sense. The world may be the only place where you possess a chaotic spiritual treasure and a chaotic supreme treasure. When spoken from you, this is perfectly normal. Thinking this, both Dijun and Taiyi happily quickly stored all the scraps into their respective seas of consciousness. Both brothers were deeply moved inside. They understood that while Xian-Yi treated these spiritual treasures as trash, he wouldn't give them to anyone else. Because the three golden crows were blood brothers. Dijun looked at Xian-Yi and said with emotion, "Third brother, when you go, wreak havoc on the western lands. As long as you don't die, go all out." Watching Xian-Yi's figure drifting away gracefully, Dijun and Taiyi stood with their hands behind their backs, their faces filled with relief. With such a third brother in the demon race, they would surely not be at a disadvantage in the war between the Wu and Yao. "Blast it," Dijun exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I forgot to give the Hichu Luo Shu to our third brother. He's already at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. If he naively uses some truly inferior spiritual treasures to sever the corpse, wouldn't that harm himself?" Having said this, Taiyi's face also showed urgency. He shouted into the sky, "Third brother, wait." The two brothers transformed into their true forms, two brilliant golden rainbows, chasing after Xian-Yi, and soon caught up. Learning that his elder brothers intended to give him spiritual treasures, Xian-Yi replied helplessly, "What use would I have for these things? Keep them, brothers." "Xian-Yi thanks you." Dijun and Taiyi, thinking that Xian-Yi didn't want them to part with their own treasures, were deeply moved. Third brother, at the Saint-to-be realm, using a fine spiritual treasure to sever the corpse will make you stronger. Your two chaotic spiritual treasures are both offensive in nature. It's best to keep them by your side and not use them for corpse severing. I'm not going to sever the corpse. I intend to achieve the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. You're worrying for nothing. Now go home. I'll be back after I've wreaked havoc in the west. With these words, Xian-Yi shouldered the chaotic celestial demon rod and vanished in an instant. Dijun and Taiyi were stunned to the core. Xian-Yi wanted to achieve the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. Could it be that he ultimately aspired to become a true great Tao saint? This was far beyond a heavenly Tao saint, for it involved cultivating a single great Tao law and merging it perfectly into one's true spirit. The great Tao would bestow a seat of enlightenment, and from then on the great Tao law would be imprinted on the body, achieving eternal truth, remaining indestructible through countless extinction epochs. The past, present, and future, three bodies united, and in billions upon billions of dimensions, every thought of the original body could generate a thread of true spirit. With countless true spirit incarnations across billions of dimensions, how could the original body ever die? This was true transcendence, true liberation. Thus Dijun and Taiyi were overwhelmed with shock, their scalps tingling. They exchanged glances, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Their third brother's ambition was far too grand. They had thought that gathering the fate of the primordial chaos and elevating themselves from the peak of the Saint-to-be realm to the heavenly Tao Saint realm was already magnificent enough. But before Xian-Yi's immense spirit, Dijun and Taiyi could only smile helplessly. No comparison, no comparison. Big brother, let's go back. Since third brother has his own ideas as his elder brothers, we should respect him. What if he succeeds? Well said. Then let us brothers look forward to the day when third brother attains the great Tao Saint. After flying to the western lands, Xian-Yi was in a state of unease. He pondered and realized he had forgotten to give the 100 million demon god formation, 2 vats of 3 light divine water, and chaotic solar purple chi, to Dijun and Taiyi. Though Xian-Yi's intelligence had been nearly drained away, he still remembered from his memories that during the great war between the Wu and Yao, the strong from both races would be nearly decimated. Tragedy, slaughter. If he could boost the strength of his 2 idle elder brothers earlier, even if he himself were killed during the time it took for him to revive, they might have a sliver of a chance. Forget it, I'll make a mess of the west first, then go home. Xian-Yi muttered, descending from the sky to the earth. He glanced at the barren western lands and felt utterly bored. On the bare earth, ancient temples could be seen here and there, their inhabitants all dependent on the 2 western saints. Beasts transformed from demons, plants born from essence. Everything was there. The western lands were already impoverished, so the areas around these temples had only faint earthly spiritual veins. Seeing those flying birds, Xian-Yi thought of himself. Creatures with fur and horns like himself. To bully them and take away their means of survival. Xian-Yi could never bring himself to do it. So he thought he must choose a place closer to the western teachings, Sumeru Palace, and then commit his crime. Soon Xian-Yi flew to the entrance of the Sumeru Palace's main hall, glanced at it, and said, "All right here." From between his brows, the chaotic celestial demon rod flew out, growing larger and larger, until it was like a pillar propping up the heavens. At Xian-Yi's thought, the rod crashed down from the sky. In an instant, the western lands began to tremble violently, emitting a series of booming sounds. Even the Sumeru Palace quaked. Visible to the naked eye, golden dragon-shaped objects rose from the earth, seeming illusory, yet radiating terrifying vitality and essence. There were a full 20 to 30 of them, truly worthy of being the vicinity of the two Western saints, so rich. Xian Yi waved his sleeve, and the earthly spiritual veins began to cry out loudly, rushing toward his brow. A gate opened between his brows, and 22 earthly spiritual veins were swept into Xian Yi's sea of consciousness, where a true spirit's original will directly suppress them. One could clearly see that the vitality around Sumeru Mountain was growing thinner, and all objects gradually lost their luster. Such was the consequence of losing the earthly spiritual veins. All beings could no longer enjoy the vitality of the veins, and naturally everything became dimmer. Such a great disturbance naturally caused the two Western saints to change their expressions drastically. They were meditating in the Sumeru Palace, but now opened their eyes filled with shock. It's bad, Master. The 22 earthly spiritual veins around Sumeru Palace have all been drained away by the demon emperor of the Yao race, Xian Yi. At that moment, a plump figure entered the Sumeru Palace. He wore a string of spiritual beads around his neck, his belly round enough to hold a dozen days' worth of food. His tone was filled with astonishment. Upon seeing the two Western saints, he immediately knelt, his face panicked. Soon another person entered, a young bald man with his hands clasped together, his face full of sorrow. From the high lotus throne, Junti gazed at the fat-bellied man and said, "Methriayu and Mahastemaprapta, go and suppress Xian Yi. Remember, do not kill him, bring him back to the Sumeru Palace." Hearing this, Methria and Mahastemaprapta both smiled bitterly. What kind of easy task was this? To fight that saint-slaying brute. Whether they could even see their master again depended on whether their ancestors had accumulated great virtue. But since it was the saint's command, Methria and Mahastemaprapta, both at the early saint-to-be realm, had no choice but to steel themselves and step out of the Sumeru Palace, heading toward Xian Yi. The Saint Jane, seated on the merit golden lotus in wide-sleeved robes, asked, "Junior brother Xian Yi is terrifying. Yuanshi and Taiching were successively slain by him. He's only taken a few spiritual veins. Why provoke him?" Zhuanti replied gravely, "Senior brother Xian Yi is not a great Tao saint, but a peak great Luo golden immortal. He is fated to be with our Western teaching. Such a talented golden crow. I have long regarded him as my junior. How could I provoke him?" Hearing this, Jane smiled and said, "Junior brother, the moment you said that, I understood completely." Looking at the smile on Jane's face, Zhuanti couldn't help but chuckle as well. Although we offended Dijun and Taiyi quite a bit back in the day, this Xuani is a man of rash temperament with no intelligence whatsoever. Why not try to have him serve our Western sect? A being who has slain a sage. If he joins the Western sect, no matter how barren the West may be, it will eventually rise and finally suppress the Eastern lands. Zhuanti declared with absolute certainty. Hearing this, Jane frowned and said, "I understand what you mean, brother, but how can we make Xuani join us? Indeed, he is immensely powerful, but our Western sect is so poor that we barely have enough to survive. Why would he give up his position as the emperor of the demon clan to join us?" At this moment, Zhuanti looked as if he held the answer in his palm. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a profound tone, "Offer him great benefits, present him with several beauties from the West, and then tell him that if he joins the Western sect, he will be the third founder. We are both sages. If he has any sense, he should know that to stand as an equal with us, he must abandon his two elder brothers." Hearing this, Jane took a deep breath and said, "Then let us give it a try." Meanwhile, outside the Sumeru Palace, Methria and Mahastemaprapta hurriedly flew out. Just as they emerged, they saw Xuani about to leave, and they quickly flew before him. Both wore broad smiles, as if seeing Xuani was like meeting an old friend they hadn't seen in years. Their faces were full of warmth, and their eyes were tender. Anyone who saw them would think they were looking at their own brothers. Xuani examined the two of them. Seeing them block his path, he immediately frowned and asked, looking for a fight. Instantly, the chaos heavenly demon staff flew out from his sea of consciousness, crashing down toward the two with boundless might. Methria and Mahastemaprapta both panicked, hastily deploying their spiritual treasures to ward off the terrifying strike. The boundless space was shattered by the chaos heavenly demon staff, and a deafening rumbling echoed in all directions. Xuani, being a primordial Tao body, possessed an incredibly formidable constitution. Endless divine power reinforced this strike, and although the two were at the early quasi-sage stage, they lacked powerful magic treasures and were sent flying by the blow. Blood gushed from their mouths as they landed on a mountain, looking up at Xuani flying toward them with utter terror. They trembled uncontrollably. This was truly a brute. He attacked immediately after finishing one sentence. Moreover, despite being only at the peak of the golden immortal stage, he could defeat both of them in a single move. This was what frightened Methria and Mahastemaprapta the most. They clearly felt that if they continued to fight Xuani, they would never return to the Sumeru Palace alive today. Their lives would surely be lost here. Seeing the terror in their eyes, Xuani asked slowly, "Look at you two, shifty-eyed and sneaky. I knew at first glance you weren't good people. Why did you block my way?" Masthemoprapta crawled up from the ground, cupped his hands, and said with a bitter face, Senior Emperor Xian, we are here on the orders of our master. He invites you to enter the Sumeru Palace. He wishes to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Mithriya silently praised Masthemoprapta. Good brother, you really know how to talk. Our master actually told us to suppress him and bring him to the palace, but thinking about it, maybe the master was muddled at the time. A brute who slays sages, can he be suppressed? Your master, could it be? A glint of joy flashed in Xuani's eyes. Could it be the two who bullied my eldest and second elder brothers? He tightened his grip on the Chaos Heavenly Demon Staff and stared at the Sumeru Palace with battle intent. He had drained the spiritual veins of the Western lands, yet those two old baldies weren't angry. They even invited him in to talk. Ridiculous. He was just reckless, not stupid. Those two old baldies must have laid traps inside waiting for him to step in, perhaps even a life or death crisis. Yet Xuani was not afraid. In fact, he was eager to try. Right, my master is. Mithriya smiled and was about to finish, but Xuani said, I know. Your master and his master are both old baldies. They owe a great karmic debt to my friend Honghuang, which is why they became sages, right? Mithriya. Masthemoprapta's mind buzzed. Indeed, their master had no scalp, but did you have to put it so bluntly? 3 words summed up the image of the Western sages. Xuani ignored their stunned gazes and sauntered toward the Sumeru Palace. Even if this is a den of dragons and tigers, your grandpa, Xian, is not afraid. Fighting feels great, and fighting all the time feels even better. Watching his arrogant back, Masthemoprapta and Mithriya felt both admiration and shame, their hearts a tangled mess. Treating the Sumeru Palace like his own home. Pointing at the gate and cursing old baldies. Both of them heaved with rage, wanting to shout, the master can endure it, but the disciples cannot. Unfortunately, they feared death. So with drooping heads and dejected looks, they followed behind Xuani toward the main hall. Inside the Sumeru Palace, thousands of golden flowers floated, the manifestation of the spiritual essence of the Western lands. Absorbing them could increase one's cultivation. Xuani saw the 2 sages sitting high above on lotus thrones, their bodies radiating boundless golden light, like a sun shining upon all beings. Most importantly, their faces were compassionate, making anyone who looked at them feel they posed no threat. At that moment, both sages smiled faintly and teleported before Xuani. Xuani immediately tightened his grip on the Chaos Heavenly Demon Staff, grinned with delight, and swung it at Juanti. Fellow Taoist, you didn't babble before fighting. That's a good habit. Hold on. Juanti dodged, instantly shouting, and seeing the battle intent in Xuani's eyes, he smiled helplessly. Taoist friend, you are young and accomplished. My brother, and I truly admire you. We have no intention of fighting. Could you please put away that staff? Xuani sighed and said, Old baldy, what do you want with me? Juanti. A flicker of killing intent vanished from his face, and he said slowly, It is like this I wish to discuss the Tao with you, Taoist friend. Do you have time? No. If you're not going to set me up or fight me, then I'll leave. I'm a reasonable person. Xuani said seriously. The 2 sages were stunned. Heavens. Anyone can claim to be reasonable, but not you, Xuani. You're a brute. What reasoning is there to speak of? Wait. Who wanted to set you up? Juanti said helplessly, Taoist friend, you have quite a prejudice against the West. Come have a few drinks with my brother and me. Let's get to know each other and form a good karma. As he spoke, he pulled Xuani's arm with great affability. Hearing there was drink, Xuani perked up and followed Juanti to a seat in the hall. He sat down carelessly, waiting for fine wine and food to be served. Xuani felt that fighting, wreaking havoc on the Western sect, and eating their food and drinking their wine were not at all contradictory. The beautiful handmaidens of the Western sect with very short hair carried trays of delicacies, coming and going frequently, placing them before Xian Yi's table. This fellow devoured with great relish, eating and drinking heartily, causing the 2 sages of the West to shake their heads in secret. Was this truly the Demon Emperor Xian of the Demon Clan? His eating manners were also quite unruly. He insisted on propping his feet on the table, curled into a ball. The wine flagon rose into the air of its own accord, came to his lips, and slowly poured the wine into his mouth. Not bad. Taoist friend, you've done well. You didn't fob me off with fake wine. Xian Yi grinned at Juanti, recalling the time at the GS sect, when the old man Taiching sent 2 lads with wine that went straight to his head, leaving him drunk and dizzy. Thinking back, that old man was truly no good. How dare he give him fake wine to drink? Juanti smiled and said, As long as the Taoist friend likes it. Our Western lands abound with Bodhi trees and Bodhi spiritual fruits, and with the eyes of primordial flying birds added, the wine brewed is first refreshing with a lingering aftertaste. Second, it won't make one drunk. If you like, you may drink more. Xian Yi, who was guzzling, heard the words, primordial flying birds, and suddenly his stomach churned. With a spurt, he spat out all the wine, spraying it directly onto Juanti's face. Brewing wine with little bird's eyes. Xian Yi grabbed Juanti's sleeve with an incredulous look, wiped his mouth, found it not clean, and wiped again on the sleeve. Juanti turned his head away in disgust. Xian Yi drew a deep breath, looking at Juanti with confusion, and said, Why do you use little bird's eyes to soak in wine? Little birds are so cute. What the hell is wrong with you? Ugh. His face twisted in pain, he clutched his stomach and retched violently, soon spewing all the delicacies he had eaten onto the ground. Old bald man, you're even worse than the old man Tai Ching. Fake wine is fake wine, but at least he didn't make me eat the eyes of my own kind. After emptying his stomach, Xian Yi immediately turned hostile, grabbing Jane's sleeve. And with practiced ease wiped his mouth. Jane. At this moment Juan Yi was speechless. Aren't you a bird? Why would you care about such trivial details? Among the demon clan, eating one's own kind raw is extremely common. But you. Except when you transform into your true form, which resembles a three-legged golden crow, you are so out of place with the rest of your clan. Watching Xian Yi chase Juan Yi and strike fiercely with the chaotic heavenly demon rod, Jane spread his hands and sighed. How did I end up with such a golden crow? He looked at the residue on his sleeve, and a wave of nausea washed over him. Juan Yi was a sage after all. If he wanted to flee, how could Xian Yi catch him? One ran, the other chased. Eventually Xian Yi grew bored and planted the rod on the ground. How infuriating. In 2 lifetimes this is the worst meal I've ever had. From then on, whoever dared to mention the word bird in his presence would incur his wrath. At that moment, seeing Xian Yi's anger subside, Juan Yi shamelessly sidled up and said with an awkward grin, Taoist friend, don't be angry. I have serious matters to discuss with you. What do you think of the Western sect? What about it? I only advise you to withdraw your divine powers. Brewing wine is beyond your grasp. Let's drop the wine topic. Taoist, Xian Yi, our Western sect is fated to be with you. I'm truly fed up with you too. Whoever you meet, you claim they are fated with you. Are you human traffickers? Taoist Xian Yi, as long as you join the Western sect, we will become 3 brothers, and you will be the 3rd patriarch of the Western sect. Look at those bald beauties. Their figures are indescribably graceful, their faces as fresh as the world's finest treasures. Don't they offer a different charm compared to the female demons of your clan? You are a young man with hot blood. I, Juan Yi, have been through it too, so I understand what's on your mind. Rest assured, just call me Big Brother, and beauty's status and cultivation resources will be lavished upon you. Juan Yi stared at Xian Yi with confidence. He had been through it. He knew what a hot-blooded youth dreamed of every day. Xian Yi walked up to Juan Yi, touched his head, and said, How do you shave your head? It's so smooth and shiny. Juan Yi looked embarrassed. We're discussing serious matters. Why are you fixated on my hair? Alas, this fellow is too mischievous. Hard to tame. When Juan Yi tried to entice Xian Yi with beauties again, Xian Yi shook his head like a rattledrum. Please stop with this bullshit. Women only waste my time for fighting. And most of all, I hate women without hair. Even if I like a woman, she must have long hair down to her waist and be a gentle, beautiful older sister type. Juan Yi. He rubbed his face with both hands. This fellow is truly too hard to please. Is it really that important whether a woman has hair or not? Why are you so obsessed with hair? But then, exchanging a glance with Jane, both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Before they became sages, their private lives were extremely chaotic, holding orgies every few days. If the primordial world had a competition for the most kidney deficient, these 2 brothers would surely take 1st and 2nd place. One can imagine how unique and refreshingly different Xian Yi appeared to the 2 sages of the West. When had a young hero ever so easily crossed the trial of beauty? For a moment, a flicker of admiration shimmered in the eyes of the 2 sages. This fellow was not merely a brute. His unwavering Tao heart reminded them of their own dissolute years, stirring a sense of shame. Each generation produces its own heroes. A single golden crow shames the sages. Of course, admiration aside, the 2 brothers were still unwilling to let Xian Yi go. However, Xian Yi had not forgotten his purpose in coming to the Western sect. The bird-eye wine had caused some delay. Silence. At that moment, Xian Yi raised his hand, solemnly signaling the 2 bald men to stop promoting their Western sect. Jane was startled and asked, Taoist friend, what is happening? I have discovered a treasure. Xian Yi finished speaking, and the chaotic heavenly demon rod shot out, becoming immensely huge, smashing down from the top of the Sumeru Palace. With a thunderous crash, the Sumeru Palace began to shake violently, and the stars suspended above it fell one by one. Taoist friend, why are you destroying our Sumeru Palace? Juan Yi and Jane were greatly alarmed and hurriedly used their sage might to stabilize the collapsing palace. But at that moment, dragon-shaped streams of energy flew out from the hall, the earth's spiritual veins that supported the Sumeru Palace. There were 30 of them dancing in the void. Xian Yi waved his sleeve, and the earth's spiritual veins instantly drilled into his sea of consciousness. Only then did the Sumeru Palace fall silent. Jane and Juan Yi stared wide-eyed, a storm of fury surging within them. We brothers traveled far and wide, gathering these earth's spiritual veins to nourish the Sumeru Palace, and you just take them away like this. Taoist friend, Xian Yi hand over the earth's spirit veins at once. Impossible. You made me eat bird eyes, and years ago you bullied my eldest and 2nd brothers. Today Xian Yi comes to settle the debt, and I will not yield. 23 plus 30. In short, until I gather 100 earth spirit veins, I will not leave the Western land. After saying this, Xian counted on his fingers, furrowed his sword-like brows, and wore a helpless expression. Seeing him like this, Zhuan transmitted a voice to Jane, speaking gravely. Earlier we saw clearly that this fellow was a Tao saint of the Great Way. How could he after 3 days become a golden immortal of Great Luo? Moreover, this fellow dares to offend us so mortally, he must have some backing. Otherwise, how would he dare? Junior brother Zhuan looked at him frowning and counting on his fingers. Is there any deeper meaning? Senior brother, it's simple. The frown is fear of our sudden attack, and the finger counting must be related to his life-saving treasure, a prerequisite for activating a great weapon. TSK, this child is too scheming, too meticulous. Senior brother, I've said it before, Xian seems reckless, but in truth he is wise with a dull exterior. His state of mind has already reached the realm of harmony with light and dust. This child is unfathomably profound. At that moment, Zhuan's eyes held shock and awe. Jane and Zhuan both wore solemn expressions as they shuffled their feet, gradually distancing themselves from Xian. Their gazes remained fixed on his fingers with extreme wariness. Xian suddenly roared, I drank your flying bird wine, and my mind is a mess. Hateful. This is 10,000 times worse than fake wine. He acted like a madman, raising the chaos demon stick to fiercely attack the Sumeru Palace. In the blink of an eye, the 39 coiling dragons within the palace were smashed into dust. Xian Yi's figure rampaged through the Sumeru Palace, stirring up chaos and smoke as combat divine light flew everywhere, leaving Jane and Zhuan utterly dumbfounded. Taoist you. Jane extended his hand, astonished, wanting to ask what Xian Yi was doing. Zhuan's face turned pale, and he trembled. Senior brother, be careful. The meaning of this child's stick dance is not the palace, but us. Jane sighed. Is he still going to use that great weapon? Zhuan's face fell. If only he had known, he would never have let Mithriya and Mahastamaprapta invite this great deity into the Sumeru Palace. This was what they meant by, it's easier to invite a god than to send him away. Zhuan felt that if he didn't speak up to stop him, the two brothers might lose their house. Taoist, may I ask why you are so enraged? Still asking. You poisoned the wine, clouding my mind so much that I don't even know what 23 plus 30 equals. Stop babbling. Take this from your grandfather. Xian Yi, wielding the chaos demon stick, furiously chased after Zhuan, hammering wildly. Zhuan, terrified, fled around the pillars. After a while, Xian Yi grew bored. This fellow was too good at dodging. Zhuan cautiously poked his head out from behind another pillar, a smile, tinged with embarrassment, and said, 23 plus 30 equals 53. Why are you so troubled, Taoist? Xian Yi suddenly realized, nodded, and said, once I've collected 100 earth spirit veins, I can leave the western land. I still need 71 more. You don't have to see me off, I'm leaving. With that, he shouldered his stick and strode swiftly out of the Sumeru Palace. Watching his back, Zhuan and Jane exchanged glances, then widened their eyes and hurriedly chased after him outside the palace. Looking at the swaying youth ahead, Zhuan shouted hoarsely, Taoist, you miscalculated. Just 12 more will do. Don't take too many. It's wasteful. Hearing this, Jane burst out laughing. He patted Zhuan's shoulder and said, your mind might also be faulty. It's clearly 47. Why are you miscalculating? Zhuan, I wanted him to take fewer. Senior brother, what do you mean? Seeing Zhuan's pained expression, Jane suddenly understood. His heart bled. The earth spirit veins were divine treasures that blessed the western land. What a fellow. He wants to take 100. And the dam can't even count. Damn it. Junior brother, are we going to swallow this? Senior brother, bear with it for now. Tomorrow let's go to Zixiao Palace and ask the master for advice on how to kill this bastard. Zhuan said coldly. After leaving the Sumeru Palace, Xian Yi began frantically plundering earth spirit veins, targeting wealthy areas for his crime. Within 7 days, the western land became even more barren and impoverished compared to the eastern land as a slum. This enraged the two sages of the west beyond measure. Yet fearing Xian Yi's true cultivation, they held back and did not act. After the two emerged from Zixiao Palace, each bore a clear palm print on their face. Senior brother, why did the master hit us? Junior brother, we misunderstood the master. We thought he was the puppet master scheming behind the scenes, but he actually wants the forces of the primordial wilderness to become united and harmonious. He even said the demon race is Panga's legacy and should not be harmed. Alas, the master's benevolent heart has brought us suffering. We can only grit our teeth and swallow the bitterness. But one day our western sect will rise. After rising, the first thing is to wipe out the demon race, then force that bastard Xian Yi to drink 10,000 jars of flying bird immortal brew, and then slice him into 1,000 pieces. After saying so much, the two brothers felt their anger diminish. Relieved, they put on their hypocritical smiles again, riding clouds toward the western land. Suddenly a voice reached their ears. Damn, is it 12 or 82? I feel like 82 is the right number. The owner of this voice even turned to ashes the two brothers would recognize. Both trembled, a chill surging into their hearts. The two sages looked down at the earth. In the valley of the western land, the void was filled with floating earth spirit veins. Xian Yi counted them one by one, finally reaching 82 before storing them into his sea of consciousness. The system's prompt sound announced the reward of 2 War Dao crystals deposited into his system warehouse. On the cloud, the two brothers looked as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Jane's hand trembled as he spoke with a quivering voice. Beast. Beast. It was clearly 47. How did it suddenly become 82? Senior brother, I really can't stand it anymore. Zhuanti's eyes reddened with fury as he raised the treasure in his hand to strike down upon Xian Yi. Jane hastily grabbed his arm, saying, Junior brother, absolutely not. Whether he is a saint of the great Tao or a great Luo golden immortal remains unknown. Upon hearing Jane's words, Zhuanti trembled with rage, sharply inhaling a breath of cold air as he snarled. He has 53. It would only take 43 to complete 100. Does this beast not even know how to count? Heavens above, another 82 drained away. Woe. The thought of the western land growing increasingly barren drove Zhuanti to cover his sleeves and wail uncontrollably. Seeing him reduced to a shattered, unrecognizable state, Jane too began to sniffle softly. Jane longed to bellow as well, but he knew his position. As Zhuanti's senior brother, he could not demean himself thus. Unable to do otherwise, after weeping for a time, the two brothers shot vicious glares down at Xian Yi before storming off toward the western land in fury. May this child Xian Yi never cross paths with the western land again. Meanwhile, Xian Yi had already acquired 5 War Dao crystals. He eagerly anticipated that once he gathered a few more, he could synthesize an entire law of the War Dao. With his task perfectly completed, Xian Yi set off toward the eastern realms in high spirits. Mid-flight, however, a brilliant radiance suddenly flashed in the void ahead, resembling the light of some divine artifact. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the light of the calming sea divine pearl from the eastern sea. After flying forward, Xian Yi landed in a valley where he saw a group of cultivators gathered, their eyes fixed eagerly upon a stone door. No one knew where the stone door led, yet it shimmered with a radiant glow, as if guarding an unknown secret waiting to be uncovered. Intrigued, Xian Yi approached. The cultivators along the way stared at him in dumbfounded awe. His earlier slaughter of a saint had left an indelible mark, making his appearance here utterly shocking. It is the demon emperor, Xian Yi. Why is he here? The demon ancestor Mingyi is already exploring the stone cave. Does he intend to enter as well? Hiss. They say this cave holds the bones of the green dragon brother to the ancestral dragon. Its oppressive pressure is terrifying. It is the legendary dragon burial cave of the primordial world. Today it shines brightly. We came to explore, never expecting the demon emperor would also hear the news. Should a treasure emerge from the dragon burial cave, all who come shall share in it. Mingyi is so domineering, setting up a killing formation here. Is he not simply trying to bar our entrance? But Mingyi is a quasi-sage powerhouse. How could the demon emperor possibly break a formation of his making? As the cultivators debated fervently, watching, Xian Yi slowly approached the stone door. A killing formation suddenly materialized around him. Endless auras of slaughter condensed in its midst. It released torrential dark radiance, forcing the weaker cultivators to flee in sheer panic. Even so, their faces turned ashen, and countless others coughed up blood from the oppressive pressure. Within the formation floated 2 seemingly illusory divine swords, pitch black and emanating an endless, terrifying aura of killing laws. Everyone understood immediately this was the primeval annihilation formation of the demon ancestor Mingyi, capable of slaying heaven, earth, and all living beings. Without several quasi-sage experts combining their strength, this formation was utterly unbreakable. A profound sense of regret washed over the crowd. Mingyi had already entered the dragon burial cave, and with the formation guarding it, entry was simply impossible. Ding! Host has broken the primeval annihilation formation and claimed all treasures within the dragon burial cave as his own, rewarding host with 2 War Dao crystals. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Xian Yi's eyes. He already possessed 5. Completing this task would bring him to 7, with just 3 still needed. It was fine enough, since antiquity treasures have been claimed by those of both wisdom and courage. He felt he more than deserved it. He wondered what treasures lay hidden within the dragon burial cave. At that moment, a ripple of spiritual energy flickered across the sky. 2 women emerged. One was clad in white robes, her beauty like that of a descended fairy, exceedingly graceful. The other wore an expression of boundless confidence, as if a queen of intellect, her small hands clasped behind her back. Her luminous eyes, filled with deep affection and adoration for Xian Yi, seemed to peer straight into the observer's vision. They were 2 demons, Shangyang and the stunningly beautiful 9-tailed fox demoness known as Xiaobai. In truth, the 2 demonesses had been deeply distressed. Since parting with Xian Yi outside the Honghuang temple, they had searched frantically across the primordial world. Today, upon arriving in the west and hearing rumors of a youth recklessly and furiously devastating the western land, their joy was immeasurable. Could this be their beloved Xian Yi? Thus the 2 demons pursued him here. Laughing, they flew to Xian Yi's side. Their breathtaking beauty instantly left the nameless cultivators in the crowd with pounding hearts and glazed eyes. Every male cultivator felt a resonant sigh in his heart. To spend even a single night of intimacy with either of them would make life and death meaningless. Yet to the two women, only Xian Yi existed. They completely ignored the eager gazes and admiring looks directed at them by all others. Xian Yi rubbed his forehead and glanced at them. What are you doing here again? I've told you both, women appearing by my side may affect my combat efficiency. Feigning not to hear, the two women smiled shyly and linked arms with him on either side, whispering that they would stay far away while he fought, so he wouldn't worry about them getting hurt. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. Was Xian Yi's technique with women truly this profound? With mere aloof remarks, he could make two goddesses so unapproachable reveal such tenderness and obedience. Good heavens, was this the reward for not being an obsequious suitor? At that moment, the male cultivators' hearts were a tangled mess of emotions. Helpless Xian Yi roughly shook off their hands. With a swift motion, he grabbed both of them by the necks and hoisted them into the air. I never kill unarmed individuals or women, but please do not force my hand. Noticing the fear in their eyes, he gently set them back on the ground. Watching Xian Yi's retreating figure approach the stone door, they saw the primeval annihilation formation and cried out, "Emperor Xian, be careful. That killing formation is exceedingly." Then their gazes transformed into pure astonishment, as if witnessing the impossible. Xian Yi charged straight into the formation. The dreadful divine might of the Chaos Dao body radiated outward, and the wisp-like laws of slaughter in the void rapidly dispersed. With every step he took, the formation's oppressive power diminished by a fraction until it finally vanished completely. In merely 5 or 6 breaths, the sight left the multitude of cultivators trembling inwardly, their faces etched with profoundly complex expressions. What a terrifying physique this was. Even the power of the slaughter laws had to retreat in deference. Xian Yi punched the shimmering stone door. Combining the celestial power of a great Luo golden immortal with the ruthless physical prowess of the Chaos Dao body, the door shattered into fragments instantly. Inside, a brilliant golden light burst forth, revealing a pitch-black underground passage extending downward, its destination unknown. A mighty surge of dragon energy rose from within, and the crowd could occasionally hear dragon roars that shook the surroundings. Truly worthy of being a dragon burial ground. After the Dragon Han catastrophe long ago, the Azure Dragon fell in battle and was laid to rest here. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon dispatched 365 great Luo golden immortal dragons to guard his tomb. Others say that within the Azure Dragon's tomb lies a shocking treasure, yet countless grave-robbing experts have searched for ages without ever finding it. Today the dragon burial cave shines with golden light. Ming He entered first, and later Honghuang broke open the stone door. Soon the secrets of the cave will be revealed to the primordial world. Listening to the chattering discussions around him, Xian Yi covered his ears and stepped onto the stone stairs below. The murals on both sides were profound and mysterious, depicting extraordinary patterns that seemed to hail from an ancient era. There were scenes of 9-clawed golden dragons locked in battle with phoenixes and visions of 10,000 divine dragons soaring into the sky, fighting against a host of Qilins. The scenes were magnificent and ancient. As Xian Yi descended, Shangyang and Xiaobai also followed. They were not angry, for they knew that this was Xian Yi's character. But they were confident. Even if Xian Yi did not appreciate them now, what about the future? The two girls believed that with sincerity and true feelings they could gradually wear down his heart, melting it, until he became tender as water, polite and considerate to girls. At this moment, everyone entered the dragon burial cave. Xian Yi had already reached the lowest level, where before him lay an endless expanse of azure blue sea. He did not know that this was a small 1,000 world created by the ancestral dragon, who refined a star with immense divine power, transforming it into this small universe, the burial ground of the Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon's soul pearl, I have finally found it. Suddenly a man's voice filled with excitement rang out. Xian Yi looked and saw above the turbulent sea a man in black robes, standing on a cloud, holding a radiant pearl in his hands trembling with excitement. This man was Ming He. Old brother, what did you get that makes you so happy? Xian Yi shouted to him, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. At this, Ming He came to his senses. He turned to look at Xian Yi, a puzzled expression flashing in his eyes. Had he not set up a killing array before entering? Who is this? He focused his gaze, and after recognizing Xian Yi's golden robe and features, was so frightened that his legs trembled. Ming He immediately stored the pearl into his spiritual sea and put on a smiling face, saying, "What a coincidence meeting you here, fellow Taoist." That Azure Dragon's soul pearl was formed from half of the Azure Dragon's entire Dharma power at the moment of his death. Its effect allows cultivators to break through bottlenecks. For instance, a great Luo golden immortal at the peak seeking to achieve slaying the corpse and become a quasi-saint faces a risk of failure, but by refining this item, failure is impossible. The same applies from the peak of great Luo golden immortal to Honghuang golden immortal. It provides boundless Dharma power and guarantees a perfect ascension to Honghuang golden immortal. Once this item appears in the primordial world, countless beings will vie for it. Just as Xian Yi was about to say something, he saw Ming He's face filled with shock. A glint of light flashed from his brow, and the azure dragon's soul pearl burst into brilliant radiance, emitting myriad rays of colorful light as it flew toward Xian Yi. Ming He watched the pearl fly away, his body trembling as if he had drunk a mouthful of urine. He cried out, "Heavens!" He had spent much time traveling beneath this sea, finally encountering the treasure, and now it seemed to have grown legs and was about to run away. Soon the azure dragon's soul pearl hovered before Xian Yi. Xian Yi nodded slightly at Ming He and said, "Old brother, to give me such a treasure on our first meeting, thank you. I, Xian Yi, definitely consider you a friend." With that, he stowed the azure dragon's soul pearl into his spiritual sea. Witnessing this, Ming He stood speechless in the void. After a long moment, he forced a smile and said, Fellow Taoist, I'm glad you like it. Actually, the moment I saw you, I knew this treasure was destined to be yours. How could I, Ming He, be so shameless as to snatch it away?" Xian Yi nodded, then suddenly noticed the lotus platform under Ming He's feet. His eyes lit up. "Old brother, since you are so generous, why not lend me your wind fire wheels for a few days?" Ming He was stunned. What are wind fire wheels? This is the 12-pin karmic fire red lotus, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Damn, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider. A fellow Taoist, how about you take me to search for treasures in this sea? When it's over, I'll let you play with them for a few days. Ming He chuckled to himself. This fellow was a hidden Tao saint. The sea was filled with countless burial goods of the Azure Dragon, but they were guarded by the Dragon Clan. A Tao saint could easily slaughter the Dragon Clan. Having a free bodyguard following him would allow him to seek treasures and feel safe. A perfect 2-for-1 deal. At this moment, Ming He seemed to have forgotten the Azure Dragon's soul pearl he had searched so long for. Now looking at Xian Yi, he found him more and more pleasing to the eye, extremely agreeable. "Alright, I'm here to hunt for treasures anyway. But when we're done, remember to let me play with them for 2 days. Fine, 2 days it is." Xian Yi took out the Chaos Heavenly Demon Staff, magnified it countless times, and stepped onto it, shooting straight into the turbulent sea. He glanced back at the wind fire wheels under Ming He's feet. His eyes filled with greed. "This is so much better than my Dark Lotus platform." The blood-red flames burned, casting a bloody glow over the body. "Awesome, awesome. This item is destined for me." Xian Yi muttered in his heart, determined to find a way to exchange it for Ming He. In the future, stepping on the wind fire wheels, he would charge into the Wu clan like a demon god. Utterly cool. At that moment, the two dove into the sea together, beginning to plunder treasures everywhere. Before long, 2 enormous dragons, each 1,000,000 zhang in length, appeared ahead. Their bodies were covered in cold, pitch-black scales. These were 2 great Luo golden immortal dragons. "This is forbidden ground. No trespassing." The 2 dragons fixed their icy gazes on Xian Yi and Ming He. If they proceeded further, they would see the Azure Dragon's tomb chamber, so they had to be stopped. Ming He was about to speak to let the 2 dragons step aside, but Xian Yi suddenly raised his hand in the air with a grave expression, as if a leader signaling everyone to be quiet. Ming He looked at him in confusion. "Before a fight, don't babble. It ruins the atmosphere," Xian Yi said in a serious tone. Light flashed from his brow and 9 divine swords burst forth. The Chaos Supreme treasure, the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Demon. The 9 swords emanated boundless chaotic divine might, standing in the void around the 2 dragons. An endless sword intent covered the entire sea. For a moment, the terrified roars of the dragons echoed, causing the sea to churn violently. The 2 dragons transformed into 2 humanoid men, crushed by the aura of the 9 divine swords, their bodies limp and trembling. They knew that with a single command from the opponent, they would be reduced to a pile of minced meat, dead beyond dead. Seeing that the 9 swords did not fall, the 2 humanoid men hastily knelt on the ground, kowtowing desperately to Xian Yi. They rose and bowed several more times before hurriedly leaving. Ming He was stunned and asked, "Fellow Taoist, why did you not kill them?" Xian Yi continued flying forward, and Ming He quickly followed. Soon they arrived at a burial chamber where a gilded coffin appeared before them. Xian Yi pulled Ming He close, leaned over his ear, and using both hands to shield Ming He's ears in a fan shape, whispered, "You can eat their meat often with plenty of chili. It's deliciously crispy. But now we're here to rob, and if we kill them, don't you think that's heartless?" Ming He was both amused and exasperated. This mischievous Xian Emperor of being capable of slaughtering saints actually had such moral scruples. "Deliciously crispy. Alright, I'll try it another day," Ming He said solemnly. "Your words are most reasonable. I take your lesson to heart. From now on, Xian Yi, you are my big brother, and I, Ming He, will follow you." Hearing this, Xian Yi patted his shoulder, and with one hand on his hip said, "It's not that I can't take you as my little brother, but when fighting others, you must not lose, you must not be a coward. You must be as fearless and bold as a wild bull. Can you do that?" Ming He replied confidently, "I, Ming He, am not such a coward. Big brother, rest assured, when facing a formidable enemy, I will charge first without fear or hesitation." Following a powerhouse who could slay saints was a great fortune for him, Ming He. At this moment, he even began to feel grateful that the Azure Dragon Soul Pearl had flown into Xian Yi's hands on its own. Xian Yi nodded. Go open the coffin lid and see if there's any danger inside. Hearing this, Mingyi glanced at the gilded coffin ahead. Without a doubt, this was the burial coffin of the Azure Dragon Quasi-Saint. Although Mingyi was at the late Quasi-Saint stage, the Azure Dragon's elder brother Zulong was a cultivator at the peak of Honghuang Golden Immortal in the past. Do not think that the peak of Honghuang Golden Immortal is merely a small realm higher than the late Quasi-Saint stage. In reality, the gap between them is immeasurable. Summoning his courage, Mingyi stepped toward the gilded coffin. When he arrived, he swept his sleeve and a torrent of mana surged forth. With a loud rumble, the coffin lid flew up, revealing a thick, greenish mist emitting from within. The mist was extremely dense. The corpse inside the coffin suddenly sat up, its feet pointing directly at Mingyi. Its hair was disheveled, and its fierce eyes stared straight at Mingyi. The corpse radiated a terrifying aura far more powerful than that of a late Quasi-Saint. Seeing this, Mingyi was terrified out of his wits. The distance was too close. He instantly teleported behind Xian Yi and said calmly, "Brother, this might be the Azure Dragon. We must be extremely cautious. There might be other deadly weapons inside the coffin." Though his tone was calm, the terror in his eyes was undeniable. Xian Yi turned around, looked at him with confusion, and then kicked Mingyi's backside, saying, "Don't be afraid. Big brother has your back. Charge Pikachu." This sent Mingyi right in front of the corpse. As luck would have it, the corpse's arms were open as if to embrace someone, and it directly gave Mingyi a loving hug. Mingyi was on the verge of tears. The Azure Dragon corpse held him tightly, its crimson eyes fixed on Xian Yi with a look of deep resentment. Clutched tightly, Mingyi felt as if bound by an ancient divine mountain. However, he was no pushover. He immediately summoned 2 killing swords from his sea of consciousness. These were the top-grade innate spiritual treasures, the Yuan 2 and Abai swords. The 2 blades imbued with the laws of slaughter gleamed with intense light, dark and crimson, and they struck at the Azure Dragon corpse in a flurry. However, when the swords struck the corpse, they only produced a clanging sound. Mingyi was horrified. These were top-grade innate spiritual treasures, yet they could not breach the corpse's defense. "Big brother, save me. If you don't act soon, my first kiss might be lost." Mingyi let out a miserable howl. He turned his head away in disgust, using one hand to push desperately against the corpse's chin. A flash of killing intent flickered in Xian Yi's eyes. From his sea of consciousness emerged the Chaos Supreme treasure, the demon-slaying 9 blades. Under his mental control, the 9 divine swords instantly merged into one, carrying terrifying, killing, and ferocious intent, and plunged straight into the Azure Dragon's head, entering its body. Instantly, a stream of green blood spurted from its crown. With a roar from the Azure Dragon corpse, its body went limp and fell to the ground, a layer of green mist enveloping it. Seeing this, Mingyi hurried to Xian Yi's side and said, "This beast's corpse is so tough. I can't understand it." Soon the corpse transformed into an Azure Dragon, millions of Zhonglong. Every creature in the entire sea region could see this long-dead dragon. Countless dragon clans knelt and wept. This was their 3rd ancestor. Zulong and Azure Dragon were 3 brothers. Zulong was still alive, while Zulong had divided his true spirit into 4 parts, suppressing the 4 seas at the bottom of the oceans. At the same time, a mournful and furious dragon roar echoed through the void. The entire primordial heaven and earth alternated between night and day. In the space of the Azure Dragon's tomb, a crimson dragon soared across the sky, heading straight for Xian Yi and Mingyi. Its imposing aura enveloped the boundless void, with wind and thunder roaring and gales howling. The 2nd ancestor of the dragon clan was named Zulong. His left eye was the sun, his right eye the moon. Opening his left eye brought day, opening his right eye brought night. Opening his mouth brought spring and summer, closing it brought autumn and winter. The one flying over was none other than Zulong, a powerhouse at the late stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal. He had been in seclusion cultivating when he suddenly sensed a disturbance from his 3rd brother's burial place. In the void, a man in a black robe appeared, his eyes filled with rage. His Honghuang Golden Immortal aura sent ripples through endless spatial barriers, producing booming sounds. 3rd brother. Zulong's voice trembled as he looked at the Azure Dragon's corpse with reddened eyes. In his mind, scenes of the 3 brothers ruling the primordial world together surfaced. How joyful those times were. Now the eldest brother Zulong had sworn a heavenly oath to never set foot on the primordial land and to eternally suppress the 4 seas. The 3rd brother had died in the Dragonhan calamity, attacked by 2 peak Honghuang Golden Immortal powerhouses from the Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan. Of the 3 brothers, only he Zulong remained. "Is it you who caused my 3rd brother's corpse to be exposed here?" Zulong's mana surged forth, and the Azure Dragon's corpse transformed into human form. He coldly swept his gaze over Xian Yi and Mingyi, then in the next instant he attacked directly. Seeing his opponent so direct, Xian Yi was also excited. He raised his Chaos Demon-slaying staff and charged forward, with Mingyi following closely behind. In an instant, the void was shattered into annihilation. The brilliant radiance of divine techniques and grand arts illuminated the entire space. Such a massive commotion naturally attracted countless cultivators who had come to explore the treasure. Isn't that Xian Yi? He and Mingyi are attacking. Zhu Long is a true great power. Brother, I think you're underestimating the Xian Emperor and Mingyi. No, I'm just marveling at the Dragon Clan's former glory. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Just then, everyone noticed a strange sight. Xian Yi kicked Mingyi down, which confused everyone. Kicking a teammate during a fight, Shangyang and Xiao Bai both wore wry smiles. The nine-tailed fox chuckled, "You don't understand, do you? Our Xian Emperor doesn't like others helping him when he fights." After being kicked down, Mingyi was both amused and exasperated. He shouted, "Big brother, be careful." Although his big brother was a sage of the great Tao, he disdained to reveal his cultivation or oppress others by force. Hiss! This immediately filled Mingyi with immense admiration. Xuani in the sky smashed his staff toward Zhulong, saying, "It's fine. As your big brother, I must protect you." His little brother Mingyi must be moved right. His windfire wheels would soon be his. Mingyi took a deep breath and sighed, "I wish I could become a golden crow. Big brother is so brave. As a Deluo, he fights against a Honghuang golden immortal just to protect his little brother. Good heavens, what loss could there be in following such a big brother? No, only a sense of complete security. From now on, whenever I go out and meet anyone, I'll first say, the Demon Clan Xian Emperor is my big brother, and I am his little brother." A sage. Even a dog would ignore him. Now regarding the battle at the scene, Zhulong fought with increasing shock. He had been in seclusion all along and had no idea that such a great figure had emerged in the primordial world. After coming out of seclusion, he encountered such a formidable opponent. Although his cultivation was not high, he grew stronger the more he fought. This left Zhulong utterly astounded. "Are you Dijun and Taiyi's brother?" Before his seclusion, the Longhan calamity had already ended. He had some knowledge of the two primordial deities Dijun and Taiyi. Now while fighting with Xuani, he learned that Xuani was a three-legged golden crow. Xuani ignored him. A golden crow and a dragon fought from the sky to the ground. Relying on the Chaos Spirit Treasure Chaos Heavenly Demon Staff and his Hongming Dao body, Xuani was not killed by Zhulong. Although he was pushed back many times, his wounds instantly healed completely. This left Zhulong dumbfounded. Could there be such a freakish thing in the world? Zhulong was shocked for 10,000 years. If this attrition continued, Zhulong would be drained to death. Fear rose in his heart. "Stop now. You cannot defeat me." Xuani refused to stop. Upon hearing this, he grew furious. 9 divine swords flew out, bloodying the sky. 1 sword for each, and each figure began to execute the sky-covering hand. Zhulong was instantly dumbfounded. This 9 Xuanyis, each wielding a divine sword, slashed at Zhulong. The sight left countless cultivators utterly astonished. 8 avatars, all transformed from his true body. Such a great divine ability was too terrifying. Moreover, the sky-covering hand immediately shrouded the boundless primordial world. The mighty beings of the primordial world were also horrified. Those who had seen Xuani's move before immediately sighed, wondering which poor fool had provoked that reckless man again. Inside the Zixiao Palace, the seated Dao ancestor Hongjun opened his eyes and murmured, "This time traveler of yours is far more terrifying than the previous ones." He stood up, hands behind his back, and gazed with worried eyes at the location of the primordial world's fetal membrane. No matter what the outcome of the Wu Yao calamity, must not be changed. At Kunlun Mountain in the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan, clad in purple robes, with the overwhelming pressure of a sage, said coldly, "Xuani, this grievance and hatred this sage remembers. One day this sage will not only kill you, but also annihilate the demon clan." Just then a large handprint flew from the chaos beyond the realm and charged into the Yushu Palace. Seeing this, Yuanshi was horrified. He found that his magical power was imprisoned. Slap! The handprint continuously struck Yuanshi's face, beating him until he collapsed on the ground, hair, disheveled, blood dripping from his mouth. After the handprint flew away, Yuanshi trembled and roared ferociously. Who exactly is it? Slapping a sage? Is he looking for death? Yuanshi Tianzuan felt immense humiliation. He was furious, and his boundless sage might envelop the entire Kunlun Mountain. This immediately made all the Chan sect disciples tremble in fear. They had no idea why their master had suddenly become enraged. Yuanshi Tianzuan was furious in his heart. He thought secretly, "Xuani, no matter how great the power behind you is, it cannot surpass the master. Therefore you are doomed to die." At this moment, this sage should go to the Wu clan, give them support, and let them destroy the demon clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, this hatred and resentment will be like a fishbone stuck in my throat. With this thought, Yuanshi Tianzuan rode the 9-dragon Agar Wu chariot and headed toward the Wu clan. Make the Wu clan stronger so that the demon clan would be destroyed faster. Yuanshi believed that as long as he enhanced the Wu clan's strength, the primordial world would soon witness the Wu Yao War. Meanwhile, at the burial site of Qinglong, Zhulong finally could not hold on. He was beaten so badly that he was utterly disheveled, covered in blood. At this moment, his eyes were full of helplessness. Encountering such an opponent was the nightmare of Zhulong's life. No matter how many divine abilities and spells he unleashed, he could not completely suppress and kill Xuani. After all, he was a Honghuang golden immortal, which was far more terrifying than a quasi-sage's magical power. Dao friend, I am no match for you. Zhulong now began to beg for mercy. He knew that if he did not say this, he might die here today. Qinglong had died many years ago. His corpse had been refined by Zhulong using heavenly and earthly spirit treasures to prevent others from disturbing it. So the sudden rising from the seat earlier was just a mechanical action. For Qinglong's death, only Hongjun and Luoho were to blame, no one else. Zhulong understood this very well. So when he came here earlier, it was out of momentary anger. He indeed wanted to kill Xuani and Mingi, but he didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying powerhouse. He had no choice but to give up. Fight no more. Xuani sighed. Boring. Thank you, Dao friend, for showing mercy. Zhulong made a deep bow. Xuani waved his hand and said, I came here to find treasures. Is this your brother? He pointed at Qinglong's corpse. Yes, Dao friend, he is my third brother Qinglong. Zhulong said in a sorrowful tone, his eyes red. Xuani said, take him away. But leave the coffin. Maybe there is something good inside. The words, third brother, made him think of himself. If his eldest brother Dijun and second brother Taiyi saw his corpse, would they be as sad as Zhulong? Just take the treasure, and let the family take the corpse. Hearing this, Zhulong's face lit up with joy. He quickly hoisted Qinglong's corpse onto his shoulder, then cast a deep, reluctant look at the coffin ahead. Back then, Zhulong had placed a divine artifact inside. But now Zhulong dared not say anything more. He bowed to Xuani, then carried Qinglong on his back and left. Big brother, go quickly and see what the divine artifact inside is. Mingi rubbed his hands together, looking at the coffin with anticipation. He had come to this secret realm because he had heard many rumors from the outside world saying that the burial ground of Qinglong contained a divine artifact. Xuani, naturally taking the lead, arrived in front of the coffin. As he looked, a golden orb entwined with dragon chi slowly rose into the air. In an instant, the entire tomb chamber was bathed in brilliant golden light. The primordial, indestructible spiritual light on it emitted an endless aura that filled the surrounding cultivators with immense dread. This was the ancestral dragon's divine treasure, known as the ancestral dragon pearl. Hurling it forth was like unleashing billions of primordial mountains crashing down, a terror beyond compare. It also gathered all the fortune of the dragon race. Holding this pearl, one could command countless dragons, symbolizing the sovereign of the dragon clan. It rivaled the human race's supreme artifact, the Kongtong seal, in its wondrous effects. Upon seeing this pearl, Mingi was utterly astounded. The ancestral dragon was too generous, burying even this ancestral treasure alongside the azure dragon. Their fraternal bond was truly profound. All the cultivators gazed at Xuani with envy. This was perhaps the finest treasure within the azure dragon's burial ground. It could be used as an offensive divine artifact and also command countless dragons. With this pearl, Xuani would become the new master of the dragon race. All dragons, upon facing this ancestral dragon pearl, would feel their souls shaken and a sense of submission arise. Ding. Reward the host with 2 Ward Dao crystals. You now possess 7 in total, with 3 more needed to synthesize a Ward Dao law and elevate you to the Honghuang golden immortal realm. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Xuani tossed the pearl into his sea of consciousness, then glanced at the other treasures within the coffin: a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, and a defensive supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasure, a small cauldron. Upon seeing these 2 items, Xuani's eyes lit up. He waved at Mingi. Xiaoming, can I discuss something with you? On hearing the term Xiaoming, Mingi felt an indescribable warmth. Brother Xuani truly regarded him as one of his own. Brother, just say the word. If I can do it, I won't refuse. Xuani smiled. I find the wind and fire wheels beneath your feet exceedingly beautiful. I am quite fond of them, so I wish to trade them for some spiritual treasures. What do you think? Mingi was stunned. The 12th-grade karmic fire lotus, born from a seed of the primordial chaos azure lotus, had been in his possession since his birth. He hesitated for a moment, then took out the 12th-grade karmic fire lotus. Since I have sworn fealty to you, as my elder brother, why speak of trading? If you like it, take it. Xuani was a man of loyalty and principle. Initially, Mingi had sought to use him for treasure hunting, but now he realized that having this elder brother was not so bad after all. Hearing this, Xuani took out the azure dragon soul pearl, the top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, and the defensive supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasure, pressing all 3 into Mingi's hands. Gazing at the 3 shimmering items in his arms, Mingi was dumbfounded. Was this the magnanimity of his elder brother? Was he really giving them to him? Mingi was utterly stunned. The combined value of these 3 items already surpassed that of the 12th-grade karmic fire lotus. Take them. Since you've acknowledged me as your elder brother, I will never let you go without a share. Xuani, now standing on the 12th-grade karmic fire lotus, holding a staff in hand, struck a pose. A mirror appeared in the void, and his face was alight with excitement. Whether it offered defense or attack mattered little. What truly mattered was that it was flashy and eye-catching. Mingi's heart surged with joy. Brother, this is far more than a bowl of soup. You've given too much. He was overwhelmed with emotion as he stored all the items into his sea of consciousness. The Azure Dragon Soul Pearl might help him take the final step. Though the chance was slim in the outside world, countless beings would fight for it. Ding. Congratulations, host. For your previous battle with Zhulong, rewards are now being distributed. Gold sword with sword fire. Sword. What? You want me to take the path of national technology? Please just exchange them for a primordial, aka a primordial Lafayette, okay? I want to be a bandit of the primordial wilderness. Ding. Host, don't get so excited. Listen to me. These 3 swords have great uses. Ding. Detected that the great war between the sorcerer and demon tribes is about to begin. Please recruit allies for the demon tribe, subdue 3 quasi-sage subordinates, and bring them back to the demon tribe. I already have 1 little brother, Xiaoming. Where do I find the other 2? Ding. So I am giving you 3 supreme grade innate divine swords of different attributes. Use them to win over hearts and recruit them to the demon tribe, contributing to the great war. Ding. Mingyi cultivates the path of slaughter. The gold sword can be given to him. The wood sword can be given to Xinyuanzi. The fire sword can be given to Honghuang. Once you have fully won over these 3 subordinates, you will be rewarded with 3 War Dao crystals. In this way you can ascend to the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm. Good, a fine task. I accept it. Xuanyi felt overjoyed. Though he seemed to have changed since binding with the system treated him like a caring mother. It felt truly wonderful. Xiaoming, do you want to taste the ginseng fruit? After the 2 flew out of the Azure Dragon's burial ground, Xuanyi gazed toward the direction of the 5 villages temple and spoke slowly. Mingyi was shocked. Xinyuanzi's cultivation was on par with his own, and what's more, that glutton Honghuang lived there too. It seemed his elder brother was craving it. If you want to eat, brother, let's charge and kill the 2 of them, and bring the ginseng fruit tree back to the heavenly court. Mingyi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Xuanyi patted his shoulder and said, brother, just a few fruits, no need to kill. Follow me. Watching him fly ahead, Mingyi followed with a look of concern. Xinyuanzi and Honghuang harbored a deep hatred for the demon tribe. This journey might be dangerous for his elder brother. Those 2 old fellows would surely try to kill him at first sight. Mingyi's gaze grew resolute. He constantly kept his yuan too and Abai swords ready in his sea of consciousness, prepared to charge at Honghuang and Xinyuanzi the moment danger arose. Soon the 2 arrived before the 5 villages temple. At that moment the 2 youths Qingfeng and Mingyue were playing in front of the temple. When they saw Xuanyi, they froze. Last time Xuanyi came, he had eaten 28 of the 30 ginseng fruits. Usually they could at least taste a bit. But last time all they did was pick up the pits. 2 lovely little friends, we meet again. Xuanyi greeted them with a smile and wave, causing Qingfeng and Mingyue to flee into the temple as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Mingyi was astonished. Brother, they are so afraid of you. Xiaoming. Xuanyi scolded. How can you misword it? Afraid. They are just rushing to inform their master of my arrival. Upon hearing this, Mingyi nodded with a strange expression. Meanwhile, after entering the temple, Qingfeng and Mingyue hung their heads looking at the ginseng fruit tree, which had not yet borne any fruit. Quickly report to the master. Xuanyi, the one who almost killed a sage, is here. What will the master serve him this time? Alas, that shameless old Honghuang has been living in our temple for who knows how many years. The ginseng fruits aren't even enough for him alone. Now that the great demon king Xuanyi has set his eyes on them, we feel sorry for the master. Quickly report to the master. Xuanyi, the one who almost killed a sage, is here. What will the master serve him this time? Alas, that shameless old Honghuang has been living in our temple for who knows how many years. The ginseng fruits aren't even enough for him alone. Now that the great demon king Xuanyi has set his eyes on them, we feel sorry for the master. Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang were discussing matters before the ginseng fruit tree when they suddenly saw 2 young disciples rushing over in panic. Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned grim. What is it that makes you so flustered? Where is the composure of a cultivator? Master Xian Yi, the demon emperor, has arrived and is waiting outside. Qingfeng said hastily. Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang quickly stood up, both showing joyful expressions. Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed, since a distinguished guest has come, why didn't you invite Emperor Xian in? He flicked his sleeve forcefully and left together with Honghuang. Qingfeng then said, Master, Emperor Xian loves ginseng fruits dearly, but the fruits are not yet ripe. Why not let your disciple slay a dragon and catch a few phoenixes? Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi was also startled. Indeed, he couldn't just entertain the guest with spiritual wine. Qingfeng, you are very thoughtful. Go ahead and remember to also bring back 2 ice fire cheelants. All right. Qingfeng hurriedly flew out of Honghuang temple, while Mingyue wore a bitter expression. For some reason, whenever he was near Xian Yi, he felt a sense of dread. Master, should I go with senior brother Qingfeng? No, you stay here to attend to Emperor Xian. Our temple has no women if you are not here who will pour tea and wine for Emperor Xian. He left Mingyue alone there. Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang flew to the temple entrance and indeed saw Xian Yi at the gate. Upon seeing Mingyi, both Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang's eyes narrowed. In the era before the 6 sages emerged, Mingyi had clashed with them many times. When Kuanpeng was hunting Honghuang back, then Mingyi had also joined forces with him. Why is he here? Xian Yi was the first to greet them, smiling. Two old friends, how have you been lately? Looking at his face, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun both smiled and pulled him into the temple. Jin Yuanzi said, had I known you were coming, I would have gone out 50 li to welcome you. Watching them treat Xian Yi so warmly, Mingyi was stunned. Was his big brother's charisma that terrifying? Though these two saints were gentle in nature, they had never been so enthusiastic toward anyone, not even the 6 sages of heaven. Mingyi was about to follow them in, but at that moment Hong Yun stood in front of the temple gate blocking his path, and said with a smile, if it were fellow Taoist Mingyi coming, we would have to refuse to welcome him, even 50 li away. Xian Yi was walking ahead when he heard Hong Yun's words. He turned around and said, that is my junior brother Xiaoming. Do you have a grudge against him? Hearing this, Jin Yuanzi was stunned. What? Junior brother? Hong Yun was also extremely embarrassed. He silently moved aside. Big brother, they don't welcome me. How about bringing me a few ginseng fruits when you come out, just for a taste? Mingyi crossed his arms, leaned against an apricot tree by the gate, and said sourly. Jin Yuanzi quickly came to Mingyi's side and grabbed his hand. Mingyi was startled, and 2 swords flew out from his forehead. Jin Yuanzi smiled wryly. Fellow Taoist Mingyi, do not be agitated. Since you are a friend of Emperor Xian, our temple naturally welcomes you. Please come in. As he spoke, Jin Yuanzi pulled Mingyi's hand, as if he were an old friend, making Mingyi feel extremely strange. Nonetheless, the group entered a pavilion. After everyone took their seats, Xian Yi went straight to the point, patting his belly and sighing, 2 old friends, do you have any ginseng fruits to eat? Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun both laughed awkwardly. The ginseng fruit blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and ripens once every 3,000 years. Unless there is some divine substance to nourish it and hasten its ripening, such as the 3 light divine water or the chaos holy spring. Both extremely high energy treasures. One can only wait for the fruit to ripen naturally. However, each drop of the 3 light divine water and the chaos holy spring is extremely precious, the dream of every cultivator. Who could possess them? Thus Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun began to explain why there were no fruits at the moment. Upon hearing them mention the 3 light divine water, Xian Yi's eyes lit up. 3 light divine water. Last time he used 1 jar, and he still had 9 jars left. 2 old friends, please take me to see the ginseng fruit tree. I have a way to make it bear fruit. Hearing this, everyone smiled wryly. Xian Yi was still so greedy. Helpless, the group went to the ginseng fruit tree. Xian Yi directly took out a jar of 3 light divine water. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled. Why was Emperor Xian drinking wine at such a moment? Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Xian Yi opened the lid and, holding the jar with one hand, poured it onto the roots of the fruit tree. Gurgle, gurgle. Just like pouring water. Instantly, the void shimmered with thousands of spiritual rays, the effect of the concentrated 3 light divine water. The spiritual energy within the entire temple became incredibly dense. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the ginseng fruit tree. In the blink of an eye, 30 ginseng fruits had appeared, resembling infant-like fruits glistening on the tree. Divine, too divine. Emperor Xian, what kind of spiritual wine did you pour that produced such miraculous effects? Jin Yuanzi asked in astonishment. The jar looked like a wine jar. Xian Yi threw the empty jar on the ground, licked his lips while looking at the fruits above, and said, it's not wine. This thing is called 3 light divine water. It's very useful. In an instant, Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Mingyi all felt as if they had heard thunder roaring in their minds. Jin Yuanzi hastily picked up the empty jar from the ground. When he saw a small puddle still remaining inside, he said with a complex tone, it really is 3 light divine water with 3 colors combined. How precious this thing is. Hong Yun was also stunned. Was Emperor Xian too incredible? He wasted a whole jar of 3 light divine water just to satisfy his appetite. Good heavens, wouldn't it be better to save it for when you're severely injured? Mingyi took a deep breath and said, I can only say big brother is mighty. Please accept my bow. Why are you all so shocked? Quickly pick the fruits. After saying that, Xian Yi filled 3 small bottles with 3 light divine water and tossed 1 to each person. Since he was recruiting them as his subordinates, he had to be generous. With these 3 quasi-saint experts fighting against the Wu clan, their chances of victory would be greater. Looking at the small bottles in their hands, Mingyi was the first to open the stopper and said joyfully, thank you, big brother. From now on, your little brother is willing to die for you. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were also full of emotion. Such a divine substance, each drop extremely precious, yet Emperor Xian gave it away like an ordinary object. Such wealth was truly enviable. While everyone was tasting the ginseng fruits, Qingfeng also returned. His storage pouch was filled with fresh ingredients. However, when he saw everyone eating ginseng fruits, he was stunned. Where did they come from? Little one, you missed it again. Xian Yi patted his belly and laughed. I ate 26, and I'm full. Looking at the familiar pile of fruit pits on the ground, Qingfeng felt as if struck by lightning. He was simply shocked. The fruits weren't supposed to be ripe, yet, so how could they have grown? Mingyue said, Senior brother, Senior Xian, he just gave me 1, and I gained 10,000 years of magical power. Qingfeng. Just then a ginseng fruit appeared in Xian Yi's hand, and he stuffed it into Qingfeng's hand. Take it and eat. In the future when you see me will you still be afraid? Qingfeng smiled, and said, Thank you, senior. You look like a good person. How could I be afraid? He bowed, and then stood together with Mingyue. Zhen Yuanzi laughed, and said, You two start a fire and cook. Clean the dragon phoenix, and Qilin thoroughly. Stir-fry what should be stir-fried, stew what should be stewed. Make it delicious. Go ahead. He waved his hand, and the two young disciples with cheerful steps carried the ingredients to the kitchen. Fellow Taoist, I have a million-year-old Bodhi brew here. Today we will not leave until we are drunk. A flash of light appeared in Zhen Yuanzi's hand, and a dozen jars of wine appeared on the table. When Xian Yi heard the word, Bodhi, his expression turned strange. He whispered, Are there any little bird's eyeballs in this wine? Zhen Yuanzi was bewildered, then seemed to realize something. So Emperor Xian Yu actually have such a hobby when drinking. Mingyue, come here. Go catch some primordial spirit birds and dig out their eyeballs to soak in wine. Zhen Yuanzi instructed Mingyue in the kitchen. Hearing this, Xian Yi felt as if the ginseng fruits he had just eaten were about to come back up. He grabbed Zhen Yuanzi's arm and said hurriedly, That's not what I meant. I'm just afraid that your wine might contain strange things. Hearing this, Mingyue and the others were stunned. Why was Emperor Xian so afraid of little bird's eyeballs? Watching him hunch over, everyone became more puzzled. Xian Yi propped his legs on the table, curled into a ball, and said bitterly, Last time two bald, old men invited me for a drink. Unexpectedly, the wine they brought out was brewed with little bird's eyeballs. Damn it, I was so furious. And they even said that the wine was refreshing and wouldn't get you drunk. That part was true, but after drinking it, I found myself disoriented. Upon reflection, wasn't that a symptom of poisoning? Those damn bastards. I trusted them so much, and they poisoned the wine. Zhen Yuanzi sighed. Those two are still shameless scoundrels. It's fortunate that you Taoist friend possess profound cultivation. Who are those two? Asked Honghuang. After finishing a jug of wine, Xian Yi wiped his mouth, and said, As it happens, they are connected to you, the two Western sages. Zhen Yuanzi asked in astonishment, So the rumor that a powerful figure in the Western land stole over 100 spiritual veins, was that you Taoist friend? Mingyue also stared dumbfounded at Xian Yi. So this big brother had once done such a terrifying deed. Indeed it was me. Xian Yi said calmly, My eldest and second brothers were once bullied by these two. Now I'm merely collecting some interest, and this is far from over. You've done brilliantly, Taoist friend. Honghuang immediately bowed. I feel nothing but satisfaction. After you gave me the karma wheel, I went straight to the west. In their Sumeru palace, there is an 8 treasures merit pool with very little merit. I went there, took out the karma wheel, and proclaimed it to the great Tao. Zhuanti was so terrified his face turned green. Now I visit the west every now and then, soak in the 8 treasures merit pool, and harvest merit at intervals. It's truly satisfying. Upon hearing this, Xian Yi said, Now there's something even more satisfying. Are you all interested? The three gathered together, each with eager expressions. Brothers, in the future the demon clan will inevitably unify the primordial world. After rising, Xian Yi clasped his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. If I, Xian Yi, can slay saints, can I not slay the 12 ancestral sorcerers? At these words, everyone nodded inwardly. Saints were far stronger than the 12 ancestral sorcerers. Originally, everyone speculated which side would win or lose in the sorcerer-demon war. But ever since Xian Yi took form, the situation became exceedingly clear. Xian Yi continued, yet without the company of brothers, mere bravery of a lone warrior. Even if I win the world, what meaning would it hold? So promise me, swear allegiance to me as your big brother, and I will lead you to great deeds. Later, when the demon clan unifies the primordial world, the immense fortune may enable you to break through to the Honghuang de Luo realm. Hearing this, both Honghuang and Zhen Yuanzi showed thoughtful expressions. With Xian Yi around, the sorcerer clan's defeat was certain. Submitting to the sorcerer clan now would demonstrate far more sincerity than joining after the demon clan unified the world. After so many years, Honghuang and Zhen Yuanzi had understood the truth: a single tree cannot make a forest. Going it alone without joining a collective would only lead to gradual annexation by major powers. It was better to join proactively. Joining a behemoth like the demon clan ensured safety, brought immense fortune, and offered the possibility of further cultivation breakthroughs. More importantly, high-ranking figures like Honghuang of the demon clan extended an olive branch to them. At this moment, their hearts were filled with both gratitude and excitement. A being capable of slaying saints held them in such high regard. How could they disappoint? Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang rose, bowed to Xian Yi, and called him big brother in unison. Xian Yi quickly helped them up and said solemnly, Xiao Ming is my first little brother. I hope you three can help each other and build a friendship boat. Mingyue scratched his head awkwardly. Big brother was truly awesome. Who said he was a reckless brute? In the blink of an eye, he had gained 2 more followers. Perhaps the 5 Villages Manor would soon close its doors for good. Zhen Yuanzi said, Rest assured, big brother. Honghuang added, We are all brothers now. The past is but fleeting clouds. Excellent. Xian Yi raised his arm and shouted beneath the plaque in the pavilion, "Let us set sail and create glory. Xiaohong, come here." Hearing the name Xiaohong, Hong Yun couldn't help but chuckle, but he still approached Xian Yi. In a flash of light, a blazing fire sword appeared in Xian Yi's hand. A supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the fire sword. "I gift you this sword hoping you will vanquish all foes in the world and live up to your big brother's expectations." Xian Yi stood with his hands behind his back, speaking solemnly. At last he could experience the joy of Dijun and Taiyi. Hong Yun immediately bowed, took the sword with both hands, and said, "I, Xiaohong, thank big brother for the sword. I will not fail your hopes. Xiaoming, Xiaoyuan, you come here too." Jin Yuanzi. Mingyi quietly tugged at him and transmitted a bitter laugh. "Our big brother enjoys being a leader, so when he calls our names it sounds like he's addressing little animals. Brother, you'll have to get used to it." After bestowing treasures upon his three younger brothers, Xian Yi finally completed the task, and a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the final 2 War Dao crystals. You can now fuse them into a War Dao law and advance to the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm." Hearing this, Xian Yi said to the three, "I will go into seclusion for a while. After I emerge, I will take you to the Heavenly Court." This time he was determined to bring 3 quasi-sage powerhouses back to the Heavenly Court. Afterwards, Xian Yi entered seclusion. He began to fuse the War Dao law, resolved to advance to the initial stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal within these days. Meanwhile, the sorcerer and demon clans had already fallen into great turmoil. Ever since Yuanshi Tianzuan visited the sorcerer clan, he used sage techniques to enhance the strength of the sorcerer clan's middle ranks, causing their power to surge. They were now on the verge of overpowering the demon clan. In the Pangu Hall, all the ancestral sorcerers and great sorcerers gathered. Zhu Jiuyin said in a deep voice, "According to my information, Honghuang of the demon clan has left the heavenly court and won't return soon. The current strength of our sorcerer clan already surpasses the demon clan by a large margin. Their Dijun and Taiyi and the 10 demon saints only amount to 12 quasi-sage experts. But we, the 12 ancestral sorcerers, are all quasi-sages. Xing Tian and Dai, among others, have been empowered by Yuanshi sage's dharma to reach the quasi-sage realm. The demon clan will surely be defeated by our sorcerer clan." At these words, all sorcerers were filled with battle intent. Since Hongjuan's lectures, the sorcerer and demon clans had fought countless wars, large and small. Now a major battle was finally imminent. "Very well, let Zhu Jiuyin set the date, and our sorcerer clan will launch a single strike to conquer the heavenly court." Dijiang's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke firmly. "Hutu," said, "Xian Yi has left the heavenly court. This is indeed good news for us. As long as that fellow doesn't return, the demon clan is no match for us." Just as the sorcerer clan was brimming with confidence at the heavenly court atop Mount Buzhou in the Lingxiao Hall, the demon clan's high-ranking members stood in 2 rows, their spirits low. Dijun and Taiyi and Fushi, the 3 demon clan sovereigns, sat on their thrones, their eyes filled with worry. The demon clan had also received news of the sorcerer clan's overall strength increase. Upon hearing it, Dijun dispatched some high-ranking members to investigate. Indeed, most great sorcerers had reached the quasi-sage realm, and some even the mid-stage. Although the demon clan resided in the heavenly court, they could feel the vast battle intent sweeping across Mount Buzhou in recent days. Dijun made a prompt decision, ordering the horde of demons to set up grand formations around the heavenly court. Dijun rose and scanned the many demon clan elites, saying, "Everyone, the enemy is strong while we are weak. Do not engage recklessly. In these days, try not to leave the heavenly court." Taiyi sighed. "Hasn't third brother finished wreaking havoc in the west? Why hasn't he returned yet? I also hope our younger brother returns soon." Dijun laughed. "That lad must have gone wild outside and lost his way home." At these words, many demon clan elites broke into bright smiles. Not long ago, the western lands had lost over 100 great earth spiritual veins. These veins, born of heaven and earth, could make the life-giving spiritual energy in any space turn viscous. They were immensely beneficial to cultivators. At that time, the demons wondered who had done such a terrifying deed. When Dijun and Taiyi revealed the truth, the demons all sighed in awe. The only one in the world daring to pull teeth from a sage's mouth was the demon clan's Honghuang Xian. Yet as the smiles faded, gravity returned. The sorcerer-demon war was about to begin. Meanwhile, in the 5 villages, Mannerjin, Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Mingyi were all waiting outside a secret chamber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within. A battle intent that shook heaven and earth surged forth, fierce and unyielding, born for war and destined for war. It was the result of Xian Yi's War Dao law merging into his body. Has Big Brother really succeeded? Mingyi stared at the chamber door, his voice trembling. He said he would advance to Honghuang Golden Immortal. I thought he was joking. From the secluded cultivation chamber emerged a handsome young man in golden robes with eyes bright as stars and long hair cascading to his waist. Surrounding him, the chaos sun purple chi surged while 3 golden crows' shadows flickered behind him. The war Dao pervaded his entire being, making him like an invincible war god. As he stepped forward, heaven and earth trembled, and every living creature within the 5 villages temple felt the overwhelming pressure of his ferocious battle intent. At this moment, Xian Yi had just reached the initial stage of the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm. As long as he fully integrated the War Dao into his true spirit, he could ascend to the Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal and become a saint of the War Dao. When Xian Yi approached, his 3 younger brothers hurriedly walked toward him flustered. Everyone was extremely shocked and found it hard to believe. Since the end of the Long Han calamity, the great Dao had retreated, and the heavenly Dao governed the primordial world. Countless cultivators could rarely comprehend the great Dao, and thus naturally could not advance to the Honghuang Golden Immortal. The terrifying power and profound realm of a Honghuang Golden Immortal far surpassed that of a slaying corpse quasi-saint. Xian Yi could clearly sense that even if his 3 younger brothers were to attack him together, he could easily subdue them like an adult beating a child. During this journey, he had cultivated the Chaos Sun Purple Qi, transforming his previous Sun True Fire into the Chaos Sun True Fire, which was unimaginably terrifying. His combat power had increased more than tenfold. But he did not know that the demon race was currently living in fear because of the dominance of the witch race. After becoming a Honghuang Golden Immortal, Xian Yi's first priority was to return to the demon race. After chatting for a while, Xian Yi asked Jin Yuanzi to close the 5 villages temple, and then the 4 of them headed toward the heavenly court. Inside the temple, Qing Feng and Mingwei felt delighted in their hearts. Master, it's better if you don't come back. That way we 2 brothers can inherit this temple and this ginseng fruit tree. As soon as they flew into the heavenly court, Xian Yi sensed that the atmosphere was ominous. The southern heavenly gate was heavily guarded by hundreds of great Luo Golden Immortals so tightly that even a fly could not get in. Seeing Xian Yi appear, many demon soldiers and generals immediately knelt and bowed to him. Xian Yi asked, "What happened? Is someone attacking my heavenly court?" A battle intent blazed in his eyes, and the aura of his Honghuang Golden Immortal swept out. At this moment, all the demon soldiers and generals changed color, staring at Xian Yi with astonishment. Heavens! This aura is far more powerful than that of a quasi-saint. What did the Xian Emperor do to advance his cultivation so quickly? While the crowd was shocked and sighing, they did not forget to tell Xian Yi that the witch race was likely to attack the heavenly court soon. Hearing this, Xian Yi was overjoyed and laughed. "This is good news." The many demons kneeling on the ground were speechless. "My lord Xian Emperor, the enemy is about to attack our nest, and you look so happy. Truly a warmonger." Xian Yi led his 3 younger brothers through layers of pavilions and palaces, and finally arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. At that moment, Dijun and Taiyi were discussing the defense against the witch race with many high-ranking demons. Suddenly they heard, "Big brother, second brother," and both turned around with joy. At this critical moment, the 3rd brother had finally returned. "We need you to go completely crazy. At least you haven't forgotten where home is." Taiyi came to Xian Yi's side and saw that his aura was even more terrifying, so he was shocked. Could it be that the 3rd brother's cultivation had improved again? Dijun stared intently at Xian Yi and asked, "3rd brother, your cultivation?" Xian Yi replied calmly, "It's really nothing. I accidentally broke through to the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm." In his heart, he was ecstatic. This should shock them, right? Sure enough, all the high-ranking demons were shocked. "You accidentally broke through? That's really too accidental." Shock flashed in Dijun's eyes. He hurried to Xian Yi's side, looked him up and down, then suddenly slapped Xian Yi's shoulder hard, even knocking out Sun True Fire. "Good. My brother Xian Yi has the potential of the great Dao. Ha, with my brother here, what do we have to fear from the witch barbarians?" Dijun's voice was filled with immense pride, sweeping into the ears of all the demons in the heavenly court. "Everyone, today I will hold a celebration." Hearing this, excitement gleamed in Xian Yi's eyes. He picked up his staff and was about to leave the hall. Seeing this, Dijun and Taiyi and all the demons looked puzzled. "What is the Xian Emperor doing?" "3rd brother, where are you going?" Dijun blocked his way, looking completely confused. Xian Yi said, "Big brother, didn't you say we were going to attack?" Dijun chuckled. "Ahem, what I meant was to celebrate your success. 3rd brother, you really need to get your hearing checked." The ministers were also speechless. In their view, Xian Yi could interpret any words as being related to fighting. Consequently, during this grand celebration feast, the East Sea lost a few hundred dragons, and the phoenixes of the 10,000 volcanic mountains also mysteriously went missing in large numbers. Who are these 3? Dijun was holding a wine goblet and walking among the banquet when he suddenly saw 3 unfamiliar figures whose aura was extremely discordant with the demon race. He was somewhat puzzled. "Good heavens! I'm holding a celebration feast for my 3rd brother, and some strangers have sneaked in." He immediately went before the 3. They stopped their chopsticks and looked at Dijun. That one glance startled Dijun so much that he quickly stepped back. What was going on? These 3 primordial saints didn't even greet him before starting to eat and drink. "Dijun greets you, 3 fellow Taoists." Dijun put down his goblet and cupped his hands. Hongyunjin, Yuanzi, and Mingyi also stood up and responded to Dijun with smiles. Dongwang Taiyi noticed this as well. Usually these three would keep as far away from the demon race as possible, afraid of incurring any great karma. But today, why were they so polite to his elder brother? It was also because everyone had been focusing entirely on Xianyi earlier. Only now did they realize that three quasi-saint realm experts were freeloading. Xiaoming, bring me a jar of wine. After drinking, I'll take you all to do great deeds. Xianyi sat at the front table with his legs propped up, gnawing on meat, and speaking indistinctly to Mingyi. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Mingyi took the fine wine from their table, quickly came to Xianyi's side, and personally filled his cup. Follow the big brother, and you'll have meat to eat. Whoever the big brother says to fight, we fight. Hearing his words, all the demons were dumbfounded. Dijun was also extremely shocked. Mother, Mingyi, a late-stage quasi-saint, not only is so respectful to third brother, but also personally pours wine for him. He also personally pours wine for third brother. At this moment, Dijun and Taiyi's hearts were surging with shock. What had happened? Third brother, are these three fellow Taoists brought by you? Yes, they are all my younger brothers. Big brother, you must not treat them unfairly. At once the myriad demons were astonished, gazing with reverence at Xianyi, who was devouring food and drink with abandon. The demon emperor was truly formidable. A single excursion had brought three quasi-saint powerhouses to the demon race. These three were ancient supreme deities who had once attended the lectures of the Tao ancestor in the Purple Cloud Palace alongside the three pure ones, Jinjuni and Yuhua. Such mighty beings had been courted by countless forces to join them, yet they remained unmoved. Now, however, they had willingly become subordinates of the demon emperor Xian. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dijun's face, but it vanished instantly as he smiled and said, Third brother, rest assured. Since these three Taoist brothers are willing to follow you, I am more than delighted. I will certainly not treat them unfairly. Taiyi was overjoyed beyond measure. Having third brother as a celestial blessing for the heavenly court meant that the odds of victory against the Wu tribe would be even greater. Yet both of them were extremely curious. How could someone as rash and impulsive as third brother have made Mingyi, a being of great supernatural power, lay down his pride and serve him so diligently? Puzzling, truly puzzling. In the following moments, the demons watched Xianyi casually address the three great figures as Xiao Ming, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Hong, leaving them all speechless. What thoughts must be stirring in the minds of those three powerful beings? At that time, Xianyi also presented to Dijun and Taiyi the chaotic solar purple qi, the billion demon deity formation, and 2 vats of 3 light divine water. The upcoming battle will be extremely fierce. After eating and drinking his fill, Xianyi casually wiped his mouth on Xiangyang's sleeve and said earnestly, I hope first brother and second brother will allow me to make the first move. Xiangyang silently gazed at the grease stains on her sleeve, a flicker of strange light in her beautiful eyes. She thought to herself, I understand the demon emperor's intention was not to wipe his mouth, but to hint that our relationship has taken another step forward. Otherwise, why didn't he wipe it on Xiao Bai's sleeve? Obviously, he cares more about me. Yes, I must be a gentle woman staying by his side and softly wipe his mouth after he finishes eating. In time, affection will surely blossom. I must never tell Sister Xiao Bai about this. As Xiangyang finished her self-convincing musings, the many demon ministers were stunned by Xianyi's words. The Wu tribe had not yet made a move, and the demon emperor wanted to strike first. Taking the first move is not impossible, Dijun said with a smile. But third brother, the billion demon deity formation must be set up first, lest we lose and be pursued by the Wu tribe to the heavenly court, where we could be annihilated in one blow. The billion demon deity formation, gathering the power of billions of demon warriors, can even withstand a sage's attack. This is the paramount protection of our demon race's heavenly court. The high-ranking demons nodded in unison. With this formation, even if they lost the battle, returning to the heavenly court would give them a chance to rise again. Xianyi nodded and said, Yes, what first brother says makes sense. Let's set it up then. I'll take my 3 little brothers and make a patrol outside the heavenly court. Hearing this, Dijun nodded with satisfaction. The enemy had not yet arrived, and third brother was already starting defensive work. Not bad. All right, go ahead. As Xianyi walked out of the hall with his arms around the shoulders of the 3 great powerhouses, laughing and chatting, all the demons were stunned. Ever since Xianyi had taken form, it seemed he had a mysterious power that led everyone astray. When he said patrol, Dongwang Taiyi said with a strange expression, did he mean something else? Dijun was startled and quickly said, You. Hurry and follow him. In the next moment, Dongwang Taiyi transformed into a golden rainbow and chased to the southern heavenly gate. Looking back, where was Xianyi to be seen? A host of celestial soldiers guarding the southern heavenly gate knelt and saluted upon seeing the Eastern Emperor. Have you seen where the demon emperor Xianyi went? Reporting to the Eastern Emperor, we heard that before leaving the southern heavenly gate, the demon emperor said they were going to the Wu tribe to do something big. Mingyi even said something about abducting Hudu and presenting her to the demon emperor. The demon emperor kicked him and said that woman was a brute with strength and he couldn't handle her. The soldier chattered on endlessly. The Eastern Emperor was struck as if by lightning. The chaos bell in his sea of consciousness flew out, transforming into a divine light that wrapped around him and flew to the Lingxiao Palace. Before he even landed, Honghuang Taiyi shouted, "Big brother. Third brother has gone to the Wu tribe. He's making the first move." Hearing this, Dijun was shocked. He took a deep breath and said, "Hear the command of the Heavenly Emperor. All demons march out of the Heavenly Court and attack the Wu tribe." "Heavenly Emperor, what about the demon deity formation?" Baizhe asked with a cupped hand. Dijun and Taiyi hurriedly strode out of the hall. "Offense is the best defense. This is what third brother has taught us at the risk of his life." In an instant, demonic clouds roiled from the Heavenly Court. The 10 great demon gods, 365 great Luo golden immortals, and trillions of demon warriors charged toward the Panga Temple at Buzhou Mountain. The grand spectacle of the demon army's mobilization made countless races in the primordial world tremble. The behemoths of the demon and Wu tribes could make heaven and earth shiver with a mere stomp. At the same time, in the Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat cross-legged on a cushion. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. "Dare to strike first." Yuanshi Tianzuan stood up, a cold sneer on his face. He had greatly enhanced the overall strength of the Wu tribe. Even if the demons launched an offensive now, how long could they last? The saint was instructed by the master not to provoke Xian Yi intentionally. Whether he is a Dao saint or a great Luo golden immortal under the Wu tribe's army, he will only perish and his Dao will vanish. Hatred blazed in his eyes. Every time he recalled the day Xian Yi had killed him, boundless humiliation surged in his heart. Fortunately, the Wu tribe could defeat the demons, and ultimately Xian Yi and his 2 brothers would all be killed, offering some consolation to Yuanshi Tianzuan. At that moment, the gazes of the 6 sages were fixed upon the primordial world. In the heaven of Nuwa, Nuwa herself looked toward the Wu tribe with a faint smile and sighed. "Xian Yi, only the master, and I know just how terrifying you truly are. But alas, senior brother Yuanshi keeps provoking you. The woman behind you. I never want to see her again." "Oh, little darling, are you thinking of me again?" Suddenly a seductive woman's voice rang out. Nuwa's face changed instantly. This was the heaven of Nuwa, where she had laid countless arrays, yet that wretched woman was like a ghost. Terrifying. She dared not say another word. She immediately sealed the gates of the Nuwa palace, trembling as she leaned against the door, her hands drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, that evil woman only scared her and did not appear. Now Nuwa breathed a sigh of relief and turned her beautiful eyes toward the direction of the Panga Temple in the Wu tribe. Apart from her, Taishang, Laoju, and Tongtan Jiaozhu, the 2 Western sages, and many other great powerhouses also turned their gazes toward the Panga Temple. Xian Yi with his 3 underlings arrived at the grand entrance of the Panga Temple. With a single blow from his staff, he shattered the temple gate. Instantly, the 12 ancestral witches and numerous great witches flew out, surrounding them in a tight circle. Who was Xian Yi? In battle, he never wasted words. He directly unleashed the blood war against the heavens with 8 clones, each wielding a divine sword of the innate supreme treasure rank, charging into combat. The 12 ancestral sorcerers were also dumbfounded. They had been planning to launch a surprise attack on the demon race, only to discover that this Xian Yi had actually returned. His first act upon returning was to attack the Wu clan. "Kill him." Di Jing spoke, coldly wielding the great Dao of space as he charged straight for Xian Yi's true form. Meanwhile, the other great sorcerers turned their assault toward Hong, Yunjin, Yuanzi, and Ming He. In an instant, the space around Buzhou Mountain became shrouded in dazzling mists from countless supernatural techniques, with the shockwaves of this great battle sweeping across billions of miles of the primordial world. Countless beings trembled in fear. Dijong's true body had been shattered by a single strike from Xian Yi's staff, yet he remained the sovereign of the 12 ancestral sorcerers wielding the great Dao of space. Death would not come so easily to him. Dijong roared in fury. As leader of the ancestral sorcerers, he should not be losing so quickly. "Damn bird." Dijong revealed his true form and attacked Xian Yi. In the void, Zhu Rong Gong Gong Dijong and Zhu Juyin, the 4 ancestral sorcerers, united their assault. Just like last time, Xian Yi recovered rapidly from any wound and grew stronger with each exchange. "This is bad. He has advanced to the Honghuang Jinxian." Zhu Juyin felt the overwhelming aura surrounding Xian Yi and cried out in alarm. Hearing this, the other ancestral sorcerers in fierce combat turned their gaze toward Xian Yi, a Honghuang Jinxian, someone who had reached the same realm through comprehension of the laws just like them. Yet beyond the 12 ancestral sorcerers, who else in this world could claim such a title? Oh, there was also that old man Yang Mei who had fled into the outer chaos to survive. This son must not be allowed to live. Di Jiang let out a thunderous roar. All 12 of us ancestral sorcerers must unite our forces and kill Xian Yi as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, the 2 female ancestral sorcerers Hutu and Xian Ming joined the assault against Xian Yi. Xian Yi showed no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. Though the 1-hour blood war against the heavens had already expired, the 9 heavenly demon slashes hovered around him waiting for his command to strike. 3 million warriors of the Wu clan will bow before me. Swords attack. After shouting these words, 9 swords from Xian Yi's surroundings charged straight toward Hudu. Last time it was this woman who had reduced him to ashes with a single palm strike, so he held a deep grudge against her. Today he would deal with her first. Little sister, be careful. The other ancestral sorcerers shouted in panic, one by one manifesting their true bodies to protect Hudu. However, they still underestimated the terrifying killing power of the 9 heavenly demon slashes. The sound of sharp weapons piercing through flesh echoed repeatedly, and the ancestral sorcerers found their bodies riddled with bloody wounds, retreating in sheer terror. Even Hutu's left breast was pierced, bleeding profusely. At this sight, Ming He erupted in manic glee, staring fixedly at her. Honghuang stepped in front of him and said seriously, "Brother, it is improper to stare." His eyes gleamed with excitement. Ming He glared at Honghuang, then leaned to the side to continue admiring the beautiful sight before him. Jin Yuanzi was engaged in combat with a group of great sorcerers in the sky. Seeing his 2 companions fixated on Hudu, he helplessly remarked, "Eldest brother is fighting for his life, and what are you doing? Everyone, let's call a temporary truce. Can we fight later?" After speaking, Jin Yuanzi flew down and positioned himself between Ming He and Honghuang, placing his hands on their shoulders. Is it good to watch? Honestly, the reason Hutu's beauty can be compared to Nuwa's is not without cause. In the void, Xian Yi saw Hutu being supported by Xian Ming appearing injured, and he was extremely pleased. He resumed his battle with the numerous ancestral sorcerers. Hutu's delicate face flushed with shame. As a member of the Wu tribe, Miner's superficial wounds would heal quickly, yet those 3 shameless men continued to stare. Xian Ming was nearly driven to madness with anger, deliberately using her body to block their line of sight during her little sister's recovery period. Unexpectedly, those 3 shameless men always found ways to view from the side. Hutu roared angrily at the sky. "Xian Yi, you have humiliated me too much. Today I will roast you, this little bird." She transformed into her ancestral sorcerer true body, stretching billions of miles, supporting heaven and earth, her enormous eyes fixed tightly on Xian Yi. Witnessing this scene, Xian Yi was greatly alarmed and muttered, "Such a gigantic monster woman. I wonder how those ancestors managed to." He desperately wanted to take out his transformation stick and pointed at the sky, but unfortunately, he didn't have one. Xian Yi shouted loudly, "It probably won't be enough for you to eat. I'll transform into something bigger." After speaking, Xian Yi's body began to expand rapidly, his head already pressing against the barrier of the primordial world's membrane, his enormous legs visible to countless living beings. Like a divine demon, incomprehensibly colossal, so vast that it seemed boundless and limitless. Seeing this, the ancestral sorcerer Hutu charged at him in a frenzy. Xian Yi delivered a powerful shoulder throw, hurling her onto the Panga temple. With a thunderous crash, the entire grand hall shattered into pieces. Xian Yi laughed loudly, his voice shaking the heavens. Before the eyes of countless beings, he extended his arms, hoisted the ancestral sorcerer's true form onto his shoulders, and headed toward the eastern sea. "You bastard, where do you think you're going carrying my little sister?" Xian Ming pursued him frantically in a rage, while the other ancestral sorcerers gnashed their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, as they chased Xian Yi with desperate determination. In the sky, Xian Yi turned back and shouted, "Don't misunderstand me. I want to give her a bath and hope it will revert her to normal. If she keeps looking like this, I really can't play with you anymore. She's too ugly." Dijun was instantly stunned. Taking a bath would restore his sister to normal. How on earth did he come up with such an idea? This line of thinking. Why was it so extraordinarily peculiar? Hutu was gripped tightly by Xian Yi's hands, and her massive claws struck him repeatedly with tremendous force. The pounding sounds resembled thunder descending from the heavens, causing Xian Yi to cough up blood continuously. Yet he shouted excitedly, "You wicked woman, please don't stop. I'm getting aroused." Hutu was speechless. Are you a devil?" she nearly cried in anger. Her true form could only revert when she herself willed it. When had bathing ever become the condition for transformation? "You struck my chest with a sword, and I haven't settled that score with you yet, and you call me ugly. Xian Yi, let me go." Watching Xian Yi fly over the waves of the eastern sea, Hutu struggled desperately to break free from his grasp. Xian Yi ignored her and plunged headfirst into the ocean, then shot back up into the sky. Over 10 reversals, her true form's stomach filled with seawater. "You?" Gulping. "Have you turned back yet? If you've transformed back, please pat me once." Thump, 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 thumped. Too many pats. Seems fake. Gulping. "Xian Yi. Damn it. You." Hutu was driven to the brink of madness. She had struck Xian Yi countless times, and now she had reverted to her human form, naturally beautiful and radiant, rivaling Nuwa in charm. Seeing her return to human shape, Xian Yi punched her in the face, instantly turning it into a mass of bloody pulp. Hutu was obliterated. But after all, she was a primordial witch, and in the blink of an eye she reconstituted her physical form. Filled with both shame and fury, she thought this brute strikes without any restraint. Ho Tu sought out her elder brothers, pointed at Xian Yi, and raged, "Brothers, please strike down this wretch." Dijun was also extremely incensed. In all these years, this was the first time Ho Tu's body had been shattered, and he hoped it would be the last. Soon the 12 primordial witches joined forces, once more charging at Xian Yi. When Dijun and Taiyi arrived with the demon army, they all stared in astonishment at the sky, where Xian Yi was locked in a fierce battle with the 12 primordial witches. Massive mountains were reduced to dust by the sheer force of their clash, and the void walls crumbled inch by inch. Such a gruesome spectacle caused countless primordial beings to tremble in fear, all fleeing far from the range of Buzhou Mountain, terrified of being caught in the war's flames. Honghuang is terrifying, fighting the 12 primordial witches alone, yet he still holds his ground. Could the realm of Honghuang Golden Immortal truly be so formidable? Baizhe was shocked into solemnity. Dijun remarked, "In ancient times, among the 3 clans of Dragon Phoenix, Anchil and Honghuang Golden Immortals were exceedingly rare. It is clear that this realm is far beyond that of the corpse-slaying quasi-sages. Add to that my third brother's monstrous physique, and his freakish regenerative ability, and the 12 primordial witches are likely to be worn down by him." His tone was filled with glee. "Third brother is awesome." Honghuang Taiyi burst out, waving excitedly at Xian Yi and shouting, "Third brother, go completely wild. Your second brother is here cheering for you." Hearing this, Dijun kicked Honghuang hard and scolded, "Do you deserve to be his second brother? He's fighting, and all you do is cheer for him." Honghuang looked sheepish, lowering his head without speaking. Dijun extended his arm, summoned a high-ranking demon, and said, "Go fetch some chairs. Standing hurts my back. Also bring fine wine and 100 delicacies. Set them all out. We'll wait for our third brother to win and invite him to drink." Honghuang Taiyi. Baizhe smiled bitterly. "Heavenly Emperor Xianhuang is fighting the 12 primordial witches alone. If you won't help, at least don't indulge in feasting and entertainment here." Hearing this, Dijun fumed. "I've been fighting wars all my life. Can't I enjoy myself a little?" Baizhe sighed. "If you continue like this, I can't stay here any longer. If you can't stay, then get lost." Dijun knocked over the food brought by a demoness, sat down on the chair, and waved at a group of dancing girls, saying indifferently, "Strike up the music. Begin the dance." Baizhe shook his head, his face full of helplessness. He knew that Dijun had grown arrogant, thinking that with a reckless third brother, he could indulge freely. Many demon gods looked at Dijun with dismay. Alas, the once noble demon emperor had changed so much. Up in the sky, the battle raged on, perilous beyond measure. Down here, music and song filled the air, with dancing girls casting 1,000 seductive glances at the brothers Dijun and Taiyi. Baizhe hurried before Dijun and Taiyi, knelt on one knee, and said, "I beg the Heavenly Emperor and Honghuang to intervene, or Xianhuang will be in grave danger." "Nonsense." Dijun's face flushed slightly. He rose unsteadily, wine goblet in hand, and glared sharply at Baizhe, declaring loudly, "My third brother is invincible under heaven. Who among all the celestial immortals can slay Xian Yi?" "Baizhe." Dijun sat back down and said coolly, "Continue the music. Continue the dance." Honghuang Taiyi said shamefully, "Big brother, we do have faith in our third brother, but we are his elder brothers." Dijun sighed. "Second brother, how did Taiqing and Yuanshi die? They couldn't do anything to our third brother. Why should we fear a few mere brutes? Sit down and enjoy the dance with me." Thus Honghuang, unable to bear it, summoned the chaos bell. He sat down and from time to time hurled it into the sky, occasionally launching a strike at the primordial witches. "Third brother, your second brother is helping you. Remember, while you fight your elder brother, Dijun only thinks of drinking and watching women." Dijun. At that moment, Honghuang tossed the chaos bell like a grenade. This infuriated the primordial witches to no end. Fighting is one thing, but ambushing with hidden weapons. Facing the reckless Xian Yi was terrifying enough, but they also had to guard against his second brother's hidden weapons. Life is hard, and the primordial witches were nearly driven mad. As Xian Yi and the 12 primordial witches clashed furiously, the primordial beings watched in disbelief. Was this the confidence of the demon clan? Those who didn't know would think they were attacking the Wu clan. Those who did would think they were hosting a spring festival gala at Nuwa Palace. Nuwa sighed. Dijun and Taiyi are not kind-hearted. With such brothers, how could Xian Yi, such a fine younger brother, be treated like this? If he were my younger brother, I would dote on him endlessly. How could I let him face the 12 primordial witches alone? Her eyes held envy and complexity. "Are you worthy?" A mysterious woman's voice rang out. "Xian Yi's host is my future husband. So you wish to be my elder sister? It seems it's time to let some blood." Hearing this, Nuwa was deeply alarmed. That vicious woman, why was she haunting her? Why does she only target me? Can't you go to Zixiao Palace for a stroll? Master misses you very much. Empress, please don't be upset. I was merely envious. I won't say it again. Heart's blood takes time to regenerate. Could you come back next time? Whom you are qualified to be his maid. Empress, you flatter me, Nuwa. Meanwhile on Golden Ao Island, Patriarch Tontian sighed deeply, Xian Yi, why can't I have a brother like you? Alas, if I were your elder brother, I would never continue the music, continue the dance. What's this? Suddenly, I sense a mysterious aura. Patriarch Tontian was startled. As a saint, he could not pinpoint who it was in an instant, which struck him as exceedingly strange. In the Jade Void Palace of the Chan sect, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan burst into laughter. Haha, you scum Xian Yi. Even your two elder brothers haven't lifted a finger. If you don't die at the hands of the 12 primordial witches this time, I'll take your surname. He had not used his saintly power, so his voice was faint. But inexplicably that statement echoed across the entire primordial wilderness. In an instant all beings trembled. Yuanshi Tianzuan had surfaced again. Heavens! Since Yuanshi Saint dared to say that is Honghuang doomed. Haha, a good show is coming. I truly hope Xian Yi survives this time. What expression would the saint have then? He always looks down on us beings born from moisture and eggs. It's about time the ruthless Xian Yi taught him a lesson. But this saint never learns. He dares to provoke Xian Yi again. Xian Yi, who was in the midst of battle, suddenly froze upon hearing the voice of Yuanshi Tianzuan. He shouted toward the direction of Kunlun Mountain, "Old bastard, a man must keep his word. If I survive this, you will henceforth be my illegitimate son. Rest assured, as my illegitimate son, your father will cherish you." Hearing such outrageous words, the crowd was utterly stunned. For the sage Yuanshi to become his illegitimate son, what an exceedingly satisfying notion. At Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned livid with rage. He had clearly not spoken with his divine power, yet his voice had suddenly boomed. Bastard! Bastard! He stomped about in fury, and all the furnishings within the Jade Void Palace were shattered by the sage's might. The 12 golden immortals looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with immense awkwardness. Alas, master, your boast came too early, and why did you have to speak so loudly? I will find out who you are, and kill you 10,000 times. Yuanshi Tianzuan gnashed his teeth, hating heaven, hating earth, hating all creation. Just then the 12 golden immortals were stunned. They suddenly sensed that the earthly spiritual veins of Kunlun Mountain had greatly diminished. The entire spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain instantly dropped by half. Heavens, what kind of great figure had made a move so silently and without a trace? Yuanshi Tianzuan trembled, collapsing onto his cushion, murmuring, "Could it be that the being behind Xian Yi has been watching me all along? My disciples, your master shall go into seclusion. You must manage Kunlun Mountain well." With that, Yuanshi retreated into his meditation chamber, and the doors were sealed shut. Meanwhile, Xian Yi, relying on his supreme combat prowess, fought a bloody battle across the heavens. With his sky-covering hand, he drove the ancestral witches to utter helplessness. Faced with such a berserker of infinite mana and health, they only wished to shrink back into the Pango Hall. The demon clan, how formidable! Truly formidable. With Xian Yi here, when could they ever crush the heavenly court? Dijun was covered in wounds, having exerted his full strength, yet he could not withstand Xian Yi's fierce assault. Hutu's voice trembled as she looked at Xian Yi and said, "You are no golden crow. Who are you really?" Xian Yi flicked a strand of hair from his brow, pointed his staff at Hutu, and said, "I am Xian Yi, my Dao name." "Handsome lad. How do you do?" Hutu was taken aback. "I asked, are you a golden crow?" Xian Yi said calmly, "Before Pango Hall, who is the wildest? Only I, Xian Yi, dare to." "Well, you get the idea." Instantly Hutu was so enraged her delicate frame trembled, and she fumed, Can you speak like a human?" Dijun let out a deep sigh. It seemed this fellow was impossible to communicate with. There was a barrier. He approached Hutu, gave an awkward smile, and said to Xian Yi, "Nothing much now, can you leave?" Xian Yi nodded, shouldered his staff, and headed toward the Pango Hall. Dijun was dumbfounded. "Fellow Taoist, you're going the wrong way. The heavenly court is above." Xian Yi turned back, looking at him with confusion. "I just want to bring some local specialties of the witch clan home and feed those two cowards. Do you still want to fight me?" In the distance, the two golden crows who were watching a dancer perform wore expressions of utter bewilderment and simultaneously spat out their wine. Dijun and the ancestral witches were stunned. What specialties could the witch clan have? Only piles of flashy junk like spiritual treasures that were essentially trash. "But can you take just a little?" said Hutu. "Seeing as you've already." "Wait." Xian Yi raised his hand, making a gesture of refusal, then stepped back, gravely looking offended. "I don't know who the father of her child is, but I am still pure. If you try to pin this on me, then let's continue fighting." With that, he slammed the chaos heavenly demon staff onto the ground, his face full of battle intent. Hutu nearly choked on her breath, then a glint of cunning flashed in her large eyes. How when dealing with a brute, one must abandon all shame. If he clings to his dignity, he loses. If I, Hutu, cling to mine, I lose. Xian Yi, you shameless scoundrel. You have no decency. You took me to the bottom of the East Sea. What you did, you know well. Hutu's eyes reddened, and in an instant tears streamed down her face like pear blossoms in the rain, giving the impression of a woman abandoned by a heartless man. At this moment, the ancestral witches glared angrily at Xian Yi and then began to comfort Hutu. Meanwhile, Dijun and Taiyi stood up excitedly, their faces full of gratification. Dijun said, "This boy has finally come to his senses." Honghuang, Taiyi slowly said, "Tonight let us brothers go to the witch clan, abduct Huda back to the heavenly court, and make her our younger brother's wife." Dijun sneered disdainfully, "You and your terrible ideas. Do you understand love? Is it something that can be achieved by just sleeping together? I tell you, between a man and a woman it either starts with enmity and ends in love, or starts with love and ends in enmity. Only then is it unforgettable." Dijun clasped his hands behind his back, looking deeply contemplative. "You will never understand because you think women are less interesting than your chaos bell. Ridiculous creature." Honghuang, Taiyi roared, "Get lost." Xiangyang muttered inwardly, "Clearly a love story of three, yet I cannot have a name." Her heart aching, she silently turned around, took Xiaobai's hand, and said, "Xiaobai, you were right. Sisterly bonds are eternal." A flicker of joy shone in Xiaobai's eyes. "Sister, have you given up pursuing Xianhuang?" Xiangyang shook her head, a strange glint in her beautiful eyes, and sneered, "You misunderstand. His behavior only makes me want to conquer him more." Xiaobai's head drooped. "Oh." At this moment, Xian Yi looked at Hutu, scratching his chin in bewilderment. "What did I do?" "I kindly told you to drink more water to make your ugly face a bit more pleasing. How did I treat you, and how did you treat me? I didn't pull down your pants or touch you anywhere. Why do you slander me?" Hearing his aggrieved tone, the ancestral witches were all speechless, and Huta's face flushed crimson. With shame, her small fists clenched so tightly they crackled. "Damn Xian Yi. I curse you. No woman will ever love you for the rest of your life. You will only end up like your second brother, spending your days fighting and killing, becoming a loathsome pervert." Hutu roared in fury. At that moment, Xiangyang, holding Xiaobai's hand, waved frantically from the demon clan crowd, shouting, Me. If you won't love her, I will. And me. We all love Xianhuang, Lady Huta, don't you worry. Yes, Xianhuang, I little green snake adore you. I want to coil around you and sleep with you. And me, Penghuai. I was born with the ability to change my gender anytime. If you ever need it, please tell me." Watching one female demon after another step forward to loudly profess their love for Xian Yi, Honghuang, Taiyi silently took a sip of wine, a trace of world weariness on his handsome face. "Hutu is not worthy to be our brother's wife. If our third brother dares to marry her, I'll break his legs." Dijun chuckled, "Second brother, save it. Xian Yi can punch you back into your original form. Besides, Huta may have a temper, but she has both beauty and strength. Let Xian Yi marry her. Then we'll become the big brothers of Dijun and Honghuang. Isn't that a profit? I will discuss this matter with Dijun. Tonight we will do something big." Upon hearing this, Honghuang was puzzled. What big thing could they do? At that moment, Dijun was transmitting a message to Dijun. Their expressions shifted from solemn to relaxed and finally to joyful, as if they had struck a deal. This left the other demons utterly bewildered. Good heavens! The leaders of two races actually walked together and embraced each other. Damn, what an eyesore. Xian Yi was heading to the Pango Hall when Dijun suddenly grabbed him. He said, "Cowardly elder brother, I heard you earlier say, keep playing music and dancing. Why are you pulling me?" Xian Yi crossed his arms, looked up at the sky, turned away, and ignored Dijun. Dijun gave a bitter smile and said, "Third brother, I apologize to you. The reason I was watching the dance was not because the women were beautiful, nor because I didn't want to help you, but because I wanted to subtly tell the world that my third brother Xian Yi is invincible. Why would he need his two elder brothers to intervene?" Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Xian Yi's face. "Really?" Dijun said, "Of course. Speaking of which, your second brother is really something. When you were fighting, he actually worried you might die and took out the Chaos Bell to help you. Isn't that looking down on you?" Honghuang, Taiyi, who was nearby, was instantly dumbfounded. "What a Dijun. You can turn white into black." Xian Yi gave a sly smile and said, "Who believes you? I may be rash, but I'm not stupid. Just now while I was fighting, I saw Big Brother's eyes scanning those women. What do they have flowers on them? Are you that fascinated? Second brother, you helped me smash Honghuang away, but you just shouted, great dance, keep going, keep going. Bah. I've decided not to speak to you for 3 days." Xian Yi put his arm around Taiyi's shoulder and said, "Let's go, second brother. Let's go search for treasures." Honghuang, Taiyi smiled slightly. He turned back and pointed a finger downward, looking at Dijun with a provocative gaze. He transmitted to Dijun, "Third brother has a childish temper. Find a way to give him a surprise, and maybe he'll talk to you again." Dijun. He held his forehead and murmured, "This kid doesn't seem as reckless as before. A surprise? What is a surprise? Hutu, with such heavenly beauty, if she sleeps in his bed tonight, he'll surely be surprised, right?" Dijun wore an expression of sudden enlightenment, then went to Dijun and asked, "Have you told her?" Dijun laughed and said, "Brother, rest assured. Since our little sister has been seen naked by your brother, marriage is naturally proper." Dijun clasped his hands behind his back with a pleased expression and said, "This child Xian Yi has never suffered grievances in the demon clan." Zhurong said, "My third sister is also the little princess of the Wu clan. Marrying Xian Yi, he is exceptionally talented, so he is worthy. But Dijun, from your tone, it seems you're not very willing." Dijun quickly waved his hand. No. I just wanted to say, those junk items in your Wu clan's treasury, could you give more as dowry? Hota's eyes were now shy. Phew damn Xian, I'll let you beat me mercilessly. After the rice is cooked. Once we're married I'll make you look at me every day and disgust you to death. Her mood was complicated now. Anger, resentment, and also the shock and astonishment after Xian Yi punched her to pieces. Earlier her brother Dijong had explained it clearly: marry into the demon clan, then the two races jointly rule the primordial world. With the Wu and demon forces combined, wouldn't they be invincible? With Xian Yi the reckless saint slayer, even the saints would not dare to provoke the Wu and demon clans. And Hutu directly agreed. She just wanted to see Xian Yi's shock and anger. Only then could she take revenge for making her drink countless seawater and having her beautiful body shattered. Meanwhile, Xian Yi and Honghuang Taiyi arrived at the Wu clan's treasury. Good heavens, Honghuang Taiyi was directly shocked. The Wu clan only cultivated their physical bodies and never needed spiritual treasures. Yet situated at the foot of Mount Buzhou, they had accumulated an incalculable number of spiritual treasures over the years. At this moment they were piled up like mountains glittering. Honghuang Taiyi knew that since they had defeated the Wu clan, all these things were spoils of war. Third brother, take whatever you fancy. Take as much as you can. You go first, I'll wait for you to finish. Hearing this, Xian Yi waved his sleeve, and all the treasures of the Wu clan's treasury entered his spiritual sea. Not a single hair was left in the hall. Honghuang Taiyi stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene. I told you to take as much as you can, and you really took it all. He rubbed his hands and gave an awkward smile. Good brother, let's split the loot when we get back. The two brothers swaggered out of the Panga Hall. On the way they encountered the 12 ancestral witches. Dijong looked at Xian Yi and smiled. Take more, don't be shy. We're all family. Xian Yi. He touched Dijong's forehead suspiciously. Are you feverish? If I don't overthrow your Wu clan, how can I, Xian Yi, be worthy of being called Emperor Xian by the demon people? Dijong didn't mind. After tonight, Xian Yi would be the son-in-law of the Wu clan. Hutu snorted. Xian Yi, what did you take? Let me see. Xian Yi turned his head, looked at Hutu, and said, I won't show you. Hutu gave a knowing smile. Starting tomorrow, this reckless man would be her husband. So now she understood. She couldn't fight Xian Yi head-on, she had to be subtle and gentle. Make him bow his head. Make him bow every day. As he bowed, the demon clan would become the Wu clans. Hutu was confident. She immediately switched to a gentle demeanor and wanted to take Xian Yi's arm. Xian Yi, as if struck by lightning, immediately turned around. My big brother said that I must not let women get close to me, or else they will fall ill. I'm not afraid. Hutu smiled, gently caressing Xian Yi's cheek. In front of everyone, Honghuang Taiyi silently turned around. Xian Yi slapped Hutu's hand away and pointed at her angrily, saying, I warn you, don't touch my face. Hutu, as if not hearing, reached out her fair jade hand and grabbed towards Xian Yi's. What about here? At this moment, all the ancestral witches silently turned around. Xian Yi took a deep breath, and gradually a faint blush appeared on his face. He suddenly pushed Hutu away and cursed. I want to beat you to death, but I took many of your spiritual treasures. Still, I admit your touch felt somewhat good. But I, Xian Yi, am a man born for battle. There can be no love in my heart. Xian Yi turned and walked away, his steps somewhat slower than before, like a wanderer who had not held a blade for 20 years and now suddenly drew it from its sheath, unaccustomed to the motion. Watching his retreating figure, Hutu's lips curled slightly, a faint smile rippling across her exquisite face. She glanced at her palm, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Honghuang Taiyi strode toward the hall's exit, then halted midway and turned back to Hutu. Xian Yi's second brother is not a pervert. He simply has no interest in women. Hutu looked at him, nodded, and said with a puzzled expression, Oh, I see. Honghuang Taiyi took a deep breath, turned, and caught up with Xian Yi, draping an arm over his shoulder. How do you feel? Was it enjoyable? Xian Yi walked on, then suddenly said, It was quite enjoyable, but not as much as fighting, feasting, or giving someone a good thrashing. What do you think? A smile crept onto Donghuang's face. He stood before Xian Yi and said, Indeed, there are countless women. Shangyang Xiaobai, they are beautiful too, and you could have your pick of any of them. But Hutu is our great enemy. Second brother fears you might fall for her. At this, Xian Yi smiled confidently. I said I would not seek a woman, and I will not. Because I can conquer myself. If I cannot even overcome physical desires, what right do I have to be lawless and unrestrained? Second brother stopped worrying. He did not know why, but a sudden surge of anger rose in his heart. Transforming into his true form, he shot straight toward the heavenly court. In midair, Xian Yi glanced back at the direction of the Pango Hall, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. I must persuade my two elder brothers to annihilate the Wu clan as soon as possible. She is no ordinary woman, she makes me feel afraid. At that moment, Donghuang felt somewhat relieved. He believed Xian Yi when he said he could conquer himself. Dijun approached and told Donghuang about the matter between Hutu and Xian Yi. Donghuang was stunned. Hutu agreed. Dijun chuckled. If she didn't agree, we'd have third brother beat her again until she does. Donghuang wore a helpless expression. Aren't we supposed to annihilate the Wu clan? Why? I don't agree with the match between Xian Yi and Hutu. Second brother, it's for the alliance of the Yao and Wu. Together we are strong, divided we are weak. I always feel there is a hidden schemer waiting in the shadows. I've long grown tired of war. Dijun stood with his hands behind his back, his tone complex, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. So you disregard whether third brother agrees or not. Honghuang Taiyi's voice grew passionate. Though he is brash and acts without thinking, he is still our brother. If we his brothers force him to do what he dislikes, then what use is my chaos bell? Dijun retorted. Who was it that once sent Xiaobai and Shanyang to accompany third brother, telling him to make things difficult for himself? Now you suddenly care about respecting him. Where was that earlier? Are you just bullying the honest one? Seeing his elder brother's agitation, Honghuang Taiyi snapped. I did that back then to have them look after him, to prevent him from drinking a whole bottle of essence blood again. How is this situation the same? At that, Dijun was so furious, he looked left and right, then suddenly summoned the Hichu Luoshu and hurled it at Honghuang. Forced to fly into the sky, Honghuang Taiyi pointed at Dijun and shouted, You are unworthy to be his elder brother. And Hutu, could she ever be a good person? You call me a pervert. Where am I perverted? The Yao race has billions of beauties. Third brother could choose any of them. But you insist on Hutu. Aren't you being degrading? Though he cursed incessantly, he never fought back. Time and again he was struck by Dijun's spiritual treasures. Honghuang Taiyi knew he was slightly stronger than Dijun. If he retaliated, his brother would not be able to withstand it. It was not worth hitting back when a younger brother was beaten by his elder brother. Honghuang Taiyi smiled faintly. It was neither painful nor itchy. After a long while, as if exhausted from the beating, the two brothers leaned back to back. Dijun said, Thank you for holding back. No, I should thank you for scratching my itch, Honghuang Taiyi said calmly. Dijun, it's time to find a suitable woman for third brother. If you don't make any effort yourself, do you want him to be like you? Dijun sighed. Hutu's beauty rivals Nuwa's, and she can even surpass Yuanfeng, the foremost divine maiden of the ancient era. Such a woman is worthy of our third brother. A few days ago, Guoche brought me a pill called the Demon Desire Pill. One dose of this pill can make even a Tao realm cultivator weak in the bones and dizzy in the mind. At tonight's victory banquet, let him take it, and Hutu will be waiting in his room. Dijun, I think you shouldn't be the heavenly emperor of the Yao race. Then what should I be? You should be a flower thief. Truly, not taking that role would be a waste of your talent. After these exchanges, Honghuang Taiyi thought to himself, Brother, forgive me. It's not that second brother didn't speak for you. Your eldest brother is too persuasive. I can't handle him anymore. That evening in the Lingxiao Hall of the Heavenly Court, a host of Yao cultivators drank heartily, watching the graceful dancers in the center. Their faces flushed with wine, and the hall was filled with exuberant noise. Xian Yi sat at the first seat, flanked by Xinyuanzi, Hongyun Mingi, Shanyang, Xiaobai Beis, and Jiming. Come, let us all toast the Xian Emperor, for single-handedly facing the 12 ancestral witches, and for bringing momentum and dominance to our Yao race. Jiming raised his wine vessel with both hands. As he finished speaking, all the Yao high-ranking officials rose together and faced Xian Yi to toast. Xian Yi accepted every toast, sealing his cultivation to drink freely, seeking the sensation of intoxication. Soon he was swaying, his eyes blurred with drunkenness. A woman's face inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and he flew into a rage, overturning the table as if possessed by Crow Brother. The others were startled by his outburst. Dijun laughed. Everyone pay no mind. My third brother is just overjoyed. Drink up, drink up. Honghuang Taiyi sighed silently and murmured, He's already brainless enough. Do you have to toy with him like this? He looked at the pink glowing pill in his palm, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes, and crushed it directly. Dijun saw a layer of pink mist enveloping him, and his eyes widened in alarm. Second brother, you. Honghuang Taiyi said, You fellows go on drinking. I'll step outside for some air. He felt a burning heat all over his body, a dizzying sensation, and an irresistible urge to flee the lively occasion, to plunge into water and never come out. At that moment, Dijun beckoned to 4 or 5 dancers, sent them a telepathic message, and they nodded immediately. For female spirits hurried after Taiyi. Xian Yi was being toasted by 3 younger brothers. Then Dijun pulled him aside and whispered, Third brother, this pill is extremely precious. I didn't even give it to your second brother. Eat it, and it will greatly boost your cultivation. Xian Yi glanced at him without a word. He had said he would not speak to him for 3 days, and he meant to keep his word. Nevertheless, he took the pill from Dijun's hand, brought it to his nose, and sniffed it, a faint sweetness. Xian Yi tossed it into his mouth, crunched it between his teeth, and swallowed it. At that moment, within Xian Yi's body, a phantom-like slender hand scooped out the dregs of the pill from his back and deposited them into Dijun's wine vessel. Dijun looked at Xian Yi with eager anticipation and asked, Well, do you feel anything? Xian Yi stared at him suspiciously, his lips tightly pressed together, yearning to ask, Didn't you say I would experience a surge in magical power? You deceived me. After eating this thing, it's completely useless. Where did you buy this fake elixir? Xian Yi shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum, causing Dijun to frown and mutter inwardly, "That shouldn't be. I tried one before and felt the effects immediately. Could it be that because my third brother has the foundation of a primordial chaos god, one pill isn't enough?" He turned around, poured out 9 pills from a black jar, and said to Xian Yi, "Third brother, this is called the tenfold consecutive star pill. It only works when you take all 10. Here there are 9 more. You can't waste the one you just took." Xian Yi shook his head. This pill tasted like a sugar bean, sweet but with no other effect. He wasn't going to be fooled again. Seeing Xian Yi sitting at the banquet, legs propped on the table, indulging in wild feasting and drinking, Dijun slapped his forehead, frantic as an ant on a hot pan. As expected, in Xian Yi's room, Ho Tu was dressed in phoenix coronet and red bridal gown, waiting for Xian Yi to lift her veil. But this fellow was still eating and drinking heartily. Dijun took a deep breath, picked up his own wine vessel, approached Xian Yi, then lifted his wine vessel, and in an instant 9 pills slid inside, dissolving into the liquid. "Third brother, I must thank you for your splendid performance today. Let me personally pour you wine. This wine, you must drink it." Dijun handed Xian Yi his wine vessel, his face full of brotherly affection. Xian Yi took it and downed it in one gulp, then frowned. Why did it still have a sweet aftertaste? At that moment, the slender hand inside his belly scooped once more, pulled it out through his back, and poured it back into Dijun's wine vessel. After finishing his drink, Xian Yi noticed Dijun hadn't touched his. He shot him a meaningful glance. If he didn't drink, Xian Yi would drag him to the children's table. Dijun laughed. "How could I not drink such fine wine?" He raised the vessel with both hands and drained it. After drinking, a sudden heat surged through his body. Surprise flickered in Dijun's eyes. This wine tasted strangely familiar. He held his forehead as the figures before him began to sway. He staggered back to his seat, enduring the discomfort, and looked at Xian Yi with eager anticipation. After a long while, seeing Xian Yi still perfectly normal, Dijun flew into a rage. With a bang, he rose, gripped the table with both hands, and flipped it over. In an instant, all the demon gods, including Baizé, trembled in fear. "Quick, someone! The Heavenly Emperor is drunk. Help him back to rest." Baizé urgently called to the demon maidens. "Dijun." He waved his hand, a look of helplessness on his face. "No need for them to escort me. I can walk by myself." With that, he beckoned. Baizé transmitted a message and handed him the more than 80 pills from the black jar. "Remember, dissolve them in water and watch him drink it. After a few hours, I'll return to discuss important matters with you." Dijun flew out of the hall, hastening toward a splendidly ornate tower. Baizé sighed, looking at the distant Guiche. What a sin. At that moment, after Dijun's departure, a black light from within Xian Yi's body streaked toward the chaos-purple firmament palace in the outer realms, unseen by anyone. Baizé brought a large bronze bowl, poured all 81 pink pills into it, added plenty of water, and after a moment's thought, tossed in a large handful of sugar. "Your Majesty, Xian, this is the last shred of conscience this old minister has left." He straightened up, carrying the bronze bowl with a smile to Xian Yi's table. "Your Majesty, I've come to bring you a surprise." Xian Yi asked the surprise. "Translate it for me. What is surprise?" He was curious. Baizé smiled wryly. "Surprise is, well, surprise." He seemed to be stuck. Xian Yi stood up. He hated being disturbed while drinking. That cowardly eldest brother had already forced him to eat sugar pills, and now Baizé was interrupting him again. "Translate it. What the hell is a surprise?" Hearing Xian Yi's furious demand, Baizé's hands trembled, and the feather fan in his arms quivered slightly. "A surprise is, 3 days from now, you will be reborn. Isn't your greatest passion fighting? Your old minister knows your hobbies. So I prayed to the great Tao for 49 days, knelt sincerely on the ground, and said, 'Great Tao, please make our emperor, Xian, even mightier. I, Baizé, am willing to sacrifice Guiche's entire life force from now on.' Not long after, guess what happened? Oh my! The great Tao truly manifested. It bestowed upon me a great bowl of divine water, and whispered in my ear, 'Drink it, and you shall gain miraculous power.' Who do I, Baizé, respect the most? Not the Heavenly Emperor, not the Eastern Emperor, but your Majesty, Xian. So I offer this divine water to you." Baizé spoke with fervor and passion. He knelt on one knee, offering the bronze bowl with both hands, his face full of loyalty. In the distance, Guiche slammed his wine vessel to the ground, pointed at Baizé, and unleashed a torrent of curses, warmly greeting his ancestors for 18 generations. Xian Yi ignored Guiche's frenzied ranting. He looked at Baizé, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. He kindly helped Baizé to his feet, and said, "It's all right. If Guiche hits you again, come to me. I'll stand up for you, okay?" Baizé flattered, and with a pang of guilt rising in his heart, trembled as he replied, "Yes, please, your Majesty, drink the divine water quickly. The effect may diminish over time." Xian Yi nodded, took the bronze bowl, and gulped it all down in one go. "Good brother Baizé." His eyes grew hazy from the copious wine he had already consumed, and now this enhanced divine water made him feel as if he were ascending to heaven. "Sister Shangyang, Sister Xiao, please escort the Emperor Xian back to his room. He is drunk," Baizé instructed. Shangyang and Xiao nodded quickly. The two women came to the table, supported the staggering Xian Yi, and wobbled out of the hall. Where's this? Xian Yi's body felt limp and weak, a searing heat overwhelming him. Supported by the two women, he shook his head violently, trying to calm himself, but his body seemed uncontrollable. The two girls before him appeared 10,000 times more beautiful than usual. He saw the room lit with candles and a graceful figure sitting on the bed. Xian Yi's eyes turned bloodshot. He clutched his head, breathing deeply, then took out the Chaos Demon Rod, transformed it into a rope, and with a flash of light bound it tightly around his waist. Sister Shangyang, throw me into the well. Xian Yi roared, his eyes bloodshot. I don't believe anyone can make me go against my own will. No one. He fell unconscious. The power of the 81 Desire Demon Pills was too terrifying. He had already sealed his own cultivation, and only with great effort had he managed to retrieve the Chaos Demon Rod. Fortunately, there was a well in the courtyard. Xiao Bai and Shangyang were startled by Xian Yi's fierce expression and demeanor. They could feel he was struggling to restrain himself. He called me Sister Shangyang. Shangyang smiled, hoisted Xian Yi onto her back, and left the courtyard. Xiao Bai was puzzled. Sister, where are you taking him? Little sister, don't ask. Follow me to my room. In Shangyang's antiquated room, the furnishings exuded a feminine aura with pink and reddish decorations that stirred the imagination. Watching Xian Yi tearing at his clothes on the bed, Xiao Bai stepped back in fright and asked, Sister, what are you doing? Shangyang said nothing. She extinguished the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. No one knew what she was doing, only the sound of clothes being shed was heard. Ho Tu is a primordial Wu of the Wu clan. I've never understood why Xianying, such a peerless prodigy, would settle for her. Are we sisters not worthy? Why can't I untie it? How did he tie it? Move aside, let me try. Heavens, his clothes won't tear either. What do we do? If someone comes, how can we explain? Use a spiritual treasure to smash it. Good idea. The room echoed with rumbling sounds, occasionally illuminated by brilliant misty clouds. 2. Naked beauties faced Xian Yi with utter honesty, their faces panicked, as if they were committing a crime. Know that rope is a transformation of his chaos spiritual treasure. Shall I go outside and keep watch for me? Remember to close the door. Once I untie it, I'll call you. Okay, sister. The sound of dressing arose. Xiao Bai in the pitch-black room walked toward the door. Crack. Outside, a thunderclap tore through the dark night, flickering briefly. Shangyang, her body unclad, was startled and hastily covered herself with the blanket. Sweat beaded on Xiao Bai's palms. Suddenly, she heard footsteps outside. A figure slowly approached the window, its gender indistinguishable, and seemed to stand silently at the door. Xiao Bai covered her mouth, releasing her spiritual sense to probe. Just then, with a creak, the door opened. Rumble. Another thunderclap echoed from the sky, and a fierce wind swept in. A fair jade-like hand grabbed Xiao Bai by the neck and lifted her straight up. A figure in a phoenix coronet and bridal gown stepped into the room, a red veil still covering her head. Rain poured down heavily, with an occasional stray cat's cry adding a layer of unease to the silent night. I will not tell Dijun and Taiyi about this. Ho Tu, her face hidden beneath the red veil, spoke coldly. She raised a stone in her hand. This records what you were doing. I hope you understand what attitude you should take toward me in the future. Xian Yi is my man today and forever. Even if this method might make him uncomfortable, I will not allow anyone else to take advantage of him, especially you two vixens. Hearing this, Shang Yan had already dressed a faint blush on her pretty face. She walked toward Ho Tu and said, You are from the Wu clan, and our Xianying is from the Yao clan. The two clans are incompatible as fire and water. Who knows what schemes you harbor against the Yao clan? I only brought him here to detoxify him, not to harm him. So don't try to threaten us. Hearing this, Ho Tu snorted coldly. With a flash of her magical power, she seized Xian Yi and carried him out of the room, holding him in her arms. Seeing this, Xiao Bai's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. She sighed, This is just awful. Shang Yan stood with her hands behind her back, smiling. It didn't work this time. There will be next time, little sister. No need to regret. Xiao Bai. At that moment, in the deep night corridor, the lotus flowers in the pond were exceptionally dazzling. Ho Tu, holding the drunken Xian Yi, who clung tightly to her waist, a smile curled at the corner of her lips. Heaven seemed to cooperate as snowflakes began to fall, soon turning into a heavy snowstorm. Ho Tu's heart was a mix of complexity and emotion. Only now did she realize that from the first time she saw Xian Yi, this reckless yet adorable man had stolen her heart. She married him despite him. Was that joke funny? It was a forced joke, just giving her a barely acceptable excuse. I ride of swallows under the eaves, I ride of willows by the gate. She walked slowly, holding Xian Yi, her soft words adding an emotional touch to the night and the heavy snow. I ride of flying catkins, sentimentally clinging to sleeves. I ride of dusk and twilight, no longer lonely with a dog in my arms. I ride of a moonlit pond once rippled by the wind. Under the bright moon with snowflakes swirling, Ho Tu's silhouette stretched long by the moonlight. She stepped into the room and gently closed the door. In the courtyard, even the moonlight seemed exceptionally gentle. After a long while, the sound of things being thrown came from inside the room. 11 figures poked their heads out one by one at her courtyard gate. Has the great deed been accomplished? From the sound of it, it seems to have started. Alas, our little sister. If it weren't for you big brother coming up with this lousy idea, would she have agreed? I just told her about it. I didn't expect her to say. She said that for the Wu clan sacrificing anything is worth it. I Xian Ming as her elder sister have a different view. She likes Xian Yi, that's why she did this. You are all too foolish, unworthy of being my brothers. What's going on? Why do I hear our little sister crying? Damn it, is Xian Yi so rough? I want to go in and kill him. Zhu Rong, don't be impulsive. She's crying more and more sadly. What's wrong with her? Xianming, maybe you should go in and check. Xianming flew into the courtyard, stood at the door, and whispered, Little sister Ahem, can you open the door? Xianming's sister, come help me quickly. Hearing the voice inside, Xianming's face flushed crimson. She was at a loss, turning to look at her 10 brothers. But Dijun and the others waved their hands, anxiously signaling her to go in. Xianming. She took a deep breath and said, Sister, you know I'm like Xianyi. Apart from good food and fighting, I have no other hobbies. Just come in. I really need you. Hearing this, Xianming gritted her teeth and pushed the door open. Seeing the scene inside, she was stunned and covered her eyes with one hand. She quickly closed the door. Flustered, she approached the bed. Did he bully you? Why are you crying while sitting on top of him? Xianming's sister, let's work together to cut the rope around his waist. This bastard is too ungrateful. Who said he was a brute? He's so clever that it's frustrating. So the 2 women, grunting with effort, used their divine powers to attack the belt on Xianyi's body. Hearing the sounds from inside, the 10 primordial Wu all wore complex expressions. What the hell is this? The Yao clan buys 1, and the Wu clan gives away 2. Dijong looked up at the sky, resting one hand on the courtyard wall. He sighed, terrible, just terrible. The Yao clan made a huge profit this time. Damn it, Dijun and Taiyi, if they still dare to be arrogant and domineering toward the Wu clan in the future, I'll have Xianming and our little sister give Xian Yi a good beating. At that moment, an invisible black light flew into Xian Yi's body from outside the room. In just that instant, clarity gradually returned to Xian Yi's eyes. Sensing the fragrance of the woman beside him and feeling a softness between his legs, Xian Yi focused his gaze. A look of shock appeared in his eyes as he backhanded Hutu out of the room. Boom! Xian Yi held the Chaos Heavenly Demon Staff, pointing it at Xianming. Then, noticing his disheveled upper garment, a trace of panic crossed his face as he asked, Did you do this? The overwhelming pressure of an early-stage Honghuang golden immortal swept across the entire heavenly court. Where he stood, his domineering might annihilated all surrounding structures. Fearful in his heart, Xianming gave an awkward smile and said, Brother, calm down. Your shirt was torn by Hutu. It has nothing to do with me. After speaking, she hurriedly flew out and reunited with the 10 ancestral witches. Meanwhile, Hutu was unharmed. Wearing white garments, she watched Xian Yi emerge and asked, You don't like me? Xian Yi halted, sneering. Do you realize what you've done is against the law? If the primordial world had laws, I'd have called the authorities and arrested you. Hutu sighed helplessly. I don't understand what you mean. Among our witch tribe women, if we fancy a man, we simply carry him home. So you and your second brother are both perverts with no interest in women. Xian Yi gripped her collar and lifted her aloft, his expression ferocious. For one, I'm a perfectly normal man. I simply haven't encountered a woman I desire yet. Should I find her, I'd certainly be more forward than you. As for you, you're nothing. Secondly, I'm not like my second brother. He may have leaped from buildings, his mind not entirely sound, but I have not. Should I hear the word pervert escape your lips again, especially directed at me, I shall certainly twist your head from your shoulders. Hearing this, the strikingly beautiful Hutu, held suspended in midair, felt a smile bloom on her cheeks. Very well, I shan't say it again. Pray do not be angry. Then shall you cease your assaults upon the witch tribe henceforth. I shall fight no more. My 2 elder brothers have shattered my heart utterly. I shall relinquish the title of Xian Emperor and wander the primordial realm henceforth. What manner of folly compels me to discourse thus with you? Begone. With that, Xian Yi gently set her upon the ground, then strode from the chamber, in profound ire, resolving to seek out Bei's Dongwang Taiyi and Dijun. This matter shall not rest. Hutu emerged from the chamber and addressed her brothers. Let us return to the witch tribe. Little sister, what precisely transpired? Xian Yi cannot evade my grasp. Take heart, though time is required. Are you so confident? Let us retire and speak there. 'Tis awkward to converse herein. Meanwhile, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Dijun had already returned, supporting his waist with one hand as he chuckled. Bei's this sovereign reckons the grand design hath prevailed. Bei's clasped his hands in salute and declared, This minister harbors only concern for Honghuang. At that instant, a terrifying aura swept through the treasure hall. Bei's eyes widened as he witnessed a dark golden staff hurtling into the chamber. The spatial barrier shattered with audible cracks. The staff struck Bei's fiercely in the chest, propelling him onto the throne. Bei spewed copious quantities of blood, clutching his chest, his countenance ashen. Dijun and Taiyi alongside the assembled demon deities gazed outward in astonishment. There stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in golden robes, his visage contorted with fury, having materialized within the hall in a single bound from the plaza beyond. Xian Yi's gaze was frigid and unyielding as he surveyed the myriad demons surrounding him. His entire being thrummed with boundless murderous intent, a suffocating pressure emanating from the Honghuang Dao body that instantly struck terror into the hearts of every demon present. Third brother. Dijun and Taiyi both shuddered. For the first time, they beheld Xian Yi's terrifying demeanor directed inward upon his own kind. Cease addressing me as third brother. Xian Yi spoke with icy detachment. Without my sanction, you presume to conspire with the witch tribe and employ despicable stratagems. Truly you prove yourselves exemplary brothers. He paced through the great hall. The elixirs promised to augment one's power, the divine waters bestowed by the great Tao. What enchanting words they were. I placed my trust in you utterly, yet you conspired to deceive me. Witnessing Xian Yi in this state, both Dijun and Taiyi felt profound turmoil within. From his eyes they perceived both disappointment and wrath. It marked the first occasion since Xian Yi's manifestation that he had shown such earnestness toward his own kin. At that moment shame consumed both brothers, guilt saturating their very beings. Dijun hastily interjected, third brother. Your humble sibling acknowledges this was amiss. Yet you have existed in manifest form for considerable time, and other innate divinities have multiplied their lineages abundantly. Upon hearing this, Xian Yi applauded his hands and laughed. Well spoken. He advanced step by step toward Dijun, fixing his gaze upon the emperor's eyes. In antiquity, the great god Pangu felled 3,000 chaotic demon gods with a single axe stroke, yet perished upon the dividing of heaven and earth. Now you reign supreme as the heavenly emperor of the demon clan, commanding multitudes beyond counting. Tell me why persist in this living state. Dijun fell silent, his guilt intensifying. Clenching his fists, he confessed, third brother, your elder brother has erred grievously. Xian Yi gestured for silence and proceeded directly to Bei's side, hoisting him into the hall's center. The pills that orchestrated my downfall, were they yours, eh? Upon hearing this merciless tone, Bei trembled throughout his frame. Not mine, they belong to Guiche. Xian Yi turned his gaze to Dijun. You entrusted them to Bei's, eh? Dijun nodded with a tormented expression. Xian Yi's laughter echoed through the hall. A blade of light flashed between his brows as the 9 heavens demonic slash erupted in radiance, severing Bei's ear with a sharp tearing sound. Bei wailed in agony, collapsing upon the ground, his countenance twisted with terror. Witnessing his loyal minister so trembling with fear, Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi hastened to his side. Dijun's face bore the marks of profound remorse and self-reproach, for he despised himself for presuming to act without consultation and for treating Xian Yi as naught but a child. The 9 heavens demonic slash converged and cleaved toward one of Guiche's ears. With a rending sound, Guiche shrieked in anguish, though the dread constricting his heart proved far more exquisite than mere physical torment. Neither he nor Bei dared nurture resentment, for the Xian Yi before them had once faced the 12 ancestral witches single-handedly and slaughtered sages with the ease of slaughtering poultry. Moreover, their own consciences betrayed guilt. Within the great hall, Xian Yi stood with clasped hands behind his back, his gaze sharp and unyielding. The formidable pressure of the Honghuang Dao body cascaded like celestial waters, unleashing upon the cosmos, sending the very void reverberating with terrifying resonance. I merely eschew overthinking in favor of direct action, yet that proves no license for others to manipulate me. Understood? Furthermore, concerning attractive women, beyond occasional carnal inclination, I harbor no other interest in them. Should such conduct recur, let us abandon brotherhood and become foes instead. With those words, his figure gradually dissolved into nothingness. Honghuang Taiyi gazed upon the 2 severed ears upon the ground and commanded, gather the ears. Gather the ears. Xian Yi flew beyond the chaos domain, his martial power radiating with terrifying intensity, causing the surging chaotic elements of earthly fire, water, and wind to tremble in fear. He transformed into his true form and emitted a piercing cry that echoed through the air toward a purple palace not far away. Inside, an elderly man shivered, suddenly rose from his meditation cushion and peered outward. Xian Yi felt quite helpless at this moment. He had obtained a system, yet if he still could not live autonomously, what difference would there be between him and a good-for-nothing? Perhaps he had been too kind to them before. Had he allowed them to push their luck so far? Huta must be killed, Xian Yi declared. When I say she must die, she shall die. No one can save her. Your battle against the 12 ancestral witch lords during the Wuyao War has been rewarded. Your cultivation has now reached the late stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal. Once you achieve the peak of Honghuang Golden Immortal, you will be close to the Honghuang Daoyuo Golden Immortal realm. Suddenly the woman's voice resonated within his mind. Xian Yi's cultivation surged without limit until it reached the late stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal. His magical power had become vastly stronger than before. Sitting cross-legged on the ground with a vexed expression, Xian Yi rested his chin on one hand and gazed toward the distant purple palace. In this vast cosmos, am I the only one who receives such rewards, or do others share in this kindness as well? You've misunderstood. Among countless realms, you are the sole protagonist, my only protagonist. This reward belongs exclusively to you. Rest assured, those people will no longer impose any will upon you. System, you're so kind. Besides my 3 brothers, you're the only friend I have. You must never deceive me in the future. I would never deceive you. Xian Yi rose to his feet with a smile, humming a tune, while shouldering his staff as he made his way toward Purple Heaven Palace. That purple palace ahead is truly magnificent. I wish I had a home like that too. The doors were open just a moment ago. Why are they closed now? Arriving at the entrance of the Purple Palace, Xian Yi muttered to himself and knocked gently on the door. Is anyone there? Open the door. Let us become friends. He pressed his ear against the door, straining to catch any sound from within, but heard nothing. It seemed no one was inside. Xian Yi turned away dejectedly, hands buried in his pockets, and sighed. Even touring this palace proves so difficult. Forget it. I'll just travel to Kunlun Mountain instead. Just then the great palace doors swung open, releasing a pungent wave of blood-killing aura. Xian Yi pinched his nose and recoiled several steps, disgusted. What's going on here? Did someone just slaughter a pig? An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, carrying a fly whisk and exuding an ethereal aura, approached with a warm smile, though his steps faltered and sweat dotted his forehead. I never expected such an honored guest to grace me with their presence. Please forgive my failure to welcome you properly. Grand Ancestor Honghuang gestured for Xian Yi to enter. Xian Yi circled Honghuang slowly and said, I remember now. Last time you suddenly locked me inside a cage. Honestly, I truly couldn't break free. So when people call you Dao Ancestor, does that make you the old bastard who orchestrated the mutual destruction of both the Wu and Yao clans? After speaking, Xian Yi retreated a few more steps with a grave expression. He summoned the heavenly demon 9 Slashes to guard himself, and simultaneously brought forth the 12-rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus alongside the God-slaying spear. Witnessing this display, Honghuang sighed and said, Companion, there is no need for such tension. I intend to become your close friend. Why would I raise my hand against you, eh? Xian Yi grunted as if relieved. A good friend. Might I trouble you for a cup of wine inside? Honghuang smiled. This humble one has 1,000 varieties of fine wine. Companion, do come and taste them all. Following Honghuang into the palace, Xian Yi occasionally caught sight of sticky blood on the floor and frowned, muttering, This old man. Why is he so untidy? The Grand Ancestor Honghuang ahead slipped and fell. Xian Yi hurried to help him up, saying, Understanding even a sliver of heavenly secrets leads one to believe they can calculate all living beings. Yet this is truly a burdensome affliction. Those who grasp heavenly secrets cannot act freely. You fear encountering time travelers who might disrupt your schemes, yet despise executing them, and dread exposing your machinations to the world. How do you endure such an existence? Even those who comprehend heavenly mysteries need someone to help maintain their dwelling. You should hire a housekeeper. I know 2 women I could recommend. You won't have to pay a dime. How about you hand over this house to me, and I'll build you a new one? Deal? After listening to Xian Yi's relentless chatter, Honghuang felt completely numb. Forcing a smile, he replied, Thank you, but let us not discuss anything else today. As for the house matter, we can talk about it later. Let us drink first. Soon Honghuang and Xian Yi sat before the table, drinking with unrestrained joy. Before them lay hundreds of wine jars, each with its own unique character, filling Xian Yi with cries of sheer delight. By the time nearly half a day had passed, most of those hundreds of jars stood empty. Xian Yi had stripped off his upper garment, one foot propped on the table, and the other on the ground, his eyes glazed with intoxication as he blurted out, To be honest, although from a different world, not Honghuang, yet I feel no disgust toward you. Among all living beings, some toil their whole lives for mere scraps of silver, while others scheme endlessly to rise above the masses. Who is truly inferior, and who is genuinely noble? As long as you do not harm my 2 elder brothers, I will never obstruct your path. Honghuang was profoundly moved at heart. He rose to pour wine for Xian Yi, his tone layered with emotion, as he said, Thank you. He never could have imagined that this transmigrated named Xian Yi would differ from all the others. He would not harbor disdain for him, or oppose his grand scheme for Honghuang. Back then, after the 3 sermons at Purple Heaven Palace, numerous transmigration souls had loudly proclaimed they would expose his grotesque true nature to the creatures of Honghuang, provoking Hongzhuan's fierce wrath. Thus he systematically eliminated these interlopers one by one. Now Honghuang felt nothing but gratitude and reverence toward Xian Yi. He understood that within Xian Yi resided an entity of unfathomable power, a being that claimed to be the supreme force within the system empire. Xian Yi harbored no hostility toward him, which filled Honghuang with both elation and relief. In the future, perhaps she would not come visiting so frequently anymore. Honghuang understood that his wine was exceptionally fine, which explained why Xian Yi had become thoroughly intoxicated and opened his heart. Reflecting on it, Honghuang thought to himself, Fortunately, she had slapped him earlier, and forced him to open the door, for without that intervention, he would never have shared such intimate thoughts with Xianyi. Indeed, every sip and every bite is predestined. And at that very moment, while Xianyi drank Hutu of the Wu clan and Emperor Jun together with Taiyi experienced strange events at different times. These occurrences filled them with dread and astonishment. After that incident, all three retreated into seclusion as though fleeing from something unseen. Watching Xianyi navigate the Zixiao Palace as effortlessly as if it were his own home, the Tao ancestor Hongjun could only smile wryly. Indeed, the chaos of the primordial wilderness was determined by none other than Xianyi, since ancient times, who dared to be so utterly at ease within his own Zixiao Palace. Nevertheless, Hongjun was also quite moved. Though Xianyi was rash in temperament and spoke carelessly, he had said that as long as he did not oppose Dijun and Taiyi, he would not stand in his way. Then the great calamity of the Wu and Yao tribes. As long as the lives of Dijun and Taiyi were spared, the overall situation would proceed according to the heavenly Tao's decrees. Perfect. After the Wu and Yao calamity came the canonization of the gods. In that event, even fewer people had any connection to Xianyi. The three pure ones were hostile to Xianyi, and the two sages of the West had also offended him. Hongjun mused that in the future Xianyi's system might not often come to visit the Zixiao Palace. Fellow Taoists, don't touch that. It's dangerous. What is this? Fellow Taoists, this is the divine chain of heavenly order, the primal essence that regulates the rules of heaven and earth, the yin and yang, and the five elements. Oh, what is this mirror then? This is the 8 Desolates divine mirror. Nuts. Oh my, you're terrible at naming things. After Xianyi made that quip, he picked up the bronze-colored mirror and looked at it. The mirror's surface immediately reflected his handsome face. Hongjun walked over and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate this mirror. It can randomly reveal the innermost thoughts of any living being in the primordial wilderness, as well as the location of that being, every single image." Xianyi was stunned. So incredibly. Seeing the astonishment in his eyes, Hongjun slowly said, "I am the Tao ancestor acting on behalf of the heavenly Tao to exercise the divine authority of overseeing all heavens. Therefore this 8 Desolates divine mirror has always been my right hand. Aren't your treasures the creation jade butterflies?" Xianyi asked in confusion. Hongjun said, "That is one of them, but each disc of the creation jade butterfly contains a law of the great Tao. When overseeing the heavens, I still prefer using the 8 Desolates divine mirror." Xianyi reluctantly put it back. Just then a woman's figure appeared on the mirror's surface. She was sitting cross-legged in a closed chamber. Xianyi could clearly see her skin as white as snow, her face like a peach blossom, and her bright eyes and white teeth. She was truly a peerless beauty, stunning and charming. Hutu of the Wu tribe. He saw that she was dressed in a white robe with long hair reaching her waist. Her face was filled with a gentle smile, as if she had pierced through time and space, and at that moment her eyes met Xianyi's. Xianyi coughed, turned around to look at Hongjun, and muttered, "What bad luck. I'll kill your whole family sooner or later." Hongjun said, "When holding this mirror, the person you have in mind has a chance to appear on its surface." Hearing this, Xianyi clasped his hands behind his back and asked with a solemn expression, "Fellow Taoist, can the person in the mirror appear regardless of day or night?" Hongjun smiled and nodded. "Naturally." Xianyi suddenly began pacing in the hall, his brows furrowed in thought. Hongjun was quite puzzled. What was that fellow thinking? I want to annihilate the Wu tribe. So this mirror can reveal the movements of the Wu tribe. This object is of great use to me, but I have given nothing in return. I've already drunk nearly 200 jars of his wine. If I try to snatch it, I'm not sure I can beat him. The important thing is I Xianyi don't want to be a thief." Just then a seductive woman's voice echoed in Hongjun's mind. "I can elevate your cultivation level to the peak of the heavenly Tao in one step. Give this worthless mirror to my host, how about it?" Hongjun was stunned. This surprise came too suddenly. The Empress, was she actually reasoning with him? At that moment Hongjun almost felt like weeping. "Peak of the heavenly Tao. Empress, you are too generous. Truly Xiaojun thanks you. Xiaojun is only at the peak of the sage realm now. This is truly too generous." He was so excited that he became incoherent in his mind, his entire body trembling. Hongjun was currently only at the 5th level of the sage realm. Reaching the peak of the heavenly Tao in one go was like riding a rocket. Whoosh, 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 breaking through a dozen small realms in a row. Terrifying. Hongjun's eyes were wild with joy. "I agree. I have long regarded Xianyi's host, no brother Xianyi, as my own blood brother. It's just a mirror, you are too kind." Just then Xianyi said with a look of guilt, "Fellow Taoist, I want to discuss something with you." Hongjun took the 8 Desolates divine mirror and pressed it into Xianyi's hand, smiling. "This mirror, look into it every morning when you wake up. It suits you well." Xianyi was stunned. The hand holding the mirror had nowhere to rest. "Oh my, this old man is too hospitable. He lets me drink his wine without limit and even gives me a gift before I leave. Alas, he probably has few friends. He values friendship and loyalty. I admire him. Alright, I'll visit him often from now on." As for this Zixiao palace, I won't take it who I'll leave it for him to live in. Xian Yi took a deep breath, carefully tucked the 8 desolates divine mirror into his bosom, and gave Hongjun a vigorous slap on the shoulder. Thank you, brother. I felt your warmth and sincerity. Honestly, I'm deeply moved. In the future, if you ever get into a fight, just give me a call. If I even frown, I'm not a man. Hearing this, Hongjun thought to himself, apart from you and the heavenly Tao, who can I defeat? I only hope we won't become opponents in the future. Xian Yi took out 2 jars of the 3 light divine water and handed them to Hongjun. Consider this payment for the wine. Hongjun took them and opened one. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. They appeared to be 2 jars, but the space inside was much larger, and they were filled with the incredibly precious 3 light divine water. Alas, if you didn't have that system, we might have become true friends. I, Hongjun, admire the generosity of both you and your master. Such magnanimous people. Suddenly, a massive handprint struck Hongjun's face with brutal force, sending him crashing into a golden pillar entwined with a coiled dragon blood spurting from his mouth. Seeing this, Xian Yi was enraged. The 9 demonic slashes flew out, 9 divine swords halting before him, poised to strike. Who did that? You cowardly little thing hiding in the shadows. Come out and fight me. The void was silent. Hongjun quickly got up and ran to Xian Yi, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He smiled awkwardly. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. That being is stronger than the great Tao. In his eyes, I am just a junior. What kind of elder is that? So violent, and you still regard him as an elder. Brother, if he bullies you again, just send me a message. I'll protect you. Xian Yi said angrily. This brother was such a good man, so hospitable. But his elder before the guest had even left struck out like a madman. Truly insane. Hearing this, Hongjun's face turned pale. He quickly waved his hand. No need. I'm leaving now. Remember, if it hurts too much, call me. I'll help you deal with him. Seeing Hongjun so timid, Xian Yi burst into loud laughter. As he left, he swiped 2 jars of wine from Hongjun, drinking as he walked, and strode out of the Zixiao palace. Just then a voice came from within the palace with a hint of panic. I want you to find a way to kill Hutu as soon as possible. Hongjun was stunned. Empress, with a single thought from you, she would turn to ashes. There are things I cannot do personally, so I need you. If you cannot do it, you can think of a way. Do I need to teach you that? Xiaojuan, I humbly obey the Empress's decree. Within 10 years she will die. Your host currently does not have his mind set on the Yao tribe. I will secretly bestow power upon Dijun and Taiyi, letting the Yao tribe annihilate the Wu tribe. Demon Clan Heavenly Court. The cultivation chamber was vast. Honghuang, Taiyi, and Dijun sat before a table, both brothers wearing grim expressions. Dijun said, had I known this would happen, why would I have bothered to arrange the match between third brother and Hutu? That woman is too terrifying. Honghuang, Taiyi nodded and said, with just one glance from her it felt as if we would be annihilated. That feeling of fear, I, Taiyi, never want to experience it again in this life. Third brother is truly a fortunate general. Dijun stood up and laughed heartily, the previous fear swept away. Now with a look of smug satisfaction he turned to Taiyi and said, that woman's beauty is unparalleled, far surpassing Hutu and Yuhua. Even your 2 sisters-in-law are not worthy to compete with her. Yet this peerless woman also possesses peerless divine power, and she told us that one day in the future she would become our sister-in-law. I was wondering why this lad didn't like anyone and insisted on imitating you. Turns out he already had a sweetheart. Upon hearing this, Honghuang, Taiyi's memories resurfaced. That day, third brother Xuani had left the demon clan without a trace, and the 2 brothers were sending people everywhere to find him. In the great hall, a woman dressed in a black robe suddenly appeared. With her arrival, order and laws collapsed mercilessly. All things in heaven and earth, the azure void, and the 9 underworlds rose and fell within her eyes. Her overwhelming aura and mystery terrified Dijun and Taiyi into panic. The presence of such a peerless expert was billions of times stronger than that of Hongjun Daozu, as if she could with a mere thought return heaven and earth to chaos. Behind her were countless miraculous visions, ancient divine birds, sun, moon, and stars, the ultimate runes of the 8 directions and 6 realms, with divine radiance surging and interweaving into a purple sun. At this moment Taiyi sneered, you'd better think about how to appease third brother. That day before Xuani left, he had told Hutu that he would henceforth relinquish the title of Xian Emperor, words they had also overheard. Upon hearing this, Dijun's previous joy gradually faded into a cloud of gloom. Now he felt extremely guilty, believing he had wronged Xuani. That day he had acted on his own, causing his brother to feel deceived. Although his intentions were good, a mistake was a mistake, and Dijun would not make excuses for it. Speaking of which, we need to send more people to find third brother. Once we find him, we must apologize to him. Dijun and Taiyi began dispatching many demon clansmen to fly out of the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi, Mingyi, and Han Yuan, 3 great cultivators, were also searching the entire primordial world for Xuani. They had joined the demon clan because of Xuani. Now that he had left, they naturally would not remain in the heavenly court. One day Xuani was wandering near Shouyang Mountain. He sat under a large tree, took out the 8 Desolations divine mirror, and muttered, "Let me see what the witch clan is up to." An image of a woman appeared on the mirror. Xuanyi rested his chin on his hand and observed her. These past days he had been investigating the witch clan's affairs, which was very exhausting. Hutu was in her cultivation chamber, unaware that someone was spying on her. She stood up, preparing to exit seclusion, with obvious fear in her eyes. Who was that woman? Why did she threaten me to stop pestering Xuanyi? She made me hide in the cultivation chamber for so long, afraid she might suddenly appear. She extracted over a dozen drops of my primordial witch essence blood. Heavens, if I told my brothers about this, even if they were furious, they would probably be no match for her. Hutu was terrified to the extreme, yet she developed a great curiosity about the woman in the black robe. What was her relationship with Xuanyi? No matter what, I will not back down. Xuanyi, I just like you. No one can stop me. Hutu's beautiful eyes showed a resolute look. Even though she felt like a firefly and that mysterious woman like a bright moon, she refused to retreat half a step. The witch clan's nature was truly stubborn. At this moment, Xuanyi, sitting under the tree, was very puzzled. What is this woman saying? Which woman told you not to pester me? I really have to thank her. But she's also quite annoying. Why does she have to meddle in my affairs? Xuanyi stood up and was about to put away the mirror, but just then he saw Hutu in the mirror, holding a dagger glittering with golden light. He snorted, "Can't have me, so you don't want to live?" In the mirror, Hutu's expression was solemn. She suddenly plunged the dagger into her heart, and drops of primordial, which heart's blood, flowed down the blade. She caught them with a small bottle, 10 full drops. In an instant, her cultivation level dropped to early quasi-sage. Seeing this, Xuanyi was dumbfounded. He laughed and shouted, "Awesome! Drinking your own blood." In the mirror, Hutu smiled and said, "What she gave you, I will give you too. Xuanyi, even if she is the great Tao, she cannot stop me from pursuing you." After saying that, she swayed and collapsed to the ground, her pretty face pale. Her hand still tightly clutched the small bottle, as if it were her hope of living. Xuanyi suddenly stood up and punched the tree he had been leaning on, breaking it with a roaring sound. The tree fell to the ground, startling a flock of birds into flight. "Stupid fool. Being a simp never ends. Well, it's been that way since ancient times." Xuanyi sat on the ground in anger, cursing loudly. One moment, he scolded Hutu for being brainless. The next, he scolded Dijun and Taiyi for not sending people to find him. He took out the mirror and saw Hutu lying motionless on the ground. Xuanyi waved his hand and asked anxiously, "You haven't given me the heart's blood yet. Die after you give it, okay?" Xuanyi transformed into a golden rainbow, employing the golden crow rainbow transformation art, and shot towards the witch clan like a thunderbolt. He soon arrived at the Panga temple. The oppressive aura of a late-stage Honghuang golden immortal swept over the witch clan, terrifying them. Several witches standing at the temple entrance urgently shouted inside that Xuanyi had arrived. In an instant, the entire witch clan was on high alert. The 11 primordial witches came out and stared at Xuanyi with grave expressions. Xuanyi laughed arrogantly, pointing his staff at the primordial witches, and said, "Today I have come to annihilate the witch clan. Gather your people quickly so you can die together." Such arrogant words spread, and the primordial witches were terrified. Last time, when Xuanyi was only at early Honghuang golden immortal, he had already beaten the 12 primordial witches senseless. Dijun shouted angrily, "Quickly go find our little sister." Xuanyi had never lied. If he said he was coming to destroy the witch clan, he was definitely not here for fun. Such a formidable enemy required all 12 primordial witches to join forces and deploy the Dutian divine demon array. Only then might they avoid total annihilation. "Big brother, it's terrible. Little sister is critically ill. Her life force is rapidly fading." Zhurong's panicked voice came from Hutu's cultivation chamber, startling the primordial witches into stillness. Soon Dijun and all the others rushed to Hutu's side. "Big brother, the small bottle in little sister's hand. I can sense that it contains the heart's blood of each of us primordial witches." At Zhurong's words, the primordial witches were struck as if by lightning, as if encountering something unbelievable. The heart blood of the primordial witches contains the crystallized Tao laws, each of them cultivated, making the extraction of heart blood 1,000 or 10,000 times more painful for them than for other cultivators. "Little sister, why did you do this?" Dijun pulled Hutu up with heartache, while Xianming bent down to infuse her own vitality, gradually restoring Hutu's complexion. Xianming held her in her arms, tears streaming down endlessly. "You are too foolish, little sister. Our heart blood is the foundation of the primordial witch body. Why did you extract it?" Hearing Xianming's sorrowful interrogation, a faint smile appeared on Hutu's tragic, yet beautiful face. "It's fine, I just wanted to help him." "Help whom?" Dijun demanded angrily. He guessed it was Xianyi. Ever since returning from the heavenly court that day, Hutu had lost her appetite for food and drink, remaining gloomy all day long. The lively and cheerful little sister of the past was nowhere to be seen. All the Wu clan people understood that Hutu had fallen in love with Xianyi of the Yao clan. This feeling stirred complex emotions in countless Wu clan members. One was the 12th primordial, which the other was a terrifying existence capable of slaying sages and suppressing the 12 primordial witches single-handedly. The forces they belonged to were hostile towards each other. Originally, the other primordial witches supported Hutu, but after the incident of Xian Yi's wrath, aside from Hutu, no one harbored any illusions about a marriage alliance between the Wu and Yao clans. And now what infuriated the 11 primordial witches beyond measure was that their little sister had extracted her precious heartblood for Xian, yet that scoundrel was already standing at the entrance of the Great Hall intent on annihilating the entire Wu clan. Dijun took a deep breath and said, "Little sister, you have met the wrong man. He is now at the gate demanding our deaths." Zhurong slammed his fist fiercely. "The Wu clan has never feared anyone. If we die standing. Let's fight him to the death." With that, he was about to charge out, but Dijun grabbed him. "Wait. Let our little sister recover first, then we will jointly set up the Dutian Shinsha formation and fight this scoundrel to the death." Hearing this, everyone nodded. The Dutian Shinsha formation was the Wu clan's ultimate trump card, gathering the 12 drops of essence blood from the 12 primordial witches covering all beings under heaven and earth. Its murderous aura was like divine blades and sharp swords attacking enemies, and could even summon the true form of Pangu. Though it did not possess all of Pangu's power, even just a 10,000th of it was sufficient to contend with a sage. At this moment, the 12 primordial witches took turns channeling their vitality into Hutu's body, and she gradually recovered. Her eyes glimmered with guilt, for she, in pursuit of her heart's desire, had caused her brothers to exhaust themselves to this extent. Was that love truly worth it? Hutu's heart was filled with sorrow, but she resented that she was a primordial witch of the Wu clan, and Xian Yi was the Xian emperor of the Yao clan. She could not disregard the countless billions of Wu clan people. "Then let us fight." Hutu stepped out of the great hall first. As she walked, she glanced at the small bottle in her palm with a complex gaze, then tucked it into her bosom. At this moment, the 12 primordial witches all came out, but they did not see Xian Yi's figure. Dijun murmured, "That warlike fellow. He actually left." Hutu sighed. "You are lying to me again. Where did he come?" Xianming smiled bitterly. "Sister, I was there too. Xian Yi was indeed clamoring to destroy our Wu clan. He was so crude and overbearing, yet now he is gone. I truly did not expect this to happen." Hutu said, "I asked him before whether he would continue attacking the Wu clan. He said he would lay down the title of Xian Emperor and wander the realms. That fellow, though brainless, has always kept his word." Dijun said with a complex tone, But this time he did not keep his word. However, no matter what, our Wu clan must enhance our strength as soon as possible. The initiative never stays with the weak." All the primordial witches left, leaving only Hutu in white robes standing at the entrance of the great hall. She noticed a jar on the ground, picked it up curiously, and opened the stopper. She was instantly stunned. It was filled with 3 light divine water, a divine substance that replenishes vitality. Hutu's heart stirred with excitement. She turned to the 2 clansmen at the gate. "Are you certain you saw Xian Yi come here?" Hearing this, the chubby Wu clan man said in a simple, honest voice, reporting to the Hutu primordial witch that Brute did come. Strange as it may be, he was clearly eager for battle, but when the other primordial witches went to look for you, he dropped a jar of wine and said that the Wu clan owes him a small bottle and should remember to give it to him. As he spoke, his expression was a mix of laughter and tears. Xian Yi simply had no heart, no brains. What kind of nonsense was he saying? After listening, Hutu was slightly stunned. She raised the jar above her head as if she had found a treasure. The sunlight shone upon her, radiant like gold, and her smile grew brighter. "Ha ha ha." Watching Hutu skip merrily into the great hall, the 2 Wu clan guards were dumbfounded. The Wu clan was nearly destroyed, and you can still laugh. Now in the Yao clan heavenly court, on this day the Tao ancestor Honghuang descended. He elevated the cultivation levels of the 10 demon gods to the peak of quasi-sage. Dijun and Taiyi were naturally overjoyed. Previously, among the 10 demon gods, 3 were at the late quasi-sage stage, while the others were either at the middle or early stage. The peak of quasi-sage was only achieved by the 2 brothers Dijun and Taiyi. Now that the Wu clan strength had increased so much, all Yao clan members felt that destroying the Wu clan would be a simple task. No one could save the Yao clan unless the Wu clan could produce a figure like Xian Yi. Otherwise, the Wu clan would surely be annihilated. At this moment, Xian Yi arrived at the heavenly court's gate, wandering back and forth like a stranger, refusing to enter the southern heavenly gate. When the Yao soldiers and generals saw his figure, they were overjoyed and knelt down to worship him respectfully, inviting him to enter the heavenly court. It must be known that during these days, Dijun and Taiyi had dispatched several hundred golden immortals of the great Luo stage, and countless golden immortal realm Yao clan members scouring the primordial world for Xian Yi. Unexpectedly, he appeared now. Xian Yi acted as if he hadn't heard, stepping on a large rock beneath his feet and looking up at the sky as if sulking. At this moment, 2 golden rainbows flew across the horizon. It was Dijun and Taiyi, having learned of Xian Yi's return. The 2 brothers were overjoyed and came personally to greet him, accompanied by the 10 demon gods. Dijun looked at Xian Yi's figure ahead, his eyes filled with guilt. He dared not approach for a long time, then stammered, Third brother, you have finally come home." Taiyi stepped forward, came to Xian Yi's side, and smiled. "Third brother, it's good that you're home. Our Yao clan's overall strength has greatly increased. Soon we will be able to completely annihilate the Wu clan. When that time comes, we will definitely let you strike first, alright? A strange glint flashed in Xian Yi's eyes. Annihilate the Wu clan. Striking first. Let's talk about that later. He glanced at Dijun and Taiyi, then entered the southern heavenly gate. Dijun sighed. Alas, third brother is still angry with me. Taiyi, tell me, how can we make him happy? Taiyi said, isn't that simple? Third brother said before that he must kill Hutu. Let's take the 10 demon gods to the Wu clan, capture Hutu, and let third brother kill her with his own hands. He will surely be delighted. Upon hearing Taiyi's words, Dijun pondered for a moment, finding them quite reasonable, and promptly agreed. Yet just then Xuani, who had been walking ahead, suddenly began to walk backward until he appeared before the two brothers. Dijun and Taiyi both smiled as they looked at Xuani. They understood that their third brother was excited. Once the matter of killing Hutu was settled, the bond between them would surely return to its former glory. Huda has the bearing to be my maidservant, she cannot die. My esteemed brothers, why must you oppose me? Xuani stared at Dijun and Taiyi with a serious expression, as if their faces bore flowers worthy of his solemn gaze. As his words echoed, all the demon soldiers and generals standing at the southern heavenly gate felt a fierce, killing intent sweeping over them. They could not help but tremble as if plunged into an ice cellar. At that moment, Dijun rubbed his hands, awkwardly glancing around, and said in a low voice, third brother, that Hutu is a primordial witch. Even if she were to die, I fear she would not be your maidservant. In my opinion, it's better to kill her lest she disturb your Tao heart in the future. Taiyi said, indeed, third brother. You've always believed that battle is the main theme of life. On no of a crow's life. Hutu is after all just a woman. When you cultivate to the realm of Honghuang, great Luo golden, immortal, one day, I, your second brother, will make a trip to Nuwa Palace for you. Xuani remained silent for a long time. He stepped on a rock of extreme hardness, grinding it back and forth with his foot, yet the stone retained its original form. Nuwa is one who chases petty gains at the risk of her life, yet hesitates in great matters. She is also skilled in sophistry, and turning black into white. The Yao clan's empress, humanity's holy mother. Which of these identities is not supremely noble? She comes when profit gathers leaves, when it disperses living like a spineless cur. Does such a petty creature deserve me? Xuani's eyes gleamed with mockery as he looked at Dongwang Taiyi. Then, clasping his hands behind his back, his gaze soared with overbearing pride, and he said calmly, Hutu of the Wu clan, knowing she is but a firefly, still charges fearlessly toward the bright moon. When she learned that the 11 primordial witches were about to face the extinction of the Wu clan, she cast aside personal feelings to live and die with her people. This woman knows the greater good. She is hundreds of times superior to Nuwa. Dijun and Taiyi both wore bitter expressions. In recent days, Tao ancestor Honghuang had elevated the strength of many Yao clan members, but with conditions attached. He had ordered the two brothers to kill Hutu as soon as possible. But now, after hearing Xuani's words, their hearts were entangled in deep conflict, for the Tao ancestor's power was far beyond that of the Sanqing. Once Xuani could have slain the Sanqing, he was indeed formidable. Yet facing the Tao ancestor, could he still hold his ground? Dijun and Taiyi dared not dwell on it, for any thought led them to envision the Tao ancestor's mere glance turning the billions of Yao clan beings into clouds of blood mist. Seeing their tormented and fearful expressions, Xuani laughed. What are you afraid of? Nothing, Taiyi replied with a smile. I am the Eastern Emperor. Between heaven and earth there is nothing I fear. Xuani nodded. Second brother, if I weren't observant, I'd have thought you wet yourself. Turns out it's just sweat from your palms. Taiyi's face showed a look of astonishment. He squeezed his palm damp. He glanced at the puddle of water on the ground, his cheeks flushing slightly. Then he looked up at the sky, as if a flying saucer were passing by. After all, we are brothers. Tell me boldly, who is pulling the strings against our Yao clan? I will smash his skull. Hearing Xuani's words, Dijun and Taiyi quickly laid out everything. The air grew tense. Xuani nodded and sighed. I thought I could be a fresh time traveler, but in the end I still have to treat you as my opponent. Xuani took out the 8 Wastelands divine mirror, on which a graceful figure appeared. He channeled his divine power, the law of battle, enveloping the mirror. A thunderous boom. Cracks spread from the center of the mirror. As Xuani's power grew more domineering, it ultimately shattered into a pile of dust. Both brothers stay at home and rest. I'll go have a fight and be back soon. Xuani soared toward the chaotic void beyond, transforming into his true form. The golden crow rainbow art shot forth like a bolt of golden lightning. As he departed, Dijun's face darkened. It's over. This time the Yao clan is doomed to utter destruction. Though third brother is a late-stage Honghuang golden immortal who is the Tao ancestor, he doesn't even need a glance. A mere thought would end his life and Tao. He is too reckless. Hutu, a primordial witch of the Wu clan. How dare he for her sake seek to condemn the most powerful being under heaven? As Dijun spoke, his body grew weak, and he staggered backward until he leaned against a pillar. If our third brother dies here, how could we be worthy of being his brothers? Dijun's tone turned resolute as he looked at Taiyi. What do you think? Taiyi took a deep breath and said bitterly, to have this rascal as a brother, I his second brother have no regrets. That's enough. The chaos bell flew out from between his brows, radiating surging battle intent, twisting and distorting the space around it, as a majestic resonant chime echoed through the heavenly court. Leave some survivors for the Yao clan. For the clan's glory they can die. But if I Dijun endanger them for the sake of brotherly love, I would be utterly despicable. Dijun smiled, then cast a glance toward the direction of the moon star. Fortunately, your two sisters-in-law aren't in the heavenly court. But I truly regret leaving this mortal world with its myriad beauties and enchanting women. I haven't had my fill yet, and now I have to go completely mad with that reckless boy. Taiyi shook his head. You're truly incorrigible. I don't mind leaving the others behind, but when the fire is singeing our eyebrows, you're still thinking about women. Irritated, he grabbed Dijun and pulled him onto the chaos bell. The two brothers transformed into their true forms and charged into the chaotic void beyond. After they left, the demon soldiers and generals at the southern heavenly gate trembled, their eyes filled with both terror and gratitude. Disaster! A leopard demon roared, its voice spreading through the entire heavenly court, shaking the 72 treasured halls and 36 celestial palaces until they nearly toppled. The Heavenly Emperor and the Eastern Emperor have charged towards Zixiao Palace. We beg all Yao gods and Yao kings to lead us to the rescue. At the southern heavenly gate, the demon soldiers and generals at most golden immortal or mystic immortal realms knelt facing the direction of Lingxiao Hall, their eyes gleaming with the light of those who would rather die than retreat. The Yao clan cannot be without its heavenly emperor even for a single day. Shwa shwa shwa. A series of beams of demonic energy descended upon the southern heavenly gate. The 10 great Yao gods, quasi-saint experts, and numerous great Luo golden immortal Yao kings arrived. After learning what had happened, Bai Zhe gently waved his feather fan and said calmly, once we reach the gates of Zixiao Palace, I will present the pros and cons to Emperor Xian. By then I trust he will understand the gravity of the situation. All of you must follow my orders. If I say do not charge, none of you shall rush in. Understood? Yes. On this day the demons of the Tianting court charged into the chaos beyond the universe. No demon feared death, for they had yet to fulfill their grand ambition. The court could not be without a master. Thus, even in death they wished to die with a spectacular blaze. Such a massive move by the demon clan naturally drew the attention of the 12 ancestral witches. Inside the Pangu Hall, a Wu clan member kneeling before the 12 ancestral witches was reporting something. Reporting to all ancestral witches, according to my intelligence, the demon clans Honghuang has attacked the Zixiao Palace. The heavenly emperor of the demon clan Honghuang and all the high-ranking officials have followed Honghuang. This burly Wu man's voice trembled as he spoke, whether from fear or shock. The 12 ancestral witches all wore solemn expressions. They had never revered the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, only honoring the great god Pangu. Yet even so they still harbored deep fear of Hongjuan's power. He was after all the universally acknowledged supreme powerhouse of the primeval world. What was Xiani thinking? He actually dared to attack the Zixiao Palace. Was he mad? Elder brothers, we will eventually have a falling out with Hongjun. Why not take advantage of the demon clan's massive move to join forces with them and attack? Hongjun. At these words, all the ancestral witches were stunned. What was going on in Hutu's little head? That Tao ancestor might already be at the heavenly Tao realm. To annihilate the Wu clan, he would probably need only a single glance. Little sister, do not speak of this again. That Xian Yi is our great enemy. If he is killed by Hongjuan, it will be to our advantage, not disadvantage. Besides, we are not at the end of our rope. We must not stake our lives and fortunes on a gamble with him. Little sister, that fellow is indecisive and effeminate when it comes to matters of love. Don't set your heart on him anymore. He is not worth it. We'll just watch the show from the sidelines, see Xian Yi and Hongjun fight. As they reach a critical moment, we'll discern which side is weak and which is strong. At that moment, we help the weaker side to attack the stronger one. 2 against 1. How could he not be defeated? After joining forces to destroy the stronger side, we'll turn around and devour the weaker one. Ha ha ha, then how could this primeval world not belong to our Wu clan? Zhu Jiuyin laughed wildly at the end, the ambition in his eyes burning like a blazing flame. Dijiang laughed. Well said. Your strategy of gathering the weak to attack the strong seems to have shown me that our Wu clan will be the ultimate victor. The other ancestral witches also wore expressions of joy. Xian Yi was not weak and neither was Hongjun. However, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, unless one is male and the other female. When they fight, they will naturally separate the superior from the inferior. The Wu clan, swaying back and forth waiting to sell at a high price, would gain more than if they entered the fray directly. Hutu was restless, her mind filled with the image of Xian Yi. Her heart seemed to be clenched, causing her to pace back and forth in the Pangu Hall. Compared to the gratified and joyful expressions of the other ancestral witches, she appeared utterly out of place. At this moment, the kneeling Wu clan member cast a complex glance at Hutu and stammered, I also learned that before Xian Yi attacked the Zixiao Palace, Dijun and Taiyi had declared they would lead over a dozen quasi-sage realm experts to capture Ancestral, Witch Hutu, and bring her to the demon clan, then have Xian Yi kill her with his own hands. Later it was Xian Yi who spoke to stop this. What did you say? Huda looked at him in surprise and quickly asked, why did he stop it? The burly Wu man clasped his hands and said, in reply to Ancestral, Witch Hutu, this subordinate does not know. Hutu nodded. She teleported out, stepping outside the Pango Hall, leaving behind a graceful silhouette for the Wu clan members. Elder brothers, in this life, I will only marry Xian Yi. Even if the world thinks I am unworthy, that I overestimate myself, so what? Whether I go to die with him or to live with him, I Hutu accept it gladly. Her tone was resolute, as if the mountain would not come to her, she would go to the mountain. Light flickered around her, and she transformed into a form with a human body and a serpent's tail, 7 hands on her back and 2 in front, holding 2 soaring serpents. Her true form soared billions of miles, charging into the chaos beyond the universe. The 11 ancestral witches pursued out of the Pangu temple, each wearing a complex expression. They had not expected Hutu's determination to be so great. Even if it meant death, she would go to help Xian Yi. Such persistence was indeed rare in the world. But what about the Wu clan? Little sister, have you forgotten that you are one of the 12 ancestral witches bearing the mission to lead the Wu clan to dominate the world? At that moment, a vast voice resounded across the entire primeval world, allowing countless living beings to hear it clearly. I, Hutu of the Wu clan, humbly invite the great Tao of the primeval world to appear. I am willing to use my cultivation of 50 million years to sever the karma between the Wu clan today and Honghuang in the future. The sound rumbled loudly. Countless beings walked out of their dojos, gazing at the void of the great Tao, where they saw Hutu's true form standing on the clouds, uttering a resolute voice towards the heavens. A patch of golden mist suddenly drifted over, from which a pair of eyes emerged, interwoven with the divine power of the great Tao and order. Endless laws and divine radiance coiled around them, as if they contained the truths of the great Tao from billions of dimensions. Golden lotuses surged across the sky, and celestial flowers of the great Tao bloomed between heaven and earth. Divine music and wondrous sounds rippled, manifesting the wonder and mystery of the great Tao's appearance in the primeval world. Granted, a cold voice came from within the golden mist. Hutu immediately let out a scream. The living beings looked on in horror as they discovered her true form was entangled by chains of the great Tao's order, devouring the 50 million years of cultivation she had painstakingly amassed. In the void, the 11 ancestral witches and many great witches clenched their fists in pain, their eyes reddening. Little sister, is it worth it for you to do this? Dijiang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Hutu. Even if Honghuang wins, and you die, and our Wu clan dominates the primeval world, we will not be happy. Hutu let out a bitter wail. Big brother, sister, Xianming, all elder brothers, I have let you down. But only by doing this can I not fail the Wu clan. Tears welled in Xianming's eyes as she trembled. Little sister. Hutu, having been devoured of 50 million years of cultivation, gradually transformed into a human woman. At this moment, her cultivation fell to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal. Her long black hair all turned white, and her once beautiful face began to show wrinkles. Seeing her like this, many ancestral witches were unable to hold back their tears. This was their most beloved little sister. Dijiang Zhu Rong and all the ancestral witches were filled with immense guilt. If they had known that Hutu would sever the karma of her helping Xian Yi today in this way, they would never have allowed her to do so. Instead, they would have joined Hutu in helping Xian Yi. But it was already too late. At this moment, all the great powers of the primeval world were utterly shocked. They watched helplessly as Hutu charged into the chaos beyond the universe. Her frail body seemed ready to collapse at any moment, her white hair dancing in the wind, yet her eyes never showed a trace of fear. Xian Yi, wait for me. I am coming to help you kill Honghuang. She spoke weakly, as if a peak great Luo golden immortal could actually slay a heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. Yet to the ears of the living beings, the will in her words clashed like swords, and swords ringing with resounding force. At the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun sneered, "Foolish creature, you still dare to oppose your master." Xian Yi is a fool, but it appears the witch race's Hutu is even more foolish. Do you not understand that in this world the path of cultivation is about achieving eternal transcendence beyond the great Tao? That is our true calling. Ha ha ha. You trash shackled by emotions have strayed from the righteous path, and richly deserve to die. Yuan Shi Tianzun's tone dripped with contempt. He took a single step forward, and the 9-dragon sandalwood chariot materialized in the void. He settled upon it, and headed toward the primordial chaos. Venerable Master Honghuang, this disciple has come to aid you in purging the rebels. It was finally time to settle the score with Xian Yi once and for all. Yuan Shi Tianzun had waited so long, and now he saw Xian Yi making a move against Honghuang. He was thrilled. If he stood resolutely before Honghuang and fiercely attacked Xian Yi, who could possibly protect him? His master would surely be greatly gratified. Yuan Shi Tian Zun contemplated this with quiet satisfaction. He could already picture Xian Yi collapsed in a pool of blood, his foot crushing Xian Yi's head, as he declared, "You brutish beast shall forever remain scum." Within the Honghuang heavenly palace, Nuwa sat cross-legged upon her jade couch, her luminous eyes shimmering with astonishment, as she murmured, "So soon they have torn off all pretense. Just a few days ago Master was overflowing with joy, telling me that Xian Yi and he had become sworn brothers. Why must Xian Yi kill his own sworn brother?" Nuwa rose shakily and paced frantically throughout the Honghuang heavenly palace. "If Master perishes, let him go to the underworld. That old wretch has brought ruin upon countless lives. Simply drape a white cloth and begin the feast." Or perhaps she could enter seclusion for cultivation, periodically peering out to see who lives and who dies, and then make her choice. No, this is such an earth-shaking event that if I do not witness it myself, my heart shall itch with restless desire. Nuwa pondered for a moment. She could go to the Purple Cloud Palace to mediate, offending neither side. When one party was on the verge of defeat, she would restrain them and remind them to accept reality and cease resistance. In the Bu Palace of the Jie sect, Tongtian Jiaozhu sat in solemn meditation regarding the 2 rows of elite disciples within the palace. With a complex tone he spoke, "Xianhuang owes a debt of gratitude to my Jie sect, and Master Hongjun bestowed upon me the grace of teaching. Now that they are at war, I have decided to remain neutral. Do any of you have objections?" "Master, this cannot be tolerated," Yin Xiao said with cupped hands. "Remaining neutral means offending both sides. In a life-and-death crisis such as this, it would be far wiser to choose a faction." Duo Bao spoke sharply. "Little sister, does this even require deliberation? Anyone with discernible eyes can see that aiding the Tao ancestor yields the greatest benefit. Our eldest and second senior brothers have likely already rushed to the Purple Cloud Palace in disarray. We must not side with Xian Yi, we must pledge our lives to assist the Tao ancestor." Upon hearing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu's brows tightened as he rose and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, Chang'er Dingwangxian spoke. "Master, eldest senior brother's words align perfectly with my own thoughts. Who is the Tao ancestor? He is the supreme powerhouse of the primordial world. Even now, he has not yet raised his arm in summons. Should he require manpower, a single thought would suffice to send countless beings marching forward without hesitation. Master, if we assist the Tao ancestor in purging the rebels, this will surely bring benefit to our Jie sect. On one hand, our wholehearted support for the Tao ancestor will undoubtedly deepen his favorable impression of us. On the other hand, by surpassing our eldest and second senior brothers in loyalty, our Jie sect shall ultimately reap the greatest rewards." Within the Bu Palace, the numerous Jie sect disciples voiced their differing opinions, their voices rising in chaos. Tongtian Jiaozhu declared, "Enough. My mind is made up. I will remain neutral. There may be no benefits to be gained, but at least we shall not drive the Jie sect to utter ruin. As for whether both sides will resent me, that is unlikely. Xian Yi is a man of genuine temperament who, when engaged in battle, he would surely prefer that others refrain from interfering. As for our master, with your eldest and second senior brothers already demonstrating their loyalty, when would I Tongtian need to curry favor? Would he even require it?" On Shouyang Mountain, Taiching Laozi burst into the outer chaos. His once transcendent and elegant demeanor was now consumed by bitter resentment, resembling nothing less than a demonic entity, his eyes crawling with crimson veins. "Xian Yi, you shall surely perish. Having offended your master, no one can save you. This saint shall personally shatter your bones one by one." On the western continent, Zhuanti and Jiefeng wore expressions of sheer delight. Zhuanti laughed aloud. "Senior brother, once Xian Yi is dead, we shall annihilate the demon clan and then drain all the spiritual veins from their domains." "Precisely. That is how it should be done. That demon clan has gone mad, daring to oppose the Tao ancestor. They court death. Let us go swiftly to aid our master." In that moment, all the saints of the primordial world emerged together. Only Tongtian Jiaozhu observed from afar within the Bu Palace. Nuwa Taiching, the 2 saints of the west, and Yuan Shi, all 5 heavenly saints had arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace. Zenyuanzi, Hongyun, and Mingi, the 3 quasi-saint experts, followed the demon clan without hesitation, choosing to place their faith in Xian Yi and wagering their very lives. The sentient beings of the primordial world understood that this would be a bloody battle, yet most remained unconvinced of Xian Yi's prospects. Some lamented that the demon clan was facing its demise, that Xian Yi would surely perish at the Tao ancestor's hands. Meanwhile, beyond the Purple Cloud Palace in the chaos, Xian Yi approached the gates and struck them savagely with the chaotic heavenly demon rod. With a thunderous crash, the great doors shattered and the entire palace trembled on the verge of collapse. His cultivation at the late stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal was displayed without reservation. The laws of war and battle suffused his entire being, and the divine might of the Hongming Dao physique radiated across hundreds of millions of li of chaos, striking terror into all chaotic creatures who cowered and dared not appear. Hongjuan, come forth and face me in battle. The chaotic heavenly demon rod returned to his grip as battle intent surged toward the heavens. 9 beams of divine light erupted from his glabella, the 9 heavens heavenly demon merging into one to form a supreme, chaotic treasure hovering before him. Third brother, how could a fight proceed without your eldest brother? Dijun arrived astride the Hichu Luoshu while Taiyi let out a resonant cry. Since you intend to slay Hongjuan's second brother shall accompany you into complete madness. Xian turned to face them, his heart stirred with deep emotion. To see his 2 elder brothers arrive, how could he not be moved? He had come to the Purple Cloud Palace specifically to eliminate Hongjuan's threat to the demon clan. Xianhuang Base has come. Xianhuang Jimeng has come. And I, Shangyang, I, the 9-tailed fox demon, fear nothing and hesitate at nothing. Fushi has arrived late, spare me, Xianhuang. From within the chaotic void came the voices of the demon clan's mightiest warriors tearing through heaven and earth. Xian gazed and saw a dense demon chi coalescing into countless figures. 10 great demon gods, over 300 demon kings, and tens of millions of Taiyi golden immortal demon generals. The demon clan was deploying its entire strength. Xian turned his gaze toward the Purple Cloud Palace where Hongjun emerged holding his feather whisk. At that moment, everyone except Xian wore expressions of grave solemnity. The Tao ancestor had appeared. Was death about to arrive? At that moment, Xian Yi's heart was filled with boundless fury. Ever since arriving at Zhixiao Palace, he had knocked at the door over a dozen times, yet the occupant never granted him an audience, nor did he know what they were doing inside. Later, upon hearing that Hoodoo had severed karmic connections using 50 million units of spiritual energy, he finally understood. The other party was acting for his sake, intending to come to his aid. What manner of power was this? Even with his cultivation base reduced to the Luo Golden Immortal, they were still willing to help him. Xian Yi's heart was exceedingly complicated. At that moment, he only wanted to smash Hongjuan's skull to pieces. Hongjun stepped forward, his entire body wreathed in the laws of heavenly Tao galaxies flowing within his eyes. He said, "Fellow Taoist, why do you seek to destroy my Zhixiao Palace?" Xian charged at him with his staff raised. Hongjun was startled, thinking to himself, "Can't we finish talking before fighting?" With merely a glance, he froze time and space. Xian Yi's late-stage Honghuang Golden Immortal cultivation held not the slightest chance of resistance against Hongjuan's heavenly Tao realm power. Seeing Xian sealed within the spatial temporal inner layer, Dijun and Taiyi along with the horde of the demon race surged toward Hongjun all at once. Hongjun smiled faintly and said, "Do you presume to act arrogantly in the presence of this vessel?" Whoosh. Hongjun did not kill Dijun, Taiyi, or the multitude of demon race members. He merely sealed them all. Xian was locked in a black hole within the spatial temporal interlayer. Gripping the bars of his prison with both hands, he bellowed at Hongjun with a ferocious expression, "I have words I would have you hear in silence. I curse your ancestors 18 generations deep. Does that inflame your rage? Come on, just kill me already. If you do not kill me, may you have been born without a rear passage." Yet Hongjun merely offered a faint smile, as though he had not heard those coarse words, as calm and composed as the old monk beneath the Bodhi tree. Witnessing this scene, Xian was stunned. It actually made him somewhat afraid. If he could not die, how could he ever grow stronger? How could he hope to defeat Hongjun? Was he to be sealed by this wretch forever? The demon race was equally astonished. Good heavens, was the temperament of Tao ancestor Hongjun truly this magnanimous now? Dijun's voice trembling, he said, "Third brother, please stop cursing. Our army has suffered a crushing defeat. If we can survive, survival is the greater good. There are still your 2 sisters-in-law waiting at home. If their elder brother perishes, what will become of those 2 fragile women?" Xian said earnestly, "Fear not. I shall not die." Dijun's eyes were red, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing those words, he froze in astonishment. "Hongjuan, do you dare harm Xian?" At that moment, Hutu arrived. Her silver-white hair flew about her shoulders, her gaze fixed directly upon Hongjuan before shifting to Xian with tears flowing from her eyes. "You fool! How did you end up imprisoned?" Xian smiled and said, "He wouldn't dare kill me either. I wonder what goes on in that mind of his. Perhaps his brain is filled with nothing but excrement." Hutu said, "He is extraordinarily powerful. How can I possibly save you?" Xian said coldly, "You are merely a Deluo Golden Immortal. What right do you have to attempt my rescue?" Xian shrugged his shoulders in utter disdain. "Someone of your appearance presumes to captivate me. Do yourself a favor. Look into a mirror and assess your own countenance. Measure just how much worth you truly possess, would you?" At that moment, the demon race felt profoundly awkward. Hutu had suddenly had 50 million years worth of spiritual energy extracted, which naturally diminished her beauty considerably. Yet once she recuperated, she would undoubtedly recover her former radiance. "Honghuang, she is our reinforcements. The fact that she has come means her brothers may follow. But if you continue to belittle her like this, what will happen when she departs?" Donghuang Taiyi gazed at Hutu with complex emotions, thinking to himself, This is troubling. I hope my first sister-in-law is not a jealous woman. The 3 light divine water I gave you last time, we exchanged it as a fair trade. So where is your heart's blood? Hand it over. Xian called out to Hutu. For you. Hutu's voice choked with emotion as she flung the small vial into the spatial temporal interlayer. Xian caught it, stowed it away, and grinned at her broadly. Hutu's eyes welled up with wrong tears. Behind her, the 11 pursuing ancestral witches and Xian Ming all glared furiously at Xian. Dijun cursed in rage. You are utterly despicable. Little sister, let us leave. Let him die, shall we? You come all this way, and now wish to depart. Hongjun sneered. Huda has trespassed into Zixiao Palace. Her crime warrants death. Dijiang and Zhu Rong, along with the assembly of ancestral witches, all stepped forward to shield Hutu. Dijiang roared in fury, Hongjun, we honor you as the Dao ancestor. And are you otherwise? You are nothing at all. The demon race has come here to cause turmoil, yet you spare them while targeting my youngest sister Hutu. What is your true intention? Hold on, Xian asked Hongjun in disbelief. Who shall manifest the 6 paths of reincarnation? Aren't you afraid the heavenly Dao will strike you down, you wretched bastard? Dao ancestor Hongjun smiled. Fellow Taoist, you jest. The cycle of reincarnation. All things are predetermined in the unseen. Hutu is as insignificant as an ant before me. The mandate of heaven has revealed to me that she must die. Therefore she cannot live. Alas, I am powerless to alter this fate. Watching him stride toward the 12 ancestral witches with killing intent blazing in his eyes, Xian struck his fist desperately against the spatial barrier of the inner layer, producing a thunderous rumbling. Yet this was a sealing art wielded at the heavenly Dao realm, far beyond his current strength to break through. System, we're good friends, right? Is there any way to free me? Ding. Host, you face no danger at present. You exist as a lord over billions of great realms. Hongjun does not dare kill you. Have no concerns. That coward. He should just kill me already. But my friend may be killed by his hands. She has given so much for me. I cannot bear to watch her die. Truth be told, I always knew you stripped away my intelligence, leaving me capable only of addition and subtraction within 10. Yet throughout this entire journey, I have never blamed you, for the choice was mine, made at random. Consider my pitiful state of lost intellect. Allow me to cheat once more. I beg you, dear sister. Ding. Let me consider this. System, if you were truly flesh and blood, you would be breathtakingly beautiful, mesmerizing to both mortals and gods. I believe you must have been a little angel in your past life, which is why you treat me with such kindness. As I speak these words, I am moved to tears. Ding. Ahem, very well. Only one more cheat. I shall summon one of my close sisters to intervene and resolve this matter for you. Very well. Simply rescue Hutu and return us all to the demon god court. As for Hongjun, I still cannot match him at present. He is far more formidable than last time. I shall wait until I reach the heavenly Dao realm before putting him down. At that moment, purple chi descended from the eastern heavens across hundreds of millions of li. Just as Hongjun was about to execute Hutu, the ancestral witches fell into despair. Yet suddenly they witnessed the void beginning to fracture, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in black slowly descended from the membrane of the primordial world. Upon her appearance, both Dijun and Taiyi were overjoyed. Dijun pounded on the railing and exclaimed with delight, "Sister-in-law, you've finally come. Xian has been saying nothing but how he yearns for you day and night. Quick, rescue us." Hongjun was utterly terrified, his legs turning to water as he stammered, "How did you appear?" Both Hutu and Nuwa stared in shock. The detestable woman had appeared once more. But why had Dijun addressed her as sister-in-law? What was the nature of this situation? Xian also wore an expression of astonishment. What was wrong with Dijun, calling every beautiful woman sister-in-law? Eldest brother, do not speak nonsense. She is a friend of mine. Dijun was utterly stunned upon hearing those words. Didn't his third brother recognize this peerless female powerhouse? Have you never laid eyes on her? Dijun's eyes bulged wide. He had personally heard this woman in black declare to them that she would one day become Xian Yi's wife. Xian Yi replied casually, "I've already told you, she's merely a friend of a friend. Stop assuming every beautiful woman is my romantic interest, would you?" Dijun turned toward the woman in black and called out, "Sinio. Or do you still remember me? It's me. That day your mere glance nearly scared the wits out of me." Seeing Dijun scrambling for attention, how could Honghuang Taiyi lag behind? He waved at the woman in black, an awkward smile tugging at his lips. "I'm Xian Yi's second eldest brother. You departed in haste that day, and I forgot to tell you my name. I'm..." Just then the woman in black's delicate brows furrowed slightly. A colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted outward, and Taijun found himself suddenly unable to speak, as though his tongue had been sealed. "Throughout my life I loathe garrulous mortals above all else." She spoke with undisguised contempt. Instantly Dijun clamped his mouth shut, and his legs began to tremble. As the woman in black took graceful steps forward, her luminous countenance was revealed to all. Her skin was as pristine as snow, her bone structure exquisitely formed by nature, and waist-length hair danced in the wind. Her elongated phoenix-like eyes seemed to harbor unfathomable divine might. Within them flowed countless starry rivers and myriad chains of cosmic laws intertwined, an awe-inspiring pressure that appeared capable of splitting heaven and earth asunder. At that moment, whether Hongju and Hutan Yua or all beings within the primordial chaos, not a single soul dared to draw breath. This mysterious woman's aura seemed to transcend both the heavenly Tao and the great Tao itself, utterly terrifying. Venerable Master, we have come to lend you our strength. Today Xian Yi must die? If he does not, I shall strip myself of my sacred position. A man's manic voice echoed through the chaos. 9 divine dragons pulled an ornate jade palanquin that halted before the purple heaven palace, its surface interwoven with luminous ancient laws. Yuan Shi Tianzun materialized beside Hongjun. After offering a respectful salute, he cast his gaze upon the bound Xian Yi, delight flashing in his eyes. Pointing at Xian Yi, he bellowed, "You wretched beast, have you finally met your reckoning?" Xian Yi sneered, "Good son, how dare you address your father with such impudence?" Hearing this, all the demon race wanted to laugh, but dared not. Yet what astonished everyone was that upon hearing these words, the woman in black covered her crimson lips with one hand, her eyes and brows overflowing with mirth. How could such an extraordinary figure be moved by such coarse and vulgar words? Could it be? Could this suddenly appearing mysterious woman have some connection to Xian Yi? As everyone pondered in confusion, Yuan Shi Tianzun's face turned ashen with rage, his chest heaving wildly. This fellow's tongue remained as sharp as ever. With all the great powers present, speaking thus was nothing less than humiliating a sacred being. A sacred being stood at the pinnacle of all existence. Although they could be slain, they could never be humiliated. Yuan Shi Tianzun drew a deep breath and bowed to Patriarch Hongjuan, saying, "Venerable Master, this viper harbors treachery within and behaves like a wolf. If we do not administer severe punishment, suppressing both his physical body and true spirit in the netherworld for eternal torment, I fear the masses will not be appeased." Secretly, he felt triumphant. His master valued face above all else. By provoking him this way, if the Xianyuan sect possessed any shred of honor, they would have no choice but to comply. "Yuan Shi, I'll F your mother." Hearing Yuan Shi frame Xian Yi so maliciously, Dijun erupted in curses directed squarely at him. After venting his anger, Dijun helplessly glanced at Xian Yi. It was all this kid's fault for dragging him into such vulgarity. Honghuang Taiyi thundered, "F your mother indeed, Yuan Shi. Once we break free, I'll have my third brother pay you a visit on your Kunlun mountain." He believed that regardless of whether the woman in black shared any romantic ties with Xian Yi, her very appearance today guaranteed their predicament would be resolved. Hearing his 2 elder brothers curse so freely, Xian Yi felt a touch of boredom. He was already contemplating, once this was over, he should teach them how to be a proper troll. One couldn't repeat the same phrases endlessly. That invited scorn. Yuan Shi Tianzun was nearly bursting with rage. Just how many mothers did this creature have to be greeted so outrageously? Was this not an insult to Father God Pangu himself? A pack of beasts. You're about to die and still act so arrogantly. Yuan Shi Tianzun gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with ferocity. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, Hongjuan's arm began to tremble. He raised it with lightning speed, and a colossal slap crashed down squarely onto Yuan Shi's face. Yuan Shi spun in place from the force. He was dumbfounded, his scalp numb, his mind ringing. "Second brother, your face." At that moment, Taixing Saint also arrived. Gazing at the red palm mark on Yuan Shi Tianzun's face, he turned to Xian Yi, bound and trapped, and roared, "You wretched scum again. Just how many trump cards do you have? You've been suppressed, yet still dare to strike my second brother." Yuan Shi stood frozen in disbelief, his temple strands disheveled, resembling a middle-aged man just roused from a nap. Pain and fury mingled in Taixing's heart. He hurried to Hongjuan's side, bowed deeply, and said through clenched teeth, "Venerable Master, since Xian Yi and the demon race hold no reverence for the Xianyuan sect, perhaps they have no right to exist at all. Why not simply annihilate them?" Inside, Taixing Saint was quite pleased. Hasten Xian Yi's death, that was his wish. So absorbed was he in these thoughts that he didn't lift his gaze and failed to notice Hongjuan's raging fury. Another massive slap sent Taixing's hairpin shattering. He flew like a leaf swept by the wind, his body crashing into the great doors of the purple heaven palace with a thunderous bang. His burning cheek pressed against the cold door. Taixing fell into confusion. Trembling, he turned and caught sight of Hongjuan's furious expression. Weakly he stammered, "Venerable Master, I am your elite disciple, the eldest son of the Xianyuan sect." "Lousy." Hongjuan pointed a trembling finger at Taixing and roared, "Lousy beats precisely the essence of his mother. Do you have objections?" Taixing was bewildered once more. "I beat myself. Who hit me? And whom did I hit? This question is too difficult. I simply cannot solve it." Taixing, clutching his head, his expression unhinged, his entire body shuddering as he wrestled with this profound philosophical dilemma. Hongjuan, seeing his eldest disciple in such a state, was momentarily shocked. He slowly approached, grasping Taixing's frantic hand, and asked, "Laozi, what has happened to you?" Smack! Taixing suddenly wrenched himself free from Hongjuan's grip, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins resembling a ferocious beast. He delivered a vicious slap to Hongjuan's face, sending him staggering backward, nearly toppling to the ground. Taixing drew a deep breath and asked, "So tell me, was it Laozi who struck his mother, or was it you who struck his mother? The torment of this question has driven me to distraction." Yuanshi Tianzuan was utterly astounded. His elder brother Laozi was truly kind to him. How dare he strike the master? Truly a model for all to follow. He realized that Taixing was not merely asking the master a question. In truth, he was venting his anger on behalf of Yuanshi. Yuanshi felt warmth in his heart. If Tontian were also defended by his elder brother like this, how could he ever bully Tontian? At this moment, Hongjuan wore a stern expression. His formidable aura swept forth, and his eyes seemed capable of devouring anyone. The terrifying pressure directly forced Yuanshi and Taixing to kneel on the ground. What were heavenly Tao saints? What were the beliefs that all beneath saints were ants? In the eyes of Hongjuan, they meant nothing. Crack! Taixing screamed in agony. His leg bones were shattered by Hongjuan's pressure, and his other leg was also violently bursting apart. Yuanshi suffered the same fate. The two brothers began to plead loudly for mercy, but how could Hongjuan spare them? He understood that the appearance of the mysterious black-clad woman was precisely to rescue Xuani. If he did not show his support for Xuani now after tonight, there might be a dried corpse in the Zixiao Palace by tomorrow. At this moment, the two Western saints who had arrived belatedly were also shocked into silence. Taixing and Yuanshi had always been Hongjuan's favorites. Why was he so enraged when they spoke of slaying Xuani? What exactly had happened? Juanti and Jian were terrified and bewildered. They could not comprehend why Xuani, who had come to the Zixiao Palace to cause trouble, was not being punished by the ancestor of Tao. Would he simply suppress him and be done with it? Not only them, but even Tongtian Jiaozhu in the Bio Palace was horrified. He murmured, "Who exactly is Xuani that the master fears him so much? And what is the connection between the appearance of this mysterious woman and him?" Tongtian looked at the many disciples of the Jia sect, his face full of complex emotions. His palms were drenched in sweat. He said, "Did I not tell you before to stay neutral? Now do you understand how prescient I was?" The gentle and beautiful fairy Yunxiao spoke with lingering fear. "Master is truly wise. Fortunately, we did not side with the ancestor of Tao. Otherwise, our Jia sect would surely have been doomed." Zhao Gongming stepped forward and said, "Elder Master and second uncle have offended Xuani once again. If he does not die this time, Shouyang Mountain and Kunlun Mountain are likely to see quite a commotion." Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded with great relief. "Daoyu Xuani's nature is to repay grievances. What you said is quite true." At that moment, outside the Zixiao Palace, the mysterious black-clad woman cast a cold glance at Taixing and Yuanshi. In an instant, both felt an overwhelming sense of their own insignificance. Who was she? They had noticed her earlier, assuming she was the master's ally. But upon seeing her icy, indifferent gaze, they immediately dismissed that guess. Xuani, trapped in the interlayer space, could only shout to the black-clad woman, "Beautiful. Beautiful sister, you are a friend of my friend. I thank you for coming to save me. Could you please kill these two?" He called her beautiful sister with a deeply conflicted heart. He was not good at flirting with women. Even calling the system darling had made him feel awkward for a long time, as it was insincere. In his heart, he only regarded the system as a robotic friend. No matter how reckless or foolish Xuani was, he knew that the word darling was meant for lovers or one's own children. Hutu, upon hearing this, turned away in anger, unwilling to look at the black-clad woman. She admitted that even in her prime, her appearance was slightly inferior to this woman's. "Xuani, do you only care about looks?" She felt wronged. This was also the first time she had seen Xuani, renowned throughout the world, speak so gently to a member of the opposite sex. The black-clad woman turned around, hands behind her back, a meaningful smile on her exquisite face. "You speak well. Say more. I like listening." Dijun gripped the prison bars tightly and secretly transmitted a message to Xuani in a panic. "Brother, say more sweet words to her. If you can cling to this beautiful thigh, we can all soar. Don't worry about people calling you a gold digger behind your back. They can't even enjoy such a golden opportunity, right?" Taiyi also anxiously transmitted to Xuani, "Second brother isn't good at dealing with women, but I've seen how Dijun coaxes them. Compliment her more on her beauty. She truly is beautiful, that's not a lie. Then say, after you save us, you'd like to invite her to the heavenly court as a token of thanks. Say it quick." Xuani transmitted back, "No matter how poor or miserable I am, even if I jump from a building and smash my head, I will never be a simp. Don't mislead me, brothers. She is beautiful. Calling her beautiful sister is just a title, just like how others often call me handsome guy. It means nothing else." Hearing this, Dijun and Taiyi shook their heads with sighs. Missing this golden opportunity, there might not be another. At this moment, Xuani grinned at the black-clad woman and said, "If you can kill Taixing and Yuanshi, I might say something that will make you remember forever. Understand? I hope so." The mysterious black-clad woman smiled. Her stunning face showed a look of intense interest. She wanted to hear what Xuanyi would say. Her heart was pounding with anticipation, reaching its peak. As she approached, Yuanshi and Taiyi were terrified. What was this? Xuanyi, that bastard had only promised a few words, and you were going to kill us. Was our life so worthless? Master, save us. Yuanshi let out a terrified scream. He did not want to die again. Although the heavenly Tao void could resurrect them, it came at a cost. Each resurrection reduced their cultivation by 1 realm. He was far from the 9th realm of a saint. Losing realms again and again might reduce him to the quasi-saint stage. At this moment, Honghuang glanced coldly at his 2 disciples. He sighed inwardly. He had no choice. The Empress had forbidden him from revealing her existence. Otherwise, could he watch you fools court death? The Empress merely waved her hand, and Taiyi and Yuanshi were engulfed in raging flames. Their faces twisted in agony as they roared, and in moments they were burned to ashes by the unknown, terrifying fire. Instantly, the primeval world was once again drenched in a torrent of blood rain. All living beings panicked and looked up at the sky. Saints have been slaughtered again. Trapped before the gates of the Zixiao Palace, many powerful demons, led by the 10 demon gods under bays and numerous great Luo golden immortals, turned their shocked gazes toward Xuanyi. What kind of being was Emperor Xuanyuan that he could summon such a terrifying existence to rescue him? Hutu was also stunned. She had not expected that the mighty saints were like insects before this mysterious woman crushed with a mere wave of her hand. The Empress turned to Xuanyi, a radiant smile gracing her peerless face. Now you can say it. What words will make me remember forever? If they truly do, your beautiful sister will grant you one more wish. No matter what you desire in this vast universe, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Third brother, Dijun tugged at Xuanyi's sleeve from behind, a hint of worry in his voice. He knew his third brother was always impulsive, straightforward, and far more skilled at picking fights than offering compliments. But such delicate, flattering words were hardly his forte. A poorly aimed flattery could easily land on the wrong target. Offending a peerless powerhouse like the Empress would be a fatal mistake. Don't worry, big brother. Just watch my performance. Xuanyi transmitted a telepathic message to reassure Dijun. Beautiful sister, listen well. My words will not disappoint you, Xuanyi declared with unwavering confidence. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, striking a pose of deep contemplation. Taiyi was puzzled. Big brother, what do you think third brother is up to? Dijun, ever resourceful, had a faint inkling. If I'm not mistaken, third brother is about to recite a poem. What? Third brother can recite poetry? Taiyi was startled. This was utterly at odds with his reckless nature. Third brother, your style seems a bit off, doesn't it? Indeed, it appears he is going to recite a poem, Dijun said, equally astonished. He realized his understanding of his third brother had been far too shallow. Perhaps the brash demeanor he usually displayed was merely a facade. In truth, he might be one who appears simple, but possesses great wisdom, with coarseness concealing subtlety. Everyone had been misled by his outward appearance. Dijun's heart was filled with anticipation for the verses Xuanyi was about to utter. He knew that if Xuanyi chose to act, the poem would surely be no ordinary piece. How else could it satisfy the lofty Empress? At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver light. Xuanyi, usually so bold and domineering, appeared unexpectedly refined, like a noble scion gracefully emerging from the mortal world. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One smile can topple a city, a second smile can topple a kingdom. Though Xuanyi claimed he could not compose poetry, he could certainly copy it. Becoming a cultivator had no other advantage. It merely sharpened his memory. Thus the poems he had read on earth in his past life flowed from his lips with ease. In this primordial world, these verses had no original authors, so Xuanyi unabashedly played the role of a literary plagiarizer. A smile that topples a city, a smile that topples a kingdom. The Empress's exquisite face flushed with a hint of shyness as she murmured the lines, momentarily lost in enchantment. After a long pause, she came to herself and smiled at Xuanyi. Not bad. I like it. Is there more? The poem had worked its magic. Xuanyi's heart leaped with joy. Since the Empress liked it, he would continue copying. So without hesitation, Xuanyi elegantly recited the famous passage from the great poet Chao Zhi's Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River from the Three Kingdoms era. Light as a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon. Radiant like autumn chrysanthemums, lush like spring pines. As if veiled by clouds from the moon, drifting like snowflakes caught in the wind. Viewed from afar, bright as the sun rising over morning clouds, examined closely, fresh as a lotus emerging from green waves. Her form balanced, her proportions perfect. Shoulders chiseled as if carved, waist slender as a bound white silk. After reciting this timeless verse, Xuanyi could clearly feel the shift in everyone's gaze. The look in their eyes held a multitude of meanings. Big brother, second brother, why are you staring at me so strangely? Taiyi gave Xuanyi a light punch on the back. Third brother, we never imagined you possessed such talent. An eye-opener, truly an eye-opener. Dijun was deeply moved. Although the Yao race was formidable in martial might, they were often dismissed as lacking intelligence. It's a pity that Yuan Shi Tianzuan, that bird-brained being, is already dead. He always claimed we Yao were nothing but spiritless beasts. If only I could summon him here to hear these beautiful verses. Could a mere beast ever compose such poetry? Ask him, can he write lines like these? Or is he even inferior to a beast? Dijun felt a surge of vindication. The heavenly court had no shortage of martial achievements, but literary grace was a rare commodity. As a result, the great cultivators of the primordial world often lumped the Yao race together with the brainless brutes of the Wu race. And Dijun had never been able to find a counterexample to refute them. But now he had one. That example was Third Brothers, Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River. No matter what kind of creature in the world read it, none could deny the ethereal beauty it contained. That beauty, that elegance transcended words and surpassed all races. If Yuan Shi is even worse than a beast, then he's worse than a beast. Taiyi laughed heartily, and Dijun joined in laughing along with him, as if veiled by clouds from the moon drifting like snowflakes caught in the wind. The Empress repeated the line over and over, her joy growing with each utterance. She adored this verse. It was so beautiful, as if it had been tailor-made for her. You said you would make me remember you forever. I thought you were just boasting. I even planned to give you a light punishment to teach you a lesson if you failed. But you possess such talent, Xianyi. I have to look at you in a new light. Come, tell me your wish. Power, wealth, beauty, or martial arts secrets, cultivation realms. Perhaps you are dissatisfied with the current state of the primordial world and wish to sit on Honghuang's throne. I can grant it all. Everything. Xianyi's eyes lit up. Opportunities to make a wish so freely were rare indeed. Yes, everything, but only one wish. The Empress raised a jade-like finger, emphasizing one. Understand. Xianyi nodded. So what should that wish be? Taiyi and Dijun were beside themselves with anxiety like ants on a hot pan. But the Empress's gaze was entirely fixed on Xianyi, leaving them unable to make any covert moves. They could only shoot frantic glances at him, hoping he would see reason. What are you thinking, Third Brother? Is there even a need to think? He should wish for his cultivation to be elevated to the sage realm or beyond. The Yao race lacked nothing except a high-level sage as a pillar of support. If Third Brother Xianyi became a sage, then the battle between the Yao and Wu races would be undefeated from the start. Xianyi stood still for a long moment, deep in thought. His intelligence had been drained by the system, making such contemplation a true test of his already limited mental capacity. But then, noticing the strange expressions of Dijun and Taiyi, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. He did not lack strength. With the system, he need not worry about slow progress in cultivation. The only real concern was the safety of those around him. He himself could not die, but what about his beloved big brother and second brother? The war between the Yao and Wu was about to begin. If anything happened to them. Moreover, if the other sages bypassed him and struck at Dijun and Taiyi, Xianyi would be hard-pressed to protect them. Beautiful sister, I've made up my mind. My wishes. Beautiful sister, my wish is to ensure the safety of my eldest and second brothers. Are you sure? The Empress was puzzled. Such a rare opportunity to make a wish, and Xianyi didn't use it to enhance his own strength. This gesture greatly increased the Empress's favor toward Xianyi. A person who values loyalty and righteousness would be held in high regard by anyone, especially in this brutal primordial world where such qualities were exceedingly precious. I am sure. Xianyi nodded firmly. There would be plenty of chances to improve his strength later, but his eldest and second brothers had only one life each. He didn't want anything to happen that would cause him lifelong regret. Alas, third brother, you are foolish, truly foolish. Emperor Jun and Taiyi felt both moved and frustrated, believing Xianyi's decision was unwise. Their safety was far less important than having another sage-level combatant for the demon clan. Foolish. How am I foolish? Xianyi, however, felt his decision was remarkably wise, perfectly resolving his worries. When the time came to fight those burly brutes of the Wu clan, he wouldn't have to worry about his brother's safety and could charge freely and recklessly. Could there be a more advantageous deal? Xianyi couldn't help but admire his own intelligence. However, since his eldest brother was always strategic and called him foolish, his wish probably wasn't perfect. Damn, Xianyi slapped his forehead. He had been careless. He should have wished to directly elevate his eldest brother Emperor Jun and second brother Taiyi to the level of sages. That would have been a perfect solution. Beautiful sister, can I change my wish? Xianyi forced a smile, cautiously ingratiating himself. No words once spoken cannot be taken back, the Empress said with a smile. Since you are so worried about your two elder brothers' safety, I won't fob you off with inferior items. Ding, congratulations on obtaining Chronos Dao Body X2, can be gifted. The system's prompt echoed in Xianyi's ears. Chronos Dao Body, a fish swimming in the river of time, a darling of the long river of ages. Its true spirit is scattered across past, present, and future, blurring the boundary between life and death. It does not truly die. Even if killed, it will resurrect from the river of time after one day. It is the pinnacle Dao Body, second only to the Hongming Dao Body. Holy crap, this is impressive. After reading the description, he felt only one word, a huge profit. Compared to a sage, this wasn't much of a loss. After all, although the immortality of the Chronos Dao body wasn't as good as Yi's own Honghuang Dao body, it was far superior to the immortality of a sage. When a sage resurrects, they suffer the side effect of reduced cultivation realm. Moreover, a sage's resurrection relies on the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao is eternal, and so are the sages. But even the heavenly Dao can be destroyed, while the Chronos Dao body is rooted in the great Dao of time, which can never be extinguished. In comparison, it was a total domination. Elder brother, second brother, come here quickly, I have something good for you. He hurriedly beckoned. When Emperor Dijun and Taiyi approached he waved his hand, sending 2 beams of divine light from the system into their bodies. This is... Emperor Dijun and Taiyi were utterly stunned. From their perspective, the mass of light seemed ordinary, but once it entered their bodies, it displayed miraculous effects. Within that light, there were kings and generals, talented scholars, and beauties, birds and beasts, the law of the jungle. The evolution of civilization, the cycles of heaven and earth, the vicissitudes of the sea, mostly the rotation of time. All things in the universe may decay, but only time remains eternal. Emperor Dijun and Taiyi could clearly feel their true spirits being divided into countless fragments scattered across every corner of the river of time. Unless someone could erase all their true spirits on all timelines, past, present, and future, simultaneously, it would be impossible to kill them. Third brother, this gift is too great. Emperor Dijun was deeply moved. For what had he and Taiyi toiled to gather the demon clan and establish the heavenly court? Was it not to accumulate fortune and ascend to sagehood, thus controlling their own destiny? Those below the sage realm were but ants. Emperor Dijun and Taiyi had partly founded the heavenly court out of ambition, but more out of a sense of insecurity. And now what could bring them more security than this immortal Dao body? Ha ha ha, excellent. Taiyi couldn't help but roar with laughter. I've long been disgusted with those sages shitting on us brothers. Now they are immortal, and I am immortal too. Let me test whether these sages are truly invincible below the sage realm. Honghuang Taiyi was a battle maniac at heart. He had long admired his third brother's reckless fighting style. Now that he possessed the same, his Eastern Emperor Bell was itching for a fight. Second brother, count me in when the time comes. Yi's eyes lit up. Challenging the sages was something he thoroughly enjoyed. Good. When brothers unite, they can break metal. Taiyi laughed heartily, filled with joy. Ahem, both of you calm down first. Emperor Dijun, having regained his composure, hurriedly pulled back his 2 excited brothers. The urgent matter was to eliminate the threat of the Wu clan. The sages could be dealt with later. With a great war imminent, making too many enemies was unwise. As the mind of the heavenly court, Emperor Dijun couldn't allow his younger brothers to act recklessly. He grabbed them and gave them a long lecture. Elder brother, stop preaching, stop preaching. He shook his head, clutching his head. This mental assault was truly hard to bear. He would rather engage in a bloody battle with the 12 ancestral witches or be killed repeatedly by Dao ancestor Honghuang than listen to his eldest brother's nagging lectures. It was like demonic sound drilling into the ears, lethal. The damage was immense. Hey, where's the beautiful sister? He came to his senses and found that the peerlessly elegant empress had already drifted away, gone without a trace. Forget it, they would meet again anyway. He didn't dwell on it. However, he felt a vague sense that he might have overlooked something. Looking at his elder brother Emperor Dijun and second brother Taiyi, he suddenly realized. Damn, he had forgotten about his sister-in-law he and his 10 nephews. But now that the 3 brothers were all immortal, perhaps they could protect them during this tribulation. He wasn't sure. On the other side, Ho-Tu wandered desolately across the primordial land, murmuring verses he had written to the empress. Graceful as a light cloud veiling the moon, drifting like snow swirling in the wind. A sorrowful expression hung on Ho-Tu's beautiful face. Well written, Xian. How I wish this was written for me. Xian, I love you so much, I've tried so hard. Yet why do you only cast your gaze upon other women, refusing to spare me even a single glance? Ho-Tu lamented in self-pity, wandering lost and despondent across the primordial land. Jealousy, remorse, and agony now gnawed at her tender heart, like venomous serpents, leaving her dazed and numb, drifting through the wilderness like a walking corpse. The 12 ancestral witches, the war of the sorcerer and the demon, all were cast aside in her mind. Her thoughts were now consumed by boundless sorrow. Without Xianyi's love, she felt her life had lost all meaning. After an unknown span of time, when Ho-Tu finally came to her senses, she found herself in a land she did not recognize. Looking up, she saw only wandering spirits and restless ghosts drifting aimlessly all around. The souls of monsters and humans, unable to reincarnate, wandered day and night between heaven and earth, enduring the scorching sun and the biting wind. They wept incessantly, their wails echoing like ghosts. Ho-Tu caught a wandering spirit and asked, "Why do you all linger here? What are you crying for?" The spirit, sensing the immense aura emanating from Ho-Tu, knew she was a powerful being beyond its reach. Summoning its courage, it wept and replied, "Your Majesty, we have nowhere to go. The yin energy here is slightly denser, sparing us from the torment of the sun's blaze. Huda gazed at these lost souls. Without bodies, they were exposed to the elements, awaiting only pain and dissolution. How could this be? They were so pitiful and alone. Why wouldn't heaven and earth show them mercy, once sparing them such suffering? Huda thought of herself and let out a bitter laugh. What right did she have to pity them? Was she not also denied Xianyi's love? So we are all unloved ones, Huda sighed as she looked at the wandering spirits. If heaven and earth do not love you, then let me, Huda, love you. Hutu pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the earth, and made a great vow. Heaven above, I, the ancestral, which Hutu, am willing to sacrifice my physical form to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation, giving all souls in the land a place to return. As she spoke, her flesh began to melt and crack, and a fissure split the earth. With a thunderous roar, the underworld was slowly forged under the power of heaven. In the Ziwei Palace, the Tao ancestor Honghuang, seated upon the high throne, opened his eyes in shock. Adjusting his robes, he bowed slightly toward Hutu's direction, saying, Lady Hutu, great is your virtue. At that moment, whether it was the 6 sages of heaven or other supreme cultivators of the primordial land, like Zhen Yuanzi, all who sensed this scene straightened their robes and bowed toward Hu. Lady Hutu, great is your virtue. Lady Hutu, great is your virtue. Regardless of her original intention, the ancestral, which Hutu transformed into the 6 paths, giving the souls of the primordial land a place to return. Every living being, regardless of race, as long as their soul remained intact, could have a chance at a second life, a third life, cycling through reincarnation. She had rendered great merit to heaven and earth and great virtue to all living beings. This bow was not for any other reason. Every creature of the primordial land should feel grateful for Lady Hutu's benevolence. In the heavenly court, Dijun, along with his brothers, also bowed without exception. The reincarnation Hutu had transformed into showed no favoritism even toward the souls of the demon race, and thus deserved their respect. Dijun sighed deeply. Lady Hutu, your virtue nurtures all things, your merits are boundless. Truly admirable. It is enviable that the sorcerer tribe could produce such a figure. However, Dijun changed his tone with a laugh. With Hutu gone, the 12 ancestral witches have lost a member. Their 12 heavenly gods formation might not be set up anymore. His words carried a hint of schadenfreude. Without Hutu, the 12 ancestral witches were one short, unable to form the Panga true body. This was excellent news for the demon race. A big brother, won't the battle be so boring then? Xianyi was displeased. He had been hoping to use the sorcerer tribe's Panga true body during the war to farm rewards from the system. Third brother. Dijun glared at Xianyi with dissatisfaction. Xianyi shrunk back, grinning sheepishly. I know, big brother, this time I'll follow your orders. Oh, right, the bigger picture. The bigger picture? Please don't lecture me again. That's better. Dijun nodded with satisfaction. He feared nothing more than his third brother losing his head impulsively. Now that the advantage was on their side, as long as they played it steady, victory would be theirs. What needed attention was keeping an eye on Xianyi. One careless moment, and he would charge to the front. Then to rescue him, no amount of tactical formations would matter. It would inevitably devolve into a chaotic melee with everyone fighting shoulder to shoulder. Inside the sorcerer tribe's Pango Hall, the remaining 11 ancestral witches were holding a solemn meeting. Dijiang asked Zhu Jiuyin, how is it? Any news from Sister Hutu? A great sorcerer has been sent to inquire, but it seems Hutu can no longer participate in battle. Her ancestral witch body is gone, and her primordial spirit cannot leave the underworld. What use is she? Dijiang nodded. It seems we must find another way. Zhu Rong slammed the table, his hair bristling with rage. If you ask me, Sister Hutu is truly foolish. Has her infatuation addled her brain? If she had actually seduced the demon clans, Honghuang, I wouldn't say a word. But she didn't bring him over, and she sacrificed her own ancestral witch body for the sake of the primordial land. Isn't that stupid? Without her body, how can we form the Panga true body? Who knows how many in the primordial land are laughing at our sorcerer tribe. Zhu Rong say no more. Dijiang couldn't help but rebuke him. He was a man of broad vision, understanding the immense positive impact of Huta's actions on the primordial land. Thus, although he did not approve of Huta's behavior, he did not oppose it either. After all, such immense merit greatly increased the sorcerer tribe's fortune. Brother Dijiang, I think Zhu Rong is right. Sister Hutu this time indeed lacked a sense of the bigger picture, showing no consideration for our sorcerer tribe. The speaker was Gong Gong, who had always been at odds with Zhu Rong, yet now he sided with him. Exactly. Other ancestral witches chimed in. Instantly, the entire hall split into 2 factions, one praising and the other condemning, arguing, endlessly buzzing with noise that gave Dijiang a headache. With the enemy at the gates and such internal discord, Dijiang could not help but feel furious. Enough. This bickering is utterly unbecoming, Dijiang roared, slamming his hand on the table. The aura of the foremost ancestral which burst forth, filling the entire Pangu temple with a bone-chilling cold. Seeing their typically amiable eldest brother Dijun erupt in fury, the quarreling ancestral witches immediately fell silent, leaving the hall in utter stillness. Let us first await the return of the great witch sent to our younger sister Hoodoo. She has always been prudent, as surely she would not leave our Wu clan without a contingency. Dijun waved his hand somewhat weary. Soon the Wu clan guard stationed at the entrance of Panga Temple reported, "The great witch Kwafu requests an audience." Dijun rejoiced and quickly said, "Hurry, let Kwafu enter." Kwafu was the great witch sent to Hutu, and his return surely bore Hutu's message. "Kwafu, what did Hutu say?" Ancestral witch Hutu said nothing specific. She only bade me bring this object, stating that ancestral witch Dijun would know what to do upon seeing it. Kwafu replied respectfully, withdrawing an ancient box from his bosom. "What is this?" Dijun opened the box to reveal a crimson round pearl brimming with an intensely vibrant life force pulsing like a powerful heartbeat. This is... The surrounding ancestral witches were drawn to the sight. Ancestral witch essence blood. If I am not mistaken, it is heart blood. Dijun could not help but laugh heartily. Heaven has not abandoned our Wu clan. I knew our gentle sister Hutu would not leave us without a backup plan. Now with this essence blood of Hutu combined with the most profound earth attribute great, which from her tribe and our secret arts, we can temporarily elevate him to the ancestral, which realm filling Hutu's position. Dijun spoke with fervor to the other ancestral witches. The Yao clan believes that without Hutu we can no longer deploy the 12 heavenly fiend formation. We shall give them a grand surprise. Zhu Rong slammed the table again. That bastard Xianyi, I've loathed him for ages. When we unleash the full power of Pangu's true form, we'll crush that scum to avenge our sister Hutu. Well said, I support you, Zhu Rong. This time I'm with you. Gong Gong patted Zhu Rong's shoulder. Whoever dared to bully their sister Hutu deserved to have that bird-faced Xianyi's face smashed to a pulp. Smash that pretty face of his, so he won't be able to charm any more young maidens. All right, the final battle draws near. Return to your tribes to conserve strength, sharpen your weapons, and prepare yourselves fully. Dijun issued commands. When the time is ripe, we shall. He clenched his fist and roared, raise arms and march against heaven. In the heavenly court, on the Fusang divine tree of the sun star, 10 little golden crows perched on the branches chattering like larks. So boring. All we do is cultivate day and night. Father won't let us go out to play. Bear with it, second brother. I heard from the demon generals below that this is a tense time. The entire primordial land is filled with hostile Wu clan. It's not a good time to go out. That may be, but staying cooped up here is unbearably dull. How about we sneak out for just a little while, return before dark, and not linger outside? That shouldn't be dangerous. Good idea, but the South Heaven Gate is guarded. They won't let us pass. Little Ten, you're always resourceful. Any clever plan? That's easy. I'm the clever and wise Little Ten. I've been preparing for this excursion for a long time. Tada! Look what I have here. The 10th Golden Crow Prince produced a set of robes and laid it before his brothers. Isn't that just a set of clothes? What's so special about it? Indeed, can a set of clothes get us past the South Heaven Gate? The 10th Golden Crow, seeing his brother's puzzled looks, grew even more smug. You're all blind. This is no ordinary robe. It belongs to our third uncle, imbued with his powerful aura. If we wear it and transform into his likeness, the guards at the gate won't dare stop us. And then we can slip out with ease. So what do you think? Brilliant, isn't it? The 10th Golden Crow proudly boasted, expecting praise from his brothers. He had mulled over this plan for a long time and believed it was flawless. But to his surprise, instead of praise, his brothers recoiled, as if from a plague, staring at him, as if he were a fool. Little Ten, you've got guts, stealing third uncle's clothes. Little Ten, I have a feeling your backside is going to be thoroughly thrashed by third uncle. I fear neither father nor mother. The worst they do is order me to cultivate. But third uncle, he really spanks. Little Ten, I salute your courage. Little Ten, you'd better take the blame alone and not drag us into punishment. The 10th Golden Crow was both amused and exasperated by his brother's cowardice. Nevertheless, rubbing his own backside, he recalled the sting of third uncle's bamboo ruler and couldn't help but shudder. Fine, I'll take the blame alone. But since I've already stolen the clothes, are you coming or not, my dear brothers? Coming. I'm so bored I could burst. Big brother, aren't you already a bird? Idiot. I'm a golden crow. Don't lump me with common birds. But isn't a golden crow still a bird? A golden crow is a golden crow, a bird is a bird. Two different characters, not the same thing. Don't you understand, Little Eight? The first golden crow put his hands on his hips, brimming with authority. Oh. Little Eight nodded, half understanding, still not quite grasping whether a golden crow was a bird. But since Big Brother's voice was so loud and his demeanor so confident, he must be right. As the 10th Golden Crow had predicted, wearing third uncle's robe and assuming his form, they passed straight through the South Heaven Gate without any hindrance. Once outside the gate, Xian Yi's form shifted back into the 10th Golden Crow Prince, who shook his 9 brothers out from his sleeve. Beyond the South Heaven Gate lay the vast primordial land. Gazing at the boundless heavens and earth breathing in the air of freedom, the 10 golden crows were filled with joy and exhilaration. Woohoo, let's take off. Little Ten's plan really worked. That guard was so dumb he didn't even ask us a single question. That's right. Our third uncle has quite the standing in the heavenly court. Enough of that. Brothers, let's go have some fun. Second brother, what does go have some fun mean? Don't know either. It's third uncle's catchphrase. The 10 golden crows were like 10 happy children feeling the gentle breeze brush against them, savoring this rare sense of freedom. Everything in heaven and earth appeared so novel in their eyes. They chased through the woods, strolled across the meadows, and finally plunged into the lake, transforming into 10 children playing joyfully in the water. However, they still remembered their third Uncle Schwani's teachings. They consciously restrained the solar divine fire within them, avoiding the catastrophe of their past life, when 10 golden crows scorched the earth. Just as the 10 little golden crows played and frolicked by the lake, completely unaware that danger was quietly creeping toward them. At this time, the earth belonged to the Wu clan. Their footprint nearly covered the entire primordial world, with their presence found everywhere. Great Witch Shangliu was patrolling his territory as part of his daily routine. With the great battle between witches and demons imminent, the demon clan had amassed all their forces above the heavenly court. Rarely would any foolish demon be found alone on the earth below. Shangliu hadn't expected to discover anything during this patrol, but to his surprise he distinctly detected a trace of the true solar fire. Though it flashed and vanished in an instant, he managed to catch it. The true solar fire. That was the signature technique of the Golden Crow clan. Shangliu's body tensed. Who could it be? Dijun, Taiyi, or that madman Honghuang? Just as he was carefully tracking it with his heart in his throat, he suddenly realized the master of the true solar fire was none of the 3 peerless powerhouses from the heavenly court, but rather 10 little golden crows playing by the lake. Shangliu let out a breath of relief, yet couldn't suppress his overwhelming joy. If his guess was correct, these 10 golden crows were none other than the 10 sons of the current demon emperor Dijun, the 10 crown princes of the heavenly court. Capturing them meant seizing the heirs of the demon clan, the future of the golden crow lineage, and the Achilles heel of both the heavenly emperor and Honghuang. With hostages in hand, the demon clan would inevitably hesitate to make any moves. This great battle hadn't even begun, and the Wu clan had already won more than half. Shangliu carefully observed for a moment, confirming there were no hidden masters guarding the 10 golden crows. No longer able to contain himself, he struck without hesitation. Seeing a fierce-looking giant charging toward them, the 10 little golden crows, previously engaged in playful laughter, were thrown into panic. They immediately understood that enemies had arrived. The 10 little golden crows channeled their power together, and the resulting force proved truly formidable. Their gathered solar true fire instantly evaporated the entire lake, spanning over 10 li in circumference. The true solar fire is indeed extraordinary, but your cultivation is too weak to wield its true power. Shangliu laughed heartily, his expression arrogant as he opened his mouth and spat forth a torrent of dark nether true water. The emerald green toxic waters neutralized most of the pure yang solar true fire, while the remaining scattered sparks splashed onto Shangliu's body. He absorbed the impact without flinching, his great witch physique proving impervious. As the great witch of the Honghuang tribe, he possessed an innate water attribute that naturally countered the solar true fire. Moreover, with the 10 little golden crows' cultivation so underdeveloped, they simply couldn't unleash its full power. Submit and stay here. Shangliu laughed maniacally, extending his massive hand to snatch at each golden crow one by one. This is bad, we can't match him. As crown princes of the golden crows, their years of cultivation had been far too brief. The solar true fire was already their strongest trump card. In truth, it would have been more than sufficient against ordinary foes. Little 10 among us, you have the swiftest escape technique. Go quickly for reinforcements, we'll cover you. The 10th golden crow crown prince understood this was no time for hesitation or sentimentality. Fighting back tears, he transformed into a ray of golden light and shot straight toward the horizon. Wanna flee? Over my dead body. Shangliu's face twisted with ferocity. He wouldn't let any of them escape. Channeling his great witch form, his left hand expanded to the size of a mountain range as he swept it downward toward the fleeing golden light. However, this seemingly certain strike grasped only empty air. The golden light moved faster than lightning, slipping right through his fingers, and in the next instant vanished beyond the horizon. So fast. What kind of escape technique is this? Shangliu's face was filled with disbelief. He was a great witch 2 full realms above them, yet he couldn't even catch one. Lost your nerve, old man. Haha, this is the great sun golden light. The unique escape art of our golden crow clan, one of the swiftest techniques in all of existence. The 8th golden crow crown prince crowed triumphantly from nearby. You little brat, don't think I'm impressed. I may not have caught him, but I can still catch you just fine. Shangliu slapped the 8th golden crow crown prince across the head. Easy, that hurts. The 10th golden crow crown prince burned through his magical energy, his escape light blazing forward. Anxiety gripped his heart. He wished he had 8 wings instead of 2, cursing how agonizingly slow he felt. Faster, faster. Where is the southern heavenly gate? Just as he fled through the sky, a familiar figure materialized ahead, suspended in midair. It had to be Xuani. Who else could it be? Third uncle. Like a lost child finding family, the 10th golden crow-crowned prince threw his arms around Xuani's legs, weeping copiously, with snot and tears streaming down his face, like a smudged kitten. Third uncle Wah, there are bad men. Big brother and the others are still there, please go save them quickly. What a... Xuani's blood boiled at the news. Who had the audacity to lay hands on his nephew? They must be tired of living. To provoke fate itself, this was a death wish. Guided by Little Tin's directions, Xuani flashed forward several times in rapid succession, reaching the scene almost instantly. Shang Liu stood there smugly, 9 golden crow-crowned princes bound together in a line, their leader gripping the rope that held them captive. He had captured 9 of the 10 princes. Losing just 1 hardly mattered. With these hostages, the Wu clan would firmly seize the upper hand in the coming battle. Shang Liu's mind already wandered to visions of the ancestral witches bestowing their praise upon him for this tremendous feat. The 9 little golden crows hung their heads dejectedly, their spirits crushed from the brutal treatment they'd endured. Xuani's heart shattered when he saw his precious nephews reduced to this state. People he himself could never bear to punish harshly, now brutalized by an outsider. Even a dragon has its reverse scale, those who touch it shall die. For Xian Yi, his reverse scale was none other than his family. His eldest brother Dijun, his second brother Taiyi, and that gentle sister-in-law, Shi, as well as those 10 mischievous little nephews. Xian Yi feared neither death nor pain, for he possessed an immortal body capable of recovering from any wound. Yet there was one thing he dreaded most, the harm of those he held dear. Now seeing his beloved nephews reduced to such a wretched state by a great shaman, rage surged through his chest with an intensity he had never felt before. This was the strongest killing intent he had ever harbored toward a single person. You shall die today. Not even the heavenly kings could save you. That is my word, Xian Yi. An overwhelming aura erupted from Xian Yi's body, blotting out the sky and sun, dimming the very light of the sun hovering in the heavens. Xiang Lu's body could barely withstand the pressure of that aura. He struggled desperately, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his teeth grinding until they threatened to shatter. Xian Yi's killing intent had become almost tangible, frost forming on Xiang Lu's eyebrows under its weight. Misunderstanding, your majesty, Honghuang. This is all a misunderstanding. Xiang Lu secretly cursed his luck. Even bearing Xian Yi's mere aura was beyond his capacity. He could only endure by forcing himself to resist the urge to kneel. If Xian Yi truly struck, there would be no hope of survival. I merely found your nephews adorable and wished to invite them as guests to our tribe to show proper hospitality. I had no malicious intent. Xiang Lu hastened to explain. The heavenly courts, Honghuang was infamous as a madman, his name echoing across the primal world. He genuinely feared Xian Yi would strike him down without even hearing him out. Oh really? You wish to invite my nephews as guests? Xian Yi laughed heartily as though he had heard the finest joke in the world. Do you take me for a fool? Where in this world does one tie others with ropes to host them as guests? By now Xian Yi had already deployed his divine power to untie the 9 little golden crows and drew them close to himself, shielding them firmly. This. Cold sweat poured down Xiang Lu's face. Despite his claim of superior intellect, he could find no excuse to explain this away. The 10 little golden crows clustered around Xian Yi, tiny and extraordinarily cute. Some clung to his legs, others wrapped their arms around him, and a few perched on his shoulders, as if finding tremendous security in his presence. Their dear third uncle had arrived. There was no need to fear this villain anymore. Backed by their third uncle, the little golden crows quickly recovered from their despondent state, shining with renewed vigor, and began chirping noisily in Xian Yi's ears. Third uncle, don't listen to his excuses. He is a complete villain from start to finish. Wah, third uncle, he hit my head just now. It hurts so much. Third uncle, don't hold back. Beat him up. Yeah, third uncle, punch him. Alright, keep your eyes open and watch how your third uncle gets revenge for you. Xian Yi drew forth his heavenly demon staff. He swung it straight at Xiang Lu, who tried to dodge, but Xian Yi's speed was far beyond him. The staff struck solidly against Xiang Lu's legs, shattering both his knees. Oh! Xiang Lu screamed in agony, his legs broken, forced to kneel in humiliation. Good, that's how it's done. Third uncle is the best. Third uncle, put your strength into it, don't show mercy to this villain. Serves you right bullying us brothers. Third uncle hit his head, help me get revenge, third uncle. The 10 little golden crows behind him had transformed into Xian Yi's most devoted fans, becoming the battlefield's cheer squad. 10 tiny cheerleaders indeed. They chirped excitedly, rallying behind Xian Yi, encouraging him with every ounce of their energy. Your Majesty, you cannot kill me. You are on Wuzhu territory right now. Killing a great shaman will provoke an all-out war between the Wuzhu and the Yao. Xiang Lu wailed, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. An Wuzhu Yao war. How did you think of that when you were bullying my nephew? As he spoke, Xian Yi mercilessly stomped on and crushed Xiang Lu's entire left arm. When you bound my nephew with ropes, did you consider that you might end up in this very situation? Immediately after, his right arm was also crushed. Xiang Lu's face was drenched in beads of cold sweat, the excruciating pain nearly driving him to faint. He dared not resist, he could only endure and wait. For Xian Yi to vent his anger, and perhaps in a favorable mood spare his life. Or for the Wuzhu to discover the disturbance and dispatch their ancestral gods for rescue. Until then he could only grit his teeth, terrified of provoking Xian Yi into killing him outright. Why are you not speaking? Xian Yi, his wrath still simmering, continued. What do you believe your actions were justified, since the Wuzhu and Yao are natural enemies? But you should understand, they are still children, mere children. Misfortune should never extend to family. How could you bring yourself to harm such innocent, naive children? Xiang Lu's four limbs were utterly ruined. Xian Yi, desperate to vent his fury, did not know where to begin. But fortunately, a man possesses more than just his limbs. He also has that fifth limb. Xian Yi raised his left foot, intending to make Xiang Lu experience a fate worse than death for a man. While you pushed too far. Your Majesty Xian, you truly pushed too far. Xiang Lu could no longer endure it. He could tolerate Xian Yi's various humiliations, but he could not bear him laying hands on that particular part. Though he stood no chance, he resolved to fight to the death. In an instant, Xiang Lu's human form vanished, revealing his great shaman true form. A fearsome monster with 9 serpent heads. The Wuzhu's true forms were extraordinarily diverse, taking countless shapes. However, out of reverence for the great god Pangu, they typically appeared in human form in their daily lives. Revealing his true form meant Xiang Lu had decided to stop passively awaiting his fate, and was prepared to fight to the death. What kind of monster is that? It's hideous. Is this really the true form of that villain? He really is despicable. Third uncle, keep going. Don't lose to this monster. The 10 little golden crows were startled by Xiang Lu's 9-headed snake form. Though fear gripped their hearts, they displayed remarkable courage, refusing to flee far away. Instead, they stood behind, mustering their bravery to cheer for Xian Yi. Witnessing the roaring, snarling, 9-headed monster, Xian Yi felt not alarm, but rather delight. Wonderful, wonderful. You arrive at precisely the right moment. I was wondering where to vent my fury, and now you have provided me with a brand new body. How considerate of you, my friend. You literally hand me a pillow right when I need it most. Truly thoughtful beyond measure. A 9-headed serpent is it? 9 heads, eh? Perfect. I'll twist each one off and pickle them in wine. Xian Yi declared with an arrogant swagger, utterly unimpressed by the Shangliu before him. The Shangliu let out a guttural hiss, its 9 serpentine heads coiling, writhing, and tangling together in a grotesque spectacle that was profoundly nauseating. Even if you are the Xian Emperor of the Heavenly Court, you should not underestimate me. The Shangliu hissed, its voice carrying the peculiar sibilance of serpents. Today I shall make you taste the divine power of the great witch of the Honghuang tribe. One head emitted an eerie rasping sound that could induce hallucinations and cloud the mind. Another head, its eyes blazing crimson, shot forth a petrifying beam that could turn flesh to stone. A third head spewed a virulent green venom. The Bibo True Water, one of the most and toxic primordial waters in existence, with immense corrosive and poisonous properties. Even an ordinary great Luo Golden Immortal, if caught off guard, would have their flesh dissolved into pus within moments. The remaining heads unleashed flames, frigid blasts, or lightning strikes, each attack formidable in its own right. The coordinated assault of the 9 serpent heads covered every elemental attribute, leaving no weakness unaddressed. Against such an onslaught, even a typical great Luo Golden Immortal, or even a Honghuang Golden Immortal, would find it challenging. After all, with so many attributes, at least one would exploit your vulnerability. Most would have no choice but to evade temporarily to avoid the brunt of the attack. But Xian Yi was no ordinary man. He neither dodged nor retreated. He accepted every incoming venom, flame, ice, and lightning strike without flinching. Hit me all you want. If I so much as move, I lose. Uncle, what are you doing? Dodge. It's over, it's over. This time Uncle is way too cocky. Uncle, please dodge first, then beat him up. The 10 little ones watching from the sidelines felt their hearts leap into their throats. Although they had heard of Xian Yi's exploits, those were mere hearsay. They had never witnessed his combat firsthand. Thus they couldn't help but worry. In their minds, their uncle was strong, but they had no clear concept of just how strong. But after today, they would gain a clear understanding of Xian Yi's combat prowess. How is this possible? The Shangliu could not believe its eyes. It had unleashed its full power, pulling out all the stops, yet it had failed to harm even a single hair on Xian Yi, who stood motionless. Xian Yi stood there holding his staff, as calm as a placid cloud. Even his hairstyle remained unchanged, not a single corner of his garment was damaged. Are you done? Xian Yi flicked a speck of dust off his clothes. Is that all? You're just tickling me. Your strength is a far cry from your primordial witch ancestor. Your turn is over. Now it's mine. Xian Yi simply swung his staff once. The next moment, the Shangliu let out a pitiful scream. One of its serpent heads was severed cleanly, and a torrent of jade-green blood gushed from the wound, splattering the ground and causing it to sizzle with wisps of green smoke. The severed head writhed on the ground like a worm, a sight both gruesome and disgusting. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Having lost one head, the Shangliu twisted its body wildly, its expression manic. Its remaining 8 heads launched a barrage of lightning, frost, and various divine abilities at Xian Yi, but to no avail. Xian Yi couldn't even be bothered to dodge these attacks, couldn't even breach his divine robe. You know, having 8 heads makes you even more revolting. Xian Yi swung his staff again, severing another of the Shangliu's heads. The 8-headed monster, each head possessing a different ability, reminded Xian Yi of the Yamada no Orochi, the divine beast of a nation he detested in his past life. Just thinking of that name made him feel sick, and his disgust for the Shangliu intensified. "You dared to bully my nephew. I'll cut off your heads one by one and make you taste true agony." Xian Yi was in no rush to grant the Shangliu a swift death. He wanted it to experience the pain of losing every last head. He intended to send a stern warning to anyone who dared harm his family. The more gruesome the Shangliu's fate, the safer the 10 little golden crows would be in the future. Because anyone who contemplated targeting them would instinctively weigh the consequences. That meant enduring the mad vengeance of a Xian emperor of the heavenly court, an immortal madman. The Shangliu's heads were lopped off one by one, soon 765. With each lost head, the Shangliu endured an unimaginable agony of decapitation. By the time only one head remained, its monstrous body lay limp on the ground, drained of strength by 8 consecutive excruciating pains. Let this end. After his assault, Xian Yi's anger had mostly subsided, and he decided to grant the Shangliu a swift death. "If there is a next life, do not commit evil and fall into my hands again." Xian Yi raised his Chaos Heaven Demon Staff, high, its weight immense, ready to strike. "Stop!" A commanding male voice rang out from the horizon. Xian Yi raised an eyebrow. "You say stop and I stop. That would make me look bad. No matter who you are, I'll kill the Shangliu first." A mysterious spatial fluctuation shimmered, instantly teleporting the Shangliu hundreds of meters away. Xian Yi's strike struck empty air. Dijun. Xian Yi mused in confusion. In the primordial wilderness, only Dijun, the foremost of the 12 primordial witches, possessed such spatial abilities. Dijun's figure materialized through ripples of space. After all, they were on the territory of the witch clan, and Dijun, upon receiving the news, had rushed over. The other primordial witches had set out simultaneously, unsure of the Xian Emperor's sudden appearance in their domain. They feared it might be a scheme of the demon clan. Thus, as a precaution, all the primordial witches who could come had come, except for the newly promoted Great Witch of the Hutu tribe, who remained in the Pangu Temple to solidify her cultivation. Clearly, Xian Yi, the Xian Emperor of the demon clan, commanded considerable respect in their eyes. Dijun, relying on his spatial abilities to fold space and traverse vast distances, arrived first at the scene. Fortunately, it was Dijun who arrived first. Anyone else would have been unable to save the dying Great Witch Shangliu from Xian Yi's grasp. Only Dijun, with his mastery of spatial abilities, could teleport and avoid a direct confrontation with Xian Yi to rescue the victim. Any other primordial which would have been forced into a direct clash with Xian Yi. "Xian Yi, what is the meaning of this?" Emperor Jiang suppressed his fury as he gazed upon the dying Shangliu. "On the territory of our Wu clan, you dare to assault a great Wu. What? Are you trying to provoke a war between the Wu and the Yao, or do you think our Wu clan has no one left?" Xian Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased by Emperor Jiang's accusatory tone. Yet this time was different. In the past, he would have picked a quarrel and found a pretext to fight. He had little patience for words. If he could fight, he would. If he could act, he would. He loathed arguments. But today he had not come to fight. He had come to vent his anger on behalf of his nephews, to seek justice for his 10 young ones. Justice was on his side. When there was no justice, one need not reason with others. But when justice was on your side and you still refused to speak of it, wouldn't people mock the Xian Emperor as a fool? "Emperor Jiang, don't put on that lofty air and try to crush me with grand excuses. This time I did not strike recklessly. It was self-defense." "Self-defense?" Emperor Jiang nearly laughed in disbelief. He looked at Shangliu, who had lost 8 of his 9 heads with only 1 remaining. "And you call that self-defense? A great Wu of our clan has been reduced to this state, and you, Emperor Xian, claims self-defense. Do you take me for a fool?" As he spoke, the other 10 primordial Wu, Zhu Rong, Zhu Jiuyin, and the rest, arrived one after another. "Shangliu, how did you end up like this?" Gong Gong rushed to the scene, shocked by the sight of Shangliu's mangled form. Who would dare to be so bold, to attack a great Wu of our clan?" Gong Gong was furious. Shangliu was one of the few great Wu under his command, a trusted subordinate and a capable warrior. Now, on the territory of the Wu clan, he had been reduced to such a state. 8 of his 9 heads severed. What greater humiliation could there be? "Xian Yi, it must be you. I knew the Yao clan harbored ill intentions. Today Gong Gong will fight you to the death." "Come on then. Do you think I fear you?" Xian Yi naturally refused to show weakness. A one-on-one duel with Gong Gong. He felt no pressure. His only worry was that the duel might turn into him Xian Yi against all 11 primordial Wu at once. He possessed an immortal body and feared not death, but what troubled him was that amid the chaos he might not have the strength to protect the 10 little golden crows. But before we duel, why don't you ask your great Wu Shangliu what really happened? Emperor Jiang, after all, was the leader of the Wu clan. Even at this moment his mind remained clear, unclouded by rage. When he heard Xian Yi speak thus, he sensed there must be hidden circumstances. He looked at the dying Shangliu on the ground, clearly unable to speak. Sister Zhu Meng, please treat Shangliu. Understood, big brother. The 12 primordial Wu were born from the 12 drops of essence blood of the great god Pangu. Sacred from birth, each of them mastered a fundamental law. The primordial Wu Zhu Meng commanded the law of wood among the 5 elements. In the elements, wood governs vitality and flourishing growth, bestowing abundant life force and making it uniquely suited for healing injuries. Soon under the emerald glow of primordial Wu Zhu Meng, the gaping wounds where Shangliu's 8 heads had been slowly scarred over. Endless life force surged into Shangliu's body, and the weakened great Wu regained his strength. Shangliu, tell me, what happened here? Why did you cross blades with the Xian Emperor? Emperor Jiang asked in a deep voice. I. Shangliu stammered, unable to speak. After all, abducting the 10 little golden crows was hardly a glorious deed, the kind one could do but not speak of. What nonsense. Shangliu spit it out. Primordial Wu Gong could not stand it. In his eyes, his subordinate Shangliu was no match for Xian Yi, so he must be the one in the right. If you have any grievance, just say it outright. Don't be so wishy-washy. All 11 of us primordial Wu are here now. You need not fear what anyone might do to you. Despite Gong's backing, the great Wu Shangliu still stammered and could not speak. Xian Yi sneered. Of course he's embarrassed to say it. Your Wu clan's great Wu are truly honorable and upright. He saw that my 10 nephews had no strong guardian, so he harbored evil intentions. He didn't even consider his own cultivation level, bullying the weak, oppressing the young. Truly shameless. Shangliu, is this true? Emperor Zhang's expression turned grim. He had never imagined that a great Wu of his clan could stoop so low. Shangliu had nothing to say. He hung his head low, silent as the dead. You son of a bitch. Gong kicked Shangliu hard, sending him flying hundreds of meters. The deeper the love, the fiercer the hatred. Don't you even know the simple principle of not involving the innocent? Gong spat on the ground. And if it were anything else, but no, it had to be 10 children. Laying hands on the old, the weak, the women, and the children. How did my Gong tribe produce such a degenerate? Hawk. Emperor Zhang's face was as dark as water. He said in a low voice, Shangliu, you must understand. Our Wu clan are descendants of the great god Pangu. Every one of us should be an upright man. We stand tall and proud, honorable and open. We may lose on the battlefield with dignity, but we must never win through deceit and treachery. That would no longer be Wu. Shangliu, this time you were wrong. Enough, big brother. Xianming quickly stepped in to mediate, fearing that Emperor Jiang in his anger might kill Shangliu to uphold the clan's honor. Shangliu did not do this for himself. His starting point was for the sake of our entire Wu clan. It was not entirely malicious. Humph. Emperor Jiang snorted coldly, tacitly conceding the point. Turning to Xian Yi, he said, Emperor Xian, rest assured. Our Wu clan is not a people who refuse to listen to reason. We were in the wrong first, and the Wu clan will certainly give you an explanation. Oh, good. Xian Yi was delighted. See, Emperor Jiang is quite reasonable. Then give it to me now. What? Emperor Jiang was taken aback by Xian Yi's bluntness. An explanation? Xian Yi said impatiently. Didn't you just say you'd give me an explanation? Give it to me. I want it now. We will take Shangliu back and discipline him. He will be confined for 10,000 years as punishment for his actions. Ah, that's it. Xian Yi was dumbfounded. Was his understanding flawed? No. Shouldn't your explanation be to hand over Shangliu the culprit to me for judgment? Honghuang, do not overstep your bounds. Di Jiang raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger. Overstep my bounds. Xian Yi was also angered into a laugh. So this is your so-called explanation. You think you can casually brush off something as outrageous as trying to kidnap my nephew? I merely wanted you to hand over the culprit. How is that considered overstepping my bounds in your eyes? Xianming Ancestral, which stepped forward and declared loudly, Honghuang, it is true that great witch Shangliu was wrong first, but now 8 of his 9 heads have been severed by you. He has received his due punishment. Moreover, I see that your nephews are completely unharmed. Shangliu is after all a great witch of our Wu clan. Since he has erred, we will naturally punish him upon our return. Honghuang, you should be lenient and let this matter rest. Hearing this, the great witch Shangliu, standing behind the ancestral witches, wore a ridiculous yet mocking smile. He knew that the ancestral witches had reached a consensus. They had decided to protect him. Regardless, he was a great witch of the Wu clan. Even if he had committed a transgression, the punishment should be decided solely by the Wu clan. This was an internal affair of the Wu clan, not subject to outside interference. Xian Yi finally understood. The Wu clan harbored no sincerity whatsoever. So you intend to shield him? To shield this kidnapper who bullies the weak. Honghuang, you accuse us of shielding him. Ancestral Witch Zhurong standing nearby was nearly laughed into anger. Your 10 nephews stand behind you, not a single hair on their heads harmed. Our great witch Shangliu has only 1 head left out of 9. Under these circumstances, we would be generous not to hold you accountable, yet you dare accuse us of shielding him. In my eyes, even if you combine all 9 heads of your great witch Shangliu, they are not worth a single strand of my beloved nephew's hair. Qian pointed the chaos demon staff at the 11 ancestral witches from afar. I promised my nephews that I would avenge them. I said he would die here, and no one, not even the heavenly emperor, could save him. Qian will keep my word. His words carried an indescribable resolve. Qian's promise was as solid as gold. Not good. Dijun sensed the danger. He perceived the unwavering killing intent in Qian's words toward great witch Shangliu, and immediately attempted to replicate his earlier trick, using spatial translocation to move Shangliu to safety. But he was too late. Qian moved with such blinding speed that even the ancestral witches present could not react. All that remained in his original spot was a mere afterimage. Qian's true form had already reached Shangliu's side. With a single brutal strike of his staff, he smashed the last snake head of the great witch Shangliu. Shangliu's face still bore the mocking smile he had flashed at Qian in his moment of supposed deliverance. He never imagined that Qian would disregard the presence of so many ancestral witches and deliver a deadly blow so ruthlessly. No. Shangliu barely had time to cry out before his head was shattered by Qian's staff bursting like a red-fleshed watermelon. In his final moment, the only thought in Shangliu's mind was regret. Regret for offending a madman like Qian who feared neither heaven nor earth. You beast, how dare you! The 11 ancestral witches, seeing Qian's audacity, erupted in fury. Their auras flared to their fullest. Qian had killed a great witch of the Wu clan right before their eyes. What was this? It was a public slap to the face of the Wu clan, trampling their dignity into the dirt. Qian, do you understand the consequences of this? Dijun's face was covered in frost. He had originally intended to resolve the matter peacefully, for the new ancestral witch of the Wu clan had not yet fully integrated with them, and their Pangu true form still harbored considerable flaws. At this moment, it was not the right time to start a war with the Yao clan. Hence he had sought to minimize the conflict. Moreover, the fault indeed lay with Shangliu. The Wu clan were not the sort to scheme with underhanded tricks. They admitted their mistakes. However, although Shangliu had aired the 10 golden crow princes, had suffered only a fright with no injuries whatsoever. And great witch Shangliu had already lost 8 of his 9 heads half dead. Even if your anger was immense, it should have been vented by now. But Dijun never imagined that Qian could not be judged by conventional logic. In his mind, it seemed there was no such thing as backing down. Now that the Wu clan's face had been trampled, Dijun could no longer pretend to see nothing. Qian, you have gone too far, overstepping your bounds, showing no regard for the Wu clan. This is utterly insolent. Today we 11 ancestral witches are here, and you are the only one from the Yao clan. You will stay here? Dijun, what big words you speak. You think a few rotten fish and shrimp from the Wu clan can kill me? I'm so scared. Qian laughed with exaggerated arrogance, his handsome face so provocative it made one want to punch it. You think numbers matter? My Honghuang Dao body is indestructible and immortal. Do you think I fear you? I can wear you down to death. Seeing that a great battle was imminent, Qian quickly sent a secret transmission to the 10 golden crows, instructing them to flee as far as possible the moment the fight began, not to worry about him. A battle at the level of ancestral witches would require Qian's full strength, leaving him with little energy to protect them. He presumed that the pride of the ancestral witches would not allow them to harm 10 defenseless children. Qian, you are far too arrogant. Do you think that with your immortal body we have no way to deal with you? Dijun let out a cold laugh. As the leader of the Wu clan, he was known for his resourcefulness. Is that not the case? You cannot kill me, so what can you do? The Honghuang Dao body was the body of the great Dao. Even if his physical form turned to ashes and his soul scattered, Qian could lift the coffin lid and revive from the dead. His true spirit was anchored within the great Dao itself. As long as the great Dao existed, he would never perish. He could not think of anything in the primordial world capable of erasing the great Dao. Thus Qian was emboldened. Is there truly any invincible divine ability under heaven? Dijun snickered. We cannot kill you indeed, but we can seal you, trapping you in a weakened state where you cannot even kill yourself. That way you will not die, and thus cannot revive. To us it is no different from eliminating you. Damn, is that even possible? Qian was genuinely taken aback. How could such a flaw, so subtle, be found by him? Qian, whose intelligence had been confiscated by the system, had always believed that his Honghuang Dao body, requiring no conditions and bearing no resurrection cost, was invincible in every true sense. But that day Dijun taught him what it meant to be utterly outclassed by superior intellect. Previously facing the 11 ancestral witches of the Wu tribe, Qian had harbored no fear at all. Yet suddenly hearing this, Qian Yi's courage faltered and urge to retreat welling up within him. It wasn't fear. It was merely that Dijun's method involved only sealing, not true death. He wasn't afraid of being sealed himself, but Xian-yi feared falling here would sabotage the grand designs of his eldest brother Dijun and second brother Tai. He was a crucial high-end combat asset for the Demon Heavenly Court. If he were sealed here, the court led only by Dijun and Tai, he might not necessarily defeat the Wu tribe. After all, though his brothers also possessed extraordinary physiques, their Zongwang Dao body was still one tier below his Hongmeng Dao body, and they required a full day to resurrect. A day was neither long nor short. At minimum, it would give the ancestral witches ample time to slaughter the Heavenly Court's mid to low tier demons. By then, even if Dijun and Tai revived stripped of their followers, they would be solitary rulers, powerless to turn the tide. Even if Dijun and Tai could forgive him, then he doubted he could ever forgive himself. The Heavenly Court was the hard-won legacy his brothers had built with tireless effort and countless sacrifices. Xian-yi's desire to flee grew stronger. He was ready to slip away with the 10 Golden Crow Princes at the first opportunity. You are formidable, truly powerful. I, Emperor Xian, cannot match you. I am leaving now, no more games, understood. But Dijun saw through Xian-yi's subtle thoughts immediately. Hey Emperor Xian, what's wrong? Have you realized this isn't going your way and want to run? Where did that arrogant boldness of yours go? Trying to flee now? Far too late. Dijun sneered, waving his hand to activate the spatial law, freezing the surrounding area. Meanwhile, the other ancestral witches wasted no time. Zhu Meng, master of the wood law, swept his hand, and countless towering trees erupted from the earth, their vines spiraling wildly to entangle Xian-yi's body. Zhu Rongru, Shou Gong Gong, and Xuanming each commanded the laws of fire, metal, water, and ice respectively. In an instant, multicolored energy coalesced into countless light blades surging toward Xian-yi, while the cold ice simultaneously devoured his body and slowed his movements. Xiangliang and Shizi were the ancestral witches of thunder and lightning. Combined, they summoned billowing dark clouds across the horizon where boundless thunder serpents writhed freely, divine lightning from the 9 heavens reeking of pure destruction. Zhu Jiuyin, the ancestral witch of time, Tianwu, the ancestral witch of wind, Shabi Shi, the ancestral witch of poison. They each unleashed their own divine abilities. Even without Ho Tu, the combined might of the 11 ancestral witches was enough to shake the resolve of a saint. As all 11 laws descended upon Xian, he felt as though he had fallen into an inescapable quagmire. Beyond those devastating killing blows, what troubled Xian most were the myriad negative effects woven into the laws themselves. Dual suppression from the space and time laws, air resistance from the wind law, sluggishness from the ice law, root entanglement from the wood law. Each added its own torment. None of the ancestral witches were ordinary opponents. Each possessed their own unparalleled mastery. In the past, Xian had managed to gain the upper hand against them only because they had never fully unleashed their strengths or banded together with such unity. When laws cooperated, their power could never be reduced to mere addition. By the heavens, they've got real skill. Xian was completely dumbfounded, this time at a loss for words. The ancestral witch's tactics centered on containment with attrition as a secondary measure, clearly aiming to seal him rather than kill him. Moreover, their methods were cunning. Though their attacks appeared devastatingly powerful, their force was carefully calibrated to weaken, not slaughter him. This made even Xian-yi's desperate wish to use their strikes to refresh his own condition an impossible luxury. Am I meant to meet my end like this here? Just as despair claimed Xian-yi, a majestic voice resonant with imperial authority rang out from beyond the horizon. Harm not my third brother. Looking up, Xian-yi saw his eldest brother Dijun and second brother Tai leading the Heavenly Court's high-ranking officials, among them Bai Zhe and Kuanping, alongside 1,000,000 demon soldiers advancing in overwhelming force. Ding ding ding. Dongwang Tai gently shook the Eastern Emperor bell, sending mysterious ripples spreading through the air like disturbances blooming across still water. The combined formation of the 11 ancestral witches cracked, losing its cohesion and revealing a considerable gap. Seizing the moment, Xian-yi leaped upward, broke free from the trap, and soared into the clouds to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brothers. Thank you, second brother. No thanks are needed between brothers. Dongwang Tai gently held the Eastern Emperor bell, a faint smile gracing his face. The Eastern Emperor bell, also known as the Chaos Bell, was forged from the handle of Panga's axe, a primordial weapon wielded by the great god Panga himself. Together with the Panga banner from the blade and the Taiji diagram from the axe body, they formed the 3 primordial supreme treasures. Moreover, the Eastern Emperor bell was a rare sonic-type treasure in the primordial world. In Taiyi's hands, it could both attack and defend with boundless versatility. A single activation shattered the ancestral witch's coordinated formation. Dijun, is this the way your Wu tribe conducts affairs? Dijun's expression was cold. Had he arrived even a moment later, his third brother might have suffered grievous harm and permanent sealing. What good countenance could he possibly show? All 11 ancestral witches forming a formation to bully my heavenly court's Xian Emperor alone. Don't you have any shame? Can such conduct truly warrant your place among the great powers of the primordial world? Dijun, you certainly arrived quickly. Dijong's expression carried a hint of regret. Merely half an hour more, and they would have subdued and sealed Xianyi. It was truly a pity. I have no interest in exchanging petty words with you. This time the Wu tribe never intended to target your Xian Emperor in the first place. It is precisely your Xian Emperor who has gone too far. You accuse our Wu tribe of lacking honor. Such claims reek of deliberate prejudice. Very well. The two clans are not yet ready for open conflict. Until next time at Mount Buzhou. With those words, Dijong activated his spatial divine ability, and taking his 10 brothers with him vanished instantly. With the heavenly court's reinforcements now present, the Wu tribe had no certainty of victory in prolonged combat. The wisest course was to wait for the great witch of the Hutu tribe to consolidate her cultivation realm. Once she unfurled Panga's true body, subduing mere demons would be a trivial matter. Father, second uncle. On the clouds above the heavenly court, the 10 golden crow princes timidly paid their respects to Dijun and Taiyi. You little brats, we'll settle scores when we get back. Dijun spoke irritably. This entire crisis had been sparked by these rascals' frivolous playfulness. Within the Taiyan Hall of the Demon Clan's heavenly court, 10 young golden crows knelt in a precise row, their heads bowed in unison upon the ground. Dijun's face was shrouded in darkness as he gripped a thick branch, his eyes seething with barely contained fury. These rascals spent their days on idle pastimes. The moment he relaxed his watch, they would bring him nothing but trouble. Where did they even gain such audacity to flee the heavenly court during this critical hour and roam across the primordial continent for amusement? Did they not understand that the tensions between the witch and demon clans were on the verge of eruption? Did they not know the entire primordial land now fell under the witch faction's dominion? Had third brother Xianyi not arrived in time, and these 10 rascals truly been captured by the witch clan, there would be no point in speaking of the coming demon-witch war at all. Should the crown prince fall into enemy hands, what glory remained even in victory? Upon his own passing, to whom would the heavenly court then pass? I will beat you to death, all of you little bastards. The more Dijun contemplated, the angrier he grew. The rattan whip in his hand showed no mercy, striking the kneeling golden crows again and again. I, Dijun, have reigned wisely my entire life. How could I produce sons so utterly foolish and inept? Dijun struck without restraint, yet his fury extended beyond the mere fact of these golden crows wandering astray. What angered him most was that because of his own sons he had endangered third brother, who had nearly been sealed away by the witch clan. Fortunately, third brother Xianyi emerged unharmed in the end. Otherwise, even if these 10 sons returned alive, Dijun would not let them suffer easily. She, clad in pristine white robes, stood at a distance, her exquisitely beautiful face carved with anxiety. Those kneeling on the ground were none other than her sons by Dijun, her very own flesh and blood. Were she able to bear the punishment in her son's stead, she would have wished every lash from Dijun's whip struck her own body instead. Yet the transgressions these golden crows had committed this time were grievously severe. Seeing Dijun's volcanic wrath, she dared not approach to intercede, terrified of adding fuel to the flames and producing the contrary result. Furthermore, she bore deep self-reproach, feeling her responsibility as a mother was substantial. Her nature was gentle and soft. She cherished the golden crows dearly, never finding it in herself to strike or scold them. Compounded by this, Dijun, as the heavenly emperor, was consumed by affairs of state and inevitably neglected the education and discipline of his sons. With a doting mother and an absent father, the golden crows' personalities inevitably grew wild and unruly. Though their hearts were not ill-disposed, their mischief and reckless lawlessness were commonplace occurrences. Barring a measure of fear for third uncle Xianyi, who held a particular fondness for delivering spankings, the golden crow princes strutted across the heavenly court as though they owned it. Watching Dijun's lashes grow ever more ferocious, he paced anxiously nearby, utterly uncertain of what course to take. A third uncle must have a solution. Shihi's mind suddenly illuminated as she recalled a person. Dijun wielded absolute authority in the heavenly court. Yet, as the saying went, every force had its counter. The third brother Xianyi was precisely his nemesis. Acting decisively, her son's still enduring punishment, she showed no hesitation whatsoever. She promptly summoned Xianyi, hoping he would intercede and counsel a furious Dijun. The beating could not continue, as should it persist, the golden crows' fragile bodies would not endure. They would soon be beaten to death. Xianyi had been pulled along by his sister-in-law, Shihi, with no understanding of why. But upon arriving and witnessing the 10 golden crows kneeling upon the ground, miserably enduring their punishment, he instantly comprehended his mission. Elder brother, Xianyi unleashed a thunderous roar so deafening that even Dijun's hand trembled in fright, nearly causing him to toss the rattan whip from his grip. Third brother, why must you bellow so loudly? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Dijun complained discontentedly. His third brother was fine in every regard save that he frequently failed to comprehend what occupied his mind. Always so dramatic. It's enough to scare one to death. My raising my voice is my own affair, Xian Yi replied, stepping beside Dijun. I wish to ask, what exactly are you doing now, elder brother? Is it not abundantly clear? I am disciplining these little rascals, Dijun declared with a cold snort, his residual fury still evident. If I do not teach them a harsh lesson this time, if I do not give them a profound admonition, they will grow ever more presumptuous and lawless in the future. Today I will beat them until they wail, until they call out for their father. Xian Yi rolled his eyes. Even if they did not call him father, Dijun was still their actual father. Had his mind been addled by anger? Elder brother, you speak truly. These rascals deserve to be thoroughly disciplined. This time I support you, Xian Yi declared with a straight face, though every word was a falsehood. Huh? Dijun paused, puzzled. What was happening? Why, third brother, have you not come to plead for these rascals? Indeed, why would I plead for them? Xian Yi feigned complete bewilderment. Are they not deserving of punishment, especially for stealing my garments and disguising themselves as my handsome countenance to slip past? Moreover, according to the commanders at the southern heaven gate, they appeared ridiculous, lacking even a fraction of my kingly aura. Detestable. Have they not ruined my image and tarnished my reputation? Elder brother, strike. Strike hard. I can only say, well done, splendidly done, magnificently done. Xian Yi declared with fierce determination. These golden crows might have erred in 1,000 ways, but their gravest sin was impersonating Xian Yi to escape through the southern heaven gate. Dijun's eye twitched. Wait, third brother, is your focus not somewhat misplaced? Third uncle, why do you no longer love us? Third uncle, we were supposed to be good friends walking together. Third uncle, you scoundrel, I've misjudged you. Third uncle, you rotten egg, I won't speak with you anymore. The 10 kneeling golden crows were dumbfounded. They had assumed Xian Yi's arrival would be their salvation, their deliverance from suffering. Instead, he proved to be an accomplice lending aid to the tyrant. How despicable! You wretched third uncle, truly wicked. Since third brother himself approves, then I shall certainly show no mercy this time. Dijun resolved, his heart turning ruthless. With the wrong party present, even if he were merely putting on a show, he owed Xian Yi some explanation. His own sons had nearly brought disaster upon someone, truly lacking proper discipline. Dijun raised the rattan whip, high, preparing to intensify his blows. Ah, hold. Elder brother. Unexpectedly, Xian Yi reached out and physically blocked his hand, preventing the whip from falling. What is it now, third brother? Dijun was thoroughly bewildered. Had he not approved of disciplining his sons? Was he now going to reverse his position and plead on their behalf? Elder brother, let me say something. Xian Yi cleared his throat. I am not saying your punishment is unjust, elder brother, but is this truly how you intend to discipline them? What do you mean, is something amiss? Dijun felt confused within. Could a father not discipline his son as he saw fit? Was there some deeper methodology he was overlooking? No, big brother, your rattan cane is so thick and long, and the nephews' bodies are so delicate. How could they possibly endure it? What if you break their bones? In the end, it will be you and sister-in-law Xia who worry. Look at them. Their faces are swollen from the whipping, and their bodies are covered with red marks. Big brother, don't you feel any pity? Dijun looked at the little golden crows kneeling on the ground, each one with tearful eyes gazing pitifully at him. After all, as a father seeing his sons in such a state, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't bring himself to vent his fury. No, third brother, is it really as exaggerated as you say? Dijun put down the rattan cane. I didn't even strike them many times. How could it be as serious as you claim? Xian Yi was undoubtedly exaggerating. In truth, the little golden crows didn't have such severe injuries at all. As a noble race born from the sun, able to roam in the solar true fire of hundreds of millions of degrees, the minor wounds from the rattan cane were far from enough to cause them any real harm. Third brother, then tell me, what should I do? Dijun's anger had already dissipated, and he was somewhat reluctant to strike. But words spoken are like water spilled. Dijun had already declared he would administer domestic discipline to the 10 little golden crows. If he gave up halfway, his authority as a father would be greatly diminished in the eyes of his sons. Moreover, this matter must serve as a profound lesson for them, so that the 10 golden crows take heed lest they embroil Dijun in even greater troubles in the future. Big brother, it's simple and easy. You want to discipline them without leaving any after effects or harming their bodies. Xian Yi shook his head and began to analyze, putting on a serious face while spouting nonsense. First, you cannot hit their faces. If you ruin their looks and disfigure them as princes, won't little 10 and the others lose all face? Dijun nodded. That made some sense. If they were beaten and disfigured, the 10 young ones would inevitably be gossiped about by the demon subjects beneath them. As future crown princes, they needed prestige. Their faces absolutely could not be struck. Secondly, you cannot hit their heads. If you cause a concussion and affect their brain development, won't my nephews turn into idiots? Indeed, heads could not be hit either. Finally, you cannot hit their bodies and legs. The nephews are still young, in the midst of growth and development. If you strike too hard and damage their bones, it could easily hinder their future development. Indeed. Dijun instinctively began to nod, but quickly caught himself. Indeed, my foot. This can't be hit, that can't be hit. Then where am I supposed to strike? Just hold the rattan cane and watch. Third brother, are you joking with me? Dijun simply assumed Xuanyi was acting his usual eccentric self. No, big brother, there is one place you can still hit. Plenty of meat, good for beating. Unexpectedly, this time his third brother Xuanyi was extremely reliable. Where? Dijun asked in surprise, having ruled out the head, body, and legs. What part could be left? The buttocks. Xuanyi declared with a straight face, solemnly guaranteeing. I've tested it on the 10 little ones many times. No matter how hard I struck last time, they were hopping and skipping within a day. Oh, is that so? Dijun raised an eyebrow. He had to admit that this suggestion from Xuanyi seemed quite reliable. The buttocks had plenty of flesh and wouldn't risk injuring the body. As the Heavenly Emperor, Dijun possessed a great virtue. He was open-minded and receptive to good advice. For any opinion that made sense, he would readily accept it. Since Xuanyi had offered such a good suggestion, he naturally humbly accepted it. Hurry up, line up one by one, lie face down on the ground, and stick your butts up. Dijun issued his command directly to his sons, without any hesitation. Clearly the doomsday of the little golden crows had arrived. Third uncle, I knew you had no good intentions. You're full of wickedness. Third uncle, this time I've truly decided to ignore you. Third uncle, don't come looking for us to play anymore. We're severing all ties. Third uncle, you heartless beast. Oomph. Dijun's eyes hardened with a cold glint, and the rattan cane in his hand came down heavily on one little golden crow's pale white buttocks, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. How dare you speak to your third uncle like that? No respect for your elders. I'll beat you to death. Somehow, looking at the 10 pale white buttocks before him, Dijun felt an inexplicable surge of pleasure, and the rattan cane in his hand fell again and again without pausing for breath. In Taiyin Hall, the wails and screams of the 10 little golden crows rose and fell, their cries like the blood-soaked song of the cuckoo. It was heartrending to hear, enough to bring tears to the eyes. Xuanyi, standing by with his hands on his hips, watched with great interest. As he watched, he couldn't help fanning the flames. Big brother, put some strength into it. Use more force. How come your strikes are getting lighter each time? Didn't you eat enough to have strength? Big brother, if you're too tired to keep going, why not let me take over? With Xuanyi gleefully instigating from the side, Dijun naturally put all his strength into every strike, beating the little golden crows until they cried out for their parents. The little golden crows, trapped in this unending hell, couldn't help but beg their mother Xia for help. Mother, come quickly and persuade father to stop. Mother, it hurts so much, save little Ten. Mother, look at me, mother. However, Xia had already closed her eyes, steeled her heart, turned around, and left. Beat away, beat away. After all, it's only the buttocks. There's no worry of causing any real harm. These naughty, mischievous sons, it's good to teach them a lesson. Xia couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She didn't know whether calling her brother-in-law Xuanyi over was right or wrong. After he came, it seemed her sons were being beaten even harder by her husband Dijun. But it seemed her original goal had been achieved. Only hitting the buttocks, so there was no need to worry about harming her sons' bodies. For the first time, she had experienced such a complicated feeling after asking for help. Because normally when you ask someone for help, the result is either success or failure. Yet today Xia had rarely obtained a third kind of result. No wonder the people of the heavenly court were both amazed and terrified of her brother-in-law Xuanyi. Xia thought to herself, this style of conduct, how to put it, was truly unique. She wondered if he was genuinely innocent at heart or possessed the wisdom of a fool who had returned to simplicity. Xia couldn't figure it out. Her woman's intuition faintly told her that neither was true. Xuanyi, on the other hand, seemed a bit like he had a screw loose in his head. That description should be accurate. The day after Dijun finished instructing the little golden crows, Xuanyi arrived beneath the Fusang divine tree on the sun star, carrying a large bundle of items. The Fusang divine tree was one of the rarest supreme-grade wood-type spiritual roots in the world. As would nourishes fire cultivating atop, it could enhance the golden crow bloodline and increase the little golden crow's affinity for solar true fire. Dijun had scoured the entire primordial wilds and found only this single tree. Unable to bring himself to use it, he planted it on the sun star to lay a solid foundation for his sons. Thus the little golden crows spent most of their time on the Fusang tree, for establishing a firm foundation was crucial for them. Though Xuanyi had fanned the flames the day before, seemingly eager to see the little golden crows suffer, in truth he shared an excellent relationship with his nephews behind the scenes. Despite his blunt, almost foolish demeanor and his tendency to ignore many people, once Xuanyi acknowledged someone, he would treat them with absolute sincerity and an open heart. The little golden crows, as his few remaining kin in the unfamiliar primordial wilds, naturally fell into this category. In fact, the bond between Xuanyi and the 10 little ones resembled that of close friends more than the typical uncle-nephew relationship defined by age. Among the 10 little golden crows, Xuanyi felt utterly at ease and relaxed, not merely because he could find an excuse to spank them for stress relief. Another crucial reason was that in their company there were no adult intrigues or ruthless survival of the fittest, only the unique innocence and playfulness of children. Here beneath the Fusang divine tree on the sun star for Xuanyi, whose intellect had been taken by the system and whose mind was already a bit off, This place was his sanctuary, his paradise, his haven from the world. My dear nephews, your tall, mighty, and handsome third uncle has come to see you. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Xuanyi strode in with a hearty laugh, greeting the little golden crows warmly. However, the little golden crows were still caught up in the impression of their despicable third uncle from yesterday. Perched on the branches, they pouted and turned their heads away, clearly unwilling to speak to him. Bad third uncle. Wicked third uncle. We don't want to talk to you. That's right, that's right. Bad third uncle has no sense of honor at all. Bad third uncle, go away. We don't want to see you. Seeing the little golden crows acting cold and proud, Xuanyi was not at all annoyed. After all, he had been so excessive yesterday that their anger was understandable. Don't be so cold. Tata, look what third uncle brought for you. Xuanyi waved his hand and produced a fruit basket he had been hiding behind him. The basket was filled with all sorts of oddly shaped fruits he had gathered from the primordial wilds, each looking vibrant and juicy, making one's mouth water. The heavenly court, perched high above the 9 heavens, operated as a self-contained system able to sustain itself without relying on the primordial wilds. The countless stars beyond the 9 heavens with their mineral veins and spiritual energy were more than enough to support the entire demon race. But despite the abundance of stars, they were barren compared to the vibrant primordial wilds. The little golden crows were at an age full of mischief, play, and greed for treats. They had no immunity to delicious food, and Xuanyi often used such offerings to win their favor. Usually after offending them deeply one day, he would visit the next with tasty treats, and no matter how great the grievance, the little ones would quickly forget it, and under the temptation of food, obediently reconcile with Xuanyi. This time he believed it would be no different. The heavenly court, preparing for war with the Wu clan, had long sealed off entry and exit, cutting off supplies from the primordial wilds for a long time. The little golden crows had not tasted fruit in ages. Staring at the luscious fruits, their eyes were fixed, and saliva nearly dripped to the ground. Same old trick. Third uncle, do you still think we're kids? That's right, that's right. Trying to bribe us with food again, we won't fall for it. Third uncle, leave now. Our resolve is firm, we won't talk to you. Is that so? Xuanyi chuckled. You little rascals think your third uncle can't handle you. Ouch, my stomach hurts, Xuanyi said, clutching his belly. I need to go relieve myself. I'll leave the fruit here, don't you dare sneak a bite. Who do you think we are? That's right, that's right. The moment Xuanyi left, the 10 little golden crows scrambled for the fruit. Mine. This one's mine. Ouch, don't push. Little 10, I'm your elder brother. Can't you let me have it? After I eat, then you're my brother. 5 minutes later, Xuanyi returned to the Fusang divine tree. The half-man-tall fruit basket he had brought was now completely empty. Where are my fruits? Who stole my fruits? Xuanyi pretended to be angry. The 10 little ones had fruit juice all over their mouths, and a few had bulging cheeks, clearly caught off guard by Xuanyi's swift return. What fruits? Did you bring any fruit, third uncle? We didn't see any. That's right, that's right. You never brought any fruit. Third uncle, we are the golden crow princes of the heavenly court. Do we look like people who would covet your measly fruits? The 10 little golden crows chattered flatly, denying the fruit incident. Fine, fine. Such shameless denials. I see you 10 colluded to steal my fruit, Xuanyi declared sternly. Today none of you are leaving. Every one of you is getting a spanking. Xuanyi grinned wickedly like a villain from a movie. Third uncle, no. Our butts haven't healed from yesterday. Yes, third uncle, please spare us. The 10 little golden crows quickly begged for mercy. The beating from Dijun yesterday had been severe, and their bottoms still ached. They didn't want to add insult to injury. Spare you? That's fine, but only if you tell me who stole my clothes and impersonated me, Xuanyi coaxed, revealing his true purpose. The 10th golden crow prince declared righteously, Third uncle, you underestimate the loyalty among us brothers. We would never betray a comrade just to avoid a little pain. The moment the 10th golden crow prince finished speaking, he saw his 9 elder brothers looking at him in silent unison. The culprit was obvious. You have no honor. The 10th golden crow prince instantly transformed into a beam of golden light, using the great sun escape art to flee toward the horizon, clearly attempting to escape. So it was you who ruined my reputation. Where do you think you're going? Stay. Xuanyi's left hand transformed into a sky-covering giant palm, reaching out to grab the 10th golden crow prince. It must be said that the gap between individuals is greater than that between humans and dogs. The same technique that the 10th prince of the golden crow used against the great witch Shangliu might have been effective. However, trying to make it work against Emperor Xian Yi was no simple feat. The great sun golden light conjured by the 10th prince of the golden crow darted about like a headless fly beneath Xian Yi's sky-covering hand. It was like the monkey king trapped in the palm of Tathagata Buddha. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the 5-finger mountain looming above. Where do you think you're going, my dear nephew? Xian Yi cackled eerily as he smacked the 10th prince of the golden crow on the forehead. Third uncle, easy, that hurts. The 10th prince of the golden crow rubbed his little head, his lips pouting so high they could hang a drip bag, his face full of reluctance. You little brat, daring to impersonate your third uncle. You should have known this day would come. Xian Yi snorted, utterly unmoved by the little golden crow's feigned innocence and cuteness. Come with me. Let's see if your third uncle doesn't give you a proper polishing. Xian Yi grabbed the little golden crow by the collar like a chick and headed out. What's that saying again? Jade must be carved to become a vessel. Little Tin, when you grow up, you'll surely understand your third uncle's good intentions. Haha, well done, third uncle. Good third uncle, drill Little Tin hard. This kid dared to snatch fruit from his third brother. Well deserved, I can only say Little Tin got what he deserved. Third uncle, you're the eternal god. Stinky Little Tin, get lost, bro. As the 10th prince of the golden crow was reluctantly dragged away by Xian Yi, the other 9 little golden crows on the Fusang tree showed not a trace of sympathy. Instead, they gleefully mocked him, rubbing salt into his wounds. It was evident just how unpopular the 10th prince of the golden crow was among his brothers. It wasn't that their fraternal bonds were fractured, rather, as the youngest of the golden crows, the 10th prince had a mischievous and eccentric nature, often concocting bizarre tricks that caused no small amount of trouble for his 9 elder brothers. Thus, seeing this usual calamity get firmly subdued by their third uncle, how could they not gloat? Not bursting into laughter was already the greatest respect they could show their third uncle. Fine, my dear brothers, just you wait. The little 10th prince, held in Xian Yi's grip, refused to behave, his eyes darting around as he schemed some wicked idea. You little rascal, what mischief are you brewing again? Xian Yi slapped the 10th prince on the forehead. Third uncle, what do you mean? The 10th prince of the golden crow played dumb. You little brat. Xian Yi was at his wit's end. This Little Tin was the most unruly of his nephews, and the one who had received the most punishment from him. He was the most mischievous, lively, and active of the 10 little golden crows. Naturally, he was also the one with the highest cultivation, the most exquisite techniques, and the most formidable divine powers among them all. At such a young age, he had already reached the late golden immortal stage. This was not because the 10th prince's talent far surpassed his 9 brothers, nor because he worked harder than them. The reason for this situation was that he was the most mischievous of them all, and the unlucky one who had received the most punishments from Xian Yi. What exactly were Xian Yi's punishments? They were certainly not violent measures. Even though he often liked to spank his nephew's bottoms, it was mostly just teasing. He had never truly struck them hard. Xian Yi's punishment was none other than education. Education must start from childhood. Xian Yi lay on a rocking chair, sipping fruit juice, basking in the sun, enjoying the gentle breeze stirred by the delicate hand of a Shangyang maid, while watching the little golden crow with a sour face, reciting various Taoist classics that Xian Yi had thrown at him. Xian Yi felt immensely pleased. Happiness, after all, came from comparison. Seeing the little golden crow suffer so much from reciting text, Xian Yi felt that the comfort of lying on the chair had multiplied several times. The juice seemed sweeter, and the air was refreshing. Indeed, happiness is often built upon the pain of others. Seeing the little golden crow like this, Xian Yi couldn't help but recall his own equally miserable childhood. He silently repented. Little Tin, I'm doing this for your own good, right? Never neglect education, never let children suffer. Although Xian Yi had lost his wits for now, he understood this simple truth. Children are the next generation, the future. They must be cultivated from a young age to prevent them from growing crooked. Elder brother Dijun was busy with court affairs and had no time to discipline his sons, while sister-in-law was gentle and couldn't bring herself to be strict. So there was no choice but for him, the third uncle, to discipline them on behalf of his elder brother and sister-in-law. He must ensure that his nephews developed comprehensively in virtue, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor, becoming quality successors for the heavenly court. Thus, Xian Yi spared no effort in tempting his nephews and luring them into committing mistakes. This way he had an excuse to punish them. Though called punishment, it was actually training. He made them memorize Taoist and Buddhist scriptures, taught them some demonic divine powers, like the golden crow's unique escape technique, the Great Sun Golden Light, which Little Tin had mastered so skillfully, all taught by Xian Yi. Little Tin was the one who made the most mistakes among the 10, so he received more private tutoring from Xian Yi, forcibly instilled with knowledge that he shouldn't have been able to bear at his age. And all of this directly led to the 10th prince's outstanding cultivation and divine powers. If he hadn't used the Great Sun Golden Light to escape the Great, which Shangliu's control, and find Xian Yi to report, then the consequences of this incident would have been unimaginable. At the very least, without Little Tin's guidance, Xian Yi couldn't have arrived at the scene so quickly. If he had been late, the little golden crows would have fallen into the hands of the witch clan. If the heavenly court's crown princes were all with the witch clan, then the demon clan might as well surrender without a fight. With their sons in enemy hands, Dijun and Taiyi, and even Xian Yi would inevitably fight, with hesitation, fearing that the witch clan would harm the hostages. The 3 of them now possessed immortal bodies. They could die many times, even countless times. But the little golden crows had only one life. If anything happened to them, they would never forgive themselves. Fortunately, Xian Yi's foresight had paid off. At least he had trained the little golden crow's abilities, though they still had a long way to go before achieving comprehensive development in virtue, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. but at least now they could be considered presentable. Compared to the 10 little golden crows shot down by Ho-E in the Xian-E of the past life, they were several times stronger. The vast primordial realm within the Temple of Pangu. At this moment, almost all 11 ancestral witches, including Dijun, Zhurong, and Honghuang, had gathered within the main hall. Gone was their usual lofty and imposing demeanor as supreme beings. Instead, they resembled anxious students awaiting exam results, holding their breath, their faces tense, as they gazed toward a tall, handsome, middle-aged man with closed eyes at the center of the hall. This man was none other than Qingtu, a great witch promoted from the Hutu tribe, having absorbed Hutu's essence blood. His name was Qingtu. Qingtu exhaled a breath of turbid qi, his face showing signs of exhaustion, yet his eyes shone brightly. I have not failed in my mission. King Tu's words trembled with unrestrained joy. After 3 long months, he had finally completely refined the power within Hutu ancestral witch's lifeblood essence, thoroughly consolidating his cultivation to the early stage of the ancestral witch realm. Zhurong, ancestral witch known for his fiery temperament, slammed his palm on the table in excitement and walked up to Qingtu, delivering a punch to the newly promoted ancestral witch's chest. The force sent Qingtu's blood and qi churning, forcing him to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. I told you long ago that you were reliable, and it turns out you really delivered. Zhurong laughed heartily. His punch was purely out of excitement, carrying no ill intent whatsoever. Good. Dijun spoke these 3 words in succession, clearly extremely pleased. Heaven blesses our witch race. Dijun burst into hearty laughter. Qingtu's promotion was a matter of great significance. It not only signified that their witch clan's ancestral witches had returned to 12, but also meant they once again possessed the strength to deploy their clan's most formidable formation, the 12 ancestral witches' heavenly fiend array. After losing Hutu ancestral, which they had lived in constant anxiety for quite some time, now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, for they had regained their trump card, the Pangu true body. With this trump card, their witch clan feared no one, not even those exalted saints. Moreover, Qingtu's success hinted at something significant. The resourceful Dijun already harbored suspicions and ideas that by utilizing their ancestral witch's lifeblood essence, perhaps those great witches at the peak realm could break through and reach the level of ancestral witch. The witch race followed pure bloodline determinism. Generally, the higher the concentration of Pangu, the great god's blood, in one's veins, the stronger they would be. Many great witches were not lacking in effort or talent, yet they remained stubbornly stuck at the peak of the great witch realm, unable to advance an inch. This was precisely due to the limitations of their bloodline. Now, with Qingtu's elevation achieved through Hutu ancestral witch's lifeblood essence, it undoubtedly offered another path for those great witches trapped at their peak. With too few samples, nothing substantial could be analyzed. Yet if this path proved viable, as long as their ancestral witches were willing to sacrifice their lifeblood essence, the number of ancestral witches within their witch clan could only increase in the foreseeable future. However, Dijun filed this idea away for later. Lifeblood essence was far too precious. Even losing a single drop would severely damage an ancestral witch's vitality, causing a significant power drop that would require an extended period to recover. This was a critical moment in the witch-demon war, with battle imminent. They could not afford to lose any ancestral witch's supreme combat power. This experiment could wait until after the witch-demon war concluded. As long as they won this war that determined the fate of their race and dominated the primordial realm, the witch clan would have plenty of time for gradual experimentation. Ancestral witch Qingtu has just achieved his new position and needs time to synchronize with us. Dijun ordered in a deep voice, issue the command. In every tribe, regardless of gender or age, mobilize everyone to collect mineral veins and forge weapons. In 1 month we shall launch our assault upon heaven. 1 month would suffice for Qingtu and the 11 ancestral witches to hone the Pangu true body to perfection. The demons think we can no longer summon the Pangu true body after losing Hutu. We should give them a magnificent surprise. Dijun narrowed his eyes, killing intent radiating from his gaze. The witch race shall triumph. The witch race shall triumph. The entire temple of Pangu was engulfed in a fervent atmosphere as the dark clouds of war gathered. Within the heavenly court, aside from a certain Honghuang who idled about all day, everyone else was in a state of high alert, preparing for war. With the storm imminent, Dijun and Taiyi were also racing against time, drilling their clan's celestial stars formation. This formation harnessed the power of the 365 stars in the heavens, with the solar star and lunar star serving as the central anchors, making it profoundly deep and permeated with killing intent. Deploying this formation required forging 365 great cosmic celestial banners corresponding to the 365 major stars in the heavens, along with 14,800 minor celestial banners, each representing the secondary stars. Coupled with the power of countless demons, one demon representing one star, they could assemble the peerlessly powerful celestial stars formation. The 365 great cosmic banners served as the roots, each controlled by a great demon of at least Daluo Jingxian cultivation. The 14,800 minor banners formed the trunk, each managed by a demon of Jinxian cultivation. The great banners enveloped the minor ones with billions of demons forming the branches, creating formations within formations, each link interlocking seamlessly. Connected by the power of the cosmic stars with these celestial bodies serving as bonds, the formation's might was tremendous. It stood as one of the supreme formations in the primordial realm. Dijun and Taiyi stepped into the formation to take their positions at the core. Upon its activation, starlight rained down from the heavens, and the entire formation transformed into a vast cosmic starfield. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Dijun felt a surge of pride. The celestial stars formation held infinite applications. Regardless of how many enemies entered, as long as they were not saints, they would become lost within this formation's cosmic realm. Its internal space was boundless and infinite. No matter how many enemies came, they could all be enclosed within a single pocket dimension. Any number of enemies entering the formation would be divided into isolated individuals, allowing the demon star lords to slowly devour them, with superior forces fighting one enemy at a time. Even more remarkable was that the celestial stars formation possessed the rare ability to immobilize space itself. That scoundrel Dijun relies on his spatial powers to act recklessly, coming and going as he pleases. Now that we have the celestial stars formation, if he dares to make any moves again, we shall ensure he never returns. Dijun was ambitious. The 11 ancestral witches without Hutu were far from intimidating him now. What he was now contemplating was how to use the celestial stars formation to ambush and annihilate all 11 ancestral witches. Each ancestral witch possessed profound cultivation and extraordinary innate divine abilities. Losing even one would be a devastating blow to their demon clan. The demon clan ruled the heavens, establishing the celestial court, while the witch clan held dominion over the earth, governing their territories by right. The two races stood in inherent opposition, their conflict irreconcilable, each vying to crush the other and become the sovereign of all under heaven. Yet given their respective circumstances, their antagonism inevitably compelled the witch clan to strike first. This stemmed from the fact that the demon clan resided aloft within the heavenly court, whereas the witch clan cultivated only the physical body. Many of their kin whose innate divine abilities had yet to fully awaken possessed virtually no capacity for flight. In essence, the demon clan held dominion over the skies, able to engage or withdraw at will. Stripped of this advantage, the witch clan was frequently reduced to enduring assaults without the means to retaliate. Such a predicament was naturally intolerable to the witch clan, yet they were not entirely without a means to break the stalemate. They could force a decisive confrontation, with the most direct approach being a full-scale assault on the heavenly court itself, driving straight for the enemy's heart. Though the celestial court lay within the highest heavens, utterly inaccessible to ordinary mortals, this was not an age long past. Even now the world still held Buzhou Mountain, the colossal spine that bridged heaven and earth. Buzhou Mountain spanned the cosmos, connecting the mortal realm to the heavens, and at its apex loomed the southern heaven gate, the very entrance to the demon clan's celestial court. Consequently, the witch clan required no flight. They need only scale the mountain's sheer face to reach the heavens. Could Dijun, the heavenly sovereign of the demon clan, possibly remain oblivious to this? He saw it with perfect clarity. He understood that against an enemy commanding the skies, the witch clan had but one path to victory and no other recourse. Dijun, master of strategy, harbored no such worries. If the witch clan were to charge headlong into his trap, it would play precisely into his design. The Zhoutian star array had already been erected around the celestial court, a celestial net lying in wait, like a patient hunter seeking only for the witches to walk unwittingly into its grasp. Even if the entirety of the witch clan surged upon the heavenly court, relying on their peerless physical fortitude and unmatched prowess in close combat, the celestial court was their stronghold. Bolstered by the Zhoutian star array, every advantage of heaven, earth, and harmony rested firmly with the demon clan. What conceivable reason would they have to lose? Were they to rely solely on the heaven-befouling array manned by a mere 11 ancestral witches? Do not insult me with such absurdity. Add to this his brothers Xuanyi and Taiyi, two invincible titans of war. No matter how Dijun tallied the odds, the outcome seemed overwhelmingly in favor of the demon clan. Defeat was an impossibility. Yet what was this faint, unsettling premonition gnawing at him? Dijun pressed a hand to his chest, a cold knot forming in his gut. This campaign would not proceed as smoothly as foretold. I pray I am merely overthinking this. Within the western paradise, Xuanyi sat cross-legged upon his meditation cushion. Observing the war preparations of both clans unfold like a raging conflagration, he turned with a gentle smile to Jane, who was deep in secluded cultivation. Senior brother, in your estimation, which side shall ultimately prevail in this war between the witches and the demons? Ba, Jane replied softly. It shall undoubtedly be the demon clan. Jane opened his eyes and chanted a Buddha name. After all, the demon clan has Honghuang presiding over them. And behind Honghuang stands a female sovereign of unfathomable mystery. Even our revered master would dare not provoke her. Even if their armies falter in direct combat, the mere presence of the female sovereign ensures they cannot lose. Jane's analysis was orthodox, yet undeniably sound. Indeed, to eradicate the demon clan, one would first have to overcome Honghuang of the Celestial Court, and behind Honghuang stood a female sovereign whom even Hongjun himself feared to antagonize. Given such backing, the demon clan possessed not the slightest chance of defeat. No matter how formidable the witch clan's Panga true form might be, it was never the true form of Pangu himself. Before a sovereign capable of crushing Hongjun beneath her fingertip, what worth could such a manifestation possibly hold? For precisely these reasons, Jane held little hope for the witch clan. Yet Juanti neither endorsed nor disputed his senior brother's assessment. Instead, he chuckled softly. "Senior brother, do you truly believe a being of such stature would deign to concern herself with the trivial squabbles unfolding below? To suggest so would be a grave insult to her exalted rank." Among all the saints, Juanti was renowned for his unparalleled thickness of skin and consequently possessed a profoundly acute understanding of human nature and worldly intricacies. In my estimation, the only soul that truly occupies her heart is Honghuang. What heed would she pay to others shedding their blood and risking their lives? Unless Honghuang faces a crisis beyond his own capacity to resolve, I foresee this female sovereign will never deign to descend. Juanti proved himself true to his name. With but a few words, he had peered through the veils of fate and arrived at a conclusion remarkably close to the truth. Therefore, it is by no means certain that the demon clan will claim ultimate victory in this clash between witches and demons. Juanti appeared unshakably confident, his mind already settled upon his conclusion. Jane furrowed his brow. His gaze pierced through the void, settling once more upon the clashing races. He contemplated their fates in profound silence before slowly, deliberately shaking his head. Though the witch clan may now once again summon the Panga true form, I remain unconvinced of their prospects. Setting aside Honghuang himself, we have both witnessed the Zhoutian star array. Its mysticism is beyond compare, seamlessly intertwining entrapment and illusion. It is quite literally the bane of a cumbersome brute, such as the Panga true form. That is not necessarily so, senior brother. Might we place a wager upon this matter? Juanti offered a cryptic smile. To his surprise, Jane's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. "Junior brother, you would not dare." Juanti let out a knowing chuckle. "It appears my senior brother has already pieced it together." "Junior brother," Jane warned gravely, "there is not a single one of us who can afford to antagonize that female sovereign." "Junior brother comprehends well," Juanti replied smoothly. "Nor do I intend to lay a single treacherous hand upon Honghuang. The peril of this venture is exceedingly low. Furthermore, I shall not act in the open. My manipulations will be subtle shadows concealed so thoroughly that not a soul shall discern their origin. And pray tell, am I the only one who would entertain such thoughts?" Juanti's smile deepened with enigmatic satisfaction. The rationale was painfully obvious. A celestial court of such staggering power, a demon clan of such overwhelming strength. The Golden Crow lineage produced peers of surpassing brilliance. One sovereign and two emperors, each a paragon of genius, yet bound together by an unbreakable, almost unnatural unity. Should they not be checked and tempered, the entire primordial world would one day fall under the absolute dominion of those three brothers. Where then would remain any place of honor for lofty saints such as ourselves? Therefore, from the perspective of the saints, this great war between the witches and demons presented an opportunity too valuable to ignore. It would be nothing short of ideal if both clans were rendered mutually annihilated, forced to step away from the central stage of the primordial world. Once accomplished, the primordial world would be reduced to a blank canvas upon which the saints could paint their own designs at leisure. Was not this very sensation, elevated above all ruling over sentient beings, the ultimate purpose of attaining sainthood? In the Jade Void Palace upon Kunlun Mountain. Within the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat enthroned upon his meditation cushion, gazing into the reflective orb that displayed the fervent war preparations of both the witch and demon clans. A glint of venomous malice and bone-deep hatred flickered in his eyes. "Juanti, how dare you have previously humiliated me thus? In this war between witches and demons, I shall make you pay dearly for your arrogance. I am Yuanshi Tianzuan, born of Pangu's primordial spirit, one of the three pure ones of the Taoist sect. How dare this insignificant feathered beast stand against me?" The decisive battle between the Wu clan and the Yao clan was imminent, and the entire Honghuang atmosphere became tense and solemn. Countless cultivators and great powers found remote places to hide, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire between the two clans. During this period, although the two clans had minor frictions, both sides tacitly restrained their forces and accumulated strength. The fist is withdrawn only to strike with greater force. The two clans seized the time to reorganize their armaments and sharpen their weapons. The Yao clan mined one mineral vein after another to forge various magical artifacts and array devices, while the Wu clan, commanding the earth, extracted earthly veins from their tribes, uncovering underground mineral deposits and smelting them into divine weapons. Such excessive exploitation drained the resources, causing great harm to the vitality of the entire world. It would take a long time for all kinds of outputs and resources to recover. However, neither clan cared about this. As long as they defeated the other, they would have plenty of time to slowly recuperate. Finally, after a month of mutual restraint and painstaking preparation, the Great War erupted. Brave sons of the Wu clan, we are the descendants of Father God Pangu, the orthodox heirs of heaven and earth, destined from birth to rule this realm. Yet now a pack of feathered beasts has usurped the heavenly court, is seeking to contend with us for the role of the world's masters. Can the Wu clan tolerate this? On the high platform, Dijun delivered a final speech before the battle to boost morale. No. Wu clan members, each at least 10 meters tall, stood in orderly phalanxes, raising sharp weapons in their hands and shouting in unison below. Warriors, grip your weapons tightly and tell me, what should we do when facing the Yao clan? Dijun asked again. Kill. 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 The Wu clan members shouted in unison with fanatical expressions. That's right, kill. Dijun took a deep breath. Today let the Yao clan vanish completely from the world. Use the blood of the Yao clan to forge the kingly path of the Wu clan. Dijun suddenly drew the sword at his waist, his murderous intent fierce. March out, target the heavenly court. Dong dong dong, woo woo woo. The rousing sound of war drums and the desolate sound of horns rang out simultaneously. Countless billions of Wu clan members across the entire Honghuang, each holding weapons charged with battle cries, toward the center of Honghuang, Buzhou Mountain. One by one, the great witches revealed their true forms, as massive as mountains, and followed the main force as they marched across the land. The entire earth of Honghuang trembled incessantly under the footsteps of the Wu clan. Soon the 12 primordial witches, led by Dijun, brought the main force to the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Gazing at this mountain, whose length and width stretched tens of thousands of li, piercing the sky with no end in sight, Dijun could not help but feel his heart tremble. Buzhou Mountain was transformed from the spine of the great god Pangu, a manifestation of his stubbornness and unyielding spirit in refusing to see heaven and earth merge even at the moment of his death. Seeing it, Dijun could not help but think of the beloved great god Pangu. Father God, may you bless the Wu clan to achieve instant success. Dijun silently recited in his heart. Today let us use your spine as a ladder to accomplish the great undertaking of the Wu clan, unifying heaven and earth. The world created by Pangu should naturally be ruled by the Wu clan, the descendants of Pangu. What are the Yao clan anyway? Charge! Dijun gave the order, and countless Wu clan members began to climb this ancient divine mountain. Buzhou Mountain connected heaven and earth. Its summit was precisely the entrance to the heavenly court, the southern heavenly gate. Dijun sat high in the Lingxiao hall, looking down at the Wu clan, who appeared like ants on the earth. He watched as the Wu clan, led by Dijun, advanced along Buzhou Mountain toward the heavenly court. Dijun let out a loud laugh. Welcome. You are truly walking right into the trap. If the Wu clan had scattered, the Yao clan would have found it difficult to deal with them. But now, with their entire force mobilized, it was the perfect opportunity for the Yao clan's supreme formation, the All-Heaven Star Array. Pass my orders. All Stellar Lords, take your positions, activate the All-Heaven Star Array. Dijun commanded calmly, issuing each order methodically. Big brother, are we going to have a fight? Xian Yi rubbed his hands as he arrived beside Dijun. Judging by the situation, today's battle would be no small affair. Xian Yi felt his entire being surge with excitement. Having been confined by Dijun recently and unable to go out, he felt as if he were rusting away. Finally, the decisive battle had erupted. He had to loosen his muscles and bones. Third brother. Dijun looked at Xian Yi, who was eager to fight and couldn't help but feel a headache. He wondered when his disciple's warlike nature would ever change. You can fight, but don't get too reckless. Second brother, go with him and keep an eye on him. Don't let him act rashly. Dijun casually instructed. Barring any unforeseen events, the heavenly court, with its all-heaven star array, could calmly divide the battlefield, forcing the Wu clan into isolated engagements. The Yao clan was already confident of victory. Dijun's only fear was that his third brother would once again charge ahead, recklessly ignoring everything else. He was not worried about his third brother's safety, for in the heat of battle, the primordial witches of the Wu clan would have no time to seal Xian Yi. After all, with so many Yao clan members, they were not just watching idly. Without the worry of being sealed, Xian Yi with his immortal body became a war god in such melee combat. No matter who encountered him, no matter how strong they were, they could only curse their bad luck and call him too unfair. However, Dijun feared that Xian Yi in his charge might inadvertently break the Yao clan's formation. Now each Stellar Lord was a component of the All-Heaven Star Array and could not afford any mistakes. Don't worry, big brother, I'll keep an eye on third brother. Honghuang Taiyi patted his chest in assurance, but the sparkling, glistening light in his eyes revealed the surging battle intent within his heart. Oh no, I forgot that second brother is also a battle maniac. Dijun slapped his forehead, feeling that he had truly been careless. asking one battle maniac to watch over another battle maniac. What kind of move was that? Once the fighting started, would Taiyi even remember his mission? However, Dijun had no good alternative. As the Heavenly Emperor, he had to preside over the center of the all-heaven star array and direct the overall battle, leaving him no time to discipline his two brothers. Moreover, his two brothers held a transcendent status in the heavenly court. Aside from himself, no one else had the authority to control them. In the end, he had to let them be. His two brothers were not fools. Although they were a bit warlike, they should know how to win this battle. They were born warriors with a keen sense for victory. Dijun believed that even without his instructions, his two brothers would use their instincts to steer the battle toward the outcome most favorable to the Yao clan. Kill. Countless Wu tribe warriors, weapons in hand, charged up from Mount Buzhou to the heavenly court. Yet what puzzled them was that at the entrance to the heavenly court, the south heavenly gate, there was not a single soul in sight. How could the demon race not have stationed even one guard? Zhu Jiuyin gazed at the open south heavenly gate and said to Dijiang, "Brother, I worry this may be a trap." Dijiang waved his hand dismissively. "Even if it is a trap, so what? The demon race has been preparing for so long. It's only natural they'd have some capabilities. We Wu tribe have already arrived here. We cannot do nothing and slink back home. That would bring ridicule upon all of Honghuang. It's nothing more than some mechanisms, traps, and mysterious formations. What is there to fear? If mountains block our path, we will move them. If seas stand in our way, we will fill them. These puny demon race are but insects barring the wheel. Soldiers, follow me into battle." Finishing his words, Dijiang charged ahead as the vanguard, rushing into the south heavenly gate, while the other 11 ancestral Wu hurriedly followed suit. Once the entire Wu tribe had entered the heavenly court through the south heavenly gate, Dijun, seated upon the throne in the Lingxiao hall, let a cold smile grace his face. "Mindless brutes, the fish has entered the net. Formation of the Zhou heavenly stars, activate." Upon Dijun's command, the great demons of the demon race, long positioned at each node, began waving the star banners in their hands. In an instant, heaven and earth transformed. What's happening? The Wu tribe warriors were stunned and bewildered. One moment they had been among the heavenly court's palaces and buildings, and the next they appeared in a resplendent starry expanse, filled with nothing. The Wu warriors around them had all vanished, leaving only silent, lifeless planets in every direction. The entire heavenly court had changed, swathed in a boundless cosmos. The 12 ancestral Wu, led by Dijiang, had barely entered the heavenly court when they were directly split apart layer upon layer by the formation of the Zhou heavenly stars. Each group dropped into isolated stretches of empty starry sky. Damn it! Dijiang cursed inwardly, his innate spatial ability instinctively activating as he sought to tear open this space and search for his brothers and sisters. However, Dijiang's body shuddered twice in place, yet remained completely unresponsive. What is going on? Is this formation's spatial structure this stable? Dijiang was deeply bewildered. His spatial ability was no ordinary power. It ranked among the top-tier abilities in all of Honghuang. Even the Taoist grounds of saints were no barrier to his free passage. Yet he had never imagined that facing a mere formation it would prove useless. What Dijun did not reveal was that the formation of the Zhou heavenly stars was far from an ordinary array. Once activated, it could not only channel the power of 365 principal stars, 1,824 auxiliary stars, and countless other nameless planets throughout Honghuang, but also unified the strength of billions of demons through the 365 star lords as bonds. No matter how formidable his spatial ability, it was impossible to resist the formation of the Zhou heavenly stars. Not only was he merely an ancestral Wu, if he were a saint he still could not prevail. Oh ho ho, let me see who this is. Isn't this our ancestral Wu Dijiang? Xian Yi, with a thoroughly irritating grin, slowly emerged from the starry sky before Dijiang. How about it? Spar with me for fun. Last time I was truly indebted to your ancestral Wu's warm hospitality. Xian Yi twisted his neck and said maliciously. The previous incident at the Wu tribe had left him deeply unsettled. Had Dijun not arrived in time, he likely would have been sealed away by Dijiang. As for this remarkably wise leader of the Wu tribe, Xian Yi had never harbored fond feelings. He always sensed that Dijiang's calm demeanor concealed an aloof arrogance. That sense of self-proclaimed superiority, looking down upon others. Xian Yi knew that flavor all too well. Whether in his past life or this one, his greatest pleasure was always to smash such bloated arrogance, to remind them of their pretensions. Where did they think their sense of superiority came from? What entitled them to despise others? Therefore, after the 12 ancestral Wu were divided, Xian Yi chose no one else but Dijiang as his opponent. I've long desired a proper fight with you, Dijiang. Die. Xian Yi raised the heaven-defiling demon rod and struck down. Dijiang sensed trouble. Within the formation of the Zhou heavenly stars, his spatial ability was suppressed, and over half his combat power vanished. To make matters worse, his opponent was the most formidable warrior in the heavenly court, the true emperor. This was truly meant to kill him. Although internally he had begun to waver considering retreat, Xian Yi's attacks were ruthless and relentless, each strike aimed at vital points. Dijun found himself unable to break free, forced to steel his spirit and endure. Without his spatial ability, Dijun was not merely half as strong as before. Relying solely on his ancestral Wu Peak physique, he had no chance of defeating Xian Yi. Within a mere quarter of an hour he was beaten black and blue. How dreary, how dreary. Dijun, have you not eaten today? Are you giving me a massage, or merely tickling me? Xian Yi was utterly disappointed. Attacking relentlessly without defending, he ignored every blow from Dijun entirely. Perhaps because Dijun's attacks had lost their former force, landing upon Xian Yi with no pain at all, not even a scratch upon his skin. Such feeble strikes earned only perfunctory rewards from the system. Ding, you have been attacked by ancestral Wu Dijun. Congratulations on receiving 1 bottle of 60-year longevity pill. Ding, you have been attacked by ancestral Wu Dijun. Congratulations on receiving 1 bottle of 60-year Yuan power pill. Ding, you have been attacked by ancestral Wu Dijun. Congratulations on receiving 1 copy of the Earth Grade Technique 8 Extremities Blade Manual. Ding. The system's notifications spammed continuously, yet none yielded anything worthwhile. 60-year longevity pill, when consumed, increases lifespan by 60 years, a rare and precious elixir for longevity. Upon becoming a Daluo Jinxian, one could live as long as heaven and earth. Furthermore, Xian Yi had already reached Honghuang Jinxian. This item was only useful to mortals. To Xian Yi, it was utterly worthless, destined to collect dust in his storage warehouse. 60-year Yuan power pill, when consumed, increases magical power by 60 years worth. The amount gained varies according to the user's cultivation level. This was at least somewhat useful. The higher the realm, the greater the increase. At minimum, Xian Yi could actually make use of it. Even if he did not use it himself, gifting it to any little golden son would be rather decent. As for everything else, there was no need to check. All of it was utterly useless to Xian Yi. This was precisely why Xian Yi was so dissatisfied. When Dijun held back, the system genuinely failed to deliver anything worthwhile. He was beginning to suspect that this Dijun before him was some imposter. Back when he had been at the Shenxian stage, Dijun's strikes had been far more forceful. What on earth was happening today? Meanwhile, on another front, Honghuang Taiyi pressed his chaos bell to his head, ringing it repeatedly. Clang, 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 sending waves of sonic force that sent ancestral Wu Gongong vomiting blood again and again as he was blasted backward. Ha ha ha, excellent. Dijun sat at the center of the formation array watching Taiyi, and Xian Yi steadily gained the upper hand, unable to suppress a sense of satisfaction within him. At this rate, it would not be long before Taiyi and Xian Yi dealt with Dijun and Gongong. Only then could they turn their attention to dealing with the remaining ancestral witches one by one, ensuring that the losses suffered by their demon clan would be practically negligible. Thanks to the battlefield separation provided by the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, he could maneuver freely, guaranteeing that at every engagement point the strength of their demon clan would far exceed that of the witch clan, fighting with overwhelming numbers to achieve the most favorable casualty ratio. As for those particularly stubborn ancestral witches who proved difficult to handle, Dijun had no intention of sending anyone to test their limits. Let them vent their frustrations against the empty, starry void instead. The witch clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, focusing solely on physical body and innate supernatural powers. Even granting Zhurong and the other ancestral witches thousands, 10,000s, or even hundreds of millions of years, they would never find a flaw in the operation of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Breaking free from its grasp was simply impossible. Dijun had not arranged for his subordinates, such as the great demon Kuanping, to intercept the other ancestral witches either. He knew well that although the heavenly court appeared teeming with talents, only Taiyi and Xian Yi could truly hold their ground against an ancestral witch. After all, each of the 12 ancestral witches was transformed from the divine blood of Pangu, the great god, possessing extraordinarily powerful, innate supernatural abilities and natural control over an entire law. In a desperate last stand, few within the heavenly court could hope to withstand them. Sending anyone there would essentially amount to sending them to their deaths. It would be far better to wait until Taiyi and his younger brother Xian Yi finished their current tasks. Besides, they were already immortal. If they fell in battle, Dijun would not regret it. Dijun chuckled inwardly. After all, they were his own kin. Exploiting their labor a bit should not be considered excessive, right? In truth, this did not mean Dijun lacked brotherly affection. If Taiyi and Xian Yi did not possess Dao bodies, he would long since have disregarded all caution and summoned all his subordinates to charge together, providing cover for the two of them. After all, no matter how many subordinates one had, or how vast one's faction grew, nothing was more important than the life of one's brothers. Dijun watched as Xian Yi struck Dijun down with a single blow, sending him crashing to the ground with blood spilling from his mouth. The ancestral witch Gongong had also fallen and could not rise, appearing on the verge of perishing under Taiyi's Donghuang bell in the very next instant. As for the other ancestral witches, they moved like headless flies, spinning aimlessly in the starry void, impotently, venting their rage upon one asteroid after another. Dijun shook his head with a faint smile, inwardly sighing that the outcome was already decided. How absurd. He had harbored deep apprehension about the 12 ancestral witches before the battle, yet they proved so utterly fragile. Wait. As Dijun pondered, he suddenly realized something was amiss. 12 ancestral witches. After Hotu sacrificed herself to become the embodiment of samsara, had not the number of ancestral witches dwindled to 11? Dijun counted the ancestral witches visible in the vision 1, 2, 3. 11, 12. The ancestral witches actually numbered 12. Dijun keenly perceived that among the ancestral witches there was unmistakably an unfamiliar face he had never seen before. Alarm bells rang loudly in Dijun's heart. He was about to send a telepathic message to Taiyi and Xian, ordering them to cease their current positions and go all out to eliminate Honghuang and Dijun at once. However, it was already one step too late. Ha 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 ha. Dijun the ancestral witch, lying on the ground spitting blood, could not stop his maniacal laughter. What are you laughing at? You are about to die, and you still find it funny. Xian, he found it incomprehensible. With Dijun gravely injured beneath his Hun Tian demon club, he had essentially lost the ability to move or resist. All that remained was for him to lightly swing the club at his head, and Dijun would be sent to the West Heavenly Paradise. Xian, he simply could not understand why Dijun, on the verge of death, still had the mood to laugh. You wouldn't understand, haha. A reckless brute like you, Honghuang, with no brains, could never comprehend me. Though Dijun's appearance was wretched, he wore an air of supreme confidence, as if every contingency had been perfectly orchestrated. You truly believe our witch clan would be so foolish as to leave ourselves completely defenseless, allowing your demon clan to outmaneuver us at will? Naive, far too naive, Honghuang. This is a war of races, not child's play. Long before I arrived, I had already envisioned every possible scenario we might encounter. The fact that our ancestral witches were separated by your formation array and unable to communicate, that situation was already within my calculations. Xian, frowned, his Hun Tian demon club carrying the weight of 1,000 Juns sweeping directly toward Dijun's head. Playing mystifications, die. Too late. Dijun smiled mysteriously, his body suddenly radiating an ethereal white light. Even if you separate our 12 ancestral witches and cut off our communication, as long as we agreed upon a time and activated simultaneously, we can still transform into Panga's true body. Dijun's figure slowly underwent transformation within the white light, his ancestral, which form gradually dissolving until it became a black, gleaming formation banner fluttering in the wind. Upon its surface was embroidered the image of a demon god, six-legged and four-winged, formless and featureless, chaotic as the primordial chaos itself. This was precisely the true form image of Dijun the ancestral witch. No good. Xian cried out. An invisible pressure exploded through space, inch by inch. Planets throughout the starry sky could not withstand this formidable force and began to shatter and disperse. At various points throughout the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, 12 banners, depicting the respective forms of each ancestral, which fluttered in the wind, resonating with one another across vast distances. This was precisely the 12 Zhu Tian Shun Sha Great Formation, the foremost formation of the primeval world. Even the Zhou Tianxing Do could not sever their connection. As a brilliant light pierced the heavens like a mud bull entering the sea, the 12 ancestral, which banners converged together, merging into a 10,000-foot-tall human silhouette, with the starry sky upon its shoulders and the earth beneath its feet, exuding boundless majesty. What manner of being was this? The sun and moon were his eyes, the stars his hair. His breath was the gentle breeze between heaven and earth, his voice the thunderous cracks that split the heavens. He was the greatest figure between heaven and earth, the ultimate source of all things in the primeval world. He was Pangu. Through the combined efforts of the 12 ancestral witches, Panga's true body had finally reappeared in the primeval world this day. Early stage of saint, mid stage of saint, late stage of saint, peak of saint. The aura emanating from the Panga true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches surged upward stage by stage, eventually reaching the peak of sainthood, where power finally proved insufficient to advance further, coming to a halt. Even so, it was exceedingly terrifying. Second brother, third brother, return immediately. Dijun's voice echoed through the starry void. Such an opponent clearly could not be confronted by force. He intended to activate the shifting power of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array to teleport Taiyi and Xian to his safe position. Taiyi's figure flickered once and instantly vanished from where he stood. However, Xian Yi's figure merely blurred slightly before remaining in place. He had declined Dijun's well-intentioned offer. Xian Yi stood firm, took a deep breath, and looked up at this towering giant radiating unfathomable majesty. He admitted that when the 12 ancestral witches had unleashed Panga's true body, his mind had indeed gone blank for a moment, his consciousness entirely captivated by this colossal figure. Xian Yi had always believed that the emotion of worship was something foreign to him. worship a special sentiment born from the utmost reverence. In his past life as a friend, Xian Yi respected many people, his parents, his teachers, and his companions. Yet for them he felt only respect, nothing more. In this life, after arriving in the treacherous primordial world, the number of people he could respect dwindled even further. Only his elder brother Dijun and second brother Taiyi. Although the saints were powerful and the Tao ancestor Honghuang was powerful, they were merely obstacles on his path. The stronger they were, the more they ignited Xian Yi's determination to defeat them. These individuals were even less worthy of Xian Yi's respect, let alone worship. Yet when the Pangu true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches truly appeared before him, Xian Yi felt a shudder that came from the depths of his soul, a desire to kneel, to prostrate himself. This was the feeling of worship he had never experienced before. Just as one might criticize their own country, yet upon hearing the national anthem cannot help but stand solemnly, pausing, unable to suppress the inner stirring. The great god Pangu created the heavens and the earth, giving birth to all things. Xian Yi had grown up listening to his myths in his past life. In the primordial world, Hutu transformed into the cycle of reincarnation and Nuam molded clay to create humans. These were great benefactors worthy of praise, but they were not perfect. They had their own selfish motives. Though their deeds were respectable, they were ultimately nothing special. All beings have selfishness. Only Pangu was utterly impartial and selfless. What Xian Yi admired was not Pangu's awesome power to split heaven and earth, but the sublime virtue of standing tall and transforming into all things. Therefore, facing the Pangu true body manifested by the 12 ancestral witches, the idol he had yearned for since childhood appearing before his eyes, he could not help but be momentarily stunned. However, seeing this Pangu true body exuding a brutal aura, Xian Yi quickly snapped back to reality. The great god Pangu was Pangu, but the one wearing that face now was merely a body formed by the 12 posturing ancestral witches. How could the two be conflated? Brother, I won't go over there. I cannot allow anyone to defile the idol in my heart. Xian Yi directly refused Dijun's offer of teleportation, deciding to face the ancestral witch's Pangu true body head-on. Xian Yi, you are truly bold, not running away. The Pangu true body's voice was grand like a booming bell. It sounded especially strange. The voices of the 12 ancestral witches mixed together into the speech of a single person. Why should I run? Don't think I'm afraid of your mere Pangu true body. Xian Yi's battle intent ignited. At his current realm, the peak of mixed Yuan golden immortal, few could harm him. It could be said that opponents at the ancestral, which level yielded little benefit. The system's rewards were too meager. If he truly wanted something better, he would have to fight against those at the saint level. The Pangu true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches possessed terrifying strength, at least at the peak saint level. Compared to Xian Yi, there was a gap of at least one major realm. A whole major realm. Just thinking about it made Xian Yi's mouth water. He wondered what good things the system would give for a major realm. Without further ado, Xian Yi looked arrogant, holding the Chaos Demon Staff in one hand while standing in the starry sky, and with the other hand, he beckoned, making a provocative gesture toward the massive, magnificent Pangu true body. Come spar with your Xian Emperor. Seeing Xian Yi so arrogant, the Pangu true body laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha, Xian Yi, you don't really think you can act recklessly just because you have an immortal body, do you? Immortality is merely because the power to kill you is insufficient, not thorough enough to slay you completely. With that, the Pangu true body simply threw a punch forward. As the punch landed, the entire primordial world seemed to tremble. Upon the fist, faint visions of heaven and earth splitting open and ghosts and gods wailing appeared. Yet in the end it all subsided into silence, its momentum fully restrained, as if it were the crude, unrefined moves of an ordinary farmer devoid of any technique or style. So strong. Yet in Xian Yi's eyes this punch was overwhelmingly powerful. The great Tao is simple. This punch abandoned all techniques, all complexity, all flashiness, leaving only the simplest and most fundamental existence in martial arts. Force. Yes, force. The great god Pangu was originally the incarnation of the Tao of force, using force to split the heavens and dying when his strength was exhausted. The Pangu true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches discarded all the divine abilities and techniques they knew and all the various laws they had mastered. What remained of the Pangu true body was only the simplest, utterly pure Tao of force. Simple yet invincible. No, I refuse to accept this. Xian Yi roared, mustering all his strength. The Chaos Demon Staff swung with immense force, meeting the Pangu true body's earth-shattering punch. However, the gap was too vast. Within just 2 or 3 seconds he could not withstand it. His flesh and blood exploded, his soul scattered, and even the dust of his corpse was utterly obliterated. Seeing the massive black void punched into the starry sky, the Pangu true body couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Xian Yi, even immortality has its limits. Under the Tao of force of the Pangu true body, all other Tao laws will be obliterated. This time you didn't even leave a speck of dust. How can you possibly survive? The 12 ancestral witches could hardly resist applauding. This Xian Emperor of the heavenly court had finally disappeared for good. After all his previous antics had thoroughly disgusted the ancestral witches. Let you be arrogant. Today we've finally vented our anger. Is that so? The next second Xian Yi's voice slowly flowed through the starry sky. A figure materialized from nothingness. Who else could it be but Xian Yi? Judging by his aura, he was completely unharmed, as if the one who had died under the Panga true body's fist was not him at all. Is that all? Is that all? Xian Yi picked his ear. I thought your Panga true body was so powerful. You're just tickling me. How is this possible? The 12 ancestral witches' eyes nearly popped out. Although the immortal body was formidable, immortality in the primordial world always had limits and costs. For example, the ancestor Mingi. If the blood sea is not dried, Mingi does not die. If the blood sea were drained, he would truly perish. The heavenly saint's immortality was also due to the protection of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is immortal, so the saints are indestructible. Of course, the cost was that each time the saints revive, they would suffer severe damage to their vitality and a drastic drop in cultivation realm. Looking at Xian Yi, who was lively and spirited, his aura undiminished, he didn't seem like someone whose cultivation realm had fallen at all. No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. The Panga true body once again threw one simple unadorned punch after another. He, or rather the primordial Wu, refused to accept this outcome. The more heaven-defying a divine ability in this world, the more unimaginable the price one must pay. When Xian Yi was at the mystic immortal and golden immortal stages, reviving unharmed and with full status was tolerable. After all, at lower realms one could explain it as a small cost, something that could be concealed or endured. But now what cultivation was Xian Yi at? The peak of Honghuang golden immortal, which we commonly call the peak of quasi-sage. Such a cultivation level was already at the pinnacle of the primordial world. How could Xian Yi possibly revive unscathed without paying any price? Unless the price was concealed by him, or he was merely putting on a brave front. An empty city stratagem. If once isn't enough, then twice, 3 times, 4 times. I don't believe you can survive every time. The Panga true body struck again, and again, each punch utterly annihilating Xian Yi's body and soul, reducing him to ashes. Yet it was all completely useless. It was like a reflection cast upon the surface of a lake. You could throw a stone to shatter the image, but you couldn't harm the person standing on the shore. All effort was in vain. Before long the lake would calm, and the reflection would gather again. Under the relentless punches of the Panga true body, Xian Yi's form shattered time, and again only to coalesce swiftly once more. Like a reflection on the lake. Seemingly real, yet illusory. Xian Yi's primordial spirit was dispersed across the infinite vast Tao, scattered through all time, past, present, and future, and could never truly be killed. Hey, didn't you eat? Put some muscle into it. Scraping my skin, are you? That scraping technique. Has the master scraper been at it for 300 years? Stop scraping, Any more, and you'll scrape my skin off. Put some effort into it, little bro. I feel absolutely nothing. Xian Yi acted as if nothing had happened, his expression arrogant, striking various poses of mockery, as though the one who had just endured death after death of agony was not him at all. This kid. Dijun and Taiyi in the Lingxiao Palace watched the scene and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. But big brother, since the most troublesome Panga true body of the Wu clan is now being held back by our third brother, we should seize the opportunity he has created for us. Taiyi reminded him, believing that his third brother never did anything meaningless. His taunts were also for the sake of the overall battle situation. Right. Second brother speaks wisely. Dijun snapped back to reality. While the Wu clan's Panga true body was occupied, the Yao clan should quickly concentrate their superior forces to annihilate the Wu clan scattered among the stars of the Zhoutian star array. Especially the few peak great Wu like Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu. Each was a tough nut to crack. The time Xian Yi had bought was hard won. By then, if the main force of the Wu clan was wiped out, leaving only the isolated Panga true body, no matter how strong, he was, what use would he be? A single tree cannot make a forest. The Wu clan's fertility was extremely low, otherwise they wouldn't have later intermarried with the human race. As long as the Yao clan annihilated the Wu clan attacking the heavenly court, they would have already won. Whether the 12 primordial Wu lived or died was irrelevant. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't produce so many Wu clan members. The Wu clan's fertility determined that they could not afford the loss of this war. Our third brother still cares about the big picture. For the heavenly court to win, he didn't hesitate to use his own body to block the Panga true body. Dijun couldn't help but sigh. Though his third brother usually appeared frivolous and crazy, he was extremely reliable at critical moments. His timing was undeniably sharp. Perhaps this move of Xian Yi's was the key to the Yao clan's victory. Dijun was deeply moved. This third brother. What could he even say about him? Originally, when the Panga true body appeared, his first instinct was to teleport Xian Yi back. After all, although Xian Yi had an immortal body, being immortal did not mean that the pain of death was shielded. The feeling of death, soul scattered, spirit extinguished, reduced to ashes, was far more chilling than the tortures of the 18 levels of hell. especially when facing an opponent as invincible as the Panga true body. Dying once was only the beginning. If he wanted 4 or 5 times were trivial, hundreds or thousands of times were possible. And the accumulated agony of countless deaths, souls shattered, ashes scattered, was enough to drive even the most resolute person insane. Therefore, even though Dijun knew that using Xian Yi to stall the Wu clan's Panga true body was a good strategy, the moment the Panga true body appeared, his first action was still to try to teleport Xian Yi back. He was not only the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court, but also Xian Yi's eldest brother. He did not want to make such a great sacrifice of his own brother for the sake of the clan. However, he never expected that the unreliable Xian Yi would voluntarily step forward for the future of the Yao clan and the heavenly court. With Honghuang in our heavenly court, why worry about the Yao clan's prosperity? Dijun laughed triumphantly. His third brother was so capable, and as the eldest brother he felt proud. As Dijun issued one command after another, the Star Lords guarding the array points waved their star banners, beginning to divide and encircle the Wu clan within the formation. The entire Yao clan situation was looking extremely favorable. Xian Yi naturally had no idea what Dijun and Taiyi were thinking. If he knew, he would probably be dumbfounded and complain that his two brothers had too much dramatic imagination. Did I really think that grandly with such unique insight and heroic brilliance? Well, maybe just a tiny bit. In fact, Xian Yi hadn't thought that far ahead. His idea was simple. He was just coveting the system's rewards. As Xian Yi was repeatedly obliterated by the Panga true body's punches, just as he wished, the system's notification sounds rang out like celestial music, dinging incessantly. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the innate spiritual treasure, 12 calming sea pearls. The first death, the first draw had arrived. Calming sea pearls, rare, spatial, spiritual treasure. It contains its own space capable of evolving living beings. The 12 calming sea pearls are 12 small worlds. An innate spiritual treasure. Seems a bit trash now. By this point, Xian Yi had begun to look down on things like innate spiritual treasures. He had the Chaos Demon Rod for offense, and he had little interest in other innate spiritual treasures. No matter how good, none were as handy as his own Chaos Demon Rod. As for defense, why would Xian Yi need defense? His physical body was tough enough to go head-on. Absolutely wonderful. He just wished others would hit harder and kill him so he could get better system rewards. Cultivating to the point where the body is too strong. That's a kind of trouble too. This first draw seems a bit unlucky. Xian Yi couldn't help but sigh. System, can you do better? Give me something good. Something big. However, as for the Dinghai Shinju, it cannot be said to be completely useless. After all, it is neither an offensive nor defensive innate spiritual treasure. Rather, it is a rare spatial-type spiritual treasure containing its own small world and capable of storing living beings. It must be said that it has quite extensive uses in other aspects. Xian Yi planned to convert it into an amusement park later, adding some recreational facilities so that his Golden Crow nephews could have a happy childhood. Alternatively, he could simply toss them the beads as toys. With 12 beads, one for each nephew, they could serve as portable caves. For the current cultivation level of the young Golden Crows, this would be quite convenient. However, such an item can at most be considered a bonus. For Xian Yi at present, it truly has no great use. Soon as Xian Yi died rapidly, once more the system's second notification arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 top-grade innate spiritual root, 3,000-year peach trees, 56,000-year peach trees, and 9,000-year peach trees. Peach trees, good stuff. Xian Yi's eyes lit up. These items were useless to him, but for the younger disciples, and for cultivating a faction, they were supreme treasures. Currently, aside from the Fusang Divine Tree, the Heavenly Court was utterly barren, lacking any other spiritual roots. Initially, when Xian Yi had just transmigrated, he had eagerly wanted to run to the peach garden to pick a few peaches for a taste. Only later did he discover that the Heavenly Court had no peaches at all, not even a few trees. After some time, Xian Yi recalled that the peach trees were not originally a specialty of the Heavenly Court, but rather the dowry brought by Shi Wangmu from Mount Kunlun. Now it was still the era of the Yao clan Heavenly Court under his elder brother Dijun's rule. Hao Tian was just a little kid, so it would be strange if there were a peach garden. However, with these peach trees rewarded by the system, his Heavenly Court could now have a bountiful peach garden. But he hoped his nephews wouldn't sneak into the peach garden every few days. System, daddy, love me once more, please. Xian Yi couldn't help but complain. The peach trees seemed beautiful, but their actual effect on him was merely to satisfy his cravings. What kind of things were these first and second draws? No way could it be that the bad luck that had been eluding me was actually mine. Xian Yi really couldn't believe that his handsome face could be as unlucky as an African's, so he could only comfort himself that it was a probability issue. Fortunately, the Panga true body was truly powerful. If luck was bad, quantity would make up for it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-grade innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree. The ginseng fruit tree. Wasn't that the specialty of Zhang Yuanzi's Wuzhuang temple? So did the system have one too? Hey system, are you messing with me, turning me into a fruit wholesaler? Perhaps hearing Xian Yi's complaint, the next draw soon yielded a hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cosmic level divine ability, a step to the horizon. The levels of divine abilities are universe, cosmos, boundless, eternal, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Of course, above these 8 levels there is also the transcendent and supreme Tao level. A cosmos level divine ability is already considered extremely top tier. Even the 12 ancestral witches' innate divine abilities is formidable, as they are only at the boundless level 2 levels below the cosmos level. A step to the horizon, shrinking the earth to an inch, traversing heaven and earth in an instant, folding space, making a 1,000-mile journey as trivial. Entering and exiting without obstruction. Where the thought goes, the body arrives. Damn, this is awesome. Xian Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't this just an enhanced version of teleportation? As long as one has enough mana, one can go anywhere. Truly devastatingly powerful. Xian Yi was already overjoyed. He had long coveted Dijong's elusive spatial divine ability. He never expected to get a similar one today, and even a power-enhanced version. Sorry, System Daddy, I shouldn't have complained about you like that. You still love me. Xian Yi silently apologized to himself. Just then he had just revived, and the Panga true body casually threw another punch. You didn't expect that I'm not the same person I was a second ago, did you? Xian Yi secretly gloated. A step to the horizon, activate. He surged all his mana, intending to dodge the Panga true body's punch. He had had enough of being beaten passively. If he could avoid this punch, he could break free from the embarrassing cycle of infinite resurrection and gain the opportunity to counterattack. However, to Xian Yi's surprise, the space solidified like amber, and his activation of a step to the horizon had no effect whatsoever. His figure only blurred slightly before remaining in place. What was going on? Had the divine ability failed? The Pangu true body laughed heartily and punched Xian Yi into oblivion once more. Spatial divine ability. Useless. My Tao prevails and all other Taos are inferior. What techniques or divine abilities in the face of my Pangu true body's great Tao of power are all mere jokes. One force overcomes 10 skills, one force shatters all laws. This was the great Tao of the primordial god Pangu. Although the Pangu true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches could not fully replicate Pangu's awe-inspiring power of splitting heaven and earth, it could imitate 1/10 to 2/10 of his divine essence. With the mere enhancement of the great Tao of power, all laws and all Taos seemed to encounter a sovereign trembling in submission and losing their effect. This was Pangu's great Tao. My single power can break all laws. I use one Tao to suppress all Taos. In the past, when Pangu separated heaven and earth, 3,000 chaos deities with boundless power came to assist him in attaining enlightenment. Each of them mastered a single law and a single Tao. Yet under Pangu's great Tao of power, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs. With a simple axe swing, he dispatched them one by one as easily as chopping vegetables. With the great Tao of power enhancing him, a single ordinary strike would freeze all laws, leaving no room to evade. One could only withstand it head-on. Damn, that's too cheap. Xian Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. You're already a full major realm higher in cultivation than me, and now you're sealing my laws and divine abilities. How am I supposed to play against you? It's pure bullying. However, this only ignited the blazing battle spirit within Xian Yi. Although the Pangu true body's great Tao of power was formidable, he was not afraid. The great Tao has no inherent superiority or inferiority, only the strength of those who master it differs. Xian Yi's cultivated great Tao of battle was essentially no different from the great Tao of power. It was merely his cultivation level that was far inferior to the Pangu true body's sage realm, which was why he kept being suppressed. What is the great Tao of battle? It is unyielding, it is struggle, it is never giving up, it is fighting ever fiercer, it is growing stronger with each battle. Come on, Pangu true body, do your worst.